Chapter 1. Otherworldly Summoning. In the Beast Realm, within the depths of the Baizhe, tribes altar in Xianhuang continent. Dimly lit by flickering torches, a vigilant figure stands guard. Yuehun, gripping a crimson gold spear, scans the surroundings with piercing eyes. The air is thick with powerful energy fluctuations and the metallic tang of blood. At the heart of this altar, the most formidable ruler of Xianhuang continent, the Beast King Cang Yao, stands with his robe wide open, revealing his muscular chest. A fresh wound at his heart bleeds fervently, its warmth seeping forth. His expression is grave, and within his ice-blue pupils burns an unwavering resolve mingled with a hint of madness. The great shaman, Yuehun, gazes at him with awe and concern, urging him to reconsider. "My king, the loss of heart's blood is immense, and the backlash from the forbidden runes is unpredictable. Perhaps you should think it over." "Enough of your words," Cang Yao replies, his voice as sharp as the clash of metal, carrying an authority that brooks no dissent. "Let begin." Utilizing the forbidden runes, he prepares to sacrifice the most precious blood of the orc. Despite the tremendous cost, there is no guarantee of summoning a saintly female. Yet for Cang Yao, this is a slender thread of hope, one he must grasp. In the Beast Realm, females are categorized into low, intermediate, advanced, and saintly levels. There exists, too, a legendary class, the divine level, which has been extinct for millennia. The stronger the male, the more exacting the requirements for compatibility with a female. As a beast king of ancient lineage, with combat prowess exceeding 10,000, Cang Yao cannot be satisfied with an ordinary female. Binding with one would not only fail to soothe his spirit, but would also result in a backlash from his formidable spiritual energy. Only a saintly female could match him. Advanced females are already rare in Xianhuang continent, let alone saintly ones. Without a saintly female, he would inevitably perish from the chaos of his spirit. This drives him to desperation. Cang Yao dips his fingertips into his heart's blood. With blood as ink and his fingers as a brush, he meticulously inscribes the ancient and profound runes onto the massive stone altar. With each stroke, his complexion pales further. From the runes, invisible, grotesque phantoms slither through the wound in his chest, burrowing into his heart. The backlash siphons away his vitality, the pain excruciating. Cang Yao remains composed, gritting his teeth so fiercely that blood trickles from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Yuehun tightens his lips, remaining silent, yet vigilant as he scans the surroundings to ensure that the ritual is undisturbed. At last, the final rune is completed. The altar shudders violently, and all runes ignite with blinding crimson light. Yuehun raises his bone staff, chanting an obscure ancient incantation. A formidable and perilous power begins to coalesce, surging upward to form a violent vortex of energy. Amidst the howling winds, the very fabric of space seems to tear open. Within the lengthy chant of the great shaman, Cang Yao's veins, previously concealed beneath flesh, bulge painfully as the pulsating energy reverberates through him. Time becomes nebulous. Suddenly, a slender figure emerges, helplessly falling from the luminous vortex. Cang Yao, suppressing the backlash of the ritual, steps forward with determination. Wrapping his arms around the petite, warm body, he lowers his gaze to behold the female's visage, his heart racing with astonishment. Her delicate, fair skin and exquisite features are striking, but what truly sets her apart is her black hair, black eyes, a shade darker than the night itself. Not merely a saintly female, but a divine female. Beside him, Yuehun gasps in excitement. Black hair, black eyes. This female has not yet been marked. "My king, this is splendid. You have been saved, and Xianhuang shall be saved." It has succeeded. A divine female, Yuehun gasps, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Together, he and Yuehun kneel on one knee in homage, declaring, "We congratulate you, our king." Before the summoning ceremony, in another dimension, Jiang Li, having concluded a tiresome night of overtime, swiftly showers. The takeout she ordered has yet to arrive. Humming a tune, she opens her tablet, searching for a captivating drama to accompany her meal. Just as her fingertips brush the power button, an unforeseen event unfolds. The chair beneath her vanishes, an immense suction pulls her into the void. What the hell? In the empty room, Jiang Li's startled exclamation is abruptly silenced. As the world spins, she is seized by an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness, as if her very organs are being dislodged from their place. Out of fear, she instinctively closes her eyes. Though uncertain of the transformation occurring, she senses herself plummeting. What the heck? There was no warning at Alice there an earthquake. In mere seconds, the dizziness ceases. Upon opening her eyes, Jiang Li is left utterly bewildered. Her cozy abode has vanished. Jagged rocks loom like fangs, and grotesque beast sculptures lurk in the dim light. The air is cold and thick, permeated by a pungent incense and the scent of blood. Instead of crashing to the floor, she finds herself falling into a hard, cold embrace. The man holding her is strikingly handsome, his features chiseled, yet his brow is sharply defined. His ice blue, profound gaze glimmers with a menacing ferocity, akin to a beast locking onto its prey in the night, filled with an almost ravenous possessiveness. Jiang Li shivers under his intense scrutiny, her heart racing with a potent mix of terror and pressure, rendering her momentarily paralyzed. Daring not to meet his gaze, she stiffly diverts her eyes, only to notice two others kneeling nearby, one, a muscular man clad in black lionskin armor, wielding a spear, and the other, an elderly figure cloaked in black, adorned with peculiar runic tattoos. These three share a striking trait. They are all exceedingly tall and exude a wild, formidable presence. Do they not seem fearsome? Is this still Earth? What on earth is happening to her? Jiang Li rubs her eyes, confirming she is not hallucinating, then pinches her arm hard. Ouch, it hurts. This is not a dream. Has she truly traversed realms? Who are you? Jiang Li's voice trembles, dry from anxiety, barely above a whisper. Where is this? The man with the spear glances at her, then curiously turns to the elder, uttering a series of unintelligible sounds. What did she say, great shaman? Yuehun shakes his head, indicating his lack of understanding. Jiang Li, bewildered, wonders what was said. She cannot comprehend it. The words are a string of obscure syllables, pronounced oddly, and she cannot grasp a single one. Jiang Li struggles slightly, attempting to free herself from the man's embrace. However, upon sensing her intent, the man's expression darkens, and his arm tightens, squeezing her to the point of near asphyxiation. The pain compels Jiang Li to relent, settling obediently in his arms. Who are you? What do you want from me? She swallows hard, her throat dry. Upon asking, she realizes that the man holding her possesses only scrutiny and confusion in his gaze. Clearly, he does not understand her words. Forcing herself to remain calm, Jiang Li tentatively probes in English. Hello? Can you understand me? The man's brow furrows. It seems English is ineffective, he still does not comprehend. Panic mounts within Jiang Li as she unleashes every language she can think of. Annyeonghaseyo, Konnichiwa, Hola. With each new language, the man's expression deepens further, and the elder beside him grows more vigilant. In a final desperate attempt, Jiang Li clasps her hands together, unwavering, and declares, Sawisti ka. The air thickens with tension. Jiang Li lets out a silent sigh, closing her eyes in resignation. A myriad of emotions swirled within Cang Yao as he gazed at the unconscious female cradled in his arms, her eyes closed and her lips sealed. He turned his attention to Yuehun and inquired, Great shaman, can you comprehend her words? The elder shook his head slowly, his aged fingers brushing over the bone necklace that hung from his chest, his voice hoarse as he replied, Your Majesty, I do not understand. The intonations are peculiar, and the phonetics are distinctly different from any tribal language known to us. Upon hearing this, Cang Yao's expression fell into a contemplative silence, betraying neither joy nor anger. Great shaman, please return to rest. Yuehun, guard this place. Until I emerge, no one shall approach within a step. Yuehun's presence instantly solidified, and she answered in a low voice, understood. With his orders given, Cang Yao carried the female deeper into the sanctuary, toward a stone chamber he often used for cultivation. This chamber was his private retreat, its stone door thick and shrouded in secrecy. As the entrance slowly closed, it severed the connection to the outside world entirely. Jiang Li, with her eyes shut, could hear their chatter, and an overwhelming sense of trepidation washed over her regarding her predicament. Before the shadows of the chamber enveloped her, she envisioned numerous dreadful outcomes. However, What transpired next was nothing short of a chaotic and agonizing nightmare. Chapter 2. A New World of First Encounter. In the cultivation chamber of Cang Yao, the beast master of the Baizhe tribe, several meticulously polished octagonal bone lamps hung from the walls. The bed, adorned with obsidian carvings, was grand in size, draped with a pristine fox fur coverlet. A delicate wrist emerged from beneath the beast fur, fingers grasping the edge of the stone bed in an attempt to escape, only to be pulled back by a powerful hand. Jiang Li, exhausted from her futile struggles, had left deep bite marks on the man's shoulder, yet to no avail. Through tearful eyes, she gazed up at his remarkably handsome face, magnified before her. His profound eyes, rigid brow, and commanding aura were utterly captivating. This man was undeniably attractive, the kind one would steal glances at on the street. Yet, his demeanor was excessively fierce. Jiang Li, with tears glistening in her eyes, displayed a look of humiliation and grievance. The pain was unbearable, but the man remained unyielding, silent, with an unsettling crimson madness flickering in his gaze. As dawn broke, Jiang Li succumbed to slumber. The satiated man inhaled the scent of her lips deeply, his expression greedy as he murmured, "So sweet." He leaned in, attempting to pry her lips apart once more. With her black hair and dark eyes, the female was indeed a divine being, capable of adapting to all races and ranks of males. She was the ultimate key for a dominant lord-level beastman. After a night spent together, Cang Yao felt a remarkable calm descend upon the tumultuous and unruly spiritual energy that had long plagued his mind. It was akin to a storm-tossed sea finally experiencing an unprecedented tranquility. Warm currents coursed through his body, nurturing every limb and sinew. The surging spiritual power was gradually smoothed and absorbed. His body reached an unparalleled state of fullness. Even the internal backlash from his heart had miraculously improved, leaving only a fierce scar that had yet to heal. Such superficial wounds were inconsequential to him. In battle, he often found his spiritual power constrained, able to exert only 50 to 60% of his cultivation. Yet now, as he harnessed his spiritual energy, he felt empowered to unleash his full strength without fearing catastrophic consequences. His territory, Xianhuangzhou, had been embroiled in conflict with Liao Yuanjing for centuries. The soothing presence of a female was not a permanent solution for stability. As long as he could continue to possess this female, he would maintain this exquisite state. The enemies from Liao Yuanjing would become insignificant. Historically, lord-level males had few offspring, not due to a lack of reproductive power, but because ordinary females were incapable of bearing the fierce and dominant bloodline. Even if they were fortunate enough to conceive, the offspring often perished midway. However, a divine female could bear young that transcended bloodline constraints. Cang Yao's gaze involuntarily fell upon Jiang Li's abdomen, his eyes burning with intensity. Though her waist was slender, it held boundless vitality. If she could indeed bear his offspring, just 3 or 5 would suffice. At that moment, the Baizhe tribe would undoubtedly ascend to become the most formidable and indisputable presence in the beast world. His offspring would be born with the promise of a lord-level foundation, and perhaps even the potential to reach the higher realms of the late Chengji. Suddenly, the female in his arms stirred restlessly in her slumber, letting out soft whimpers. Cang Yao tightened his embrace, gently patting her shoulder, his gaze lingering momentarily on her delicate neck and fragile waist. The fervent desire within him regarding the number of offspring began to wane, extinguished like a flame doused by icy rain. His fingers trailed slowly along Jiang Li's slightly cold back. Her frail body quivered in his hold, trembling from pain. She was too small. He questioned whether her fragile form could safely bear young. Even the smallest female in his tribe was far more robust. When he had previously applied slight pressure with his fingers, she had cried out in pain, leaving red bruises on her snowy skin, which filled him with regret. The divine females had been extinct for a millennium. Even the great shaman's inherited memories contained only scant details about such females, noting their extraordinary soothing powers, yet also their fatal flaw, extremely poor adaptability and shockingly low survival rates, rendering them more fragile than newly born cubs. Recalling the recent past, he had exercised immense patience and gentleness, yet she had sobbed to the brink of breathlessness. her weak and desperate whimpers, though he could not comprehend her words through her tears, conveyed a plea for mercy and resentment born from helplessness. At that moment, Cang Yao felt an unusual blend of irritation and compassion arise within him. He was reluctant to be harsh, yet he felt compelled to assert his dominance. In his tribe, the capable warriors typically had numerous offspring. It was commonplace to see 10 or 8 cubs frolicking about. He fantasized that one day, such a scene would unfold in his own life. At that moment, he no longer wished for 3 or 5, he would be content with just 1 cub. Cang Yao suppressed his inner thoughts and gazed eagerly at the charming face in his arms. After a long wait, he saw no sign of the Qilin flower blooming on her brow. The Qilin mark was a pattern that should appear on the forehead of a female after uniting with the Beast King of the Baihu clan. Was it a lack of effort on his part? Indeed, he had been cautious of her delicate body, not daring to fully embrace her. If Jiang Li, who was currently unconscious, were aware of his thoughts, she would surely explode with indignation. It had already cost her dearly, and further effort would only lead to her demise. Before he could ponder the Qilin pattern further, a melodious and stirring horn sounded from afar. With a great battle imminent, Cang Yao pressed a reluctant kiss to the mark on her forehead and began to dress. As the sun rose high outside, the candlelight within the stone chamber remained dim. Jiang Li, heavy-lidded, groggily awakened from a night of chaotic torment. Every bone in her body felt as if it had been crushed repeatedly under the weight of a wheel. Particularly, a pain radiated from her core, driving her to the brink of despair. She longed to cry but held back her tears. The pain from her eyes, swollen from crying, intensified with every tear that fell. "Damn it!" Jiang Li rasped, her voice hoarse with anger. Boom! The stone chamber door opened and closed. It seemed there had been someone guarding outside all along. Her commotion attracted footsteps, and soon 2 figures appeared, one after the other. Against the faint candlelight, their tall silhouettes were imposing. As they drew nearer, Jiang Li realized they were 2 girls. The one in front had hair as fiery and bright as flames, standing nearly 6 feet tall, her robust frame powerful yet not cumbersome. Jiang Li estimated her weight to be at least 200 jin. In her hands, she held a black porcelain basin, its rim still adorned with tiny droplets of water. Compared to her robust physique, the porcelain basin appeared almost like a toy in her grasp. A girl standing a step behind her cradled a neatly folded set of light-colored cotton dresses in her arms. This girl bore long, silvery hair. Though not as imposing as the red-haired maiden, she was undeniably tall, standing at approximately 1.70 meters, exuding an air of refined vitality. Both wore similar attire, a soft tan leather bodice with a diagonal opening on top, and a skirt crafted from the same material. Each adorned their heads with a circlet of hemp rope, embellished with the teeth of unknown wild beasts. Upon reaching the stone bed, their gentle and curious gazes settled upon the somewhat dazed Jiang Li. The silver-haired girl spoke, but her words were unintelligible to Jiang Li, who felt a sense of helplessness as she could not comprehend them. It seemed they were indicating for her to dress and wash. At that moment, a crisp electronic voice suddenly resonated in her mind. Ding! Host's mental frequency has been connected. Language parsing function activated. Current language detected as Xianhuangzhou Common Tongue. Real-time translation for the host is now in progress. After a brief pause, the girl's previous words were clearly articulated. The queen has awakened. May the attendants assist you with dressing and washing? The electronic voice continued. This system will continuously provide language translation services without the need for manual activation. Should you wish to use or learn, simply think of what you desire. Jiang Li was momentarily stunned. What is speaking? What host? What queen? Are they referring to me? She questioned, pointing at herself. The electronic voice chimed in again, now with a playful tone. Host Jiang Li, the queen they speak of is indeed you. I understand you have many questions, so allow me to clarify. You are in the beast world, a realm where civilization is on the brink of collapse due to significant disruptions. You have been selected as the sole compatible individual from billions of temporal coordinates. You have been summoned here to bear the heavy responsibility of saving the civilization of this realm. The little electronic voice paused momentarily before proudly stating, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the all-purpose assistant dispatched to your side, responsible for aiding you and assigning you tasks, codenamed Shaoling." You can communicate with me through thought. Jiang Li was taken aback by this sudden influx of information, her mind racing with disbelief. What cosmic joke is this? Save what civilization? I cannot. Choose someone else quickly. Choose someone else. I want to go back. Please, send me back to my original world right now. Xiao Ling replied, command rejected. The host's body and soul have anchored to this realm and cannot be unbound or exchanged. The coordinates of the original world are temporarily sealed. In short, you cannot return. Jiang Li's heart sank. Will I have the chance to return in the future? What must I do to return to my original world? Xiao Ling responded, the host's core mission is to assist the key figure of this world, Lord Cang Yao, in ending the long-standing division and warfare of the beast world. Rebuild and unify the order of civilization. Once the level of civilization in this realm stabilizes above the safety threshold, the task will be deemed complete. At that time, the host may apply to return to the original world. Jiang Li fell silent for a moment. In essence, she was to help a person named Cang Yao unify the beast world. Was this truly a task they believed she could accomplish? Jiang Li asked, who is Cang Yao? Chapter 3. Otherworldly Punishment. Xiao Ling raised her voice. The man you spent the night with. Jiang Li could not help but curse inwardly. Damn it. It was one thing to say it, but thinking about how that terrifying man had tormented her repeatedly last night filled her with indignation. Who would press someone down onto a bed upon first meeting? He was nothing but a beast driven mad by lust. It wasn't he that she lacked temper. She simply felt utterly powerless. That man merely exerted a slight pressure on her, and she found herself completely immobilized. The harder she struggled, the tighter his grip became. Jiang Li could sense that he was not using his full strength, yet she was ensnared with no hope of resistance. The disparity in their power was insurmountable. Xiao Ling admonished, host, you must not curse. Jiang Li was at a loss. Her thoughts were being scrutinized by an unknown system, leaving her with no secrets to keep. Xiao Ling insisted, host, I am not an insignificant system. If you continue to curse, I will have to administer a punishment. It will be very painful. Jiang Li nearly shouted back in her mind, punish your mother. This is absurd. Did you get the wrong person? Don't you conduct any research? Don't you consider others' opinions? Open your eyes and look at me. Do you think I'm cut out for this? She was merely a product of the 21st century, a typical corporate worker, lacking both intellect and physical strength. Running 800 meters would cost her half her life. She wouldn't survive the first 2 episodes of a palace drama, nor the opening credits of a spy thriller. To ask her to assist this ridiculous man in unifying the beast continent. She was unwilling. Moreover, she was acutely aware of her own limitations. How was she to accomplish this task? Humans are inherently fearful of the unknown. In her original world, being a corporate worker was not so bad. At least it was safe. On her first night here, she had already suffered such pain. Just this alone made her want to leave. If that man were to come to her every day, would she even survive? Xiao Ling was angry, detected multiple instances of uncivilized cursing from a host. I will now administer a 1-minute electric shock punishment. The flickering flames in the stone chamber illuminated the distorted shadows on the rough rock walls. Jiang Li curled up on the expansive stone bed, her body convulsing uncontrollably, spasming. Suppressed whimpers escaped her throat. Her pale lips were soon bitten into a bloody mess. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, staining the white fox fur blanket beneath her with a shocking red. Qi Fei and Shuang Hua stood frozen at the edge of the bed, paralyzed by the horrifying scene. They could not comprehend the depth of pain their queen was enduring, but it was evident she was in excruciating agony. Suddenly, the large Qi Fei snapped back to reality. Without hesitation, she took a step forward, kneeling at the edge of the bed. With careful yet firm hands, she grasped Jiang Li's chin, forcing her teeth to part just enough to allow her hand inside. The teeth were fierce enough to almost crush bones. Ugh! Qi Fei muffled a groan, but her arm remained as steady as a rock, not budging an inch. Jiang Li, engulfed in boundless pain, felt as if every nerve in her body was being torn apart by some invisible force. Amidst the chaos, only the instinct to survive remained. She bit down hard on the only support she had, a resilient soft object. In her mind, she thought, had she known it would hurt this much, she would have kept her mouth shut. Damn that system, it was truly a piece of work. Xiao Ling interjected. No. Jiang Li could no longer hold back her tears. Her stubbornness crumbled. Stop. I was wrong. I want to curse you again. Xiaoling, I was wrong. I'll stay. She capitulated. Thoroughly. Unfortunately, the punishment did not cease upon her admission of guilt. The agonizing minute felt like a century. Just as Jiang Li felt her consciousness slipping away, the excruciating pain finally receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace. She lay there, her gaze vacant, slowly loosening her jaw and gasping for breath. Every muscle quivered uncontrollably from the pain. Qi Fei silently withdrew her bloodied hand, concealing it behind her back, while her other hand retrieved a clean cloth, gently wiping the cold sweat from Jiang Li's forehead. After a moment of recovery, Jiang Li raised her eyes to the two of them, silently assuring herself, I am fine. The system translated her thoughts into a string of syllables. She tried to slow her speech, mimicking the pronunciation she remembered, and spoke, I am fine. Having previously bitten her own lips until they bled, she now found speaking painful. Jiang Li murmured, let me get dressed and wash up first. Hearing Jiang Li speak, Shuanghua's eyes brightened. The queen had been advised to be cautious and attentive, as she supposedly did not understand the language of Xian Huangzhou. There must have been some misunderstanding. The queen's tone was unclear and her speech slow, akin to a child learning to speak. At the very least, communication was possible. The two approached cautiously. One reached out to help Jiang Li sit up, while the other took new garments to lift the beast blanket covering her. Clearly, they intended to assist her in rising. Instinctively, Jiang Li shrank back. Growing up, she had never allowed anyone to dress her or seen her naked. Jiang Li bit her lip, intending to say she could manage on her own, but her body had already begun to rise slightly. Just as she engaged her core, a sharp pain shot through her. The fiery sting felt like being torn apart repeatedly. The pain was sudden and intense. Jiang Li gasped, unable to suppress a cry, her eyes instantly reddening. It hurt so much. She curled into herself, gripping the fur blanket beneath her until her knuckles turned white. Her earlier polite intentions evaporated, leaving only a torrent of indignation and resentment. That man had shown her no mercy, and now she was being punished mercilessly by Xiaoling. What kind of hell was this? While others traversed into new worlds as powerful heroines or beloved darlings, how had she become a miserable pawn, suffering in every conceivable way? Who could be more unfortunate than her? The more she thought about it, the more suffocated she felt. Her nose tinged with bitterness, and tears streamed down her cheeks. While she was unclear about why the queen had convulsed earlier, Shuanghua had discerned the specifics of her condition and quickly inquired, Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell? However, she hesitated, as if finding it difficult to voice her concern, quickly bypassing. Is that area injured? Jiang Li kept her eyes closed, tears flowing more fiercely, nodding in humiliation and discomfort. Shuanghua understood and instructed Qi Fei, You stay here with the queen. I will go to the great shaman and ask him to prepare some healing ointment. Once Shuanghua left, Jiang Li was left alone with Qi Fei. She attempted to speak. What are your names, you and that girl? Qi Fei replied in a deep voice. I am called Qi Fei, and she is Shuanghua. Thank you, Qi Fei. Qi Fei appeared somewhat puzzled, counting her thick fingers. The queen is in pain. Qi Fei's hands are strong. They can bite. She seemed to think this was a perfectly reasonable thing. Jiang Li observed her innocent and somewhat bewildered expression and thought to herself that this tall maid seemed not too bright, but she was quite kind. She exchanged a few words with Qi Fei. Before long, Shuanghua returned briskly, carrying a small stone bowl. Inside was a thick, dark ointment, exuding an earthy herbal odor. Your Majesty, the medicine has arrived. Shall I help you apply it? Shuanghua offered the bowl. Jiang Li stared at the unidentifiable black paste, her heart racing. Could the ancient tribe's medicine be trusted? She feared it might not only fail to heal her wounds, but also cause further complications to her already sore backside. She endured the pain and retreated slightly, hesitant to use it. Never mind, if it hurts, let it be. It is better than risking any adverse consequences. Just as she shook her head in refusal, a childish voice echoed in her mind. Ding. Host's need detected. The system shop offers a special healing balm that can quickly and painlessly heal wounds. Requires 50 points for exchange. The host can earn points by disseminating knowledge of civilizations not yet known in this world, assisting the male lead in expanding territories, recruiting people for the tribe. And other means, given that the host currently has 0 points, an advance of 100 points can be made. Would you like to proceed with the advance? Jiang Li was taken aback and immediately nodded fervently in her mind. Exchange. Hurry. 100 points, advance minus 50. Exchange successful. Special healing bomb has been issued to the system space. Please check, host. Chapter 4. Another world to shop. Jiang Li felt hungry and sent Qi Fei and Shuanghua to fetch food for her. After confirming that the stone chamber door was securely shut, she focused her thoughts. A delicate round box, the size of a bottle cap, appeared in her hand out of thin air. Upon opening the lid, she found only a small, translucent lump of balm, about the size of her pinky nail, emitting a faint, peculiar fragrance. The scent was subtle and pleasant. Is this too little? Jiang Li thought to herself. Enduring her discomfort, she scooped out the meager amount of balm with her finger and gingerly applied it to her wound. The cool touch sent a shiver down her spine. Almost instantly, the discomfort faded away. The effect was astonishingly swift. While the result was commendable, the quantity was insufficient. It was gone after just one use. Jiang Li sighed and tossed the empty box back into the system space. With a slight shift in her thoughts, she opened the system homepage. A semi-transparent light screen unfolded before her eyes, displaying clear text. Host, Jiang Li, divine level female, stamina, 55 skills, none 1. Beast partner, Cang Yao level, Beast King stamina, 98. 97, 96, continuously decreasing, combat power, 12,000 tribal identity, Baizé tribe Beastmaster, tribe size, 1530 members, territorial identity, Xianhuang continent Beast King, population, 218, 964 people, 2. Beast offspring, none. 3 points, 50. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. It seemed her bond with her beast partner was already established. Not only was this man's stamina higher than hers, but his charm value also surpassed hers. What was going on with the decreasing stamina? Perhaps he was exercising. Whatever the case, it was irrelevant. She clicked on the exchange shop. At the top were 5 prominent categories: clothing, food, medicine, supplies, weapons. Each category had 2 subcategories: Beast World and Original World. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Li focused her thoughts on clothing. The light screen displayed various styles of clothing. Original World: t-shirts, jeans, skirts, trench coats, and thick winter coats. To her surprise, she saw cotton underwear, 60 points, wearing it grants 5 charm. Cotton lingerie, 60 points, wearing it grants 5 charm. There was no need to scrutinize those further. Upon opening the Beast World section, the clothing styles were clearly reflective of this era. Simple hunting outfit, comfortable and breathable, 150 points. Windproof cloak, wind and water resistant, 200 points. Thick flannel autumn outfit, warm and cold resistant, 300 points. Xiaoling's voice chimed in at the right moment. Reminder, though the clothing from the shop appears similar to those in this realm, their comfort level far exceeds that of this plane. They are absolutely inimitable products. Jiang Li understood immediately. They looked primitive, but the wearing experience was anything but. After closing that section, she ventured into food. The Beast World category showcased many exotic plants she had never encountered before, tubers and vividly colored fruits with bizarre shapes and obscure names, clearly native to this world. Of course, various common foods from the original world, such as buns, dumplings, steamed bread, rice, and assorted fruits and snacks, were also available, albeit at a generally higher price. She decided not to linger. She could not afford to exchange for anything now. The more she looked, the hungrier she became. However, she was delighted to find familiar sanitary products in the supplies category. Soft tissue paper, 1 roll, 50 points. Ultra-thin night sanitary pads, pack of 10, 100 points. Beyond sanitary items, there were tools available. Wrenches, pliers, military knives. Jiang Li browsed through the myriad of daily necessities. She felt somewhat disappointed by the weapons category. Various daggers, long swords, axes, hammers, and staffs were listed with exorbitant prices. Jiang Li felt overwhelmed. How could a single knife cost several thousand? As she continued to peruse, she spotted an electrobaton priced at 10,000 points. This piqued her interest, but it was far too expensive. Earning points was no easy feat, and she could still advance 50 points. She preferred to save that for a truly critical moment. Jiang Li didn't dare exchange for another healing balm. Having already bitten her lip, the few items she could afford that were genuinely useful were quite limited, leading her to lose interest after a while. With a thought, she closed the transparent light screen. Before long, Shuanghua entered with the food. A large piece of grilled meat, seasoned with peculiar spices, wafted an inviting aroma, while a large wooden cup filled with thick red fruit puree accompanied it. Shuanghua arranged the food on the stone table, then turned to assist the queen in getting up, only to find her already seated at the stone bench. "Your Majesty, your health." Jiang Li waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing." She sat down beside the stone bench, glancing at the grilled meat, and inquired, "What is this?" "It is the spine meat of the Jia beast, paired with the fruit puree from the Yanxi fruit," Shuanghua replied softly. "Let me try." There were no utensils. Jiang Li picked up the grilled meat and took a bite, only to spit it out the next moment. The meat smelled rich and fragrant. It was overwhelmingly gamey and pungent, nearly causing her to retch. Quickly, she grabbed the wooden cup beside her and took a small sip. The sweetness was delightful, devoid of any strange taste. With a sense of relief, she tilted her head back and gulped down the fruit puree. The sweetness quelled her nausea and provided a satisfying fullness. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Shuanghua's eyes. Seeing the queen spit out the meat after just one bite and then refrain from touching it again, only drinking the puree, she could not help but quietly ask, "Your Majesty, was the meat unpalatable for you? Would you like something else? I can fetch different food." Her voice carried a cautious inquiry. Jiang Li waved her hand, her tone somewhat weary. "It's just that I'm not used to it. No need to trouble yourself. I'm full." Shuanghua lowered her head and replied softly, beginning to quietly clear the dining tray. Remembering Wang Linjing's earlier instructions, she felt a twinge of anxiety. The meat from the Jia beast was considered a delicacy, tender and exquisite. Due to its incredibly tough exterior, it was difficult for ordinary beastmen to cut or prepare. Typically, beastmen rarely had the chance to savor such a delicacy. Yet now, the queen could not even stomach it. What should she do? Jiang Li was unaware of Shuanghua's thoughts. Nevertheless, she truly felt full. The Yanxi fruit puree was thick and rich, reminiscent of a fruity rice porridge, but far more filling. With her small appetite, one large cup sufficed to satiate her. Having filled her stomach, Jiang Li wished to venture outside to familiarize herself with the surroundings, but Shuanghua stopped her. The latter averted her gaze. Recalling Wang Xingqian's specific instructions, "Until His Majesty returns, please remain in the training room and do not venture out." "Very well," Jiang Li shrugged, realizing that troubling a servant was futile. "You may go. I wish to rest." Shuanghua retreated with a nearly untouched dining tray. Qi Fei lounged outside the stone door, arms crossed, keeping watch. As Jianhua emerged, her gaze was instantly captivated by the pristine stone-armored beast meat resting upon the platter. She inhaled deeply. Her voice lowered in confusion as she inquired, "Your Majesty, have you not eaten?" Jianhua nodded in resignation, explaining that the queen found it unpalatable. Upon hearing this, Qi Fei's eyes widened in disbelief, scratching his coarse hair in bewilderment. How could the queen not enjoy such fragrant meat? His tone was laden with incredulity. The savory aroma wafted insistently towards him, prompting Qi Fei to swallow involuntarily. The two exchanged a glance, and in unison, they divided the meat. Qi Fei eagerly stuffed his portion into his mouth, chewing noisily. After finishing, he wiped his mouth contentedly and resumed his posture by the door, while Jianhua turned to head towards the kitchen. She needed to ponder alternative solutions and experiment with different meats. Jiang Li surveyed the peculiar and eerie stone chamber. Her attention was ultimately drawn to a wooden cabinet to one side. The cabinet, shaped like a staircase, was dark and appeared to have endured the passage of time. It held no extraordinary treasures, but rather a neat stack of deep brown clay tablets. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Li approached and carefully lifted one. It felt slightly heavy in her hand. The tablets were composed of hard clay, with worn edges, inscribed with dense and convoluted symbols resembling ghostly runes. The moment these symbols caught her eye, a notification sound echoed in her mind. Activating real-time text translation function. The translation is visible only to the host. As the notification faded, Jiang Li's eyes widened slightly. Beside the once inscrutable symbols, clear and orderly modern Chinese characters materialized, precisely corresponding to each line of peculiar glyphs. This tablet belongs to the script of Zhenhuangju, method of breathing and absorbing tortoise energy. Breath like a suspended thread. Essence sinks into beastly cores. Spirit returns to primordial essence, absorbed and not expelled. 9 cycles yield a single revolution. Jiang Li casually picked up another tablet. This tablet belongs to the ancient script of Xiaolonqing, body refinement technique. Draw forth the fire of the earth to burn the body. Absorb the cold ice to temper the bones. After glancing at a few more, she found various techniques like ancestral spirit totem visualization and frenzied battle methods, all pertaining to martial arts. After a brief observation, her interest waned. However, she had to commend the system for its excellent translation. The tablets featured multiple scripts, each accurately rendered into Chinese characters by the system. At least in this world, she was no longer illiterate. Chapter 5. A Difficult Existence in Another World. Jiang Li lay back on the stone bed, boredom enveloping her. Before long, a yawn escaped her lips. The previous night's exertions had drained her, and fatigue quickly lulled her into slumber. Time passed, and she was abruptly awakened by a heavy, scalding breath brushing against her cheek. The warmth was too close. Stirred her hair. Reluctantly, Jiang Li opened her bleary eyes, only to behold an enormous, furry white head. The beast's head was nearly half her body size. Its ice blue eyes glimmered with a golden slit, exuding a dangerous gaze. The pink nose twitched slightly, releasing a hot breath. Sharp fangs protruded from its lips. It leaned in closely, as if poised to open its gaping maw and devour her whole. A tiger. In the face of extreme fear, the body becomes immobile. Her heart felt as though it had been plunged into ice water and then cast into fire. After a moment of stunned silence, a piercing scream erupted from Jiang Li's throat, reverberating throughout the cave. Overcome with terror, she recoiled sharply, her back colliding forcefully with the cold stone wall. She trembled like a leaf in the wind, forgetting to breathe. The white tiger seemed momentarily startled by her intense reaction, withdrawing its head slightly. "Do not be afraid." A deep, clear voice, tinged with a familiar male timbre, resonated. Jiang Li's scream faltered midway, her eyes widening with astonishment. This voice belonged to the man named Cang Yao from last night. Had she been so frightened as to conjure an illusion? The tiger spoke. The voice of Shaoling echoed in her mind. "Do not fear, host. This is Cang Yao in his beast form. I apologize for startling you," he continued, pausing momentarily. "You can understand me now, correct?" The reason he exerted considerable energy to maintain his beast form was that it allowed for better and faster healing of his wounds. Jiang Li's mind transitioned from the panic of imminent consumption to the astonishing realization that this tiger was indeed a man. She nodded, indicating that she could comprehend him. Though her fear lessened, her heart continued to race. Trembling, she stammered, You need to change back quickly. I nearly fainted from fright." Cang Yao's gaze faltered slightly. Just yesterday, he had been unable to communicate with this female. Yet now, she could stammer out words in the language of Zhenhuangju. When he returned and heard Jianhua's report, he had harbored doubts. Now, hearing it firsthand, those doubts vanished. Had she been pretending yesterday? Examining her fearful yet determined struggle to articulate, he found it unlikely. Thus, it could only mean that she harbored some extraordinary secret. To learn the language of Zhenhuangju in such a short time was nothing short of astonishing. Jiang Li, still shaken, took deep breaths, summoning her courage to scrutinize the colossal beast before her. It was a pure white tiger, unlike any she had ever encountered at the zoo in her past life. It was far larger than those, its muscular frame exuding an aura of primal, untamed power. Its ferocity surpassed her understanding. No wonder it had barbs. Last night, It was a miracle that it hadn't simply ascended to the heavens on the spot. Of course, these were not sharp spikes, but rather hard, bony protrusions that were undeniably tormenting. The white tiger radiated a luminous glow, its massive form swiftly contracting and reshaping. In the blink of an eye, the majestic white tiger transformed into a tall, imposing man with a stern visage, Cang Yao himself. Jiang Li was filled with astonishment. She had expected the beast world to be fraught with perilous creatures, never anticipating that the beast here could switch to human form. Cang Yao stood firmly, his penetrating gaze fixed on her, commanding in tone, "Come here." His voice was deep, yet it wielded a more immediate effect than a beast's roar. Jiang Li's body instinctively responded to his authoritative presence, and almost unconsciously, she began to approach, albeit with some reluctance. The man remained still, seemingly patient as he awaited her proximity, yet the muscles in his arms tensed slightly. He had longed to draw her to him directly, but he restrained his impulse, fearing it would frighten this timid female again. Once she finally edged within reach, Cang Yao could no longer contain himself. He extended his strong arm and swiftly encircled her waist. With a gentle but firm grip, he pulled her tightly into his embrace. The strength of his hold was overwhelming, imbued with the possessive nature of a beast marking its territory. The figure nestled in his arms was small and delicate, radiating a refreshing scent unlike any he had encountered before. He lowered his head, nuzzling her hair, and furrowed his brow. "Have you only had a cup of fruit juice today?" His tone carried an authority akin to a parent discovering their child's pickiness, laced with displeasure. The embrace tightened slightly, conveying an unspoken inquiry as to why she had not eaten properly. Jiang Li squirmed within his hold, but to no avail. She could only murmur softly, her voice tinged with grievance, I can't get used to that meat. It was too gamey. What'd you like to eat?" He pressed, his tone earnest and insistent. How could Jiang Li respond? Wheat? Rice? Such grains were surely non-existent in this realm. Due to the inadequacy of the system's translation in providing corresponding terms, she opened her mouth, but ultimately only shook her head in frustration, unable to articulate her thoughts. As dinner approached, Shuanghua arrived punctually with a meal. This time, it was the meat of a beast known as zheng, reputed to possess exquisite quality and abundant energy. However, as the roasted chunks were presented before Jiang Li, the overwhelming stench of blood and gamey odor was even more repugnant than the morning Shurja beast. Jiang Li's small face scrunched up in dismay. Gritting her teeth, she took a small bite, but the coarse texture and intense flavor surged down her throat, prompting her to turn away and expel it immediately. The man's brows furrowed deeper, signaling for a change. The second offering was meat from a creature called rune miao, tender and juicy, favored by many females. Observing the entire roasted specimen that resembled a mouse yet was the size of a rabbit, Jiang Li vigorously shook her head. No, it was truly unnecessary. I would prefer the fruit puree from this morning. She gestured dismissively, her complexion paling as her stomach began to churn violently. The man pressed his lips together, disregarding her refusal. He was unconvinced that there was no meat in his territory that she could stomach. By the fourth offering, a rare delicacy of the snowbird's breast was presented, a delicately white meat with almost no discernible odor. The man personally cut a small piece and presented it to her mouth, his tone imbued with an irresistible authority, his gaze calm, yet intimidating. Swallow it. His imposing aura, coupled with a threatening tone, sent a shiver through Jiang Li. She met his icy eyes, too afraid to resist. With her eyes closed, as if swallowing poison, she abruptly bit into the flesh. After chewing it haphazardly a couple of times, she forced herself to swallow. The meat carried a sour, rancid flavor that lingered in her mouth. Not long after consuming it, her stomach began to convulse violently. Ugh! She abruptly pushed the man away, bent over, and uncontrollably vomited. Soon, even the bitter gastric fluid had been expelled. It was only when she could no longer bring forth anything that she collapsed weakly into Cang Yao's embrace. Cang Yao was completely taken aback by her intense reaction. Gazing at her pale face, tears of physiological distress welled at the corners of his eyes. The fleeting anger born from her pickiness was swiftly replaced by a tinge of panic. Hesitant to force her further, Cang Yao gently lifted her back onto the stone bed. Shuanghua, his voice was taut, instructing her to fetch some beast milk. Jiang Li, weakly leaning against him, felt a wave of nausea at the mention of beast milk and managed to add, "I want it boiled." Shuanghua's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. Was beast milk not typically consumed directly? Why boil it? Yet, she did not inquire further, responding respectfully, "Yes." Soon, the boiled and slightly cooled beast milk was brought forth. A gentle, rich aroma devoid of any fishiness wafted through the air. Jiang Li sipped the milk in small gulps, supported by Cang Yao's hand. The warm liquid filled her convulsing stomach, and her pallid complexion gradually regained some color. The man held her, observing her fragile, beast-like demeanor as she drank. His brows were tightly knit, and his ice-blue eyes churned with complex, unfathomable emotions. Nurturing this delicate and fragile female was far more challenging than hunting the fiercest magical beasts. Chapter 6, A World Apart in Name. Within the stone chamber, the bone lantern cast a soft glow, enveloping everything in a hazy tranquility. The nightgown she wore upon her arrival had been torn apart the previous evening. Now, Jiang Li donned a light cotton and linen dress delivered by Shuanghua in the morning. The style was loose-fitting, its color the unbleached natural hue. The neckline and chest bore an embroidered pattern reminiscent of tribal totems. It was made of the same material as Cang Yao's garments. At this moment, the man's open front robe revealed a broad expanse of his chest. He enveloped Jiang Li entirely in his embrace. His solid chest pressed against her back, radiating a warmth that was impossible to ignore. After a moment of silence, Cang Yao's deep voice broke the stillness above her. "What transpired today? Does her lip still ache? Are you feeling unwell?" Today, she had curled up, writhing and struggling as if enduring unspeakable agony, a sight that sent Shuanghua and the others into a state of panic. With the king absent, should anything happen to the queen during this time, their lives would not suffice to atone for it. They dared not conceal anything. Upon Cang Yao's return, they reported her unusual behavior, detailing not only what she had done, but also what she had said, even how many sips of beast milk she had consumed, leaving nothing omitted. This was precisely what Cang Yao had requested beforehand. Suddenly, the stomach pains have subsided, Jiang Li replied dismissively. She could not possibly reveal that she had been punished by the system. Cang Yao recognized her deception, yet he refrained from pressing her further. He gently inquired, "What is your name?" After a brief pause, Jiang Li softly uttered two melodic syllables, Jiang Li. She pronounced her name in Hanyu, each syllable crisp and clear, infused with an unfamiliar rhythm. The man could not help but mimic her intonation, softly repeating, "Jiang Li?" His pronunciation was impeccable, imbued with a sense of endearment. Jiang Li had yet to recover from the peculiarity of him reiterating her name when she felt the arm around her waist tighten suddenly. "I am called Cang Yao. Your beast mate. Remember my name." In the next moment, the world spun. The man unyieldingly flipped her over to face him, beginning to untie the ribbon at her waist. "Jiang Li." "No way." Again, instinctively, she raised her hands to push him away, but his grip was like iron. He easily pried her fingers apart. "Wait a moment. Let us discuss this. Please don't." A passionate, aggressively charged kiss descended upon her, silencing all her resistance. Jiang Li felt as though she were on the brink of collapse. Had they not been communicating just moments ago? How had it shifted to this mode so abruptly? Her protests and refusals were swallowed whole, leaving only the faint, helpless whimpers that dissipated between their tightly pressed lips. The following day, Jiang Li remained curled up in the beast blanket, peacefully asleep, her cheeks flushed with a gentle hue. Cang Yao rose quietly, standing beside the stone bed and pausing to gaze at her sleeping face, a fleeting softness flickering in his ice-blue pupils. Yet, that softness quickly morphed into gravity. The Qilin patterns had yet to manifest. After returning the previous day, he had consulted the great shaman regarding this matter. The great shaman was uncertain of the precise answer, but shared a conjecture similar to his own. This female is of divine caliber. Her constitution is unique, making it possible for the Beast King to leave no mating mark. He found solace in the fact that he could at least soothe his mental energy. The rest was inconsequential. He resolved to hunt in the misty forest today. This region was perpetually shrouded in an eerie fog, home to many peculiar beasts and plants. Ordinary beastmen would hardly dare to tread there, as a moment's carelessness could lead to disorientation or peril. Even one as powerful as Cang Yao needed to proceed with caution. The sight of the female's violent vomiting the previous night left him restless. Relying solely on fruit puree and beast milk would not sustain her for long. He must seek out some special beast meat that she could accept. Cang Yao silently left the stone chamber, transforming into a white tiger, darting through the sky like a streak of silver lightning. Upon awakening, Jiang Li found herself alone. She rubbed her sore and aching waist, observing the deepening red marks scattered across her skin, her face flushing with embarrassment. Xiaoling redeemed the restorative ointment. She clenched her teeth and spent her remaining 50 points. Soon, a small box of ointment appeared in her hands. As she inhaled while applying the substance, she could not help but voice her complaints. Xiaoling, you say he is simply too beastly and lacks restraint. Xiaoling's electronic voice remained unwavering, exuding a calmness that suggested it had weathered many storms. Host. The information database of the beast world indicates that male orcs generally possess vigorous physical abilities and overwhelming desires, particularly those of the highest bloodlines. Cang Yao is already considered extremely restrained. It is analyzed that had it not been for concerns regarding your physical condition, his behavior might have been even more aggressive. Please make an effort to adapt and strive to enhance your constitution. Jiang Li chuckled in frustration, feeling a surge of irritation at Xiaoling's words. Was this even human language? Oh right, it was not human at all. Just then, the door of the stone chamber creaked open, followed by the heavy sound of footsteps. Qi Fei entered, carrying a large pile of fresh berries and a cup of beast milk. There were so many fruits that the quantity was enough to satiate several of her. Jiang Li picked up a purple, fist-sized berry and took a bite. It was sweet and sour, juicy and delicious. Noticing Qi Fei's unwavering gaze, with drool nearly spilling from her mouth, Jiang Li extended the largest berry towards her. Here, eat. Qi Fei shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum, repeatedly waving her hands. No, no. The king ordered that all this food is prepared for you. How could I eat it? She wore an expression of resolute conviction. Jiang Li patted her head. You silly thing, he isn't here. If you don't say anything, who will know? Besides, I can't finish all these fruits. Qi Fei was taken aback, her honest face displaying immense conflict. I command you now, accompany me in eating. This is my decree as queen. She tentatively used her status to exert pressure. Oh, well then, I am merely following orders, not stealing. Qi Fei relented, cautiously accepting the fruit. Like a thief, she quickly stuffed it in her mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed. She nervously glanced towards the entrance, fearing that Cang Yao might suddenly appear to chastise her. These berries are delicious. Did you pick them all yourself? Jiang Li attempted to make conversation. Qi Fei immediately puffed out her chest with pride. Yes, your majesty. There's no berry around the tribe that I do not know. The red ones are sweet. The purple ones are tangy. The green ones are quite spicy. The blue ones make your tongue tingle. And there is a yellow one that causes diarrhea. Last time I indulged, I was so ill that my legs felt weak and I could hardly stand. She candidly shared her practical knowledge gained from experience. Males do not favor berries. They prefer various types of meat. Only females and younglings occasionally seek a change in taste and enjoy some fruit. Qi Fei, however, was purely driven by her craving. Jiang Li listened to her earnest description and couldn't help but chuckle. It was evident she had indulged in these fruits often. Jiang Li took another bite and inquired, by the way, Qi Fei, what about Shuanghua? I haven't seen her all morning. Winter is approaching, and Shuanghua is busy sewing winter garments for you. The king returned yesterday and ordered the softest snow fox fur and snowbird down to be made quickly. Qi Fei mentioned, her voice rising with admiration. Shuanghua's skills are the best in the tribe. Jiang Li nodded, feeling a warmth in her heart, yet also a touch of embarrassment. Observing Qi Fei's sturdy physique, she suddenly grew curious. Qi Fei, what is your beast form? It must be quite formidable, right? Huh? Qi Fei abruptly raised her head, her mouth slightly agape, forgetting to wipe the juice from her lips. She looked at Jiang Li with an expression of incredulity, as if questioning her intelligence. Your Majesty, females do not have beast forms. Only males can transform into beast forms. How could you not know this? I forgot. Jiang Li stammered, hastily adding, I see you are so strong. You must be particularly impressive. She quickly shifted the topic. This remark instantly delighted Qi Fei. She puffed out her chest, proudly patting her sturdy arm. Although I'm a low-level female, I am the strongest among the females. She raised a thick thumb, bubbling with pride. I can carry hundreds of pounds of prey. Impressive, impressive. Jiang Li sincerely praised. Qi Fei beamed with joy, basking in the compliment, and eagerly sank her teeth into the berries with renewed vigor. Chapter 7. Another World, Exhaustion. It was uncertain whether it was the unaccustomed environment or the fact that she had subsisted solely on berries and beast milk for the past few days. But Jiang Li's stomach began to protest. By afternoon, she felt a dull ache in her belly. In the corner of the stone chamber, the wooden bucket serving as a toilet was manageable. Afterward, Qi Fei would swiftly carry it away to dispose of. However, the thought of resolving her need in a place designated for eating and sleeping made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Absolutely not. Jiang Li clutched her, rumbling bitty. Her face paling as she shook her head. Seeing her stubborn and distressed demeanor, Qi Fei reluctantly supported her out of the stone chamber. As the cold wind hit her, Jiang Li shivered. The temperature difference from the stone chamber was striking. The stone chamber was the safest area in the entire tribe, situated near the altar, surrounded by jagged rocks, with trees flourishing abundantly. Beyond her line of sight, patrolling guards discreetly watched over the outer edges of the small forest, just in case. Qi Fei did not venture far, quickly finding a sufficiently robust tree and gestured for Jiang Li to resolve her issue behind it. Qi Fei, please dig a small hole for me. Jiang Li's face flushed crimson. Her belly ached with cramps. Otherwise, she would not have asked. All right, Qi Fei readily agreed. Drawing out a stone knife from her waist, she began to dig with brisk efficiency. She thought to herself that her queen was rather particular. Like the adorable Shilu beasts, she wanted to bury her waist afterward. Hiding behind the tree, with the cold wind blowing, Jiang Li faced one of life's pressing emergencies. Her mood plummeting to its lowest point. Qi Fei pulled out a few pieces of light-colored cotton linen cloth from her bosom and handed them to her. This is for cleaning up. The texture was somewhat firm and not as soft as her clothing. It was certainly not as pleasant as toilet paper. What drove Jiang Li to despair was that after using it, Qi Fei intended to pick it up. No, don't pick it up, it's dirty. Jiang Li wailed, stamping her foot in panic. I'll wash it clean. Your Majesty can use it next time. Qi Fei appeared completely unconcerned. Do not throw it away. Jiang Li shook her head vigorously. Qi Fei looked at her as if she were wasteful. That one tea do. Plain cotton is precious. It cannot be discarded after one use. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will ensure it is washed thoroughly, with no scent whatsoever. Later, Jiang Li learned from Qi Fei that this fabric, similar to that of her original world, mixed with hemp, was called su mian. It was not produced in Xianhuangzhou and required substantial resources to exchange for in Shaolong City. Only Cang Yao, the great shaman, and now she had the privilege to wear it. After a long afternoon of exertion, Jiang Li felt utterly drained. Her cheeks lost their color, and she lay languidly on the bee skin mat, lacking even the strength to move her fingers. She longed for that small yet warmly inviting apartment, missed the bathroom where hot water flowed from the tap, yearned for the soft, fluffy bedding infused with the scent of laundry detergent, and craved the myriad of delectable dishes available on her food delivery app. She even missed the mundane moments of scrolling through shows or playing games on her phone or tablet, rather than facing a completely foreign and primitive world where food was scarce. She finally grasped what the phrase resource scarcity truly meant. In this world, the cleanliness and consumption she had taken for granted had become a luxury. As evening approached, Cang Yao returned. He had hunted several large mountain beasts with protruding fangs. This was the cleanest type of meat in Xianhuangzhou. He also brought back a few live mountain beast cubs. If Jiang Li were to see them, she would find that these creatures resembled the giant pigs of her original world. A towering figure, exuding a chilling aura, stepped into the stone chamber. A distinct, charred scar marred his left arm, the flesh curling grotesquely, a sight that elicited pain merely by observation. Yet he seemed utterly unconcerned. However, his gaze quickly fell upon the small, curled-up form on the bed. Her breath was faint, and her complexion was as pale as snow. She lacked the strength even to lift her head upon his entrance. A tightening sensation gripped Cang Yao's heart, far sharper than the agony from his own injury. He hastened to the bedside, squatting low, the lingering scent of blood still clinging to him. His rough fingers lightly brushed against her cheek, which felt icy to the touch. "What has happened?" His voice involuntarily dropped to a whisper, tinged with anxiety. The attendant Chi Fei, who had entered with him, quickly explained in hushed tones, "Your Majesty, the Queen has been unwell this afternoon, running to the lavatory numerous times." Cang Yao's brow furrowed deeply. "Fetch a Jiao Chao from the Grand Shaman, and prepare the Shan Gao beast with Shuang Hua for a stew. It must be cooked." The Jiao Chao was a divine herb for replenishing energy and blood, exceedingly rare to find. Chi Fei immediately acknowledged his command and carefully retreated. Chi Fei adeptly prepared a substantial portion of the finest Shan Gao beast meat, along with some tuberous tuta lu that the king had brought back. This tuber, once stewed, became soft and sticky, absorbing the meat's juices, providing nourishment and warmth. All these ingredients were products of the misty forest. After preparing the food, she entrusted the next steps to Shuang Hua. Shuang Hua placed the meat, tuta lu, and Jiao Chao into a heavy ceramic pot, added clear water, and set it over the fire to simmer slowly. The rich aroma of meat gradually filled the air. She adjusted the fire to a gentle flame. After a considerable time, the meat became tender and the broth turned a creamy white. Chi Fei lifted the pot, while Shuang Hua held a clean bowl and a cup of fruit juice. Together, they made their way to the altar on the back mountain. Jiang Li, despite not having much of an appetite, found herself reluctantly sitting up upon catching the rare, non-fishy aroma of the stew. She took a small bite of meat, and her eyes instantly brightened. It tasted akin to pork, thoroughly tender, albeit a bit bland, lacking salt. Yet, it was far superior to any previous attempts, with no trace of fishiness. More surprisingly, the soft texture within resembled that of potatoes, offsetting the meat's greasiness. She consumed several bites of both meat and tuber, sipped the broth, and gradually felt warmth returning to her body. She refrained from eating more, fearing her weakened stomach could not handle the richness. However, at the very least, what she had ingested stayed down. Cang Yao, who had been watching her intently, noticed her ability to eat without vomiting, and the tension in his jaw finally eased somewhat. If the Shan Gao beast meat had not been palatable, he would have truly been at a loss. Yet, her appetite was disappointingly small, less than that of a 3-year-old cub. That night, Cang Yao held her close, content to simply embrace her. He sought to warm her slightly chilled limbs with his body heat, refraining from any further actions. Cang Yao yearned for more, but restrained himself. He understood the virtue of patience. Once the small female's health was restored, he would have ample opportunities to satisfy his desires. Jiang Li finally enjoyed a relatively normal meal that night. After filling her stomach, she nestled into Cang Yao's embrace and swiftly fell asleep. In the middle of the night, she awoke parched, rubbing her eyes groggily. At the mere movement of her hand, Cang Yao's eyes flew open, clear and devoid of fatigue. His voice, deep yet somewhat languid, inquired, "What has awakened you?" Jiang Li mumbla thirsty. On the stone table, the ceramic jug contained water that Jiang Li had requested to be boiled. Though it had cooled, she desired something refreshing at that moment. Sleeping in a man's embrace was decidedly warm. He radiated heat like an oven. Being held by him resulted in a fine sweat accumulating in no time. Resistance was futile. The man's strength was formidable, indifferent to her protests. The more she struggled, the tighter his grip became. Upon hearing her express her thirst, Cang Yao quickly rose and poured a cup of water from the jug. Jiang Li took several large gulps from the wooden cup he offered. Chapter 8. A World Apart. A Crash Course. The members of the Bai Zhe tribe were recently infused with an uncontainable excitement. Their formidable king, Cang Yao, had not only repelled yet another invasion from their long-standing adversary. the Liao Yuan realm, but he also returned with news that filled the tribe with joy. The king had found his destined female counterpart. Their tribe now had a queen. This news acted as a catalyst, invigorating the tribe with newfound energy. Tribe members whispered among themselves, crediting the king's swift defeat of the Liao Yuan's disturbances to the calming presence of the queen. According to the Grand Shaman, she was an extraordinarily beautiful yet delicate female from afar. Indeed, higher-tier females tended to be more fragile. A female capable of matching the king must possess a certain level of superiority. The elation of victory did not cloud Cang Yao's judgment. He understood that the Liao Yuan tribe, like an unshakable parasite, remained the greatest threat to the Xianhuang continent. Although his heart yearned to eradicate them completely, reason dictated that the time was not yet ripe. The winter of Xianhuang was approaching, a nightmare for all living beings, its terror far surpassing that of any other realm. The impending cold would freeze everything, with snow accumulating to depths of several meters, covering all paths. Most beasts would hibernate deep within their lairs for an extended slumber. Hunting would become both difficult and perilous. It was imperative to amass enough provisions for the entire tribe to survive the long months before winter's arrival. Thus, after fending off the Liao Yuan, Cang Yao did not pause for rest. Accompanied by a few trusted aides, steady and perceptive Yuehun, brave and fearless Zhu, and agile and skilled Feng Shao, he ventured deep into the perilous misty forest. Their objectives were clear: to seek precious herbs that could heal wounds and replenish vitality. As the tribe's medicinal reserves had been significantly depleted after recent battles, and to continue finding suitable food for the exceptionally picky queen. This venture yielded abundant rewards. They returned with a wealth of rare herbs, sufficient for the Grand Shaman's needs. The greatest surprise, however, was that Cang Yao successfully hunted several Shan-Gao beasts of exceptional quality. Even more delightfully, 3 live cubs were among the spoils. Hefei, tasked with caring for the queen, gleefully informed the tribe that the queen had indeed consumed the stew made from Shan-Gao beast meat and tutalu, without any subsequent vomiting. This news brought relief to the tribe, who had been worried for her. The 3 precious Shan-Gao cubs were carefully placed in a warm pen, nourished with the freshest grass and berries. Everyone understood implicitly. These were the live provisions the king had prepared for the frail queen. They would be well fed and, when the harshest days of winter arrived, would be slaughtered to provide nourishment for the queen, ensuring her survival through the severe winter. In recent days, Jiang Li noticed a distinct increase in Cang Yao's busyness. Upon waking in the morning, she found the space beside her already empty. Late at night, in a half-dream state, he would return, bringing the coolness of the night air, and expertly draw her into his warm embrace. Chi Fei mentioned that he was occupied leading the tribe in hunting for winter supplies. Shuanghua was quite skilled. Within a day or two, she had delivered a newly crafted outer robe for Jiang Li. It was still made of plain cotton fabric, but lined with a layer of fine fur, providing excellent warmth. The current weather called for such attire outdoors. Most notably, the collar featured an exceptionally large hood. Your Majesty, the door to the stone chamber will no longer remain closed for you, Shuanghua said as she handed the robe to her, her voice laced with concern. The king permits you to walk about near the altar for some fresh air, but she paused, her gaze falling upon Jiang Li's cascading ebony locks, her tone turning serious. You must wear this robe and ensure the hood is up when you go out. It is imperative that no one sees your hair color. Despite Wang Ming's strict prohibition against his kin approaching the altar, he could hardly prevent the mischievous cubs from sneaking close or the occasional male soaring overhead. Jiang Li accepted the robe with profound bewilderment. Why must her black hair remain hidden from view? What peculiar rule was this? It seemed that Cang Yao had also shown particular concern for her hair. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired within her mind to Xiaoling. Xiaoling's electronic voice promptly activated, initiating an urgent infusion of knowledge. Host, this is a crucial aspect of the beast world. The coloration of females' hair is directly linked to her bloodline status and potential value. The hierarchy, from lowest to highest, is as follows. Red hair signifies a low rank. Silver hair denotes a medium rank. Golden hair suggests a high rank. and brown hair indicates a sacred level. As for black hair, Xiaoling's tone took on a semblance of gravity. It symbolizes the fabled divine level. A divine female, once revealed, would incite a frenzied upheaval throughout the entire beast world. The ensuing explanation left Jiang Li increasingly restless. Presently, the beast world was divided into 5 dominant factions. The most formidable, Xiao Long Cheng, governed by the Sacred Dragon clan, whose strength was both profound and unfathomable. Alarmingly, they possessed a sacred medicine capable of temporarily soothing the tumultuous powers of the mighty beastmen. The other 4 factions were obligated to pay substantial tributes annually. The second most powerful faction was the Ming Yuan Sea, the domain of the merfolk. The remaining 3 factions on the mainland were of comparable strength, forming a tripartite balance. The Yuling clan of Piyun Island, the Yanshi clan of Liao Yuan, and the Bai Zhe tribe of Xianhuang continent. Among them, Liao Yuan and Xianhuang were neighboring territories, perpetually embroiled in conflict. With the current strength of the Bai Zhe tribe and Cang Yao, should your divine identity with black hair be exposed, you would be utterly defenseless, especially if Xiao Long Cheng were to discover it. They possess the absolute power to crush all tribes. Falling into their hands would mean a complete lack of respect, relegating you to a mere tool and plaything for the nobility to flaunt and perpetuate the strongest bloodline. Upon hearing this, an icy chill surged from Jiang Li's toes to the crown of her head. She finally comprehended the caution exhibited by Cang Yao and Shuanghua. Now, not only did she wish to remain in the stone chamber, but she also felt that it was, in fact, the safest place in the world. Upon venturing outside for fresh air, she would dutifully ensure that her oversized hood was securely fastened, daring not to reveal a single strand of hair. How was she to endure this? Was she destined to remain confined to this dreary stone chamber, unable to interact with others? Jiang Li lamented to Xiaoling. The host need not be overly pessimistic. The system shop offers solutions: a one-time hair dye, lasting 30 days, color-changing contact lenses, lasting 30 days. These can effectively disguise hair and eye color. Jiang Li's spirits lifted at this news, and she hurriedly accessed the shop, only to feel her excitement deflate. The hair dye cost 400 points, and the contact lenses were 300 points. Yet her current total was a mere 100 points. How could she possibly acquire them? Despair washed over her. Xiaoling suggested it would be prudent to begin acquiring points from trustworthy individuals nearby. Jiang Li recalled that points could be amassed through spreading civilization, imparting skills, expanding territory, and attracting population. Her gaze slowly drifted toward Qi Fei, who was diligently scrubbing the stone table, and Shuanghua, who was organizing animal hides nearby. A thought began to crystallize in her mind. She approached Qi Fei and Shuanghua, stating, from now on, before you eat, cook, or after using the restroom, you must wash your hands with clean water. Qi Fei asked in confusion why. Clean water can remove many invisible germs that might cause illness, Jiang Li explained. Qi Fei tilted his head, seemingly grasping the concept. Invisible germs? Yes, like the tiniest dust particles or unseen insect eggs. Jiang Li endeavored to elucidate in a manner they could comprehend, emphasizing that if these contaminants touched their hands and then their food, it could lead to sickness. Hence, washing hands would ensure greater safety. The two nodded in understanding. Ding! Educated 2 individuals on basic hygiene concepts earned 20 points. Shuanghua. Remember how you always questioned why I insisted on boiling water until it bubbled? That's called boiling, and it kills most harmful substances in the water, making it safer to drink. Shuanghua regarded Jiang Li's earnest expression, contemplated for a moment, and nodded. I shall remember to boil it. Thank you for the reminder. Your Majesty. She evidently grasped Jiang Li's concept more readily. Ding. Educated 2 individuals on the knowledge of boiling drinking water earned 20 points. Chapter 9. The Otherworld Points. Today's lunch consisted once again of stewed mountain fat beast meat and tu ta lu, akin to a revamped pork and potato stew. Jiang Li, who preferred mild flavors, discerned no hint of salt. Upon inquiring with Shuanghua, she learned that salt was scarce in the tribe, and their reserves were nearly depleted. Cang Yao would undertake one last trade at Yuehun Island before the heavy snows arrived to procure salt. After the meal, Jiang Li feigned a desire for an afternoon nap, sending Qi Fei and Shuang Hua away. Wrapped in her new robe, she sat beside the stone bed, gazing at her still negative points, unable to suppress a sigh. She felt she might be the most ineffectual transmigrator, while others ventured into other realms. They either possessed overwhelming martial prowess or unparalleled medical skills. Alternatively, they were experts in chemistry, adept at refining substances, easily mastering salt production, mining, blacksmithing, pottery, and architectural improvements. They could be likened to wielding an axe at the onset, leading their tribes to the pinnacle of civilization, their skills brimming with enhancements. And what of her? Aside from the ability to eat, sleep, and use her phone, she seemed lacking in all other talents. She racked her brain, having imparted knowledge on boiling water, hand washing, and avoiding spoiled food, earning a mere 60 points. Now, she still owed 40 points. Sighing, she murmured to herself, "There's a reason I cannot become the leading lady." Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she slapped her forehead. Excitedly, she called out, "Xiao Ling! Xiao Ling! Are you there?" The youthful electronic voice promptly responded, "Always at your service, host. Do you possess a detailed geographical map of this world? For instance, where are the salt mines? Or where can one find saltwater lakes? Essentially, any location where salt can be obtained." Jiang Li eagerly fired off a series of questions. Salt is an indispensable element for survival. Xiao Ling replied, "Yes, host, indeed. The system database contains comprehensive maps of Xianhuang continent and the surrounding regions. For other areas, exploration is required." Xiao Ling's response was as dependable as ever. "And what about methods for salt production? Do you have that knowledge? Specifically, how to extract edible salt from salt mines or salt water?" Jiang Li's heart raced with anticipation. Xiao Ling replied, "Yes, based on the current tool limitations in your world, I recommend the following basic methods for salt production. First, the sun-drying method. Detailed procedures follow. Second, the boiling method. Detailed procedures follow." Xiao Ling began to meticulously explain, covering principles and steps in great detail. "Stop! Stop!" Jiang Li hastily interrupted its technical elaboration. With Xiao Ling providing the methods, her concern shifted to the materials. "Just tell me where the nearest and most accessible source of salt is. Relative to the Bai Zhe tribe, what direction is it? How far? Is it dangerous?" Xiao Ling responded, scanning the map for analysis. "Scan complete. Approximately 10 days' journey in the northwest direction from the Bai Zhe tribe, there exists a desiccated ancient salt lake basin, where a substantial quantity of rock salt and salt blocks can be collected, possessing high purity and easily amenable to initial refinement. The path has been marked. As for danger, I cannot predict," Xiao Ling efficiently answered, even projecting a simple route map in her mind. Jiang Li gazed at the clear guidance, her joy nearly overwhelming. "Ha! Xiao Ling, you are simply marvelous." Jiang Li could not help but burst into laughter, her earlier despondency completely dissipated, just as she reveled in her excitement. Another crucial question suddenly crossed her mind. In this world fraught with peril, discerning food from danger is a crucial element of survival. She hastily inquired, "Xiao Ling, are you familiar with the various plants and beasts of this realm? For instance, which fruits are toxic and which are edible? Which beasts pose a threat, and which are relatively docile?" Xiao Ling responded, "Host, this system is equipped with a powerful biological database capable of identifying the vast majority of flora and fauna. It can also actively scout all plants within a 1-kilometer radius centered around the host. This implies that you can now detect the plants outside the stone chamber." Xiao Ling continued, initiating environmental scan. Scan complete. Identified 10 meters to the right of the cave entrance, a cluster of herbaceous plants known as Jingxi Chao, which possess spiny leaves and stems. The leaves are mildly toxic and can cause skin irritation upon contact. However, when the root is crushed and applied to fresh wounds, it can quickly coagulate blood and reduce swelling. Identified large quantities of Misu Ahua in the shadow of the boulder in front of the altar. The petals are rich in nectar and edible, serving as an effective lure for beasts when scattered near traps, thereby increasing the success rate of hunting. Also identified 40 meters to the southeast, Yuehun Mo, which is non-toxic, has excellent water absorption properties, and can filter clean water. Xiao Ling enumerated a series of plants surrounding the stone chamber, some ordinary, while others possessed remarkable properties. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was akin to being bestowed with a pair of eyes that could perceive the truths of all existence. From now on, whether foraging for food, gathering herbs, or evading dangerous beasts, she felt greatly assured. With Xiao Ling by her side, it was as if she carried a comprehensive encyclopedia and GPS navigation system wherever she went. How delightful! Jiang Li couldn't help but cheer. She envisioned her points soaring, envisioned gleaming salt, and envisioned an array of supplies in the marketplace. Salt production, mining, identifying herbs, enhancing tools. Though she knew nothing, Xiao Ling did. All she needed to do was speak and serve as a conduit for information. With Xiao Ling at her disposal, the world was hers. Just as Jiang Li was lost in her joyous reverie, the system chimed, ding. Educated 8 individuals on basic hygiene principles, earning 80 points. Ding. Informed 8 individuals about the necessity of boiling drinking water, earning 80 points. Ding. Informed 8 individuals regarding the absence of a safe threshold for rotten fruit, earning 80 points. Current points, 200. Jiang Li was taken aback. She had only taught Xi Fei and Shuanghua, yet the system's notification suddenly announced the addition of 8 individuals' points. A thought struck her. Could it be that when Xi Fei and Shuanghua arrived this afternoon, they relayed her words verbatim to their close female companions in the tribe? Indeed, transferring knowledge to others results in point accumulation. Excellent. Jiang Li wholeheartedly supported this. She encouraged her students to share everything she taught with their kin. The more who knew, the better. As the queen, Jiang Li's smile broadened, filling her with hope. Wrapping her hood tightly, Jiang Li took Qi Fei and Shuanghua to teach them about the surrounding plants. Ding. Informed 2 individuals about the effects of Shui Jin Tung, earning 20 points. Ding. Informed 2 individuals about the effects of Jiao Chao Hua, earning 20 points. Most of the plants they recognized, yielding no points, but a few unknowns granted her additional points. Nonetheless, within the afternoon, she accumulated another 120 points, totaling 320. Chapter 10. The Otherworld, the People. The system notifications echoed in Jiang Li's mind with a delightful cadence. Ding. 20. Ding. 10. Ding. 30. Points rapidly amassed. In the tribe, Qi Fei clutched a bundle of freshly gathered plants, surrounded by a group of females. Shuanghua stood nearby, clearly explaining the uses and effects of those plants. Upon learning they were taught by the queen, the crowd marveled at her vast knowledge. Jiang Li, seeing her points reach 820, excitedly opened the exchange marketplace. She valued her life too highly to ignore the glaring contrast of her hair and eyes. Without hesitation, she exchanged for the appropriate hair and eye color for intermediate females. Successfully exchanged for silver white hair dye, valid for 30 days, 400 points. Successfully exchanged for white pearl contact lenses, valid for 30 days, 300 points. Points remaining, 120. To live discreetly is to live long. Advanced females are already scarce. She wouldn't foolishly masquerade as a high-ranking or sacred being. With time to spare, Jiang Li squatted near the altar, playfully poking at a large black-gray insect with a stick. The insect, plump with 6 slender legs, was known as the playing dead insect, which would feign death at the slightest disturbance. Jiang Li was thoroughly entertained, teasing it as it attempted to flee. Cang Yao returned and spotted Jiang Li squatting on the ground, playing with the insect. Her silver hair flowed like a waterfall, strikingly radiant. Cang Yao initially thought he was seeing things, approaching with purpose and, rather impolitely, lifting her into his embrace to inspect a strand of her silver hair. His pupils dilated in shock as he sternly questioned, "What is the meaning of your hair and eyes?" Jiang Li was startled by his intensity. Raising her face and pouting as she explained, "Why are you so fierce? My original appearance was too conspicuous, so I made a slight disguise for convenience." Cang Yao's gaze bore into her, turbulent emotions roiling beneath the surface. The ability to change hair and eye color at will? This was something even the greatest shaman could not accomplish. This female was shrouded in too many unsettling yet irresistible mysteries. However, this was advantageous. It allowed him to present her to others without fear of her being targeted by rival forces before he became powerful enough. After a moment's contemplation, Cang Yao declared, "I shall take you to meet my kin." As he spoke, a magnificent white tiger appeared, quietly lowering itself in wait for Jiang Li's approach. Despite having witnessed his beast form before, Jiang Li was still awestruck. The colossal creature possessed fluid muscular lines and a coat of silver and white fur that shimmered under the sunlight. Jiang Li discarded the stick, brushed the dust from her hands, and tiptoed, cautiously climbing onto the tiger's back. Its broad spine provided a secure perch, even allowing for a comfortable recline. The white tiger gradually rose, its paws gliding through the air, soaring just above the height of the rooftops. It seemed to deliberately slow its speed, allowing her to admire the scenery below and enabling all the tribe members to see their king returning with his female. Jiang Li gazed down at the landscape, inhaling deeply. The sensation of floating was dizzying, yet the broad back of the white tiger afforded her a profound sense of safety. A feeling of ethereal bliss enveloped her. She was flying. As a Huagua person, her obsession with flight was ingrained in her very being. From childhood dramas depicting celestial heroes to the myriad of cultivation-themed animations in her adulthood, soaring on a sword had been her dream. A dream she had experienced countless times. Now, while not on a sword, she could treat the beastly man beneath her as her flying companion. It was simply breathtaking. Jiang Li couldn't help but emit a series of whimsical giggles, which rang in Cang Yao's ears like melodious silver bells. They set forth from the easternmost altar of the tribe. Observing from above, she noted the outer perimeter of the tribe, where towering watchtowers stood at intervals, with tribe members patrolling above. The layout of the entire tribal territory was clear and orderly, with living areas and functional zones appropriately designated, and the roads neatly crisscrossing. To the west lies an expansive training ground, where numerous young males are engaged in practice. To the east, a series of storage houses constructed with stone foundations and wooden roofs are aligned. Nearby, there's a breeding ground where various beasts and birds are kept, surrounded by sturdy enclosures, with stacks of fodder piled high in the adjacent shed. Cang Yao carries her onward, soaring towards the center. The tribe is backed by towering mountains, and at its core stands a colossal palace built against the mountainside. It is not ornate, yet exudes a raw and majestic power. The entire edifice is constructed from countless massive gray-white stones, rugged and imposing. Towering stone columns support the broad hall, with stone steps ascending layer upon layer, as if leading to the pinnacle of power. Cang Yao lands smoothly in the square before the palace, gently bowing to let her descend. He maintains his beastly form and then emits a deep, commanding roar, reverberating throughout the tribe as if proclaiming a significant message. Jiang Li stands beside him, gazing at everything before her. Her heart races, yet she feels no fear. She understands that this is his world, and he is personally welcoming her into it. The tiger's roar carries an air of authority. Standing on the elevated square, Jiang Li observes as more and more tribespeople gather from all directions. Their gazes are filled with awe and curiosity. In a moment, the area below the steps is bustling with people. The crowd is dense yet orderly, silently parting to either side, revealing a restrained and distinct sense of order. Males dominate the scene, while females and young ones are noticeably fewer on the opposite side. In the far corner of the square, Qi Fei and Shuang Hua bow in acknowledgement, with 4 females standing behind them. 5 individuals clad in black robes stand silently behind Cang Yao. Leading them is the elder, known as the Grand Shaman, whom she has encountered before. His gaze is serene, wielding a bone staff, emanating an aura of depth and twilight. To his left stands a group of 6 remarkable males led by Yuehun, each towering like mountains. Jiang Li cannot help but feel a little intimidated. She has long known that Cang Yao is tall, his height of 2 meters imposing in the human world. Yet these 6 individuals are all over 2 meters tall, appearing to be around 2 meters 1 or 2. They possess broad shoulders and thick backs, their muscles bulging, resembling movable mountains. They seem robust and vigorous, exuding a wild and powerful energy. Even Cang Yao appears somewhat leaner in their presence. Jiang Li feels as though she stands before giants, a tiny figure lost in their midst. Her gaze shifts downwards. The tribespeople, standing below the steps, are equally tall and erect. The males are all around 2 meters tall, rugged and strong. The females are exceptionally statuesque, with none appearing shorter than 1 meter 70. Even the youthful ones, still innocent, display vitality without a hint of frailty. In the distance, 2 young boys lag behind, running and playing. Jiang Li's attention is drawn to the boy in the lead, who suddenly mischiefully trips the other boy from behind. The latter stumbles forward, crashing to the ground with a thud as his forehead strikes the hard stone, producing a jarring sound that tightens her chest. A gash opens at his brow, and bright red blood pours forth, streaming down half his face. Remarkably, the child seems unfazed, quickly scrambling back to his feet. Not only does he not cry, but he wipes the blood with his muddy hand and breaks into a hearty laugh, as if this is merely a part of the game. Subsequently, he charges after the boy who tripped him, delivering a series of playful punches to his back, each landing with a solid thud. Jiang Li is left dumbfounded. Are the children of this beastly world this fierce? Cang Yao has transformed back into human form, standing tall on the stone steps, his calm gaze surveying the gathered tribespeople. His voice is not loud, yet somehow it resonates clearly across the square. Today, I have summoned the tribe to declare matter. He steps aside, gently guiding Jiang Li to stand beside him. She, Jiang Li, is the only companion of Cang Yao in this life, the esteemed matriarch of the Baizhe tribe, and the undisputed queen of Xianhuangzhou. He pauses, his gaze pressing upon each person as if it were palpable, and continues. The queen's status is equal to mine. To see her is to see me. To respect her is to respect me. All who belong to Xianhuangzhou must treat her with honor and protect her with their lives. Once spoken, this will be an eternal decree. At that moment, the crowd below erupts in a thunderous response. Every tribe member, regardless of age or gender, kneels on one knee, their right arms crossed over their chests, performing the most solemn act of submission. In unison, they chant, "Honor our king, respect the queen," swearing by the unquenchable fire, pledging our lives to uphold our king's eternal glory and our queen's everlasting peace. May their honor never fade. This resonant and powerful voice converges into a unified will, vibrating through the air as if even the stone beneath their feet resonates softly. Jiang Li's heart is tumultuous. To claim she is not moved would be a falsehood. Cang Yao holds her close to his chest, lifting her off the ground slightly. Did you hear that? From now on, they're also your people. I wish to share all rights and honors with you, and I can assure you that in any danger that may arise, I shall perish before you. Cang Yao tightly grasps her small hand, placing it over his heart as he solemnly declares, "Please join me in protecting our tribe, Jiang Li." Given this, what more can I say? Even though the road ahead is fraught with thorns, at this moment, there seems to be nothing to fear. Jiang Li lifts her small face, offering a sweet smile. Yes. After this, Cang Yao says no more, merely nodding slightly, and the crowd below understands, gradually dispersing. As the throng begins to thin, a small figure weaves against the flow, making its way to the front. It is the same boy who had just injured his forehead. His head is still smeared with blood, yet he remains unconcerned. With wide, bright eyes, he stares unblinkingly at Jiang Li, as if she is the most fascinating being in the world. Seeing his appearance, Jiang Li's heart softens, and she smiles, waving at him. The boy is momentarily taken aback, but then runs up with great strides. He bounds up the dozens of steps with remarkable speed, and Jiang Li worries he might fall again. Reaching her side, the little boy is not even out of breath, only his breathing a bit heavy. Jiang Li bends down to gently wipe the semi-dried blood from his brow. He remains still, allowing her to tend to him. His clear gaze rests unabashedly on her face, filled with the candid curiosity characteristic of a child. "What is your name?" "Jiang Li inquires." "You shall." The boy replies promptly, his voice youthful and clear. "You shall." A lovely name. "Jiang Li smilas." Then she softly calls, "Shuanghua, please fetch some roots of the thorny grass." Shuanghua, who had been standing in the corner, immediately steps forward, presenting a small bundle of pale yellow thorny grass roots to her. Jiang Li places the item in Yu Xiao's small hands, patiently advising, "Take this back. Crush it and apply it to your wound. It will stop the bleeding and reduce swelling, helping it heal faster." Ding! You have bestowed medicine upon your subjects. Gaining 10 points. Jiang Li is astonished. This is possible. Yu Xiao clutches the fragrant roots tightly, looking up at her with newfound seriousness. "Thank you, Queen." The king beside her wears an exceedingly grim expression, impossible to overlook. Yu Xiao naturally senses this, and after speaking, he dashes away, glancing back one last time. The queen is truly beautiful. She is the most stunning and gentle female he has ever seen. Chapter 11. In a different world, the Grand Hall. After the crowd has gradually dispersed, Yuehun strides forward, his gaze landing on the receding small figure, and he cannot help but smile. He explains to Jiang Li, "Please forgive me. That little rascal is my younger brother. He is quite wild and runs fast." His tone carried a hint of affection and pride. It was at that moment that Jiang Li realized why the boy's features seemed somewhat familiar to her. Cang Yao gently drew Jiang Li closer, his calm gaze sweeping over the core members present, introducing them one by one. "Yuehun, whom you have met, is the leader of the tribe's guards. Lai Shan, Meng, Liao, and Enlu. Each of them holds a position within the tribe, and I shall elaborate on their roles in due time. All 4 of them can transform into Xian, who, the males of my Bai Zhe clan." Finally, Cang Yao pointed to the tallest man among the 6, nearly 2 meters 2 in height, Yan Shi, the beastmaster of the Great Bear tribe. Next was a well-built man with sharp eyes, Feng Xiao, the beastmaster of the Owl tribe. Their tribes are situated around Bai Zhe, falling under the jurisdiction of Xian Huangzhou. Cang Yao then turned to the high priest and the 4 individuals behind him, Dewu, Kumu Yuan, communicator of ancestral spirits and the heavens, oversees rituals and traditions, serving as the tribe's sage and healer. Kumu Yuan slightly nodded, and his 4 disciples bowed in respect. These 3 are his disciples, Yu, Jin, and Luo Qi. His gaze fell upon the youngest boy among them, and the youngest Dewu's son, Kumu Tong. With the introductions complete, the group once again saluted Jiang Li with a gesture of reverence, their right arms crossing over their chests in unison, expressing deep respect. Following Cang Yao's earlier gentle reminder of etiquette, Jiang Li placed her right arm across her chest and nodded slightly, her voice clear and gentle as she responded. "Warriors and wise ones of Xian Huangzhou, it is a pleasure to meet you." Though her response was somewhat awkward, it was delivered with composure. The sincerity and grace in her demeanor sparked a flicker of acknowledgement in the eyes of the core leaders. At that moment, Cang Yao was not inclined to engage in further conversation, inviting everyone to the main hall for a banquet to celebrate. The group dispersed, leaving only Shuanghua, Qi Fei, and 6 other maidens. Shuanghua, prepare a private dinner for the queen. Qi Fei, go tidy up the bedding in the inner chamber and replace it with the softest mattress. Shuanghua, Qi Fei, yes, my king. As for the remaining 4 maidens, Cang Yao didn't even spare them a glance, merely stating, "You 4 need not serve in the main hall any longer." The command was exceedingly succinct. He had no intention of introducing Jiang Li to those 4 unfamiliar females. The 4, faces filled with trepidation, quickly bowed and retreated to prepare for the evening's banquet. Given Jiang Li's true identity, it was best that fewer people were aware of it. Cang Yao naturally would not allow so many to remain close to her daily. Without further ado, he lifted Jiang Li into his arms and turned towards the main hall. The hall was extraordinarily spacious, far more grand than it appeared from the outside. The vaulted ceiling soared high, supported by several rough stone pillars. The surrounding stone walls were not entirely smooth, bearing the marks of natural excavation. Massive skulls of ferocious beasts adorned the walls. The ceiling and walls were embedded with dense, large luminous stones, casting a soft, hazy glow. In one corner, a stone fire pit provided warmth and illumination during winter. The bedroom was most notably dominated by an enormous bed. Not crafted from wood, but carved from a single block of deep black stone, its surface polished to a smooth finish. It was covered with a soft, solid-colored fur blanket just replaced by Qi Fei, plush and inviting, making one feel as if they were sinking into clouds. The air was imbued with a faint blend of cold stone, dried leather, resin, and an indescribable, fierce essence belonging to the powerful beastmen themselves, primitive and grand. As the sun set, the indoor lighting grew somewhat dim. Jiang Li was placed upon the vast stone bed. In the next moment, Cang Yao's imposing figure loomed over her, trapping her beneath him. One of his hands rested beside her ear while the other grasped her chin, ensuring she could not avert her gaze. The glow of the luminous stones above cascaded down. His eyes, belonging to a top predator, locked onto her with an intense focus and a dangerous possessiveness. Jiang Li's heart raced as she felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny. The days spent together had taught her that beastmen were typically straightforward, driven by their desires with little sense of shame. As he seemed poised to strip her of her clothing once more, Jiang Li hastily spoke up, "Cang Yao, wait." His movements did not entirely halt at her plea. The large hand resting on her waist merely paused momentarily, fingers still reluctant to release the delicate tie. At such moments, he exhibited the least patience, fully capable of tearing her garments as he had in the initial days. Yet, the little female had firmly warned him against ruining her clothes again. "Please wait. I have something important to discuss with you." Cang Yao, looking down at her, bore an expression tinged with mild annoyance at being interrupted, coupled with an absolute sense of control, as if weighing whether the information she was about to divulge warranted his pause in the hunt. Jiang Li continued, "I know of Salt Flat." Salt? The heavy atmosphere of desire dissipated, and Cang Yao's expression sharpened with keen interest. "Elaborate clearly. What is the specific location? How did you come to know?" Jiang Li replied, "I can chart the route, and I also know how to produce salt. As for how I acquired this knowledge..." She hesitated, certainly not about to reveal that she possessed a system, which was merely a gift of her divine femininity. Cang Yao's expression turned cautious and solemn. The tribe expended a vast amount of hunted game each year to exchange for a meager quantity of inferior salt blocks from Yuehun Island, leaving the entire tribe struggling during winter, if, indeed, she could locate salt. The thrill did not overwhelm his rationality. Cang Yao felt a nagging sense of unease that everything appeared too perfect, too effortless, igniting his wariness. Was there a hidden danger lurking beneath the surface? Yet the allure of salt overshadowed all else. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly lifted Jiang Li into his arms, resolved to clarify this crucial matter first. Jiang Li gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Cang Yao strode forward, bypassing the entrance to the bedroom, instead veering around the massive stone bed to push open a concealed side door hidden behind heavy animal skin drapes. This led into an adjacent chamber. To her surprise, this chamber had a secret passage connecting it to Cang Yao's bedroom. Unlike the main hall, which bore the essence of daily life, this room served as Cang Yao's space for deliberation and decision-making. The most striking feature of the room was the enormous stone slab at its center. Within it, fine sand, colored pebbles, and molded clay depicted the outlines of mountains, rivers, forests, and plains with remarkable clarity. This was an exceedingly detailed geographical map of Xianhuangzhou. Jiang Li had no time to examine it closely as Cang Yao carried her to a stone table on one side. Scattered across the table were various items. He casually picked up a piece of animal skin inscribed with symbols, placed its reverse side on the cold stone bench, and then set Jiang Li down. As she sat, her feet dangled above the ground, unable to touch it. Cang Yao retrieved a piece of black charcoal from the table and placed it in Jiang Li's hand, then pulled over a sheet of processed, light-colored animal skin. "Draw it out, the route to the salt flat that you know." He pointed to the animal skin. Under Cang Yao's watchful gaze, Jiang Li meticulously reproduced the path depicted in her mind. When the final mark was made, Cang Yao's excitement plummeted to zero upon seeing the location of the salt flat. The drawing was exceedingly clear, showcasing the various terrains along the route. The path pointed northwest, cutting directly through the heart of the misty forest. After traversing the entire forest, one would need to cover 1/3 of the route to reach the salt flat. The misty forest was known as the Barrier of Death, perpetually shrouded in toxic miasma and inhabited by untamed beasts. A powerful magnetic field interfered with the beastmen's ability to fly using their spiritual energy, for extended periods. It was a place said to be a one-way trip. Even he, leading his most trusted subordinates, dared only to linger at the forest's edge, venturing no more than a day's journey within, too afraid to delve deeper. This route was unfeasible. Circumventing the mist forest is equally unwise. The mist forest stretches southeastward, and taking a detour would be excessively distant, passing through the realm of Yuehun. Upon hearing Cang Yao's explanation, Jiang Li felt disheartened. Chapter 12. Otherworld, Strong Liquor. Jiang Li inquired with her divine consciousness to Xiaoling, asking if there was a better route. Xiaoling responded, "The route provided by this system is indeed the most time-efficient and labor-saving option." Jiang Li replied, "Oh, a straight line, that is certainly true." Xiaoling continued, "Is the host questioning Xiaoling's capabilities?" Jiang Li retorted, "Did you not hear Cang Yao? That cursed place is filled with toxic miasma, ferocious beasts, and powerful magnetic field disturbances. How can we pass through?" Xiaoling reassured her, "Though there are risks, feasible plans still exist. The distribution of the miasma is uneven due to terrain and airflow, and there are passages with lower concentrations. Xiaoling can not only detect plants, but also sense subtle changes in airflow, allowing for the planning of a relatively safe route. Adjustments must be made in real time and cannot be predetermined." Jiang Li pressed, "What about the ferocious beasts?" Xiaoling responded, "After scanning, their habits and weaknesses can be discerned." Additionally, Xiaoling reminds the host that there are particle filtering masks available in the shop that can effectively block the miasma. Jiang Li felt a spark of hope. She turned to Cang Yao and said, "I have a way to protect us from the miasma and can also devise a relatively safe route." She tugged at Cang Yao's sleeve. "Take me with you. We will surely reach the salt flats." Cang Yao, lost in thought, trembled. He was reluctant to put the female at risk. "No, even if the miasma can be resolved, the ferocious beasts deep within are unpredictable. It is too dangerous to bring you along." Jiang Li interrupted, "My eyes can perceive the habits and weaknesses of various ferocious beasts. If we encounter one, we can fight. We will. If not, we shall flee." Cang Yao was left speechless, astonished by the female before him. "Are you serious?" he asked incredulously. This female from another world had surprised him time and again. "Absolutely," Jiang Li affirmed. "Very well," Cang Yao nodded, "but harvesting salt and preparing it will take considerable time. The journey to the salt flats is long, and it will take at least over a month. Winter is approaching, and soon the roads will be blocked by heavy snow. Traveling now is unrealistic. To be prudent, we shall plan for the salt flats after spring when the snow has melted." He shifted his tone, softening his voice, however. "In the meantime, I can take you to the outskirts of the mist forest several times to familiarize you with the environment, so you will not be flustered when we truly enter." The banquet was held in the grand square before the palace, attended by various leaders of the tribe. A bonfire blazed in the pit, the fat from the roasted meat sizzling as it dripped into the flames. Long, heavy wooden tables were lined up, adorned only with wooden platters and coarse ceramic bowls, lacking any exquisite utensils. They were piled high with glistening chunks of beast meat and fresh fruits, along with murky liquor brewed from rye sloshing in the ceramic bowls. People engaged in conversation or raised their cups in cheer. The clinking of cups blended with hearty laughter, creating a raucous wave of sound. Lai Shan Meng down a large bowl of liquor, wiping his mouth carelessly with his robust arm. He leaned closer to Yuehun, lowering his gruff voice while casting a puzzled glance toward the main seat. Yuehun, with the king's mental strength, a typical high-level female would hardly suffice to soothe him. How did he end up with a mid-level female? His tone was filled with confusion, even carrying a hint of pity for the king. And look at her. She's far too small. I've never seen such a short female. Yuehun followed his gaze to Jiang Li. She nestled beside the king, wearing a large hood that framed her silver-white braided hair cascading to her chest. In that moment, the king handed her a peeled roasted tuo talu. The female did not take it, but instead began to eat from the king's hand. Although he could not discern what special method Jiang Li had employed to alter her appearance, be it from some peculiar plant juice or an incomprehensible foreign secret technique, it was clear that her identity as a divine female should remain as undisclosed as possible. Yuehun withdrew her gaze, lightly nudging Lai Shan Meng with her elbow. her voice low and warning. Close your mouth, Lai Shanmeng. The king's judgment is beyond our comprehension. The partner he chose must have his reasons. After a pause, she added, do not forget, she stands beside the king, and he acknowledges her. That is enough. As the banquet atmosphere reached a crescendo, a tall figure approached leisurely from a distance. The raucous noise abruptly dwindled, as if a hand had tightened around its throat. A flicker of barely perceptible tension or awe crossed the faces of many tribespeople. The newcomer bore a physique comparable to Cang Yao. His long, slightly curled gray-white hair hung loosely, and on the left side of his face, from the cheek to below the ear, lay a large, twisted burn scar. The skin was wrinkled and raised, displaying a dark red and pale texture, reminiscent of wax that had melted and been forcibly torn apart. This scar even slightly tugged at the corner of his left eye, rendering it more fierce and inscrutable in its gaze. However, the right half of his face, untouched by flames, still revealed deep contours and striking features. A straight nose, thin lips, and a pair of eyes gleaming with a sinister light. Unmistakably resembling Cang Yao on the throne. Unlike Cang Yao's calm and dignified demeanor, this individual exuded a wildly audacious air. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as his gaze, sharp as a poisoned blade, swept across the assembly, ultimately landing precisely on the singular main seat. My dear brother, for such an important banquet welcoming the new queen, how is it that no one thought to notify me? His voice carried a languid, magnetic quality, yet it was laced with an unspoken chill. Are you afraid I might frighten your delicate sister-in-law? He deliberately emphasized the word sister-in-law, his tone flippant and devoid of respect. An immediate silence fell over the gathering. Even the crackling of the bonfire became distinctly audible. Yuehun, Lai Shanmeng, and other leaders tensed, their expressions grave. Cang Yao's face remained as tranquil as water, yet his eyes had turned cold. He slowly set down his wine bowl. Cang Yuehun, you have arrived. Cang Yuehun, Cang Yao's younger brother, was a formidable presence in the tribe, second only to the king in combat prowess. He was tasked with overseeing the most perilous hunts and border patrols. Known for his ruthless tactics and erratic temperament, his strength made him an indispensable warrior for the tribe. His reputation was built upon a foundation of power and fear. Cang Yuehun disregarded his brother's indifference and strode straight to the main seat, unabashedly scrutinizing Jiang Li with an invasive gaze as though assessing prey. So, you are the partner my brother sought? Indeed, quite special. He elongated his tone, casually seizing a jar of liquor from a nearby table, breaking the seal with a sharp motion. He grabbed 2 empty bowls and filled them with the amber liquid, which sloshed violently. Here, sister-in-law. He thrust one bowl forcefully toward Jiang Li, his actions leaving no room for refusal. I, Cang Yuehun, toast to you, welcoming you to the Baizhe tribe. If you can survive, that is. He fixed his gaze on her, his smile turning perilous, according to our customs. Though this liquor is strong, it cannot be refused, especially mine. He emphasized the word mine, dripping with provocation. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. Everyone understood that this was no friendly welcome. One bowl of this liquor would likely lead a female to lose composure or even faint. Cang Yuehun's intentions were evident, to embarrass her before the tribe, thus challenging Cang Yao's authority and humiliating the female revered as queen by all. Jiang Li gazed at the bowl of liquor thrust before her. Its murky color and faint aroma mingled with a sourness from fermentation and a grainy scent, presenting an odd fragrance. She understood that the brewing techniques of this era were evidently primitive and outdated. Impurities abound, and purification seems an unattainable feat. The alcohol content is likely pitifully low. Can this truly be called a spirit? In the original world, she could sip on high-proof liquor without so much as a change in complexion. This bowl before her is probably only slightly superior to beer. Suddenly, an electronic voice, tinged with a hint of excitement, echoed in her mind. Host, drink with confidence. Data analysis indicates that in this world, humans generally lack the efficient enzymes needed to metabolize alcohol, resulting in exceedingly poor alcohol tolerance. This low-purity liquor is perceived as strong by them, but for you, it is akin to consuming a soft drink. Go ahead and indulge. Cang Yao extended his arm to shield Jiang Li, aware of her discomfort, and prepared a drink on her behalf. "It's all right, Yao." Jiang Li gently lowered his arm and cast him a reassuring glance. How could she refuse the drink offered by her brother? Then, in front of the gathered crowd, particularly under Song Yuan's malevolent gaze, Jiang Li suddenly smiled. Without a trace of hesitation, she took hold of the rough bowl of liquor. Just as she was about to drink, a large hand intercepted her. Cang Yao frowned deeply. "You shall not drink." Jiang Li swiftly swatted his arm away and declared, "I can." With that, she tilted her head back and gulped down the contents. Cang Yao had always feared that his strength might harm the female. Whenever they interacted, he would temper his force. He did not expect her to suddenly push his arm away and drink without hesitation. Cang Yao was taken aback, his arm tense. The sensation of the liquid entering her mouth was far from pleasant, with a pronounced sourness and a slight grittiness. The texture was coarse, making the notion of strength utterly irrelevant. To her, it resembled a peculiar fermented beverage rather than a spirit. After finishing the bowl, she placed it upside down and gave a slight nod to Cang Yuan, her movements crisp and decisive, exuding a rare confidence for a female. "I finished it." Her voice was steady and clear, betraying no sign of disarray. The sinister smile on Song Ming's face faltered, his cold eyes betraying a hint of astonishment for the first time. The surrounding generals gasped in disbelief, watching the seemingly frail new queen. They were acutely aware of the potency of this liquor. A mere bowl could leave unaccustomed males reeling, yet she, as a female, appeared as if she had merely consumed a bowl of water. Jiang Li even furrowed her brow slightly and candidly remarked, "This liquor has a unique flavor, but simply lacks potency." Her tone was flat, cutting deeper than any mockery could have. He had intended to assert his dominance, but she effortlessly neutralized his provocation, rendering it childish in the eyes of all present. Chapter 13, An Unfitting World. The banquet had yet to disperse when Jiang Li was carried into the main hall. Cang Yao wore a grim expression. "You should not have consumed that bowl of liquor. Are you blaming me?" Jiang Li souffly exclaimed. Noticing the low pressure radiating from the man, "I am perfectly fine, truly. The liquor back home is far stronger. I'm accustomed to it." Cang Yao's strides were long as he swiftly seated her upon the stone bed. "Jiang Li shifta oneasiri." Cang Yao tightened his embrace, his voice low, "Do not move. You barely ate anything earlier." He commanded Shuanghua, who stood guard outside, in a tone that brooked no dissent, "Fetch a bowl of beast milk." Shuanghua complied and soon returned, holding a wooden bowl, steam wafting gently from it. Cang Yao took it and brought it to Jiang Li's lips. "Drink. You'll feel better." His tone was imperious, leaving no room for refusal. Jiang Li sipped cautiously, and he watched intently. His expression softened slightly as the bowl emptied. Suddenly, he reached out and wiped a bit of milk from her lips with his knuckle. The gesture was not gentle, causing Jiang Li to instinctively flinch. Cang Yao seemed oblivious or perhaps indifferent to her discomfort. Should a pregnant female come into contact with that liquor, the offspring would be lost. He placed his palm on her lower abdomen, stroking it tenderly. "Here, there's already my child." His hand was warm, the heat permeating through the fabric. His gaze lingered on that spot, focused to the point of obsession. Jiang Li held her breath, unnerved by his penetrating stare. "Surely, I can't be pregnant so soon." She chuckled nervously. This man often stayed awake at night, watching her intently while, at times like now, he would incessantly caress her abdomen. He leaned in, his forehead nearly touching hers, his eyes filled with warning, his tone fierce. "Regardless of whether you are or not, for the safety of the child. If you ever touch a drop of alcohol again, I will not forgive you." Jiang Li felt a surge of rebellion, an urge to retort. "Who wants to bear your child?" She countered fiercely within her mind. Yet, faced with the almost predatory aura emanating from him, she could only lower her lashes, evading his scorching gaze. The words of defiance stuck in her throat, unwilling to escape her lips. Seeing her compliant demeanor, the severity in Cang Yao's gaze softened. Yet, his hand resting protectively on her abdomen remained steadfast, as though guarding the most precious treasure in existence, something he would never allow to be lost. The flickering lights in the hall cast Cang Yao's silhouette long against the stone wall, resembling a silent, lurking beast. He leaned closer, his fingertips brushing the edge of Jiang Li's garment. With a slight tug, the thin fabric slipped away, revealing her rounded shoulders and a small expanse of pale skin. The chill of the air caused Jiang Li to shiver involuntarily, an instinctive desire to curl up as clear fear flickered in her eyes. Cang Yao paused, his gaze heavy upon her, a complex mix of emotions swirling within. Desire burned like a hidden flame, yet it was suppressed by a heavier sentiment. "You're too thin and far too timid." A silent sigh passed through him, as his fingertip delicately traced her collarbone, noting the lack of flesh there. Her slender neck appeared fragile, as if he could easily break it with the slightest pressure. Each time he recognized her frailty, a contrasting urge to possess her entirely surged within him. He recalled every subtle reaction of her body, the muffled whimpers she suppressed, and how his moments of carelessness left glaring bruises on her delicate skin. Such a slender waist, so narrow. As night fell, Jiang Li trembled, tears spilling forth. "Were you afraid of?" he asked, his voice hoarse, seeming to question both her and himself. Even without the next phase of her cycle, it would eventually come. Cang Yao lowered his head, tilting slightly, and kissed her soft lips, ensuring he did not entirely take her breath away. This fragile female was far more delicate than he had anticipated. Each action left him feeling unfulfilled. Despite his utmost caution, he would inevitably hurt her. The candle wicks in the chamber crackled softly, the shadows on the walls blending into a chaotic swirl. The following morning, when Jiang Li awoke, Cang Yao's figure was still absent from her side. "Damn it, that wretched man." Jiang Li vented her frustration into the air, unintentionally causing a sharp intake of breath as it pulled at her wounds. "Xiaoling, quickly help me exchange for some healing ointment." She immediately felt deflated. Xiaoling responded, "Understood, host. One healing ointment has been redeemed and is now available in the system space. Please check." Glancing at her remaining points, she noted she had originally possessed 130. Redeeming the ointment cost 50 points, leaving her with 80. Day by day, she accomplished nothing but purchasing healing ointments. Chapter 14. Xianhuangzhou, the Wounded. Jiang Li rose slowly, partaking of some sustenance under the attentive care of Shuanghua and Qi Fei. "Your Majesty, the weather is splendid today. Would you like to take a stroll?" Shuanghua suggested gently. Jiang Li nodded in agreement. Having spent several days in this otherworldly realm, she found herself captivated by the tribal customs of this beastly society. Shuanghua and Qi Fei, one on each side, guided her out of the main hall. The morning light pierced through the mist that lingered in the valley, revealing a bustling scene within the tribe. They strolled along the main path, and not far off, columns of bluish-white smoke rose into the air. A few elderly male beastmen were gathered around a large stone smoking pit, where blackened beechwood charcoal lay nestled at the bottom. Above, strips of beast meat were suspended, sizzling as fat dripped down, occasionally emitting a soft crackle, only to be enveloped by a denser aroma of smoke. Though seemingly aged, their arms were robust, and their movements displayed a practiced deftness. They occasionally whispered to one another, yet their gazes remained steadfastly fixed on their task. After a while, Jiang Li grew weary, having barely explored a quarter of the tribe. The activities ranged from smoking meat, tanning hides, to producing charcoal. The tribe had few females, most being low-ranking with red hair like Qi Fei's. These females were also busy, primarily engaging in simple auxiliary tasks. The tribe's members, regardless of age or gender, would halt their work upon seeing her, bowing respectfully and addressing her as Your Majesty. This omnipresent attention made Jiang Li somewhat uncomfortable, yet she felt powerless to alter it. As she walked in a certain direction, she ventured further away. Feeling fatigued, she requested a moment's rest, tugging at Shuanghua's sleeve to pause. Qi Fei, who had been cheerfully ahead, returned upon noticing the two lagging behind. "Your Majesty, you must be tired. Allow me to carry you," he said, squatting before Jiang Li. She quickly waved her hands, insisting she needed only a brief respite. After walking for a while, her back ached significantly. That insufferable man had been quite troublesome at night, and the stone bed was excessively hard. No matter how thick the bedding, It could not compare to the comfort of the spring mattress back in her home on launching. This particular corner of the tribe felt remote, enveloped in silence. A rather large stone house stood here, uniquely encircled by a courtyard wall made of earthen bricks. Over time, the wall had weathered, revealing cracks of varying depths, and green vines climbed its top. The wall was slightly taller than Jiang Li. Throughout her journey, she had not encountered any other houses with such walls. Overcome by curiosity, she tiptoed to peer into the courtyard. However, the wall was too high for her to see inside. She inquired, "What is this place?" Xuanhua wiped the sweat from her forehead, replying, "This is the residence of the great shaman." The image of the tattooed elder flashed in Jiang Li's mind. Each encounter with him had been marked by an oddly intense gaze. Unlike the possessiveness of Cang Yao, his eyes sparkled with an indescribable fervor. Jiang Li found this sensation unsettling, yet could not articulate it. "Let's hurry back. I do not wish to explore further," she urged. Just as she turned, the courtyard door suddenly swung open from within. A tall, slender, and composed young male emerged. Jiang Li immediately recognized him as the great shaman's son, Kumu Tong, his forehead adorned with tattoos akin to those on his father's face. "Your Majesty, please enter. My father awaits you," he said. The beastmen possessed keen hearing. Although Kumu and his father could not discern her words from a distance, they sensed her approach. Upon entering the courtyard, a rich and peculiar scent of greenery enveloped her. The yard was filled with a variety of vibrant plants, each possessing distinct properties. Upon entering the house, the light dimmed slightly. Jiang Li curiously surveyed her surroundings. The walls were adorned with woven baskets, each containing a tightly sealed wooden box filled with prepared herbal powders. Her gaze swept across the baskets, and, in her mind, Shaoling began reporting the scanned results. San Yi Tung, mildly warm, can alleviate muscle soreness when applied externally. Hua Xiangua powder, when taken in small amounts, has analgesic effects. In large amounts, it causes hallucinations. Excessive consumption can be fatal. Yishigu, highly toxic, commonly used for weapon coatings. On one side of the room, a wooden shelf bore oddly shaped mineral stones and various beast bones. Numerous clay tablets lay scattered, embossed with symbols and images, similar to the cultivation techniques found in Cang Yao's training room, serving as records. The corners were filled with jars of varying sizes, containing substances whose original forms were indiscernible. The great shaman, Kumu Yuehun, was diligently grinding an unknown powder in a stone mortar, murmuring incantations. Upon noticing Jiang Li's entrance, he promptly rose to greet her. Jiang Li inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. "I have heard that your Majesty instructed the females on cleanliness methods and even recognized the uses of several herbs." Kumu Yuan's voice was hoarse, akin to the rustling of dry leaves. His gaze lingered on Jiang Li, and the fervent glimmer in his eyes sent a chill down her spine. Though it was quickly suppressed, Jiang Li maintained her composure, replying, "It is merely a trivial understanding." "Trivial understanding?" Kumu Yuehun slowly shook his head. "What you refer to as trivial has extraordinary effects, particularly the root stem of the Jiji grass, which can quickly stop bleeding, and the rain velvet moss that purifies water sources. The methods of preparation and processing are remarkably intricate." Jiji grass was generally despised, its thorny leaves causing unbearable irritation upon contact with skin. Who would have known that its roots possessed such healing properties? Upon hearing of its efficacy, Kumu Yuehun ordered his disciples to gather a significant quantity and tested it on injured tribesmen. "I am quite curious. Does your Majesty possess profound knowledge of medical principles?" With Shaoling's assistance, Jiang Li felt emboldened. She humbly responded, "I would not claim to possess deep understanding, merely a smattering of knowledge." Her words, though vague, carried an air of confidence. A flash of brilliance sparked in Kumu Yuehun's eyes, revealing an almost greedy thirst for knowledge. His gaze quickly swept over Jiang Li's silver-white hair. His lips parted as if to pose a question regarding transformation or disguise, but hesitated upon glancing at his son, Kumu Tong, who stood by, observant yet impassive. Ultimately, he suppressed that intense curiosity. Some secrets are best kept from those who know too much. The matter of the queen being a divine-level female was tied to the tribe's prosperity and survival. It must not be disclosed lightly, even to his own son. This was not a matter of distrust, but rather a means of safeguarding everyone. Yuehun stifled his intrigue and redirected the conversation towards deeper medical principles. I see. But why must the rain velvet moss be soaked in water during harvesting for its filtering properties? As their dialogue deepened, Yuehun grew increasingly astonished by Jiang Li's unique understanding of herbal medicine. She consistently pinpointed the core properties of various herbs and introduced concepts such as bacteria and sterilization that he had never encountered before. Her interpretations and insights were distinct, forming a coherent logic of their own. It appeared that the world Jiang Li hailed from possessed a civilization and wisdom not to be underestimated. Gradually, a look of excitement spread across Yuehun's aged face, as if he had unearthed a treasure. He unconsciously leaned forward, poised to delve deeper into a discussion regarding the prevention and treatment of festering wounds with Jiang Li. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps and panicked shouts erupted from outside the courtyard, abruptly shattering the atmosphere within the room. Great Shaman. Is the Great Shaman here? Hurry! Someone has been gravely injured. A young beast man, drenched in sweat and breathless, burst into the room, his voice urgent and hoarse. A direwolf's fang has pierced through the abdomen, and there is a significant loss of blood. The injury is severe. The expression of the Grand Shaman suddenly shifted. The previous curiosity and excitement were swiftly replaced by a heavy gravity. Where? Just behind. We are almost there, gasped the messenger. Yuehun immediately rose, hastily instructing Tong, bring the hemostatic mineral powder and the roots of the thorny herb. Having spoken, he strode purposefully towards the exit. Jiang Li followed closely behind him as they left the room. In the courtyard, several male tribesmen were rushing forward, carrying a severely injured individual. The orc known as Qing bore a ghastly wound across his abdomen, deep enough to expose bone and even faintly reveal his internal organs. A trail of blood dripped from his body, nearly saturating him entirely. Master, the wound is too deep. The hemostatic powder is of little use, called out Yuehun, who had accompanied the group. The tribe ventured out for hunting every day, with Tong and his 3 fellow disciples taking turns to follow the team, either to gather herbs along the way or to administer timely treatment to those injured during the hunt. Today it was the duty of the eldest disciple, Yuehun. Yuehun's second disciple, Jin, and third disciple, Luo Chi, had left early to gather herbs in the safe areas surrounding the tribe. First, lay him on the stone bed, Yuehun commanded in a grave tone, gesturing towards the flat, smooth stone surface marred by various medicinal stains. Chapter 15. Xianhuangzhou, Suturing. Qing's abdomen was covered in a copious amount of hemostatic powder. The blood, thick and muddy, had coagulated into an uneven layer of dark red scabs. A small section of his intestine, stained with filth, was visible. The simple hemostatic powder could not stem the flow of life. Fresh blood continued to seep from the edges and gaps. Kumuton moved swiftly, crushing a large handful of thorny herb roots in a stone mortar with great vigor. The Grand Shaman took the resulting paste without hesitation and applied it to the horrific wound. After applying a substantial amount of the medicinal paste, the tumultuous flow of blood gradually slowed and eventually ceased, allowing the surrounding orcs to breathe a sigh of relief. However, Jiang Li's heart sank to the depths of despair. The bleeding had stopped, but what next? The wound was too extensive, and the internal organs were severely contaminated. Scanning the situation, she realized that the hemostatic powder had minimal effect and was toxic. Infection and sepsis were nearly guaranteed outcomes. In this world devoid of antibiotics, and given the current medical conditions, infection, high fever, and ultimately death were inevitable conclusions. The Grand Shaman, Yuehun, gazed at the temporarily staunched wound with no relief in his expression. Rather, he appeared burdened. He shook his head helplessly, aware that such a degree of injury meant that stopping the bleeding was merely delaying the inevitable. Ding! An urgent mission has been issued. Heal the critically injured orc Qing. Mission success. Save Qing increasing reliability and prestige among the Bai tribe members, earning 500 points. Mission failure. Qing dies, resulting in an electroshock penalty, 1 minute. Losing 1,000 points. Jiang Li? She seethed inwardly. What nonsense is this? At this moment, even if a master surgeon from her homeland arrived, without tools and medicines, there would be no solution. Without medicine, how can I save him? Even if the wound were sutured, it would not improve. The unequal rewards and punishments, especially a 1-minute electric shock, loomed ominously in her mind. The thought of experiencing such excruciating pain made her teeth grind. Shaoling, given the severely inadequate medical conditions, the system will provide anti-inflammatory and antibacterial medications free of charge for this treatment. Remembering to maintain civility in front of Shaoling, Jiang Li struggled to suppress her urge to curse, feeling a wave of suffocating frustration. Even with the medicine, the task remained arduous. This wretched system was truly tormenting her. Shaoling, host, have faith in yourself. Shaoling will do her utmost to guide you. Watching Kumu Yuan meticulously prepare to manually stuff the exposed intestine back into the abdomen, Jiang Li's heart raced. If it were simply pushed back, it could lead to abdominal infection or organ necrosis. At that point, even the greatest deity would be unable to save him. Wait, Grand Shaman, do not proceed. It is absolutely imperative that we do not put it back in like that. Upon hearing her, Kumu Yuan halted immediately. Why? His aged, murky eyes sparkled with confusion. In the past, such cases have been handled this way. Stuffing it back into the belly, while it might ultimately result in a feverish death, would allow for a little more time to live. If it were not put back, the segment of intestine would quickly turn black and rot, leading to a swifter demise. Aware that there was no turning back, Jiang Li took a deep breath. We cannot simply stuff it back in. The wound and the intestine itself have not been cleaned or sterilized, and they are covered in filth. Placing it back inside the belly will provoke severe bacterial infections and intense toxicity, resulting in a feverish death. Upon hearing her explanation, Kumu Yuan's eyes brightened. Queen, there is a method to treat Qing. Yes, I will cleanse the wound and proceed with suturing it. Upon this declaration, the entire courtyard fell silent. All the orcs, including Yuehun, who was wiping the blood from his hands, abruptly raised their heads, gazing at their astonishingly audacious queen with incredulity, even a hint of horror. Cleansing the wound? Suturing it? Was it to be done like sewing clothes? To them, this notion seemed utterly implausible, even bordering on sacrilege. Jiang Li, unwilling to waste time in idle chatter, stated, Now, you will follow my instructions. She then quickly commanded Qi Fei and Shuanghua, Go fetch clean cotton cloth and needles for suturing. You will boil water. I require a large quantity of water that has been boiled and then cooled. Kumu Tong, fetch a small amount of Huaxin fruit powder to administer to Qing. Once all preparations were complete, the needles and thread had been boiled according to her instructions. Jiang Li repeatedly washed her hands with cooled boiled water. She then gently rinsed the surface of the exposed intestine with utmost care. After removing the mineral powder and debris from its surface, she moistened the boiled cotton cloth and gently placed it over the intestine to keep the organ moist and prevent desiccation and necrosis. Next, she used a clean cloth dipped in water to meticulously clean the wound and the surrounding skin. After a lengthy period, the cleansing was finally complete. Jiaju, closely observe Qing's breathing and pulse. During my treatment, if he begins to vomit blood, immediately assist him in clearing any obstructions from his mouth. If his breathing weakens, you must perform the artificial respiration technique I just taught you. Yuehun suppressed the overwhelming waves of anxiety within him and promptly replied, Yes, my queen. This method of artificial respiration was astonishingly unconventional. He had never heard of it. Though he found it dubious, he felt compelled to obey the queen's orders. Shuanghua, help me wipe the sweat. With her mind intensely focused, Jiang Li felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Yes, my queen. Shuanghua swiftly and adeptly wiped her brow clean. Jiang Li wrapped her fingers in cloth and gently pushed the exposed intestine back into the abdominal cavity, moving slowly and steadily. Thankfully, she encountered no resistance. Otherwise, she feared she might rupture the internal organs. Jiang Li was quite adept with needlework, thanks to her fondness for crafting. She had made numerous outfits for her cotton dolls, far more than her own wardrobe. Initially, upon seeing Qing's wound in the courtyard, her legs had trembled. However, she had to steel herself and press on. I will do this, as if I were sewing clothes for a doll. Calming her nerves, Jiang Li grasped the needle. She inserted it into the skin from one side of the wound, ensuring not to pierce too deeply through the layers of skin. She then emerged through the other side, maintaining a spacing of approximately 1 centimeter between each stitch to prevent tissue necrosis. Jiang Li held her breath for nearly the entire process, relying on the precise guidance and steps provided by Xiao Ling in her mind, proceeding little by little. As the final stitch was completed and the thread was cut, she felt a wave of darkness wash over her, nearly sapping her strength. Her complexion was hardly better than that of someone in a state of unconsciousness. Dawu, keep the surface of the Su Mian dry. If it seeps blood, promptly replace it with a clean one, Jiang Li instructed, forcing the words out. Then, her legs gave way, and she was on the verge of collapsing. Qi Fei swiftly caught her waist and lifted her. Throughout the ordeal, Kumu Yuan had been intently observing her every movement. He bore witness to this unprecedented method of cleansing and suturing, the logic behind it chillingly rigorous, with each step directly aimed at expelling evil toxins to prevent infection. This profoundly impacted his established understanding and opened a door to an entirely new realm. Noticing Jiang Li's exhaustion, Kumu Yuan added, Hifai, assist the queen back to rest and take care of her. His tone bore a hint of reverence, no longer merely ceremonial. Wait, I still have some important notes to convey, Jiang Li weakly continued. Although the wound has been stitched, the most perilous phase lies ahead. The risk of heat toxins or infection remains. In the days to come, Qing's residents and all individuals in contact with him must maintain utmost cleanliness. She feigned reaching into her robe, using the concealment to delve into her system space. Swiftly, she retrieved a piece of anti-inflammatory medicine, wrapped in silver aluminum foil, provided free by the system. This futuristic product appeared strikingly out of place in her palm. Jiang Li opened her hand, showcasing the small, metallic glimmering tablet to Kumu Yuan. The surrounding beastmen, including Kumu Tong and Yu, regarded the unfamiliar object with a mix of curiosity and confusion. Dawu, Jiang Li said with solemnity. This is a secret medicine passed down through my clan, remarkably effective against heat toxins. This was the only pretext she could muster to explain. I will provide you with one each day, to be swallowed whole with a small amount of warm water. Kumu Yuan's gaze was immediately captivated by the peculiar tablet's packaging. Unable to resist, he probed it with his spiritual energy, detecting no roughness typical of ordinary herbs. Instead, it contained an extraordinarily pure medicinal power that eluded his comprehension, completely surpassing his understanding. Kumu Yuan cautiously extended his hand, as though receiving a sacred offering, his fingertips trembling slightly. Though filled with curiosity, he refrained from inquiring further about the medicine. The queen had declared it a secret remedy of her clan. He dare not question it further. At that moment, Kumu Yuan's trust in Jiang Li had reached unprecedented heights. I will personally retrieve it each day. Moreover, Jiang Li emphasized, her gaze sweeping across all present, aside from the water used to help him swallow this tablet for the next 2 days. He absolutely must not consume anything else, nor drink any water. What? Even the usually composed Yu could not help but exclaim. No water? No food? How can he endure such severe injuries? Consuming food is common knowledge among all beastmen for swift recovery. Kumu Yuan's eyes mirrored his confusion as he awaited Jiang Li's explanation. Jiang Li felt mentally drained, explaining that the intestines need to recover and that the body must be allowed to rest before consuming food was laborious. His intestines had been injured and required time to heal quietly. Any food or water ingested would hinder the wound's recovery. He must allow his digestive system to rest for 2 days, with all energy focused on repairing the wound. Do you understand? She utilized a metaphor that they could comprehend. Enlightenment dawned on Kumu Yuan. He realized he had never considered this, yet upon reflection, it held undeniable logic. This once again reshaped his understanding. Kumu Yuan turned to all present, his tone stern. Have you all heard the queen's command? Aside from the water, given with the medicine. Anyone found feeding Qing water or a morsel of meat paste shall be guilty of endangering his life. I will not be lenient. The crowd, intimidated by the De Wu's severity, lowered their heads in acknowledgement. After conveying all crucial points, the tension in Jiang Li's heart finally eased. A wave of profound fatigue and weakness engulfed her. Her vision darkened, and her body slumped into Qi Fei's embrace. Chapter 16. Shenhuangzhou, no harm done. Jiang Li awoke once more, greeted by the familiar stone ceiling of her chamber. It seemed she had returned to her quarters without her knowledge. The outside sky was dimming, with several bone lamps quietly burning, the air filled with the scent of animal fat. The queen has finally awakened? You must be hungry. A hearty voice broke the tranquility. Jiang Li was taken aback and turned her head. Qi Fei sat on a small stone stool beside the bed, a small basket on his lap from which he was shelling some unfamiliar nuts. Having eaten little in the morning and with her mental state highly strained and her physical strength depleted, her stomach was already empty. Jiang Li nodded and honestly replied, "I am hungry." Qi Fei clapped away the remnants of the shells on his hands, which had stained her fingertips a dark green and left black beneath her nails. He placed a dish of peeled, tender white fruits on the low table beside her, instructing, "These are snacks, Jaguar Run. You can eat them if you get hungry at midnight." He then gently tugged at the colorful thread fringe hanging from the edge of the couch. The thread led directly to the kitchen in the side hall. A copper bell was tied at the other end, specifically set up to summon within the sleeping quarters. The hot food had long been prepared, and before the kitchen's bell had ceased ringing, Shuanghua emerged quietly, carrying a large wooden tray. Soon, the door to the chamber was gently pushed open. Shuanghua hurried in, exclaiming, "Queen, you are finally awake." Her face bore a look of relief after worry, as she placed the tray on the stone table. "You fainted for an entire afternoon, which frightened us terribly. Please eat something." The tray held a large bowl of steaming, fragrant meat soup and a fried flatbread made from tuta lu. The recipe for the bread was taught to her by the queen. First, boil the tuta lu thoroughly, then mash into a paste and fry it on a stone slab with beast oil. The aroma of the food instantly ignited Jiang Li's intense hunger. Just as she was about to rise from the couch, her feet barely grazing the ground, she suddenly felt weightless, as Qi Fei swiftly lifted her up. "I can walk on my own," she protested, her voice tinged with helplessness. Qi Fei grinned, seemingly unconcerned. Not to mention the Beast King had ordered both of them to take meticulous care of the queen. He couldn't help but feel that she appeared so fragile and petite that he wished to carry her on his back at all times. He certainly did not want her to exert herself walking when she was weak. Jiang Li was gently placed onto the stone stool. Qi Fei's large hand, like a fan, deftly smoothed out her wrinkled garments, his movements remarkably familiar. Meanwhile, Shuanghua placed a wooden spoon in her hand, softly saying, "Drink some hot soup to warm yourself." This delicate queen was too picky and had poor teeth. The mountain Gao beast meat had been stewed the entire afternoon until it was tender and mushy. Shuanghua lingered, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Gazing at the steaming food before her, Jiang Li was overcome by a complex feeling of powerlessness. Not to mention Cang Yao, who was often out early and back late. Aside from being in bed, the time she spent interacting with him while awake was not substantial. The two individuals with whom she had the most daily contact were Qi Fei and Shuanghua. They treated her as if she were a fragile porcelain doll, especially Qi Fei, who, taking advantage of his towering stature and incredible strength, disregarded her refusals and frequently lifted her. After taking a small sip of the meat soup, the warmth barely soothed her empty stomach. However, the flavor was rather mediocre. It was greasy but manageable to ingest. The flatbread appeared delightful, with a crisp exterior and a fragrant aroma. Yet, upon taking a bite, it too was bland and tasteless. Shuanghua's culinary skills were already quite commendable. However, in this place, lacking salt and spices rendered even the best craftsmanship futile. As she neared the end of her meal, the heavy beast-hide curtain of the chamber was suddenly flung open, ushering in a chill. Cang Yao had returned. The towering figure exuded an overwhelming presence. A faint metallic scent of blood suddenly permeated the air. Beside him, Qi Fei and Shuanghua instinctively lowered their heads upon the arrival of the individual and silently retreated. Only two remained within the chamber. Jiang Li instinctively slowed her chewing, raising her gaze to softly inquire, "Have you returned and had your meal?" Cang Yao sat down beside her, seemingly oblivious to her question. His keen eyes were fixated on her, like a predator locking onto its prey. Qing had awakened, and he was no longer in peril. He responded tangentially, revealing that during today's hunt, Qing had sustained grave injuries and had been sent back to the tribe early. Given the severity of his wounds, it was expected that he would not survive. However, upon their return, the great shaman informed him that Qing was no longer in danger. This miraculous recovery was attributed to Jiang Li, his queen, who had performed suturing on Qing and bestowed upon him the secret medicine of her clan. Cang Yao had witnessed this for himself. It was a near-miraculous survival, stemming from this seemingly delicate female who harbored countless mysteries. Jiang Li was taken aback. The resilience of the beast men was indeed formidable, awakening in just an afternoon. Yet, she mused, awakening does not guarantee safety. We must observe the subsequent developments. Cang Yao remained silent, his gaze still fixed on her. Under his unabashed scrutiny, Jiang Li felt uneasy, though she had been famished earlier. Having consumed a few morsels had quelled her appetite. She set down her utensils and asked, "Why do you keep staring at me? I wonder how many secrets my queen still conceals, and what kind of place your tribe truly is," he replied. Chapter 17. Xianhuangzhou, Recovery. Jiang Li Tataratin Sasanli. Sharing tales of her original world, from civilization to the rule of law, from medicine to technology, and from infrastructure to weaponry, submarines to airplanes, leaving Cang Yao astounded. "Marvelous," he murmured, disbelief evident in his eyes. Jiang Li continued her discourse until fatigue overtook her, and she yawned. Cang Yao, still brimming with energy, leaned closer. Inevitably, she was stirred for quite some time, and she was unaware of when slumber finally claimed her. In the latter half of the night, drowsiness enveloped her, and she felt unbearably hot. The warmth radiating from the man's chest was akin to a continuously burning furnace. Unconsciously, she turned away, distancing herself from Cang Yao's embrace. As she shifted, Cang Yao, half asleep, awoke with a faint grumble of discontent. With a swift motion, his warm hand found its way around Jiang Li's waist, pulling her back into his hold. Jiang Li let out a soft whimper, seemingly uncomfortable with the confinement, yet the heaviness of slumber weighed her down, preventing her from fully waking. She instinctively struggled, but could not break free. With her back to him, she instinctively pressed her backside against his chest, bending slightly to create some space. Cang Yao chuckled softly at her gentle resistance. His voice, hoarse from sleep, warned her in her ear, "If you keep moving, I will have to discipline you." With that, his hand playfully swatted her bottom, the threat unmistakable. Jiang Li, still half asleep, curled her toes in response, and soon drifted back into a deep slumber. The next day, she awoke to the midday sun. Shuanghua reported that the great shaman had been waiting outside for quite some time. Jiang Li quickly donned her attire and summoned him in. "Your Majesty, Qing has no fever," Kumu Yuan said excitedly. "It seems the medicine you provided is taking effect." Jiang Li handed over an anti-inflammatory pill. "This is for today. Administer it to him. Just because he has no fever does not mean we should be complacent. I will check on his recovery later." "Understood," the great shaman replied, taking the pill with both hands. After he departed, Jiang Li exchanged for a box of special healing balm from her spatial inventory. After the transaction, only 30 points remained. Alas, her resources were dwindling. This balm was intended for application on Qing's wounds when she visited him. She had refrained from using it yesterday, as the internal condition was still unclear. Merely addressing the external wounds with the balm could lead to internal infection, wasting her precious points. Furthermore, a single box of the balm contained only a small amount. Given the extent of Qing's injuries, one box would not suffice, and her points were too limited for further exchanges. Moreover, this balm was extraordinarily potent, yielding rapid results. Diluting it would diminish its efficacy, but it would still be beneficial. After freshening up and having lunch, Jiang Li, accompanied by Qi Fei and Shuanghua, made her way to the great shaman's residence. Only the great shaman and Yuehun were present in the courtyard, the others presumably accompanying a hunting party. As Jiang Li stepped through the entrance, Yuehun emerged from the main chamber, guiding her to a side room where Qing was being cared for. The beastmen were indeed formidable, demonstrating astonishing recuperative abilities. After a night of rest, Qing was fully awake. His previously dull eyes, once clouded by blood loss, now sparkled with vitality. His complexion had regained some color, no longer pale as it had been the previous day. However, he kept murmuring something. As Jiang Li approached, she discerned his strong voice exclaiming, "I am so hungry." "You must endure," Jiang Li interjected. Qing snapped to attention, his excitement prompting him to rise and salute the queen, only to be gently restrained by Yuehun. "Do not move," Jiang Li commanded, casting a stern glance at him. Only then did Qing comply. Yesterday, he had been in a semi-conscious, near-death state. Now, fully aware and seeing the queen, he was momentarily speechless, struggling to find the right words. He instinctively scratched his head, his ears reddening. After a moment, he managed to express sincerely, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving me." Jiang Li nodded and turned to Yuehun, firmly instructing, "Listen, keep a close watch on him. He must not consume any food until his stomach settles," meaning he should only be fed some easily digestible liquids, such as thick fruit puree or minced meat. After he passes gas, Yuehun nodded respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty, I will remember." Just then, it was time to change the dressing. Yuehun crushed some thorny plant roots and carefully unwrapped the blood-soaked cloth from Qing's abdomen. The old herbs were dampened by blood. Slowly, Yuehun scraped away the remnants, revealing the stitched wound, raw and swollen. Jiang Li stepped forward, opened a small round container, and took out a pea-sized amount of balm, mixing it with the crushed roots in a stone mortar before allowing Yuehun to apply it to Qing's wound. Yuehun, who had been observing silently, could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Your Majesty, what is this?" Jiang Li looked up at the great shaman and smiled with a hint of pride. "This, too, is a secret medicine of my clan, specifically for treating external wounds. It accelerates healing and alleviates pain." As the medicated ointment was evenly applied to Qing's injury, Yuehun's lips moved as if he had something to say, his expression conflicted. Jiang Li noticed this and said, "Great shaman, speak your mind. Why hesitate?" After a moment's hesitation, he lowered his voice earnestly, "Your Majesty, forgive my bluntness. Such a marvelous external wound remedy must possess rare ingredients and be difficult to concoct. It is unnecessary to waste it on someone like Qing, who is of little consequence unless it is a matter of life and death. You should reserve it for the king or for yourself, just in case." After the balm was applied, Qing felt a cool sensation at the wound site, and he noticed a marked improvement in healing with significantly less pain. If he had rated his previous pain as an 8 out of 10, it had now diminished to a mere 4. Truly remarkable. Qing personally experienced the remarkable efficacy of the 2 medicinal remedies provided by the queen. One alleviated his fever, while the other accelerated the healing of his wounds. At that moment, Qing found no fault in the words of the Grand Shaman. He even voiced his agreement, believing in his heart that it was a waste for such remedies to be used on him. In Chapter 18, Xianhuangzhou, Wild Vegetables, Jiang Li's lips curled into a comforting smile, her voice clear and resonant. "Grand Shaman, you are absolutely correct. These medicines are indeed invaluable." Instantly, the crowd fell silent, holding their breath as they gazed at Jiang Li, their eyes reflecting newfound reverence. These remedies were not crafted from ordinary herbs, and the conditions for their preparation were stringent. It could be said that each use diminished their availability. Upon hearing Jiang Li's words, the Grand Shaman thought to himself that this was indeed true, and a deeper expression of concern appeared on his face. However, Jiang Li then shifted her tone, speaking resolutely. "Yet, no matter how precious these medicines are, they exist to save lives. Qing is a member of our tribe. He has suffered grave injuries. I cannot possess the means to heal him and merely watch him perish from infection due to his wounds. Today, this medicine is administered to Qing so that he remembers that as the queen, I will never abandon any tribesman who still has a chance for salvation. Regardless of the value of the medicine, Jiang Li's words felt somewhat insincere. Not to mention that the anti-inflammatory medicine used to treat Qing was provided by the system for free, even if there were others in need of treatment later. She could exchange for it using points. Fortunately, the points required for the exchange of anti-inflammatory medicine were not substantial. If there were no exchange system, and if she had anti-inflammatory medicine on hand, she would never have shared it with others. She was indeed selfish, unable to practice selflessness. After all, in this foreign world, such life-saving items were precious and irreplaceable. Jiang Li smiled slightly, her expression embodying clarity and responsibility as she continued to speak grandiloquent platitudes. Whether it is Qing or any of you, I hope that when you are injured, you can receive treatment to the best of our capabilities. Neither the king nor I would easily forsake you. This is our greatest responsibility and aspiration as leaders. Only in this way can our tribe truly unite as one, unafraid of any storms. Upon hearing these words, the compassion on the Grand Shaman's face transformed into deep emotion and admiration, and he bowed, saying, "The Queen's foresight humbles me." Nurbai, Jiaju, Qifei, and Shuanghua also lit up with a more determined and fervent glow in their eyes. Meanwhile, Qing, lying on the stone bed, cast a complex gaze towards Jiang Li, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable mix of shock and contemplation. It was the Queen who had granted him a second chance at life. In this lifetime, he would devote his existence to the Queen and the King. Ding. Task. Heal the severely injured beastman Qing. Task successful. Points earned. 500. Ding. Increased trustworthiness and prestige among the 5 members of the Baizhe tribe. Points earned. 100. Current points remaining. 630. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Li felt a surge of joy within her. This deceptive system imposed severe penalties for task failures. Fortunately, she had completed the task without any major incidents. Not bad. Not bad. She was finally a bit more affluent. As a member of the Huaxia people, whether her ancestral bloodline awakens depends on age or geographical location. The stable source of food was Jiang Li's foremost concern at present. She surveyed her winter provisions, feeling increasingly disheartened. The available food was alarmingly scarce. Tuta Lu was rare, and hunting for Shangao beasts was difficult. A few young Shangao beasts were being well cared for by the tribespeople. Various berries had been stored in considerable amounts. Relying solely on meat and fruits was quite dismal. After consuming Shangao meat for several consecutive days, her deep-rooted agricultural instincts surged forth. Vegetables. She craved vegetables. The desire to hoard and grow vegetables reached its peak within her. The land where the tribe was rooted exuded a desolate yet resilient beauty. Beyond the gathering place, stretches of withered grasslands surged like fragmented waves in the cold wind. Further away, dark green coniferous forests formed a silent barrier, sprawling across the undulating hills. Among the branches, a hazy white mist lingered, glistening with fine frost in the cold light. Surely, that must be the misty forest. A river, fed by melting snow from the mountains, wound its way through the landscape. The water was clear enough to reveal the pebbles beneath, yet was bone-chillingly cold, and even the air along the banks carried a damp chill. The soil on either side of the river was relatively moist, exposing deep brown earth. Stepping onto it felt soft, and one could still smell the earthy scent mixed with decaying matter. It was the breath of winter approaching. On the low wooden stakes built along the riverbank lay half-dried, unidentified animal skins. A dozen robust male figures, bare from the waist up, tirelessly pounded the animal skins with wooden mallets, sending splashes of river water mingled with tannin from the plant juices onto the shore. Jiang Li wrapped her clothing tightly around her, inhaling the crisp air deeply as she made her way towards a patch of relatively fertile grass. Behind her, Yuehun and Qi Fei silently followed. Despite being a female, Qi Fei stood nearly 9 meters tall, remarkably robust, and when paired with the towering Yuehun, their presence was formidable. The two loomed like iron towers, maintaining a few steps distance, watchfully guarding her rear. Typically, Yuehun would accompany the hunting team. However, last night, Jiang Li had informed Cang Yao that she intended to explore the surroundings of the tribe today in search of edible wild vegetables. As a result, early this morning, The moment she stepped outside her dwelling, Yuehun appeared with a bamboo basket on his back, silently following her every step. It seemed to be Cang Yao's directive. Yet, they were merely exploring nearby, within familiar territory. Scattered around were playful cubs and females washing clothes. To Jiang Li, it still felt quite safe. Only Cang Yao was overly concerned. A thought crossed Jiang Li's mind, and deep within her consciousness, Shaoling began to exert its power. Environmental scan initiated, scanning in progress. Following a prompt only she could hear, her vision abruptly transformed. The once ordinary withered grass and scattered stones began to reveal luminous points visible solely to her, each accompanied by simple descriptions. With the system's annotations, she effortlessly identified edible wild vegetables among the thickets. Bitter frost vegetable. The leaves are thick and bitter, growing close to the ground and resistant to cold, edible. After blanching, it tastes sweet, clearing heat and detoxifying. Cabbage sprouts, layered leaves curl into small spheres, exhibiting vigorous growth. A little water will quickly yield new sprouts, edible. Jiang Li crouched down, preparing to pluck a cluster of bitter frost vegetables. "Your Majesty," came a somewhat clumsy voice from behind, as Chi Fei reminded her. "This bitter frost vegetable is especially bitter. It tends to sprout as soon as the weather turns cold." She spoke, fearing her queen would disregard her warning, adopting a more persuasive tone. In the past, someone in the tribe was so hungry they tried it. They couldn't swallow it at all. Even the least picky grass beasts wouldn't touch it. "With your weak stomach, you shouldn't eat this. It will give you diarrhea." In her eyes, her queen was not only fierce but also frail, which made her worry. Jiang Li's hand paused midair as she looked up at Chi Fei. Seeing her expression of concern, she smiled gently. "I know it's very bitter when eaten raw, but it can be made edible with some preparation, so don't worry." As she spoke, her hands worked efficiently, swiftly uprooting a bitter frost vegetable and shaking off the dirt from its roots. "Look, when eating it, just cut off more of the leaves around the roots, then blanch it in boiling water. That's how you prepare it. The bitterness will be removed, and it will be particularly crunchy and can even help with heat." Chi Fei's eyes widened as she gazed at the vegetable she believed to be utterly inedible. Her face etched with skepticism. "Boiling water? Just a quick dip? Will it really taste good?" Seeing the queen's determined expression, Chi Fei scratched her head, choosing to trust this little female who often astonished her. She crouched down, her large hand reaching out to grasp the leaves. Jiang Li swiftly instructed, "Just pluck the leaves. Do not uproot them, for they will gradually regrow. Ah, and please help me to uproot a few of these fat seedlings, bringing them back along with some soil, as I wish to cultivate them." To her delight, behind a wind-sheltered rock, she discovered a vast expanse of plants indistinguishable from radish greens. The Hongjian Kai is rich in vitamins and dietary fiber, edible and sweet in flavor. Observing the label, Jiang Li harbored doubts that this could indeed be red radish. The leaves appeared somewhat wilted. She carefully excavated the cold, hard soil with a stone knife, and indeed unearthed a root resembling the thickness of an infant's arm, adorned with a purplish-red skin. The taste remained unknown, but its appearance bore no difference from that of a red radish, save for a deeper hue. The remaining patch was eagerly tended to by Yuehun, who took on the task of digging up the red radishes. Chapter 19. Xianhuangzhou Improvement. Soon, Jiang Li stumbled upon a low shrub adorned with a multitude of shriveled, red fruits. She plucked one, split it open, and licked it. Ah, how spicy! This revelation thrilled her immensely. The tiny red peppers, clustered on the branches, had evidently been sun-dried for an extended period, their skins now reduced to a thin layer, with some even cracked, exposing the seeds within. She retrieved a small cloth bag, sewn by Shuanghua from plain cotton, and meticulously gathered the peppers, placing them as treasures into the bag. This was indeed a splendid addition to enhance the flavor of her meals. As the sun ascended higher, Jiang Li's 2 bags became bulging with bounty. In addition to the dried peppers, she also discovered some wild fennel and a pepper tree. She diligently harvested everything she encountered along the way, uprooting the scant remaining plants to bring back for cultivation. After all, anything edible was worth taking. It was nearly time to return, and Jiang Li dusted off the soil from her hands. The basket on Yuehun's back was filled to the brim, while in her arms, she cradled a pepper tree laden with tiny black beans. Fei had strung together a series of plump gulu fish with grass ropes, each fish robust and heavy, numbering no less than a dozen. Her expression was one of disdain. In the Yuehun River, these fish were abundant, almost to the point of proliferation. They swam in schools and showed no fear even when orc or beast approached the riverbank, for no one bothered to eat them. Consuming them raw was out of the question due to their numerous, fine, and sharp bones. One could easily injure their mouth without thoroughly chewing the fish flesh. Cooking them was equally unpalatable, as they produced a bitterness that could make one grimace. This taste was far more bitter than that of bitter frost vegetables. Yet, their queen had her methods for dealing with such fare. If feasible, this could provide another source of sustenance for her people during the winter for the Yuehun River. If nothing else, was teeming with gulu fish. The three returned, laden with their harvest, towards the tribe where wisps of smoke began to rise. It was now midday. Despite their bountiful haul, most consisted of flavor enhancers or unpalatable items. Furthermore, it seemed that the orcs were not particularly fond of wild vegetables and fruits. If there were truly delicious and edible provisions, it was unlikely that Jiang Li would be the one to discover them around the tribe. In the afternoon, no further expeditions were undertaken. I require 2 sizes of wooden basins, 10 of each, deep and sturdy, Jiang Li instructed Yuehun, gesturing to indicate the approximate dimensions and depth needed. Before dinner time, 20 pristine wooden basins were neatly arranged in the plaza before the Grand Hall. Yuehun led her subordinates to fetch the most fertile soil from the riverbank, filling each basin meticulously. Next came the transplantation of the cabbage seedlings and some wild vegetables. The pepper tree was directly planted at the entrance of the kitchen. When the weather grew colder, these vegetable-filled basins would be moved indoors to the Grand Hall, ensuring she would have fresh produce to consume when unable to venture outside. Dinner was prepared by Jiang Li herself, in the small kitchen. Her cooking implements included a clay pot and a bluestone stove. She placed a gulu fish upon the cutting board. The system's blue light accurately indicated the location of the bitter gland. With a slender beast bone knife, she made incisions along either side of the fish's belly. Near the head, she could feel 2 hard granules, the size of yellow beans, which concealed the bitter juice. She delicately lifted it with the knife tip, ensuring to detach it along with the surrounding pale green membrane to prevent the bitter juice from seeping into the flesh. Fei, have you observed closely? This is the bitter gland of the gulu fish. If not thoroughly removed, the fish will taste bitter and have a strong fishy odor. Go fetch 3 more fish and replicate what I just did. First, clean out the bitter gland, then scale the fish, properly handle the innards, and slice the flesh into pieces. Be swift. Fei's eyes widened in astonishment, her face filled with surprise. She had been unaware that the bitterness stemmed from this. After a brief moment of shock, she nodded vigorously, responding in a deep, earnest voice, "Yes, my queen. I will do it right away." While Fei attended to the fish, Jiang Li instructed Shuanghua to stoke the fire in the stone stove. Jiang Li took a handful of sun-dried red peppers, some peppercorns, and a few pods, placing them on the oiled stove to roast. When the aromatic spices began to waft, she transferred them into a stone bowl for grinding, reducing them to a fine powder. Relying solely on mountain Gao beasts was unsustainable, as they were too scarce. Jiang Li selected a sizable piece of stone-armored beast, slicing it thinly and seasoning it with wild fennel. Wild fennel served as a natural agent to mask the fishy odor, more effective than ordinary spices. The clay pot began to smoke, and she drizzled in some beast oil. The moment the meat slices hit the pot, they sizzled, and she stirred them until the edges turned a light golden brown before adding the cabbage seedlings for a brief stir. Just before finishing, she quickly sprinkled in some chili powder and salt. By the time she completed this dish, Fei had finished preparing the fish. She had carefully removed the large bones from the fish slices, leaving only the numerous small ones. In the heavy oil jar, the beast oil had congealed into a milky white due to the low temperature. Jiang Li scooped out 3 large spoonfuls with a wooden spoon and poured them into a coarse clay jar. The flames licked the bottom of the jar, and the milky oil gradually melted, producing fine bubbles. Once the oil began to emit a slight smoke, reaching a temperature of about 70%, Jiang Li brought over the neatly arranged fish slices, gently sliding them into the jar along the rim. A crisp sound erupted as the hot oil enveloped the thin, delicate fish fillets. The white fish meat tumbled rapidly in the oil, soon transforming into an enticing golden hue. Once the fish slices solidified and the surface became slightly crispy, Jiang Li scooped them out to drain the oil. After a moment's pause, she returned the fish slices to the oil for a second frying. The aroma intensified with the second frying, wafting through the air. When the fish slices turned a golden red and the edges began to curl slightly, Jiang Li promptly lifted them out, draining the oil before laying them on a clean wooden plate. At this moment, the fish slices were crispy on the outside and tender within, producing a delightful crunch upon biting, the fragrant aroma mingling with the richness of the beast oil, tantalizing the nostrils. There remained one final dish, blanching the bitter frost vegetables. She heated oil in the pot, added the bitter frost vegetables, and diced red radish, giving them a casual stir before adding water. Once the water boiled, she cracked an animal egg into the mix, stirring it thoroughly. After a couple of boils, a pinch of salt was added before extinguishing the fire. Thus, a vegetable and egg soup was prepared. Considering the substantial appetites of Cang Yao and the others, this would merely whet their appetites. It could not satiate their hunger. She instructed Chi Fei to kindle a bonfire and roast some meat skewers. If only we had some cumin, she mused. While it was available in the marketplace, she was reluctant to exchange her resources for it. As Cang Yao stepped into the grand hall, a dominant aroma surged forward, invading his senses. The fragrance was rich yet not overwhelming, carrying the essence of char and the robust quality of meat, laced with a hint of spice that stirred the appetite. His gaze fell upon Jiang Li, who cradled a wooden bowl. The bowl steamed with fragrant soup, wisps of white vapor rising, and within the clear broth floated several vibrant green wild vegetables, garnished with vivid red bits. The dazzling contrast of red and green was visually refreshing. She gently lowered her head, sipping delicately as warmth cascaded down her throat and settled in her belly, causing her brows and eyes to relax. What was she eating? Chapter 20. Xianhuangzhou. Fried fish. Cang Yao had lived for centuries, long accustomed to the harsh survival laws of this world. Food was merely fuel to sustain life. The taste had never been a concern. Throughout his protracted existence, he had encountered countless struggles and deaths. The desire for flavor was a luxury, an unnecessary indulgence. Until this moment, when he tasted the food prepared by Jiang Li, particularly the stir-fried meat slices with wild vegetables. The meat, infused with a spicy flavor, tantalized his taste buds, while the fresh, crisp heart sprouts offered a hint of sweetness. The satisfaction and novelty derived from this culinary experience struck a chord deep within his soul. Not only was the meat delicious, but who would have thought that leafy greens could taste so exquisite? The fried, crispy gulu fish fillets delivered an even greater impact. As the fish melted in his mouth, the anticipated bitterness failed to materialize. The exterior was crunchy, while the interior was tender and sweet. When sprinkled with the peculiar spices crafted by Jiang Li, the explosion of flavors awakened Cang Yao to the realization that eating could be a soul-stirring experience. These spices, meticulously prepared and subtly sprinkled by her hands, possessed a unique and layered flavor profile. Astonishingly, the ingredients for the spices were derived from the unpleasant plants they had always overlooked by the roadside. Furthermore, gulu fish were abundant in the melting snow river, yet their meat was notoriously bitter and deemed inedible by all beastmen. How had she discovered this? When Cang Yao posed a question, Jiang Li, cradling a bowl of vegetable soup, calmly replied, "It contains a bitter gland. Just remove it." Such a simple solution, delivered with a casual ease. Moreover, her bright gaze continued, "With so many gulu fish, we can catch them in large quantities. After proper processing, we can preserve them through curing or smoking, making for an excellent food reserve for winter." She mentioned the need for a substantial amount of salt and immediately recognized the tribe's current salt shortage, naturally glossing over that method. "Then let us smoke them," she suggested. Though it was more cumbersome, it would ensure longevity. They faced challenges that extended beyond a single winter. Cang Yao glanced at Jiang Li, who was now rubbing her belly after a satisfying meal, his gaze deepening and softening. His heart surged with conflicting emotions. She had brought not just a delectable dish, but also hope for the entire tribe's survival during the harsh winter. Cang Yao abraça Jiang Li, his warm hand effortlessly covering hers as she clutched her abdomen, gently moving it aside to replace it with his palm. He kneaded her slightly swollen belly with a tender touch. The little one nestled in his arms let out a soft whimper, a hint of grievance. It hurts. It seemed she had truly overindulged. Looking down at her furrowed brow, Cang Yao felt a sudden surge of tenderness. A wave of late realization and guilt washed over him as he recalled how this little female had reacted upon her arrival. Either forcing herself to taste the food he prepared only to turn away in disgust, or not touching at all. He had thought her too delicate and difficult to sustain, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Now, having tasted her cooking, he reflected on the raw, gamey meat he had previously offered her, which paled in comparison to her creations. His warm palm continued its rhythmic massage on Jiang Li's abdomen, accompanied by her soft, discomfort hums. She nestled against him, entirely dependent, which softened his heart. "I haven't eaten this much in ages," she murmured softly. Her words pierced Cang Yao's heart like a fine needle, awakening a sharp pang of regret. She had described her world in fragments: prosperous, safe, convenient travel, advanced communication, a place he could hardly fathom, a realm of peace and stability. And what his world? All he could see was war, desolation, and scarcity. An endless struggle for survival. It was he who, through forbidden sorcery, had forcibly pulled her from that paradise into this wilderness, disregarding her wishes. As a beast king, the instinct to seize and dominate was ingrained in his very being. He had never felt remorse for the bloodshed. In this world of the survival of the fittest, strength and force were the only truths. Yet now, he found himself feeling pain for a female. Did he regret it? Certainly not. She was his redemption, a glimmer of hope amidst despair. How had he ever let her go? As night deepened, the bonfire in the hall flickered low. The torches on the walls cast a dim, warm glow throughout the chamber. "Does it still hurt?" Cang Yao asked softly, his motions growing more gentle. Jiang Li, fatigued from her day's labor, leaned against his shoulder and murmured a vague response, her breathing becoming steady and deep. Cang Yao carefully removed her outer garments. Jiang Li was light in his embrace, a small bundle without any resistance. Once undressed, he placed her upon the furry hide on the stone bed. Just as he intended to withdraw, she seemed to sense his movement, her eyelashes fluttering. Her small hand instinctively grasped the hem of his clothing, mumbling something indistinct before instinctively burrowing into his arms. Cang Yao paused, his heart softening, and immediately abandoned his intention to consult the grand shaman about matters. He lay down beside her, wrapping his arm around her and drawing her into his protective embrace. Jiang Li wiggled and found a comfortable position atop him, her cheeks flushed and a faint smile of contentment gracing her lips. She was tranquil and obedient, resembling a gentle little beast. The faint scent of grass and wood that lingered around her brought Cang Yao an unparalleled sense of comfort. He lowered his head and pressed a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead, feeling an unprecedented surge of softness and affection within him. It was a fierce desire to shield her beneath his wings, to ensure she endured no hardship. "From now on, whatever you wish to eat, I shall provide," he whispered tenderly in her ear, his voice low and soothing. "You shall never again go hungry, nor shall you ever suffer." Chapter 21. Xianhuangzhou, Earth Taro. The remaining earth taro was too precious for Jiang Li to consume. Similar to the potatoes of her original world, earth taro is an annual herb. The taste and shape are nearly indistinguishable. If one were to seek a difference, one might say that earth taro is a superior version of potatoes. Carefully extracting a sprouting earth taro, she cut it into pieces, ensuring each segment retained its robust buds. She planted these budded sections in a wooden basin. In the palace hall, the most spacious area with relatively good lighting, Jiang Li cleared a section, awaiting the cold weather to move in the wooden basins filled with various plants from the square. Cang Yao had departed, personally leading a team of elite warriors to procure salt and supplies vital for the tribe's survival. Escorting a mountain of game, toward Yuehun Island. The journey was long, and at full pace, the round trip would require at least half a month. After his departure, the tribe's order did not falter. Cang Yao had left his most trusted guard captain, Yuehun, in charge, overseeing the tribe's hunting operations and ensuring Jiang Li's safety. The tribe members continued to follow the established plans, hunting beasts and catching gulu fish. They then processed the game and fish according to the queen's methods of smoking. The cold winds grew harsher day by day, turning every breath into a white mist before their eyes. Jiang Li wore a thick fur coat made of white marten, the fur facing inward to wrap around her. Over it, she donned a leather vest, topped with a cloak made of fur that enveloped her completely. Her boots were exceptionally sturdy. The garment is crafted from the softest and warmest hide of the snow fox, offering both warmth and remarkable durability. The craftsmanship of the frost treatment is exquisite, with tightly stitched seams. Even if one were to step into water briefly, not a drop would seep through. Jiang Li was overly bundled, appearing from a distance like a ball. She huffed and puffed, trailing behind Chi Fei, her teeth chattering from the cold. How to describe this chill? It enveloped her like a damp wind, penetrating to the very marrow of her bones. Even her breath felt painfully cold. For the first time in over 20 years, Jiang Li found herself on the verge of tears from the cold. As a native of the Central Plains, she resided in a region that is neither too northern nor too southern, where winters can be quite frigid. Jiang Li despised the cold above all else. Once winter arrived, her routine was a straight line between home and the office, never lingering outdoors. At the coldest times, temperatures could plummet to below -10 degrees. Yet, she had underfloor heating. The cold outside had little bearing on her home. The office, too, was warmed. Now, it was likely also below -10 degrees. However, according to Chi Fei, it was merely early winter with only a slight chill. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li couldn't help but rub her forehead. Goodness gracious, how cold must winter become? Speaking of Chi Fei, Jiang Li held genuine admiration for her. In this bone-chilling cold, Chi Fei wore a not overly thick fur coat on her upper body and matching long trousers made of the same hide. She moved with ease, her long, thick red hair fluttering gently in the cold wind. Not a hint of shivering was evident. In fact, after walking for a while, she felt a bit warm and fanned herself with her hand. Jiang Li instinctively turned her head to glance at the shadowy figure behind her. This sight left her silently astonished. Lu was clad in a sleek, short fur coat with his strong arms exposed. His amber eyes scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Exuding an innate sharpness, he radiated warmth, causing wisps of white mist to rise around him. As the mist touched his hair, it quickly froze in a fine white frost, adorning him like silvery locks. Observing the two of them, Jiang Li glanced down at herself, bundled in layers and still feeling the cold seep through. A sense of reverence for their formidable physiques welled up within her. The indigenous people were indeed formidable. Who could envy Jiang Li? The frigid air parched her throat, and each step felt like a weight. She was panting as she walked. Suddenly, Chi Fei bent down and, without warning, scooped up her calf. Jiang Li barely had time to let out a brief cry. After a dizzying spin, she found herself securely perched on Chi Fei's broad shoulder. To stabilize her, Chi Fei placed one hand on her thigh. "Chi Fei, please put me down. It's too exhausting to walk like this," she exclaimed instinctively, her hands unconsciously gripping the fabric on Chi Fei's opposite shoulder. Chi Fei, upon hearing this, let out a clearly disdainful chuckle, tinged with a hint of playfulness. "Exhausted? Your Majesty, you underestimate me. Your weight is no different from that of a weaned cub. I can run faster than you even while carrying 2 stone-armored beasts." With that, she teasingly shifted her weight, bouncing Jiang Li slightly. Perched on Chi Fei's shoulder, nearly 2 meters above the ground, Jiang Li felt her legs weaken at the sight of the blurry ground below. She felt as taut as a string. This height was simply too much. "What are you afraid of?" Chi Fei chuckled, firmly supporting her legs, her tone relaxed. "Just hold on tight, you won't fall." Startled, Jiang Li was terrified of tumbling down, and she immediately gripped Chi Fei's other shoulder, becoming compliant. It must be said that being up high provided a much clearer view. She could see the rugged rocks ahead in their entirety. Moreover, Qi Fei moved swiftly, making her progress more than twice as fast compared to Jiang Li's laborious trudging. And Lu, following behind them, let out a nearly inaudible sigh of relief at the sight. His previously furrowed brow relaxed. He had long wanted to suggest carrying the queen. It was not out of disdain, but rather concern for her small frame, which struggled after only a few steps, panting and moving at a pace that made him anxious. However, as the queen had not spoken up, he dared not overstep. Now, witnessing Qi Fei take the initiative, his earlier irritations finally subsided. The ancients were not wrong. One cannot run faster than a horse. Jiang Li sighet softly, momentary de forgetting her surroundings. Your Majesty, what are you mumbling about? Is it a spell? Qi Fei asked, puzzled. Oh, nothing, nothing. The further they walked, the more the air grew damp and cold, so much so that it felt as if one could wring water from it. Each breath mingled with the scent of decaying vegetation and the chill of the air. The wind howled in her ears as Jiang Li pulled her hat down lower. Beneath her, Qi Fei's shoulder rose and fell rhythmically with her strides. As they neared their destination, and Lu, moving with ghostly speed, seamlessly blended into the thickening mist ahead, taking on the role of a scout. Closer, even closer, when the light on the system's map, representing her position, aligned with her destination within a kilometer's radius. Jiang Li took a deep breath and silently recited, "Activate terrain reconnaissance." Ding! Reconnaissance activated. Her vision was instantly enhanced. A blue ethereal arrow pierced through the swirling mist ahead, gracefully directing her gaze towards a specific location on the rocky slope. Mineral vein detected. High-purity kaolinite. Kaolinite, mineral content 92, core components, silicon dioxide 48, aluminum oxide 42. Stable proportion, impurities, iron, titanium compounds, content 0. 3. Quality rating, special grade. Associated high-quality coal detected. Anthracite, fixed carbon content 82, volatile matter 10. Calorific value reaches 7,000 kilocalories per kilogram. Burns with no significant smoke or odor. Quality rating, special grade. Jiang Li, target locked. Target has been locked. This was it. She had truly struck gold. Jiang Li's eyes curved into crescent moons. A wave of immense joy nearly caused her to bounce off Qi Fei's shoulder. Suppressing the urge to cheer out loud, she guided Qi Fei towards the clay mine. As the blue arrow's glow faded from view, Jiang Li gently patted Qi Fei's back. "This is the spot. Please set me down, Qi Fei." Upon hearing this, Qi Fei slowly crouched. Before Jiang Li could steady herself, she eagerly jumped down, her feet landing firmly on the ground. Unlike the surrounding soil mixed with gravel and roots, this earth was uniformly colored. The cross-section of the soil was a delicate porcelain white, mixed with a faint grayish hue. Jiang Li crouched down, her fingertips sinking into the soil, extracting some of it. The kaolinite was smooth and nearly devoid of impurities, lacking any damp, earthy smell, only carrying a faint mineral freshness. It crumbled into fine powder between her fingers, devoid of any stickiness. The sunlight slanted down, casting a warm, milky white glow on the kaolinite, contrasting sharply with the dark coal. The intertwining patterns of black and white at the fault line marked the coexistence of the two. "This soil quality is exceptional," Jiang Li murmured in surprise. Even a layperson like her could tell how pure this kaolinite was. "Let's dig some up and take back. We can fire up a furnace today. No more freezing through the night." Chapter 22, Xianwang Continent, Worm. Jiang Li and her companions were digging enthusiastically. Meanwhile, within the tribe, Queen Xuanhua pushed aside the heavy animal skin door of her chamber. Inside, it was empty, and even Qi Fei was nowhere to be found. The flames in the fire pit had extinguished, leaving only neatly stacked fur bedding. A chill crept up her spine, more piercing than the cold weather outside. Without pausing, Xuanhua turned and walked outside. After a short search, she spotted Yuehun striding towards her, his usually composed face etched with lines of anxiety. Meeting his gaze, Xuanhua gravely shook her head. "I have searched everywhere in the Great Hall and the places the queen might go, but I have not seen her. She is missing. I will gather more people to continue the search." Yuehun's voice was resolute. He suddenly recalled the previous days when the queen, brimming with enthusiasm, had tugged at his arm, gesturing towards the distance, expressing her conviction that something significant lay in that direction and her desire to seek it out. How had he responded at that moment? Almost without hesitation, he had declined her request. "Your Majesty, the weather is far too frigid, snow is imminent, and the king has not yet returned. I cannot allow you to venture out into such peril. It is not far, merely to the northwest," she had insisted. Upon hearing northwest, his heart sank, for that was the very direction of the misty forest, and Yuehun could not possibly agree to such a dangerous excursion. Setting aside the inherent risks, he could not bear to think of the consequences should the queen suffer harm in this bitter cold. What would he say to the king upon his return? At that time, the queen had not pressed further, her bright eyes dimming for a fleeting moment before she regained her usual composure and nodded obediently. He had assumed she understood and abandoned the notion of going out. "It is my fault," murmured Yuehun, filled with self-reproach. His concerns were not unfounded. The day after the king departed the tribe, this delicate queen had fallen ill, the absurd cause being her lack of the king's natural warmth, leaving her to suffer in the cold. Yet, the blankets she used were double-layered. For the next few days, the queen lay wrapped in thick animal skins, her small face flushed with fever, causing great distress to those around her. Thankfully, she possessed a miraculous little pill to combat her fever, which managed to quell her illness. After this ordeal, how could they ever allow her to venture outside again? "Do not blame yourself. With Qi Hui accompanying her, the queen shall be safe," comforted Shuanghua. The sound of the gathering horn echoed through every corner, a series of sharp, staccato notes, signaling an internal emergency assembly of the highest order among the leaders. Almost instantaneously with the conclusion of the horn's call, the winds howled as Liashan and Cang Yao approached the great hall from different directions, their presence taut and efficient. "What of Anliu?" Yuehun furrowed his brow. "Anliu?" He encountered the queen and Qi Hui during a routine patrol of the tribe's periphery and stumbled upon their secret undertaking. His tongue faltered, his heart racing like a wildfire. He could only repeat, "Your Majesty, it is cold and dangerous. We must return." Yet, the queen not only ignored him, but turned her gaze towards the misty forest, her voice soft yet imbued with an uncanny persuasiveness. "Anliu, you have arrived at the perfect moment. I sense something of great importance lies that way. If we obtain it, the tribe will fare much better this winter. You are strong and steady. With you leading the way, I can truly feel at ease." He should have stood firm, should have insisted she return. Yet, gazing into her sparkling, hopeful eyes and hearing her words, "I feel at ease with you," the admonition he meant to deliver faltered on his lips. He believed her. If she claimed there was something worthwhile, it must be so. After all, the gulu fish was indeed delectable, and she had healed the feverish cubs during this time. Her intentions were genuine for the good of the tribe, considering it was merely a few kilometers to the outer edge of the misty forest, which was relatively safe. He felt assured that nothing dire would occur with him accompanying her. Ultimately, his face flushed, he acquiesced, almost resignedly nodding, unable to persuade her otherwise. He was instead coaxed along on their journey. The winter sun offered little warmth, and the icy snowflakes began to fall without warning. Initially, only a few flurries danced down, but soon it transformed into a steady cascade of snow. Jiang Li raised her gaze to the sky and discovered that, unbeknownst to her, the sun had been obscured by leaden clouds. The snowflakes were substantial, melting upon contact with her cheeks, sending a chill through her. Noticing that the kaolinite and coal had piled high in the basket, Jiang Li commanded, "Qi Hui, Anliu, let us proceed." Anliu, a master of reconnaissance, adept at terrain exploration and sensitive to geographical materials, needed no reminder. He had surely memorized the location. The subsequent excavation would be left in Anliu's capable hands to guide the tribe. Almost as Jiang Li finished speaking, Anliu perched atop a rocky ledge, transformed into a golden tiger beast. A deep, resonant growl, one laden with warnings, escaped his throat, and his fur bristled as his golden eyes sharpened, fixated on the direction of the misty forest. "Something is amiss. Qi Hui, yi sin sa danji. Quickly, take the queen and leave." Jiang Li's heart raced with alarm. The system's terrain reconnaissance module had not been deactivated. At that moment, beside the stable blue light representing mineral resources, a blinding crimson signal flashed with unprecedented speed, drawing ever closer. Warning: high-energy life form detected approaching. Spectrum analysis, classified as ancient species, Desiru, earth-eating worm, subspecies. Danger level: high. The ancient Desiru? Jiang Li's pupils constricted. She had encountered this name in scattered records within the system. It was a terrifying beast that lurked deep beneath the earth, feeding on minerals and beasts. Wherever it roamed, rock layers crumbled, and all fell into despair. They typically slumbered deep within the earth's crust, rarely surfacing. How could it suddenly appear, almost instantaneously after the system's alert sounded? Boom! The ground 100 meters ahead erupted violently, as if a fragile eggshell had cracked. The thin layer of snow, soil, and debris was hurled skyward with tremendous force. A cavernous mouth, lined with circular, serrated teeth, broke through the surface, releasing a nauseating mix of sulfur and rock. Within that maw lay a darkness capable of swallowing light. It possessed no eyes, yet its massive head, shrouded in a dark, earthen shell, was aimed precisely at Jiang Li and her companions. An invisible pressure, emanating from the apex of the food chain, descended upon them like a tangible hammer. From Anliu's warning to the monster's sudden emergence, mere seconds elapsed. Chihui took a deep breath, swiftly securing the basket upon his back. Then, with a powerful embrace, he cradled Jiang Li against his chest, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "Hold on tight." Jiang Li instinctively clung to his neck, her legs wrapping around his waist. In the next moment, Chihui's leg muscles coiled, like a bowstring drawn taut, and he propelled himself off the ground. With Jiang Li in tow, he shot towards the direction of the tribe, like an arrow released from its bow. "Anliu, retreat," Jiang Li called urgently, peering over Chihui's shoulder. However, Anliu did not follow. The creature was far too swift. To accompany them would undoubtedly endanger the queen. He needed to buy time for Chihui to escape. Like a phantom, his golden and black-striped form surged towards the erupting Desiru. Leveraging his speed and physical prowess, he transformed into a streak of lightning, attempting to flank the creature and strike at its relatively vulnerable joint connections. Yet, the Desiru's reflexes were astonishingly quick. Its carapace-covered body, seemingly cumbersome, was deceptively agile. A tentacle, akin to a giant whip, lashed out with a shriek that split the air. Thwack! The sound of a blade piercing flesh was both dull and horrifying. Although Anliu narrowly avoided a fatal blow, the tentacle grazed his hind leg, tearing through flesh and leaving a gaping wound. Blood spilled across the snowy ground, creating stark crimson spots. He let out a suppressed roar, stumbling momentarily, yet he pressed on, his eyes alight with ferocity as he lunged again. Claws and fangs intertwining with the beast in a desperate struggle, determined to buy Jiang Li and Chihui even a fleeting second to escape. Jiang Li turned to witness this scene, her heart nearly ceasing. Anliu's blood burned like a hot iron upon her soul. No, if this continued, Anliu would perish. She cried out in her heart, Shaoling. What does this creature fear? What are its weaknesses? The shitty Ruzhong, an ancient subspecies, sustains itself on deep minerals and geothermal energy, exhibiting a predilection for slaughter, particularly for high-purity energy crystals. Its behavior is characterized by a prolonged habitation in the dark depths, leading to the degeneration of its eyesight, and it relies on vibrations and thermal energy to sense its prey. A notable vulnerability exists in the nerve ganglion located above the inner wall of its oral cavity, which serves as its primary sensory and command center, rendering it relatively defenseless. The joints of its exoskeleton harbor minute gaps that can be penetrated by high-frequency vibrations or exceptionally sharp objects. A warning: its digestive fluid possesses potent corrosive properties. The mention of high-purity energy crystals sparked a sudden realization in Jiang Li's mind. She recalled the high-quality coal, or she had just unearthed. A plan swiftly took shape within her thoughts. Qifei, circle back and approach it, but not head-on, Jiang Li exclaimed, tapping Qifei's shoulder and pointing toward a massive rock to the side. Take me behind that stone. Although Qifei was perplexed, he exhibited absolute obedience to the queen's command. The queen was not one to jest with her own life. With a sudden change in direction, she utilized the rock to temporarily obstruct the shitty Ruzhong's line of sight. Jiang Li quickly retrieved a lustrous, energy-rich coal block from her basket. As her consciousness sank, the exchange marketplace opened. She swiftly navigated through familiar modern items and instantly targeted the death-grade capsaicin concentrate. This was an ingredient used for creating chemical weapons or formulations, its name indicating that its potency far exceeded that of ordinary chili peppers by hundreds of times. "Draw it out. Make it open its mouth toward me," she shouted with all her might. Time was of the essence. As she called out, she forcefully twisted open the cap of the tube, squeezing the viscous, pungent red gel onto the kaolin clay. She swiftly created a delectable ball, sandwiching the kaolin with the capsaicin concentrate, and pressed it into the fissures of the coal, or to mask some of the pungent odor. Injured yet still maneuvering, Liu comprehended her intent. He emitted a series of provocative hisses and, disregarding his own safety, charged directly at the shitty Ruzhong, slashing fiercely at the edge of its terrifying maw. The shitty Ruzhong was thoroughly enraged. Its massive mouth opened once more, emitting a silent roar as it lunged toward Liu. Now, at that moment, as the shitty Ruzhong was incensed, Jiang Li sprang from behind the boulder, exerting all her strength to accurately hurl the enhanced coal block into the abyss-like maw. The target was precisely the nerve ganglion area marked as its weakness above the oral cavity. The shitty Ruzhong evidently sensed that the object contained the pure energy it craved, and its closing action faltered, instinctively swallowing it. However, merely a second later, it emitted an unearthly, piercing cry of agony. The concentrated capsaicin erupted within its sensitive, moist oral cavity and throat, akin to detonating a chemical bomb, particularly affecting the nearest nerve ganglion with extreme burning and stinging sensations. The colossal creature lost all control, thrashing wildly, scattering snow and debris in all directions. The intense pain emanating from within, which it could neither comprehend nor eliminate, plunged it into utter weakness and panic. Snow fell soundlessly. After a prolonged period, only the echoes of its suffering and the sharp hissing remained. When Yuehun arrived, leading a cadre of elite warriors, following the traces left by Liu and the unusual commotion in the distance, what they beheld was the queen standing intact in the snow, her hair slightly disheveled but otherwise unharmed. The heart of Yuehun, which had nearly leapt from his throat, finally settled heavily back into place, only to be filled with a surge of fear and anger. He strode forward, his gaze sharply scanning the chaotic battlefield, newly turned earth and the enormous beast that had ceased to exist. His voice, tinged with tension, was unusually cold. "Queen, how could you take such a risk?" Jiang Li, gazing at him, was too excited to explain. She pointed at the exposed high-quality coal layer, her tone brimming with uncontrollable excitement and reluctance. "Yuehun, look at all this fine coal and kaolin. If we take more back, it will significantly ease the winter for our people, especially the cubs and females. They are not as robust as the males." Yuehun sighed. The queen's risk was also for the sake of her people's better winter. What fault did she have? However, heaven knows how anxious he had been while searching for her. He could not allow the queen to remain in any known or unknown danger, not even for a moment. Immediately, he turned to Qi Fei, commanding in a low voice, "Qi Fei, escort the queen back to the tribe without delay." Then, his gaze fell upon Liu, who was staggering due to blood loss. His expression softened slightly, filled with approval and concern. "Liu, this time, it was thanks to you. Your injury cannot be delayed. Return immediately and let the shaman tend to your wounds." Liu, with his golden red eyes, glanced at the queen and then at Yuehun, responding softly before dutifully bowing his head. He was originally a scout, skilled in stealth and reconnaissance, not in direct combat, having already overexerted himself to buy time. He had paid a price. Yuehun was acutely aware of this. His gaze shifted once more to the lifeless shitty Ruzhong, his brow furrowed. Even he had no confidence in defeating such a legendary ancient species. At best, he could rely on his superior strength to endure longer than Liu. The queen's ability to eliminate it in such a unique manner was nothing short of miraculous. No longer hesitating, He waved his hand at the vigilant beastman warriors behind him. Assign 2 to maintain vigilance. The rest will excavate the ore as much as possible. Ta Shan, you guard the queen, and in Lu, in return to the tribe. His commands were clear and resolute, prompting everyone to spring into action. Chapter 23, 1-2, Qingbao. In the core region of the mist forest, miasma surged like thick fog, obscuring the sky. A tall figure emerged, garbed in a blue robe that rustled amidst the scent of decaying leaves. Its edges embroidered with dark golden arcane patterns that shifted subtly with his breath. Beneath him, a pitch-black metallic-scaled beast, the Shurjin beast, strolled leisurely. Its sturdy limbs shred silently upon the slick moss, only the occasional flick of its tail revealing the ferocious aura of the creature. The miasma appeared to part of its own accord, retreating wherever the man and beast ventured. The man gazed downward at a white jade plate floating in his palm, within which light and shadow danced, clearly reflecting the slender figure of Jiang Li. She was vigorously hurling coal blocks, her movements grand, strands of hair falling onto her smooth forehead, and as the wind blew, her exquisitely beautiful visage became strikingly radiant. Upon seeing her face, the man's dark green pupils constricted. His breath momentarily stilled. Yet, when his gaze lingered on her cascading silver hair, a fleeting hint of regret crossed his eyes, swift as an illusion. How could she merely be a mid-level female? He murmured softly, his fingertips lightly tracing the edge of the jade plate, his tone imbued with a hint of confusion. Yet, the fluctuation of her spiritual energy was evidently extraordinary, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary mid-level female. He utilized the beast summoning technique to incite the Shidi Ruzhong to attack the beastman guards surrounding the female. He intended to seize the opportunity to abduct this exceptional female. However, to his astonishment, she easily vanquished the creature, and her kin soon arrived, disrupting his plan. With his strength, dealing with those beastmen was not difficult. Yet, the mark on his fingertip began to heat up. He had found a trace of what he sought. There were more pressing matters at hand, making it unwise to linger here further. The man raised his gaze towards the small figure that began its return journey within the jade plate. A playful smile gracing his handsome face, yet his eyes concealed an unyielding determination. Little one, you possess quite the charm. I shall spare you this time, but upon our next encounter, you shall not escape so easily. As his words fell, the white jade plate in his palm transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into his sleeve. The Jijin show seemed to sense its master's intent, letting out a low growl before turning to stride deeper into the mist. The towering figure soon melded into the thick white fog, leaving behind only a faint ripple of spiritual energy, a testament to the presence that had lingered there moments before. Jiang Li came to a belated realization that she had underestimated the complexities of furnace crafting. On the way back to the tribe, Xiaoling provided her with a thorough rundown of the entire process. It was far from a mere matter of having kaolin and coal to effortlessly produce a usable furnace. The selection, crushing, kneading, and awakening of the kaolin required repeated efforts. Too much moisture would lead to cracking, while too little would hinder shaping. A furnace crafted solely from kaolin, devoid of metal, would be brittle and lack sufficient structural integrity. In essence, the final product would be fragile. Alarmingly, not a soul in the Baizhe tribe had ever dabbled in pottery, and no one knew where to begin even the most rudimentary shaping. As Jiang Li listened to Xiaoling enumerate the myriad challenges, her previously light-hearted mood plummeted. Fortunately, there were not entirely insurmountable solutions. Upon returning to the tribe, Jiang Li made a beeline for Cang Yao's council chamber. The spacious stone room was chilled to the bone, and Shuanghua hurriedly placed a fire basin at Jiang Li's feet, careful not to disturb her. The fire crackled robustly, its sounds resonating sharply in the silence, with sparks occasionally dancing, warming the stone chamber slightly. Shuanghua contemplated allowing the queen to rest a while, thinking it prudent for her to warm up before attending to matters, but the thought was swallowed back. This queen, while appearing gentle and delicate, possessed a resolute spirit. Even if she were to advise, it would likely fall on deaf ears. Jiang Li casually snatched a clean piece of animal hide from the table and grabbed a charcoal pencil. With a spark of inspiration, the three-dimensional schematic of the furnace Xiao Ling had transmitted vividly materialized in her mind, every detail crystal clear. With a slight twist of her wrist, the black charcoal streaks danced swiftly across the smooth animal hide, every curve precise and every joint meticulously delineated. Fortunately, her modest artistic skills rendered a one-to-one replication effortless. In the span of a tea's brewing time, a cleverly structured furnace sprang to life upon the hide, complete with flues, hearth, and ventilation openings, each detail unmistakably clear. Blowing away the excess charcoal dust, she presented the finished drawing to Shuanghua. First, we need to construct the kiln. Find a level, well-ventilated area devoid of flammable materials, and build a simple circular or square base with stones, filling the interior with gravel. Jiang Li pointed to the interior wall of the hearth on the drawing. This is where we will mix the kaolin we brought back with water and fire-resistant sand in the right proportions. Right? The fire-resistant sand is what I had everyone collect by the river, those pale yellow and gray stones. Adding the sand will enhance the strength and crack resistance of the furnace body. Although it won't be as sturdy as metal, it won't shatter too easily. The thickness must be uniform, and we must control the heat well. In this, she indicated a unique tubular structure above. The chimney is of utmost importance. The joints must be sealed to prevent smoke leakage, and it should rise at least half a meter above the roof to effectively vent the smoke. Shuanghua's focus sharpened as she committed each requirement and every detail of the ratios to memory. She took the animal hide with both hands, responding solemnly, "Yes, I shall seek out Lord Lai Shanming at once to commence this task. He oversees the crafting of tools within the tribe. He is the most suitable person for this." Should any uncertainties arise, she would not hesitate to ask Jiang Li. Indeed, Shuanghua turned and departed, her figure swiftly vanishing at the stone corridor's end. Jiang Li rose, her stomach audibly grumbling. The sound echoed sharply in the still room, and she belatedly recognized her hunger. Having gone far too long without food, her footsteps instinctively led her to the kitchen. Upon lifting the curtain, she found Chi Fei crouched beside the earthen stove. His large frame curled up. A grayish ceramic pot lay open, and the rich aroma of meat wafted through the gap, tantalizing her senses. This meat had been simmered by Shuanghua from early morning, slow-cooked until noon, resulting in tender, fall-off-the-bone morsels that melted in the mouth. In Shuanghua's eyes, the queen was delicate, with poor teeth, unable to swallow even slightly tougher meat, hence the special care in preparing it so soft and tender. Do not underestimate this unassuming ceramic pot. It had been exchanged from the tribes of Xiao Longcheng with precious game that Cang Yao had procured. Through her observations over time, Jiang Li gradually discerned that this orc tribe, while primitive, was not entirely stuck in the age of raw flesh and blood. They possessed ceramic pots, fire pits, and even a metallic weapon, albeit these civilized artifacts were exceedingly scarce. Besides those, there were raw cotton for clothing and essential salt, all of which had been traded for with vast quantities of animal hides or meat from the distant Xiao, Longcheng, and Piyundao. These treasures were concentrated in the hands of Cang Yao, the warrior leaders, and other core figures. The ordinary tribesfolk still led lives clad in animal hides, wielding stone tools, an existence marked by stark primitiveness. Many essentials within the tribe relied on trade. They lacked the corresponding crafting techniques and methods, leading to an exceedingly arduous existence. Each winter, as prey hibernated or hid, Baizé would witness many tribespeople succumb to hunger. They began to capture prey in earnest as the weather turned cold, ultimately trading away a significant portion of their resources. Salt was a vital necessity for survival. Without it, hunters would lack strength, and over time, their health would deteriorate. The tribe engaged in trade twice a year. During the sweltering summer, the hunted game would spoil easily on the way, necessitating heavy animal hides for exchange. Although winter allowed for the preservation of prey, most would be prioritized for salt, ensuring enough for the tribe to survive the cold months. With any remaining resources traded for sporadic items like ceramic pots and raw cotton. Ultimately, within this merciless survival paradigm, salt was life itself, Everything else was merely embellishment. Salt! 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 Jiang Li could hardly contain her eagerness to lead her people to the salt flats right then and there. Hearing the commotion, Qi Fei turned to see the queen standing at the entrance, a smile breaking across his weathered face as he tossed dried mushrooms into the meat broth. Stirring as he spoke, "Are you hungry, my queen? Just a little longer, the mushroom stew will be ready soon." Jiang Li approached, and with Qi Fei crouched. She no longer had to look up at him. Her fingertips gently brushed against his cheek, feeling the rough dryness and the pronounced cracks. Previously only slightly dry, the cold wind had worsened it after their excursion. Jiang Li's heart softened, and discreetly, she exchanged 2 jars of Wanzi Qianhong from her spatial pocket. Even at 30 points, she found it worthwhile. As she presented the small, flat tin can to Qi Fei, his eyes lit up immediately. The can bore her colorful patterns and symbols she could not decipher, evoking a sense of wonder that left her breathless. "My queen, what is this gift you have given me?" Qi Fei inquired cautiously, his voice tinged with disbelief and excitement, his fingers hesitant to touch the exquisite tin. Jiang Li smiled and nodded, her tone gentle. "Indeed, this is a special cream for your face. Apply a bit after washing, and the cracks on your skin will gradually heal. One for you and one for Shuanghua." Qi Fei cradled the petite can, unable to resist lowering his head to gently sniff along the lid. Instantly, a refreshing, sweet fragrance enveloped him, a scent he had never encountered before. Like the tenderest flower bud in the spring, imbued with an indescribable warmth and softness, she smiled with her eyes curving into a crescent shape, suddenly stuffing something into Jiang Li's hands, chuckling, "Your Majesty, I cannot accept such a splendid gift. It would be too extravagant." She and Shuanghua remained almost inseparable from the queen, often witnessing the queen conjure peculiar trinkets, seemingly from thin air. However, Lord Kumu had mentioned that the leaders of certain elite tribes possessed treasures that could store items. It was reasonable to assume that the knowledgeable queen also had such possessions. The two speculated that the queen's maternal clan must be formidable. Qi Fei was acutely sensitive to scents. The jar before her appeared exquisite and precious. From the queen, she only detected a clean fragrance, one she had never encountered before. It was evident that the queen herself was reluctant to use it. Yet, now she wished to gift it to her and Shuanghua. How could she accept it with a clear conscience? "You shall accept it. This is a command." Chapter 24, Zuan Huangzhe. The stove. Jiang Li arched her brow slightly, her tone assertive. "Do not waste words with me. You must accept this. From now on, you will heed my words, understood?" Her delicate visage, adorned with striking features, was unlike any female Qi Fei had ever seen. Pouting slightly, her brows raised, she appeared both soft and endearing, yet fierce, with an undeniable seriousness in her gaze that brooked no refusal. The words she had intended to decline were swallowed back, and Qi Fei nodded eagerly, her voice earnest. "Yes, I will do as the queen says. I will listen." Before long, the kitchen curtain was gently lifted, and Shuanghua entered, bringing with her the crisp aura of the outdoors. "Have you made the arrangements?" Jiang Li, squatting on a small wooden stool by the fire, looked up and inquired. Shuanghua nodded affirmatively, her eyes bright. "In response to your Majesty, all arrangements have been made. Lord Lianshaming has gathered the personnel, and according to your instructions, the kiln construction has begun." Jiang Li nodded with satisfaction. From the selection of kaolin, the site for the kiln, to the shaping of the clay body and the control of the fire, she meticulously dissected each step. Diagrams of the kiln and furnace were clearly illustrated. Everything was laid out plainly. Even the potential issues and countermeasures were noted. Although she understood that the initial attempt might not succeed, a glimmer of confidence shone in Jiang Li's eyes. If one attempt failed, there would be a second, a third. Failure was inconsequential. Through repeated experiments, she would eventually comprehend the nuances and produce a functional furnace. Such matters could not be rushed. First, they needed to fill their stomachs. In the past, Jiang Li had repeatedly invited Qi Fei and Shuanghua to dine with her, yet they had always declined, never genuinely accepting her invitation. Now, with Cang Yao absent from the tribe, Jiang Li had assumed a position of authority, her words absolute. She divided the richly aromatic mushroom meat stew into 3 portions. The 3 gathered around the still, smoldering earthen stove. The steam enveloped their faces, the mingling scents of meat and mushrooms wafting through the air, making the meal exceptionally delightful. After finishing a bowl of hot soup, Jiang Li patted her round belly, sighing contentedly that she was full. Qi Fei was tall and robust, her physique rivaling that of a male. Xuanghua was equally statuesque. In the beast world, the appetite was naturally substantial, and 1 bowl of soup was hardly sufficient. Indeed, Jiang Li noticed several generously roasted chunks of beast meat piled beside the Qingshi stove, prepared by Xuanghua. Since Jiang Li's arrival at the Beige tribe, she had established a rule. The males were self-sufficient, bearing wild beast genes. However, the females and younglings must consume thoroughly cooked food, never half-raw meat. They were also expected to wash their hands, bathe frequently, and maintain cleanliness. Qi Fei and Xuanghua treated Jiang Li's words with utmost reverence, not daring to defy her, ensuring the meat was well cooked before consumption. After the meal, Xuanghua skillfully prepared a pot of steaming hot water, mixing in a bit of cool water to achieve a warm temperature, and brought it to Jiang Li, kneeling and carefully removing her beast skin boots, ready to assist her with a foot wash. At first, Jiang Li felt quite uncomfortable being so attended to. Qi Fei and Xuanghua treated her as if she were a fragile object. They rushed to serve her tea, wash clothes, and make beds, never allowing her the chance to do these tasks herself. Jiang Li found this overwhelming and firmly refused their assistance on 2 occasions, only to see their heads droop in disappointment and distress. Once, Cang Yao happened to witness this. His expression darkened ominously, and without hesitation, he accused them of neglecting their duty towards the queen. Jiang Li had thought it was merely a reprimand, until she saw Xuanghua walk the next day with trembling legs and an awkward posture. Suspicion arose within her, and she compelled Xuanghua to lift her beast skin skirt. The bruises on her knees, a distressing sight against her fair skin, were shocking. Qi Fei bore similar marks. Under Jiang Li's pressing inquiry, Xuanghua hesitantly revealed the truth. Cang Yao had punished them by making them kneel on the stone beach for an entire night. Jiang Li's heart felt as if pierced by an ice pick, a mix of pain and anger surging within her, and she immediately intended to confront Cang Yao. However, Xuanghua suddenly burst into tears, grabbing her arm, while Qi Fei swiftly positioned herself in front of Jiang Li, both filled with fear, shaking their heads vehemently, unwilling to let her go. Considering the injuries on their knees and the terror in their eyes, Jiang Li froze in place, suddenly awakened to the reality. She understood Cang Yao's nature too well. That man was obstinate and tyrannical, always adhering to his own dictates. Even if she confronted him, he might feign compliance in her presence, but could very well intensify the punishment behind her back. All the anger and resentment ultimately transformed into a silent frustration, compelling her to suppress the urge to confront Cang Yao. Xuanghua, inherently sensitive and perceptive, noticed Jiang Li's size and the guilt hidden in her eyes. Unable to restrain herself, she gently tugged at Jiang Li's sleeve, speaking in a soothing tone. "Your Majesty, please do not feel this way. There is truly no need for you to feel guilty." She crouched down, gazing earnestly into Jiang Li's eyes, her sincerity evident. "Both Qi Fei and I are the most loyal attendants to the king. For you, we willingly follow. We genuinely desire to do anything for you. It is us who feel distressed when you refuse our assistance." Qi Fei, standing nearby, quickly nodded in agreement, adding in a deep voice, "Xuanghua is right. Your Majesty, please allow us to serve you. I am strong and can do anything." From that moment on, whenever Qi Fei and Xuanghua attended to her, Jiang Li no longer firmly resisted. Yet, each time she accepted their care, a weighty feeling lingered in her heart. Having filled her stomach and feeling warmth within, drowsiness soon followed. Jiang Li stifled a small yawn, rubbing her tired eyes. The biting cold of the weather made sleeping alone a torment. The tribe members seemed to possess an innate resistance to the cold. Qi Fei and Xuanghua wore merely a single layer of beast clothing, yet remained rosy and unfazed by the chill. However, despite wrapping herself up snugly, Jiang Li could not help but shiver. Having recently recovered from a fever, her constitution was already weakened, making her particularly sensitive to the cold. In recent nights, Shuanghua and Qi Fei would stay by her bedside, taking turns warming her feet, covering her with blankets, and relying on their body heat to keep her warm throughout the night, yet they steadfastly refused to lie down on the bed. To them, it was the bed of the king and queen, an inviolable domain. In their eyes, the king's bed was the most sacred place, and, as attendants, they dared not overstep their bounds. Jiang Li had urged them multiple times to join her in bed for warmth, but they only shook their heads resolutely. With no other option, Jiang Li had Shuanghua lay a thick layer of bee skins on the corner of the room, and the three of them squeezed together on the floor to sleep. Qi Fei was naturally warm, akin to a walking furnace. While she was still a few degrees shy of Cang Yao, she was certainly a comforting presence. At night, Shuanghua gently held her hand to warm it, while Qi Fei cradled her feet within his embrace. The two of them, one on each side, sheltered her, as Jiang Li nestled in between, enveloped by their comforting warmth, sleeping particularly soundly. The cold wind howled, swirling the snowflakes across the desolate, pure white expanse of the earth. In the vicinity of the Zumwalt River, around two newly established kilns, vibrant waves of heat rose. The snow retreated here, melting to reveal the solid, dark brown ground beneath. The kiln's fire blazed brightly, casting an orange-red glow through the observation hole, illuminating the backs of the busy orc workers who were damp with sweat. They moved swiftly and in perfect harmony, sending batch after batch of molded clay into the kiln chamber and carefully retrieving the finished, still-warm pottery. Thanks to Jiang Li's design, they successfully produced stoves that could burn indoors. Coal stoves have been introduced into every orc household, equipped with exhaust pipes to ensure that even with continuous use, the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning was eliminated. Nowadays, in addition to the stoves, the kilns also consistently produced an array of ceramic jars and dishes of various sizes. There were ceramic cups, bowls, sealed jars, and lidded pots, regardless of whether they were used for pickling vegetables, storing precious salt, seeds, or other food items. Suitable containers were now available. When spring arrived, these items could also be traded with other tribes. Shifting focus back to the cluster of dwellings in the tribe, there stood a stone house that had been intentionally reinforced. A bright glass window was set into one side of the door, a product of an immature glass-making experiment, with a somewhat unclear transparency and impurities present. Inside the stone house, warmth enveloped the space like spring. A kettle of water sat atop the stove, and the air was infused with the steady scent of pine and some kind of oil. Several young orc cubs, their fluffy little heads occasionally turning in concentration or thought, obediently leaned over their wooden desks. Each had a neatly arranged sand tray before them, bordered with wooden frames. At the front of the room stood a large wooden board, brushed with dark oil. Jiang Li stood before it, her black charcoal pencil poised, drawing simple yet unfamiliar symbols. 1, 2, 3. Her voice was clear and calm, cutting through the faint sound of wind and snow outside. Yesterday we learned 5, today we will learn 6. A large Arabic numeral 6 emerged, with the tip of her pencil extending downward, sketching 6 vividly cartoonish figures beneath the number. The round, adorable cartoon characters captured the cubs' attention, their big, curious eyes wide as they gazed at the unfamiliar patterns. Jiang Li pointed at the number 6, her voice bright and resonant. Look, this is how you write 6. It represents the quantity 6, just like these 6 little orcs I have drawn. She paused, a playful glint in her eyes. And look, doesn't the shape of 6 resemble a whistle? Speaking of whistles, you probably don't know what that is, do you? Look at what I have in my hand. With that, she produced a small wooden object from behind her. It was indeed the whistle she had sketched the day before, crafted from hardwood by Lai Lan Meng. The surface of the wood was polished to a smooth sheen, its rounded contours mimicking the shape of the 6 on the board. Jiang Li brought the whistle to her lips and blew gently. A clear, crisp sound instantly shattered the classroom's tranquility. The little cubs froze in surprise, their eyes widening even further. They stared in awe at the talking wooden whistle in Jiang Li's hand, their mouths agape, marveling at the wondrous object held by their queen. Jiang Li toyed with the smooth whistle between her fingers, smiling as she added, "You have all seen the horns of the tribe, right? Those can only be blown by adult males using their spiritual energy, something you little ones cannot manage at all." The cubs nodded in unison, a hint of regret flickering in their eyes. They had long envied the warriors of the tribe who could blow the horns, but they had tried several times themselves, only to find the heavy horns too cumbersome to handle, let alone blow. "But fear not," Jiang Li continued, her gaze sparkling reassuringly. "Tomorrow in class, I will give each of you your very own whistle. We can establish some secret signals that only we understand, and if we ever find ourselves in danger, or in situations where speaking is inconvenient, we can use the whistles to communicate. How does that sound?" The cubs' eyes lit up, their little fists clenched tightly, eagerly nodding their heads, their faces filled with anticipation. Jiang Li raised her hand to quiet them. "Right. Let us return to our lesson and remember today's 6 and its corresponding quantity. Once you have mastered it, you will receive your whistles tomorrow. You shall." Still sporting some baby fat, listened intently, utterly in awe of the queen. He carefully controlled his fingers to mimic in the fine sand. Suddenly, he had an idea and raised his hand. "Teacher, 6 also looks like it has a little tail on top of a circle." "Teacher, it also looks a bit like a spoon," another cub chimed in. The room buzzed with suggestions. Jiang Li smiled, her warm gaze sweeping across each earnest, youthful face. "Yes, it resembles many things. It represents the concept of quantity itself. Remember these shapes, and in the future, you will be able to count how many sheep the tribe has. Calculate how many pieces need to be fired in the kiln, and know how much food is stored in the granary to last us through many tomorrows." The wind and snow continued to roar outside, attempting to engulf everything. Chapter 25, Xianwang Continent, Enemy Attack. Jiang Li was lost in the joy of teaching. Unable to extricate herself, she felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment watching the little ones attentively listening with their round, curious eyes. More importantly, teaching also earned her points. She had previously accumulated 630 points. Redeeming a tube of life-saving capsaicin extract cost her 150 points, while 2 boxes of 1Z Qianhong deducted another 30 points. The most painful expenditure was during her recent menstrual cycle, where a single roll of toilet paper and 2 packs of sanitary pads cost her a staggering 250 points. When she was left with only 200 points, Jiang Li clutched her chest in distress, feeling as if a piece of her heart had been torn away. Points were hard to come by, and spending them felt like a grievous loss. Fortunately, the stove she had created earned her points as well. The points weren't calculated based on the quantity produced, but rather, each successful stove introduced into a household added 10 points. Later, Jiang Li had additional pottery and plates made, each use adding 5 points. In just a few days, she had accumulated over 800 points, and the number continued to rise. As for the points earned through imparting knowledge, with a dozen children attending her class, she earned 10 points for each knowledge point taught. Teaching 5 points in a single class could yield around 750 points in a day. Some of the little ones would even share what they learned with their fathers and mothers at home. To her surprise, these little disciples spreading knowledge also earned her points, 10 points for the same knowledge point. Each evening after school, she could earn an additional 200 to 400 points. Today marked the 3rd day of her teaching, and, excluding today's points, she had already amassed over 3,000 points. This surge in points invigorated Jiang Li's spirit like never before. She no longer had to be frugal with essential living items. After class, Jiang Li rubbed her stiff neck and followed Qi Fei out of the classroom. Outside, the snow fell fiercely, though the tribe's members periodically emerged with tools to clear it. Even so, the road was thickly blanketed with snow, crunching beneath their feet. Fortunately, it was not too difficult to traverse. The classroom was not far from the main hall. But Qi Fei remained vigilant, closely following Jiang Li, fearful that she might slip. Had it not been for Jiang Li's previous firm refusals, he might have already succumbed to the urge to carry her on his shoulder. As she stepped through the hall's entrance, warmth enveloped her instantly. Jiang Li and Qi Fei synchronously stomped off the accumulated snow from their feet, causing the snowflakes to fall onto the polished stone floor, where they melted instantly. The grand hall was exceptionally spacious, allowing one to see from one end to the other at a glance. A roaring fireplace had been constructed against the northern wall facing the sleeping quarters, and scattered around were 3 additional stoves that warmed the hall to a spring-like comfort. Rows of wooden basins by the window were filled with vibrant vegetables, creating a delightful sight. Even in the adjacent sleeping quarters, an extra stove had been placed, ensuring no concern of chills. Xuanghua hurriedly approached Jiang Li to remove the heavy cloak from her shoulders. "Your Majesty, the hot pot and ingredients have been prepared as instructed. We are merely awaiting your return to start cooking." This hot pot was something the queen had specifically taught her to make the day before, and its flavor was simply exquisite. The queen had meticulously ground and blended various spicy and peculiar seasonings, producing a broth that was both fresh and piquant. Tender slices of beast meat, thin as gossamer, cooked to perfection in the bubbling soup, paired with an array of crisp wild vegetables. Each bite was invigoratingly delicious, making it impossible to stop eating. Jiang Li chocolat, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I'll go change into some clothes first." She felt overly bundled up, and the steaming hot pot would surely infuse her garments with the rich aroma of meat and spices. It would be better to don a simple cotton outfit that was easy to clean. After indulging in a hearty meal, she could enjoy a soothing hot bath, followed by putting on a clean nightgown infused with a refreshing scent of soapwort leaves, lying down on the soft, warm bee-skin bedding. What bliss! Jiang Li changed her clothes swiftly, emerging from the sleeping quarters shortly thereafter. Xuanghua had prepared a basin of warm water, and she quickly moved forward to wash her hands thoroughly. Qi Fei, observing this, dipped her hands into the basin Jiang Li had used, carelessly splashing about before withdrawing her hands. Jiang Li shot her a warning glance. "Wash properly." Qi Fei immediately complied, scrubbing her hands diligently until they were spotless. The 3 soon took their seats at the dining table. This table, custom-made, was not overly large, featuring a circular cutout in the center that perfectly accommodated the stove, with the tabletop and stove level perfectly aligned, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Xuanghua deftly lifted the lid from the stove and carefully placed a heavy pot atop it. The pot, already steaming, began bubbling vigorously in no time, filling the air with an enticing aroma. The table was adorned with an assortment of delicacies: gossamer slices of beast meat, fresh wild vegetables, chopped roots, and even a small plate of tender, white noodles. These noodles were a splurge for Jiang Li, who had eagerly exchanged 50 points at the marketplace for them. Just this small portion was enough to satisfy her cravings. Who could understand the agony of a carbohydrate-loving soul deprived of noodles and rice for so long? As the 3 indulged in the hot pot, sweat glistening on their brows, countless tiny lights suddenly illuminated the distant sky, swiftly converging towards the tribe, exuding an air of eeriness. As the brightness drew nearer, a sharp and resounding horn echoed through the air, abruptly shattering the tranquility of the tribe. The long and urgent blasts rang out, frantic and piercing. An enemy attack! Xuanghua and Qi Fei exclaimed almost in unison, their chopsticks clattering onto the table. The smiles vanished from their faces, replaced by solemnity. Jiang Li, with a small appetite, was rubbing her round belly when Qi Fei scooped her up and dashed towards the sleeping quarters, with Xuanghua closely following. The 2 deftly opened the wooden cabinet, layering thick, warm clothing onto Jiang Li, wrapping her snugly in multiple layers. Their movements were swift and urgent, their voices a constant murmur. "Your Majesty, hurry and dress. It's freezing outside. You mustn't catch a chill." Once she was bundled up, Jiang Li was carried outside. Aware of her own weakness in mobility, she did not resist, quietly fastening the ties of her cloak as hood. As Qi Fei and Xuanghua stepped out of the grand hall, they collided with Yuehun, who was rushing towards them. He bore the lingering chill of the outdoors, snowflakes dotting his beast skin battle robe, and his expression was graver than ever before. Their gazes met in the air, and Yuehun spoke first, his voice low and urgent. "Quickly take the queen to the altar." Jiang Li tilted her head slightly within the confines of her beast fur hat, the growing unease in her heart prompting her to ask, "What is happening? What is the situation now?" Looking up, the outlines of figures in the distance became clearer, drawing near. It was the Yin Shi tribe. Yuehun instinctively tightened his grip on the spear at his side. They had somehow learned that the king had personally led a team to Yuehun Island, and Jiang Li was leading an attack. Jiang Li? Jiang Li pondered this name, noticing the unmistakable seriousness in Yuehun's eyes, her heart racing. She had heard Cang Yao mention this individual, the Beast King of the Liao Yuan realm, a rival of Xianhuang continent. Did anyone in the tribe possess the strength to contend with him now? Noticing her concern, Yuehun slowed his pace to reassure her. Your Majesty need not worry. Even in the king's absence, there is still Cang Yuan in the tribe. Cang Yuan, Cang Yao's brother, possesses strength comparable to Cang Yao, who has been unable to exert his full power due to previous psychic turmoil. He is also held in high esteem within the tribe. He paused, adding, with him in command, the situation will surely stabilize. As he spoke, Yuehun stepped aside to clear the path, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Li, securely held in Qi Fei's arms, urging, do not delay. The altar is already gathering the great shaman along with the females and cubs. With the great shaman's protective formation is the safest place in the tribe. I must head to the front lines for support. You must move quickly. Qi Fei nodded solemnly. The three hastened towards the altar, the warmth of the grand hall dissipating rapidly in the biting wind, leaving only the intensifying tension in the air. Chapter 26. Xianhuang Continent, Jiang Li. The altar. The young cubs with wide, bewildered eyes huddled close to their mothers, each astonishingly silent. Amid this heart-wrenching stillness, Jiang Li sat on the stone platform that Qi Fei had meticulously cleaned for her, unable to control her restlessness, shaking her legs repeatedly. The great shaman stood at the center of the altar, fingers forming seals as he chanted incantations. The bone necklace hanging from his chest began to emit a soft, warm glow, which spread like a living thing, gently enveloping Jiang Li. Your Majesty, calm your mind. The great shaman's voice was ancient and steady. Almost simultaneously, a notification chimed. Ding! Detection of the host receiving the pure blessing of ancestral spirit power. Energy has been absorbed and transformed. Reward, special status, divine presence, can be activated once daily, lasting 5 minutes. During this time, the host body will be temporarily controlled by the system, unleashing an extraordinary burst of strength and precision beyond their limits, followed by a 3-hour period of weakness for recovery. As the blessing concluded, a wave of clarity surged within Jiang Li, dispelling her earlier anxiety and restlessness. However, this tranquility did not last long. Before she could fully comprehend the implications of this special reward, distant sounds of battle and clashing echoed faintly, interspersed with thunderous booms, causing even the stone platform beneath her to tremble with subtle yet distinct vibrations. The conflict was evidently intense. Vang, li kulanchet herfist, herkunuklis paling. Unable to suppress a soft sigh. War signified death, yet she felt utterly powerless. At that moment, another notification chimed. Warning, detection of the core figure of this world. Cang Yao, belonging to the Baizhe tribe. Population is rapidly dwindling. An urgent mission has been issued. Prevent a deadly conflict between the Yanshi tribe and the Baizhe tribe, ensuring the survival of the Baizhe people. Mission success. This will significantly enhance the host's prestige and credibility within the Baizhe tribe. Reward, 5,000 points. Task failure. If the death toll of the Baizhe tribe exceeds 200, the task is deemed a failure. Punishment. Intense electric shock for 5 minutes. And a deduction of 10,000 points. Jiang Li, another one. What does a 5-minute electric shock even mean? Jiang Li felt utterly despondent. How could she possibly prevent this? As a mere combat novice, amidst this realm of mystical battles, she was nothing but a target. Jiang Li couldn't help but rage internally at the system. You want my life, don't you? To say it outright. Ding! Detected the host's intense emotional fluctuations and reasonable demands. Analyzing battlefield conditions suggests exchanging for a disposable group mental deterrent, the Howling Pearl, weak effect, requiring 500 points. Note, the Howling Pearl is crafted from the dying wails of the ancient wind disaster bird, needing mental energy to activate. It instills primal fear and a brief stupor in a designated area, lasting 10 seconds. Warning, The effect is significantly diminished on individuals with rock-solid mental fortitude or superior spiritual strength compared to the host. Jiang Li gazed at her meager point balance of just over 3,000, her heart bleeding. However, the increasingly distinct cries and roars in the distance left no room for hesitation. Exchange. Immediately. Ding. Exchange successful. Points deducted. 500. Remaining points, 653. Howling Pearl, weak effect, has been stored in the system's temporary space and can be triggered at any time with a host thought, covering a radius of 100 meters. In an instant, a cold object, similar to a pebble yet subtly vibrating, appeared in her space. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Li abruptly turned to the Great Shaman, who had been sensing the battlefield with closed eyes. Great Shaman. Her voice was tinged with urgency. If this continues, countless Bai Zhe tribe members will perish. I possess a secret technique of my clan that might repel the Yanshi tribe. Allow me to approach the edge of the battlefield. Now, the Great Shaman's eyes snapped open, gleaming with scrutiny and deep concern. Your Majesty, the battlefield is not a sacrificial altar. The arrows and frenzied warriors do not recognize your identity. He was reluctant to let her go. The queen could not afford any missteps. She was intertwined with the king. She embodied the tribe's hope. Jiang Li's gaze shifted to the towering Qi Fei, standing guard beside her. Qi Fei, protect me, but only to the edge. Do not venture into the battlefield. This was the best course of action. Any hesitation could cost a brave warrior their life. Her tone was resolute, imbued with an undeniable determination. The Great Shaman stared at her for a moment before finally nodding heavily. Qi Fei cannot go. Kumuton. Protect the queen with your life. Do not enter the fray. Yes. Ku Mu Tong responded, immediately transforming into his beast form. A majestic, pure black giant wolf crouched upon the ground. Jiang Li prepared to move. Your Majesty, I will also go. Qi Fei grasped Jiang Li's sleeve. Stay back. Jiang Li snapped. Shaking off her hand, her eyes fierce with a protective instinct that Qi Fei had never witnessed before. If there were more suitable candidates, she would certainly not allow Qi Fei to take risks. François seized the reluctant Qi Fei. She shared his sentiments, but remained clear-headed, resolutely refusing to hinder the queen at such a critical moment. You all assist the Great Shaman here, and take care of everyone. This is an order. Without waiting for a response, she mounted Ku Mu Tong. The black giant wolf surged forward, racing toward the edge of the altar, heading towards the most intense cacophony of roars. As they neared the front lines, the stench of blood in the air grew increasingly pungent. The sounds of rage, agony, and shattering bones intertwined to form a hellish symphony. Drawing closer, Jiang Li beheld the leader of the Yanshi tribe, Yin Lu, with a massive lion's body, fiery mane, and scorching air swirling around him as he charged low. His muscles were knotted like wrought iron, each collision leaving behind a trail of severed limbs and anguished cries. She could see a bloodthirsty grin on the face of this beast, akin to a true flame demon descended upon the mortal realm. On the opposing side, engaging in a fierce battle, was the Bai Zhe tribe's vice leader, Cang Yao. His silver-white tiger form was drenched in blood, wings spread wide in fury, and his once brilliant golden eyes now glowed crimson. His fangs were bared, and his movements were swift and ruthless. Each strike and leap bore the weight of mutual destruction. Around them, warriors from both tribes clashed like relentless tides, collapsing as life ebbed away at an alarming rate. Jiang Li's legs weakened, and her stomach churned. Ku Mu Tong reverted to human form, using his broad back to shield her from the occasional flying debris and arrows, growling, "Your Majesty, we cannot advance any further. Then we shall stay here," Jiang Li declared, summoning the Howling Pearl, her gaze fixed intensely on the most chaotic center of the slaughter. Clutching the cold, eerie pearl, her heart raced. Faced with a killing machine like Yin Lu, a brief stupor would likely prove insufficient. This pearl was an indiscriminate attack. When he was affected, Cang Yao would be too. The only one unaffected in this scenario was her. Shaoling, is there anything that could ensure his immediate demise? Surely such a weapon would be costly. Thinking of her dwindling points, Jiang Li quickly added, or something that poses a threat will suffice. If I lack the points, I will owe it. Ding. Searching for recommendations to exchange for the bone-embedded crossbow, disposable, requiring 880 points. This crossbow is crafted from the wood of the Yinxing tree and the sinews of ancient vengeful beasts, with arrows infused with a thread of sinister energy. Upon impact, the wound is exceedingly difficult to heal, continuously eroding vitality, causing pain akin to a festering sore. Warning: this item disrupts the balance of heaven and earth, and its effects are slow on beings with abundant life force. Exchange. Without hesitation, Jiang Li proceeded. As her points dwindled to 227, a chilling, dark-hued, compact crossbow with an ominous aura materialized in her hand, accompanied by a black arrow resting upon the bowstring. Jiang Li no longer hesitated, silently commanding, "System, activate the Howling Pearl. Target the center of the battle between Yin Lu and Cang Yao, covering the maximum range." Command confirmed. Howling Pearl, weak effect, activated. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an invisible yet piercing hum. This sound was not heard through the ears but scraped directly against the soul, exploding in her mind. It was more harrowing than the system's previous description, as though thousands of vengeful spirits were wailing in unison. In an instant, centered around Yin Lu and Cang Yao, within a radius of 100 meters, regardless of the frenzied Yanshi warriors or the fiercely resisting Baizhe tribe members, all movements came to a standstill. Warriors with weak mental strength even dropped their weapons, collapsing to the ground in agony, clutching their heads. Yin Lu abruptly halted, the savagery frozen on his beastly visage, replaced by a moment of bewilderment and the fury of a severe headache. Cang Yao, in a bloodthirsty rage, felt as if he had been doused with cold water. A flicker of clarity returned to his crimson eyes as he staggered, shaking his dazed head. The sudden, incomprehensible mass, dizziness, and mental shock crashed down upon the very heart of the most fervent battle. 10 seconds. Only 10 seconds. After issuing the command, Jiang Li did not dare to delay. Shaoling, activate Divine State. Target, fire the bolt at Yin Lu's chest. Command confirmed. 3 seconds until temporary takeover of the host's body, activating Divine State. 3, 2, 1, activation. In an instant, the world around Jiang Li shifted into an extraordinary detachment. Her mind was unusually clear, even excessively sharp, her vision suddenly enhanced to an inconceivable clarity. She could even see a droplet of blood clinging to Yin Lu's golden mane from dozens of meters away. The tension on its surface and the trajectory of its slow descent were clear enough to make her heart race. However, her body remained completely still, entirely disconnected from the commands of her consciousness. It was as if her physical form had transformed into a precise, cold instrument, awaiting instructions, while she was isolated outside the cockpit, merely an observer. The strength of Kumu Tong is lacking, yet from a young age, he has practiced various ancestral spirit techniques, endowing him with extraordinary mental prowess. Even so, the formidable mental assault left him momentarily dazed. In that fleeting chaos, born from overwhelming psychic noise, he beheld the queen's right arm steadily lifting, aiming the ominous hand crossbow at the now human, pain-stricken Yin Lu. Without a trace of hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The dark arrow shot forth like lightning, possessing a sinister penetrative force, silently slicing through the tumultuous air. Just as the 10 seconds of mental shock subsided, the black arrow remarkably predicted Yin Lu's trajectory, striking precisely into his left chest despite his rapid movements. It did not embed deeply, yet remained firmly lodged. A howl erupted from Yin Lu as the sharp pain in his chest ignited his fury. Lowering his gaze, he spotted an unremarkable black arrow. Without a moment's thought, he grasped the shaft with a powerful hand, muscles bulging, and with a swift motion, yanked it out, flesh tearing as he cast it aside. A mere trinket of an ant. He sneered. Blood gushed from the wound, but to him, it was of little consequence. However, the next instant his smile faltered slightly. The injury inflicted by the arrow bled at an unusually slow pace, its hue darkening ominously. More troubling was the chilling, stinging sensation that seeped inward from the wound. distinct from the fiery pain caused by ordinary weapons. He abruptly lifted his head, his crimson gaze piercing through the gradually settling battlefield, locking onto the silver-haired female. Pale yet with an unnervingly cold stare, shielded by her guards. The shriek that directly assaulted the soul, and this peculiar wound. This female is strange. She is not an ordinary, by Zay, tribeswoman. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Li would dismiss such a trivial wound and the odd trickery, determined to tear her apart. Yet, in this moment, he was not at his peak. His previous battle with Cang Yao had left him considerably weakened. Moreover, Cang Yuan lingered with predatory intent. The Bai Zai tribe resisted fiercely, and the ominous, unknown methods combined with the unsettling sensation emanating from his wound made him wary of what else this female might possess. Continuing the struggle would exponentially increase the risk. The Yin Shi tribe came to conquer and plunder, not to engage in a mutually destructive clash with an opponent wielding strange sorcery. Bai Zai's shaman, I shall remember you. Yin Lu roared in frustration, clutching his aching chest and decisively commanding warriors of the Yin Shi, retreat. He unleashed a wave of energy, forcing back two approaching Bai Zai warriors, and surged towards the battlefield's periphery. The sudden withdrawal of their leader startled the previously relentless Yin Shi warriors, yet they quickly followed suit. The pressure on the front line eased abruptly. Cang Yuan, leaning on his broad blade, gasped for breath, the crimson hue in his eyes diminishing. He too gazed towards Jiang Li, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The shriek had impacted him, awakening him from his murderous frenzy. Now witnessing Yin Lu's inexplicable retreat and Jiang Li's strange hand crossbow, his mind was awash with astonishment. With 5 minutes of divine presence still at hand, Jiang Li felt a great weight lift as she watched the Yin Shi tribe retreating like a tide. Had she succeeded? Yin Lu's venomous glare as he departed made her acutely aware that this matter would not easily conclude. Exiting the divine state prematurely, an overwhelming sense of weakness washed over her. Jiang Li's complexion turned as pale as paper, cold sweat beading on her forehead as she gasped for air. She could no longer grip the hand crossbow, and in the moment it slipped from her grasp, the system reclaimed it, vanishing without a trace. Although the over 3,000 points had dissipated before they could warm her, today had imparted an invaluable lesson. The realm held many treasures unknown to her, which could be exchanged in times of peril, provided she had sufficient points. Although the points were lost, saving many lives was a fair trade. Moreover, had she succeeded in her task? Jiang Li anxiously surveyed the bloody battlefield, praying that too many tribespeople had not perished. Chapter 27, Xianwang Continent, Return. Jiang Li felt her vision darkening. Ding. Emergency task completed. Bai Zai tribe death toll, 107. Injured, 239. Task successful. Rewards issued. Reputation significantly increased, 5,000 points awarded. Remaining points, 3773. Oh my, it's not negative so soon. Upon hearing the system prompt, the tension that had gripped her mind suddenly relaxed. It was over. She could not hold on any longer. Just as her consciousness sank into darkness, she summoned the system store with her last ounce of clarity, almost operating it blindly by thought, exchanging for the most urgent items she could afford. System, exchange for 20 jars of special healing ointment. Quickly, exchange successful. Points deducted, 1,000. Remaining points, 2773. A faint glow flickered as 20 small round containers appeared beside her. Her vision began to blur, and with her final sense of direction, she addressed Kumu Tong, instructing him to apply the stinging thorns for bleeding control on the severely injured tribespeople, mixing in a bit of this healing ointment. No sooner had she spoken than her body weakened, the last vestige of strength dissipating. Darkness enveloped her as she fell backward amidst the hurried exclamations of those rushing to her side. The queen, Chi Fei, dashed forward, swiftly catching her limp form. Time slipped away, and Jiang Li was roused by an enveloping warmth. Her awareness had not fully returned, but she felt an incessant heat surrounding her, causing sweat to bead at her temples and neck. Beneath her lay a soft, dry animal hide, while in front, something hard pressed against her, its temperature almost scalding. Could Chi-Fei truly have brought a burning stove to warm her? With his simple-mindedness, such an act would not be surprising. She mused drowsily, instinctively pushing away. Yet the heat source remained unmoving, instead resonating with a steady, powerful heartbeat. Even more discomforting was the hard object pressing painfully against her thigh. The haze of slumber was finally dispelled by this multitude of discomforts. Jiang Li furrowed her brow, her eyelashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes. At first, her vision was blurred, then it focused. What met her gaze was a bare, muscular chest, its texture vividly defined. The skin exuded a vibrant honey hue, rising and falling with each breath. Upon it lingered several familiar light scars. Of course, they were familiar. They were the marks left by her own fingers. Jiang Li jolted upward, her gaze hastily rising to collide with a pair of near-proximity eyes. Those eyes were clear, like a lake cloaked in snow-capped mountains. A serene and translucent ice blue. In that moment, they reflected her dazed and astonished expression as she awoke. Cang Yao? Her voice was barely a whisper, laced with disbelief. You're back. When did you return? The sound was parched, still tinged with sleepiness and shock. Considering the time, he had been gone for over half a month. Finally, you have returned. Jiang Li gazed at him, her voice unknowingly imbued with a sense of reliance and a hint of subtle grievance. If he were present, she would not have to expend nearly all her strength to confront the ferocious Yen Lu. Cang Yao sensed her emotions, his gaze softening slightly. He reached out, gently touseling her tousled hair, his touch tender. Yes, I'm back. His voice, deeper than usual, bore the weight of fatigue from long travels. It resonated clearly in her ears. It's my fault that you had to endure hardship. He said little, but his soothing gesture and concise words conveyed a profound understanding of all that had transpired. Are you hungry? He inquired. Jiang Li nodded. And after the dual exhaustion of body and spirit, a sense of emptiness stirred within her stomach. Cang Yao rose, his tall figure taking away much of the warmth as he departed, causing Jiang Li to instinctively curl up. She observed him approach the corner stove, retrieving 2 golden, fragrant cakes from a pot that had been simmering gently, along with a bowl of warm beast milk. Did Tuta Lu make these cakes? Jiang Li took them in surprise, wondering how they had remained, as she recalled having planted the last few as seeds. She encountered them again on her way back. Cang Yao sat down beside her once more, offering the beast milk with succinct words, indicating he had spent time searching for it. In the prolonged winter, there were indeed few things suitable for his little female to consume. So how could he not care? Jiang Li took small bites of the cake, the long-forgotten aroma of potato starch soothing her stomach. Initially, she had worried about the injured clansman, but with Cang Yao's return, her concerns waned. The special restorative ointment worked wonders on severe injuries. The beastmen had remarkable recovery abilities, and minor wounds hardly required attention. Later, she would ask Shuang Hua to check with the great shaman if there was enough restorative ointment left. If it wasn't sufficient, she would exchange for more. As she ate, she couldn't help but glance at him. Was the outing smooth? Very smooth, he replied, the certainty in his tone easing Jiang Li's mind. In truth, it was not merely smooth. His mental acuity was stable now, and the people of Yuehun Island had become much more restrained. Cang Yao refrained from detailing the external apprehension towards him, nor did he mention the advantageous terms on which he had secured more salt. Yet, he attributed all these achievements to Jiang Li. While she felt hunger, she found her appetite lacking as she actually consumed only half of the cake, finishing the warm beast milk instead. Are you full? Cang Yao inquired, observing her set down the bowl. Yes, I'm full, Jiang Li nodded, her sluggish reaction a result of just awakening and the slight fatigue that followed her meal. Cang Yao's ice-blue gaze lingered on her, as if something dormant and suppressed flowed within. His voice lowered, imbued with a dangerous magnetism. If you are full, then it is my turn. He was still hungry. Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing as she comprehended the unspoken, fervent implications behind his sudden proximity. Before she could formulate a refusal, or even utter a syllable, Cang Yao had leaned in. His cool, commanding lips silenced all her unvoiced words with undeniable intent. This kiss bore a clear meaning of possession, along with an urgent, desperate need for affirmation. The heat and length of it swiftly robbed Jiang Li of the scant oxygen and cognitive ability she had left. The rich flavor of beast milk mingled between their lips. The long night stretched on, punctuated by sweet, pleading cries that echoed throughout. As dawn approached, faint light filtered through the cracks of the stone window, sketching vague outlines. Cang Yao propped himself up, his fingertips brushing against the damp strands of hair and the cheek of the person nestled in his embrace. The touch was soft and smooth, akin to the finest warm jade, infused with the unique resilience of vibrant life. The little female had long since exhausted herself, sinking into a deep slumber in his arms. Her breath was shallow, and her long lashes cast fragile shadows beneath her eyelids. The reality of holding her in his arms granted Cang Yao some solace after days of yearning. He couldn't help but emit a low sigh. Immediately upon returning, he had listened to Yuehun's report regarding everything that had transpired in the tribe, from the earthworm to the mines, from fragrant wild vegetables to the stove and pottery, and from the peculiar symbols representing quantities to the impending threat of Jiang Li. These descriptions, coupled with her current weary, sleeping form, intertwined in his mind. The little female, whom he had unilaterally forced into his life, continually surprised him, each revelation more intense and beyond reason than the last. The piercing wails that struck his soul were peculiar, like strange arrows, along with the remarkably effective restorative ointments. She seemed like an unfathomable enigma. One could never predict what she would reveal next or to what extent she could achieve. This ability, which surpassed control and bordered on the supernatural, while bringing awe and relief, also pricked Cang Yao's innermost insecurities. For the first time, he clearly realized that he might not possess her as firmly as he believed. Perhaps it was possible now, but what of the future? She had so many hidden cards that he could neither comprehend nor grasp. Could this barren and perilous tribe truly retain her? There were precedents among their kin. Females captured from other tribes initially resisted, but gradually became consumed by their offspring, no longer gazing towards their homeland once they bore their clan's young. Cang Yao's gaze settled on Jiang Li's sleeping profile. She appeared to genuinely enjoy the tribe's children, tirelessly imparting strange knowledge and games to them, especially to that Moon Shao fellow, for whom she always exhibited remarkable patience, sharing countless bizarre tales. What if they were to have offspring together? A little life flowing with both their blood. Would she, like those other females, truly settle her heart here, willingly remaining by his side? Once this thought took root, it spread rapidly with an intense yearning, nearly scorching his very insides. He had always desired a child, and with Jiang Li, that desire intensified. It was not merely about continuing the bloodline. It felt like a primal, forceful bond and connection. A life they created together might serve as the most unbreakable link to tether her to him. The longing was profound, tightening his heart and quickening his blood. Cang Yao's eyes, shrouded in dim light, were as deep as the sea, swirling with intense desire, uncertain restlessness, and a stubborn resolve. He lowered his head and gently kissed the swollen petals of the little female's lips, then trailed his lips to her warm cheek, leaving a mark that was almost reverent yet filled with possessiveness. Then his powerful arms encircled her delicate waist once more, enveloping her in an irresistible warmth that sought to fully fuse her into his very being, gradually closing the last remaining cool distance between them. In the hazy morning light, the sleeping figure unconsciously murmured softly, sinking deeper into the suffocating warmth and entanglement he provided. Chapter 28. Xianhuangzhou, Cold Current. A night of recklessness. Jiang Li groggily opened her eyes. The space beside her was empty. Cang Yao had awakened at some point, and the bed had long since lost its warmth. Jiang Li propped herself up, her body feeling sore as usual, in exchange for a jar of special restorative ointment from the system. The cool balm applied to her fiery, swollen areas provided a swift sense of restoration, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Without this, she might have perished long ago. The tigers of the original world were, uniquely structured. Those who understood would know. Cang Yao was the bloodline pure by Zhe Beast King. In his beast form, the tigers of the original world were but kittens. He even possessed enormous snow-white wings. When he transformed into human form, he retained those features. Details are best left unsaid, for they cannot be fully expressed. Jiang Li finished applying the ointment and curled back into the cold beast pelts, shutting her eyes. Alas, no one could understand her suffering. Every part of her ached. Moving her body felt as if her bones had been disassembled and reassembled. She was so weak that even lifting her hand was a struggle, let alone rising. She hoarsely called for Shuanghua, but remained sprawled on the beast pelt, devoid of the strength to even shift. With great effort, Shuanghua half-supported, half-leaned her through a simple washing routine. Returning to bed, she fell back into her lethargy. Qifei brought a bowl of bone broth, spooning it into her mouth one ladle at a time. Shuanghua wrung a warm, soft cloth, meticulously wiping her mouth after she finished. Transitioning from luxury to simplicity is a daunting challenge. The two of them were on the verge of rendering her utterly dependent. It was difficult to imagine life without them. With food in her belly, her spirits lifted slightly. Shuanghua, how far have you memorized the multiplication table? Her voice was still a bit hoarse. Shuanghua knelt by the bedside, replying, I've memorized up to 6 times 9 equals 54, Your Majesty. Recite it for me. Following this, Shuanghua began to recite clearly and flawlessly. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction. Shuanghua was perceptive and intelligent, learning things with remarkable speed. The concept of multiplication was easily grasped by her, and she could even deduce related ideas. Given her current condition, she certainly wouldn't be able to teach the children in the tribe today. This afternoon, you will teach them for me, Jiang Li said, gazing at Shuanghua with hope. Teach them addition up to 5. You know how to do this, just like before, using stones and sticks. Days passed, and suddenly it was deep winter. The cold front arrived silently. The sky was leaden gray, heavy and oppressive. The snow layer was frozen solid. Mining ceased, kills stopped, and fishing was halted. The entire tribe was utterly immobilized, and everyone began to huddle indoors, no longer venturing outside. The great hall was constructed from neatly cut stone blocks. The walls were thick and wind-resistant. Yet, the stone walls still seeped with cold, leaving one's hands icy upon touch. To enhance warmth, the walls of the sleeping quarters were lined with animal skins. The hall's fireplace, 3 stoves, and the stove in the bedroom had not extinguished since the fire was lit. In the wooden shed beside the kitchen, piles of dark, smokeless coal chunks were stacked, broken into irregular sizes. This material burned exceptionally well. Jiang Li felt a tinge of regret. If only there were more time, she could make briquettes from the coal, which would be more efficient. The production of molds and the mixing ratio of coal dust and clay were clearly outlined in her notes. The process was not difficult. A few days ago, Jiang Li had paused her lessons. Before the cold front arrived, she assigned some tasks to the young ones. Now, the outside world was a frigid place capable of freezing someone to death. Even the strongest of beasts could not endure the outdoors for long. Wrapped in thick, heavily scented animal skins, Jiang Li curled up at her desk, writing and sketching. She meticulously recorded her plans for the upcoming year, potential issues with salt production, and detailed steps for salt extraction, noting everything she could think of. The kitchen was adjacent to the west side of the great hall, connected by an inner door. Qifei quickly moved the coal chunks needed for the day into the kitchen. After just a minute or two, her limbs were stiff from the cold, and she stomped her feet to unlock the kitchen door. Shuanghua was busy at the stove. Seeing her rush, she called out, "Come sit and warm yourself." "All right," Qifei replied. On the stove, a pot of white porridge bubbled away, the aroma of rice mingling with steam wafting through the air. During this time, Jiang Li had accumulated over 10,000 points. She did not wish to deprive her stomach. Points could be earned again, but not consuming carbohydrates would be unbearable. Finally, gritting her teeth and enduring the pain of spending, she exchanged for a 20-pound bag of flour and a 20-pound bag of rice, costing her 1,200 points. If she was frugal and combined it with meat and wild vegetables, it would sustain her for quite some time. In terms of perseverance, she had certainly developed it. The exchange market boasted a dazzling array of foods, such as fragrant fried chicken, spicy roast meat, sweet cream cakes, and even simple crispy noodles. She had not tasted any of these in ages, and each one made her mouth water. Jiang Li resolutely endured and refrained from making exchanges. These items were expensive and not worth it. She recalled the meager wages she earned in the original world, which were all spent on immediate gratification: hot pot, milk tea, barbecues, fried chicken, and burgers. If she craved something, she would buy it instantly. But here, could she afford that? Points were a lifeline in dangerous times. In this strange place, who knew what tomorrow might bring? For the first time, she made porridge with fine grains and offered a bowl to Cang Yao. Seeing the small amount, he merely curiously took a sip and did not ask for more. He didn't inquire about its origins either. When Jiang Li mentioned that her stock of fine grains was quite limited, Cang Yao specifically advised her to save these rare items for herself, not to share with him. At that time, Jiang Li discussed with him her possession of seeds for fine grains. Once spring arrived and the snow melted, she planned to cultivate some wasteland to try planting spring wheat and soybeans. After harvesting the wheat, she would plant corn. Perhaps in the future, everyone could have these grains for every meal. Even if the beasts favored meat, having grains would at least help them survive the winter. As for the system, points, and the existence of the exchange market, Jiang Li had never mentioned a word to Cang Yao. As long as she didn't bring it up. The perceptive Cang Yao would never pry into it. Moreover, many times, he would discreetly cover for her. Regarding the curiosity of the shaman and the tribesmen, he would simply say that her maternal lineage was profound, with countless treasures, and that she possessed a hereditary storage secret. Jiang Li genuinely appreciated his understanding and protectiveness. She was also grateful that not only did she have Cang Yao, but Shuanghua and Qi Fei were also discreet. When encountering unusual items, they never pried or asked questions, keeping everything to themselves and never revealing anything in front of outsiders. Chapter 29. Zuan Huangju, Snow Porpoise. The cold front continued to ravage. Thus, more than half a month passed. The good news was that with the stoves and coal blocks, no tribesmen had frozen to death this winter. However, the bad news quickly followed. Food supplies were running low. Although this year had an additional source of income, plentiful catches of giller fish, the tribe's population had also increased significantly compared to previous years. In past years, death from warfare and the cold claimed over 30% of the tribe. When food supplies dwindled, the first to face starvation would always be the slaves. Their lives were as light as grass, insignificant. Next would be the old, weak, sick, and disabled in the tribe. If winter was not survived, the lower-ranking beasts will become the next to be abandoned. Only the core figures of the tribe, those in power, as well as females and young ones, would consistently receive adequate food. Beasts were inherently wild, and during the cold front, nearly 90% of the females in the tribe would become pregnant. After enduring the harsh winter, they would recuperate in spring. With the tribe having lost 30% of its population, many young ones would be born in the coming time. As the rainy season approached, the tribe would mobilize to raid nearby, smaller tribes. The captured beasts would continue to be used as slaves. This was the long-standing survival rule between tribes. The same applied to Baizé. The time had come for the coldest season of the year. In previous years, at this time, even Cang Yao would have to shed his human form and revert to his beastly state, curling up in a corner of the room. The biting cold would forcefully impact his bodily functions, compelling him to enter a semi-hibernation state to endure the long, frigid winter. Heating had always been a challenging problem. The stored firewood was insufficient for continuous heating day and night, and the meager fire had to be constantly monitored for ventilation hazards. Fortunately, this winter, that risk was absent. In the dead of night, the fireplace and stoves burned quietly. In the chamber, two breaths were synchronized. A silver-white giant tiger, sleek and powerful in form, curled up beside a petite woman. The thick, glossy fur served as her best source of warmth. The tiger's ears occasionally twitched, attentively listening for even the faintest changes in the wind and snow outside. Everything was serene and beautiful until the mechanical voice, reminiscent of a child's, erupted in Jiang Li's mind without any forewarning. Ding. Detection of the Baizé tribe's survival status deteriorating, with over 30 tribe members entering a state of moderate hunger. Survival value continuously declining. Jiang Li, lost in a deep slumber, was momentarily disoriented by the sound and did not respond immediately. She even snuggled deeper into the soft abdomen of Cang Yao. An emergency survival mission has been issued. Find food to provide sustainable life for Baizé. Mission success will reward you with 8,000 points. Mission failure. If the Bai tribe's survival value continues to decline and the number of starving individuals exceeds 100, the mission will be deemed a failure. Punishment. High-intensity electric shock for 5 minutes. Points minus 16,000. As she groggily awoke, Jiang Li thought again, "You think this is a game?" She couldn't even muster the energy to open her eyelids, responding mentally with each word dripping with sarcasm. Shaoling. Has your programming gone haywire? Are you insane? Unable to contain herself, she let out a cold laugh, continuing with gritted teeth. And whether that dips to minus 70 or 80 degrees, you want me to go out searching for food? Are you mad or am I? She knew that within 3 seconds of stepping outside, she would become a frozen statue. Ding! Considering the extreme environment, an auxiliary plan has been provided. You can consume points to exchange for a mid-level temperature control talisman, temporary, which would be inscribed on animal skin or carried on your person, providing 144 hours of basic body temperature maintenance against extreme cold. Each one requires 800 points. 144 hours, 6 days, and 6 nights. Jiang Li pondered for a moment, even contemplating using her points to exchange for food to help the tribe survive the winter. However, she currently possessed only 11,800 points. After the cold wave hit, her points had ceased to increase, with over 1,000 mouths to feed in the tribe. Even if she exchanged all her points for food, it would be a mere drop in the bucket. Food was exorbitantly priced, and her points were insufficient. Her original plan was to endure this year, and then in the following year work desperately to clear land, grow crops, produce salt, and ensure that the tribe would be well fed the next winter. Each temperature control talisman cost 800 points. If it were just her and Cang Yao, they were too few, and it would be dangerous to act alone. They needed to form a small team. Assuming a team of 5, the temperature control talismans would require 4,000 points. The mission success would yield a reward of 8,000 points, eliminating the risk of starvation for a large number of tribe members. What was there to hesitate about? That night, Jiang Li tossed and turned in her sleep. Finally, she opened the exchange mall and navigated to the category for Beast World clothing. She carefully browsed through the items and ultimately exchanged for a series of equipment. She spent 100 points on a wide scarf, 50 points for a pair of dexterous gloves, 50 points for a pair of warm, moisture-wicking socks, 400 points for a temperature control set of autumn clothing, which the description panel claimed would lock in heat and balance body temperature, 200 points for lightweight, stylish thick pants, and 200 points for a windproof cloak that was both waterproof and remarkably light. Lastly, she added 200 points for a pair of short boots with non-slip soles and thick lining. This amounted to a total expenditure of 200 points. Upon waking the next day, she donned each piece of clothing purchased from the mall. The autumn clothing clung to her skin, enveloping her in warmth without the burden of heaviness. Over it, she wore a short coat made of white marten fur tailored by Shuanghua, thick trousers, and finally draped the gray-black windproof cloak over her. As Shaoling had previously mentioned, the garments from the mall surpassed the materials and performance available in this realm. They were light and agile, and she felt a sense of ease rather than the cumbersome layers she previously wore. Now, she was no longer weighed down by heavy clothing that left her exhausted after just a few steps. In the bone-chilling cold and potentially perilous wilderness, agility was of utmost importance. The overcast clouds loomed low, and the biting wind cut like a knife. The day now offered merely a dim, bleak light, slightly more than the darkness of night. Even the most robust beastmen, when transformed into their beast forms, could only endure outdoors for 20 minutes at most, lest they face fatal dangers. Jiang Li informed Cang Yao of her plan to venture out in search of food. He, with a furrowed brow, firmly opposed her. This does not solve the crisis. It is a death sentence. Only when Jiang Li softly explained and revealed the faintly glowing temperature control talisman did Cang Yao's gaze waver between the enigmatic talisman and her resolute face before he finally relented. Fine. Once outside, survival and defense were placed as the utmost priorities by Cang Yao. He designated the team members, Zhu Shi, Feng Xiao, and Liao. Zhu Shi's original form was that of a Wu Gang bear, possessing immense strength. Feng Xiao belonged to the Owl clan. In the past, such exploration or hunting missions required the expertise of the adept shadow flow, who was intimately familiar with various terrains. Together with Feng Xiao, known for his tracking skills, they often achieved remarkable results. However, this time, with Jiang Li accompanying them, Cang Yao chose Liao, known for his formidable strength and calm demeanor, over shadow flow. As for the trusted Yuehun, he had to remain to guard the home. As for the deputy leader, Sang Yuan, he would not show himself in times of the tribe's life or death. The vast expanse of the world was reduced to a murky gray-white, with the boundaries between sky and earth completely dissolving, as if the world had regressed to its primordial chaos. The wind was the sole sovereign, carrying ice particles and silence, emitting an unending wail. In this frozen gloom, a black-furred Wugang bear moved with a speed unbefitting its massive form, resembling a rushing steel mountain that shattered the ice crust beneath its path. Further afield, a silent owl beast circled above, slender in form with wings that spread like clouds descending from the heavens. Its sharp gaze pierced through the dim fog, clearing the unknown ahead for the team. Just below, a pair of winged tiger beasts, one white and one golden, cut through the wind. The golden beast exuded a robust presence, standing firm against the cold wind, while the pure white one radiated a sense of authoritative power, each flap of its wings stirring sharp currents of air. Upon closer inspection, nestled against the broad, warm back of the white tiger was a figure swathed in a heavy cloak. Jiang Li had tucked herself deep within the cloak, with the scarf tightly sealing the edge of her hood, leaving only her eyes reflecting the gray-white world visible. The biting winds were kept at bay by the extraordinary fabric, leaving only the fierce sounds howling in her ears. Though the mighty beasts beside her moved in silence, they were engulfed in an unprecedented astonishment. Against their chests, the temperature control talisman adhered to their skin radiated a steady stream of gentle warmth. They had never ventured outdoors during the peak of the cold wave. The biting chill, capable of snatching vitality even from their thick fur and resilient hides, became bearable due to the talisman's enigmatic power, akin to the crisp autumn breeze. This was a force unlike any known sorcery or heritage of the tribe. Beyond their existing gratitude and loyalty towards the queen nestled quietly upon the king's back, a deeper reverence began to take root. The power she wielded was truly profound and unfathomable. One could only wonder how formidable her maternal clan must be. The team swiftly and silently penetrated the desolate snowfield, resembling black wedges driven deep into the pale world. Following Jiang Li's guidance, the squad advanced rapidly. As time passed, Cang Yao observed the direction and terrain, growing increasingly perplexed. They were drawing closer to the extreme cold ice sea. The extreme cold ice sea was once a vast inland bay, now entirely sealed by ancient, unmelting ice. Strangely, even during the sweltering summer, the temperatures here never rose. Eternal frost reigned supreme. This had been the case for thousands of years, a region shrouded in ambiguity even in ancient forbidden legends. According to legend, nearly a millennium ago, various factions united to dispatch several groups of elite orc warriors in an attempt to explore this frozen expanse of cerulean ice. Ultimately, not a single soul returned, with even their bones never recovered. Its fearsome reputation looms over the misty forest, marking it as a true realm of despair for life. After a grueling day and night of relentless flight, even the mighty Cang Yao and his companions felt their internal energies nearing depletion. Jiang Li pointed out that the team finally landed on a cliff jutting out over the icy sea. Once they resumed their human forms, the group quickly adjusted and rested. Chapter 30, Zuan Huangju, I see. Cang Yao's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, was cast towards the boundless, desolate expanse of ice, eventually settling on Jiang Li's face. His voice, strained by the cold and oppressive atmosphere, inquired, "Are you certain this is the place?" Jiang Li, taken aback by his tone of skepticism, nodded affirmatively. "Yes, this is it." Zhu Shi, tossing a large piece of jerky into his mouth and chewing heartily, chimed in with a coarse voice. "Entering here is tantamount to courting death. Your Majesty, you might not be aware, But this place offers no return. Is it truly that perilous? Jiang Li asked, her hands fidgeting in embarrassment. Zhu nodded vigorously. Indeed. Let me put it this way. The misty forest pales in comparison, although Feng Xiao and Liao remained silent. Their focused gazes contributed to an atmosphere that had grown heavy with tension. Sensing the pressure, Jiang Li instinctively called out to the system in her mind. Xiaoling. What's going on? Is it really this dangerous here? Can I trust your navigation? Unexpectedly, Xiaoling, usually monotone and somewhat mechanical, responded with a hint of excitement in its electronic, youthful tone. Host, please rest assured. After thorough scanning and confirmation, the reason this bay has become a forbidden zone is not due to a persistent and lethal threat. Deep within the ice sea lies a primordial entity known as Jiuyuqi, which has remained in slumber for over several millennia, its life fluctuations nearly imperceptible. The true reason explorers have failed to return is due to a massive illusionary maze formed by the magnetic field of Jiuyuqi above the ice sea. This array distorts one's sense of direction and interferes with energy perception, causing any life trapped within to unconsciously wander in circles until their spiritual energy is exhausted, ultimately freezing to death upon the ice surface, thus rendering it a one-way journey. However, with this system in place, Xiaoling can precisely calculate the array's nodes, temporarily disrupting the local magnetic field to create a limited-time, safe passage. As long as we evacuate before the passage dissipates, we will remain unscathed. Please expedite your actions. 3 kilometers southeast on the ice surface, a herd of blubbering snow porpoises has gathered. These creatures possess weak, offensive capabilities, yet their thick blubber and tender flesh are rich in energy, making them an excellent source of food and sustenance. The latest coordinates have been locked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li felt a sense of relief, though the hint of triumph in Xiaoling's tone stirred a twinge of unease within her. Gathering her composure and omitting the intricate details of the system, Jiang Li relayed Xiaoling's information to Cang Yao and the others, emphasizing the possibility of breaking the illusionary maze and the immense value of the target creatures. Cang Yao gazed into her eyes for a moment, overwhelmed by a strange sensation that coursed through him. She could discern the anomalies generated by the frigid ice sea and had found a method to unravel the maze. How could this not astonish him? Indeed, I would never jest about such matters, Jiang Li reassured him. He nodded, quietly instructing the other 3, rest for an hour. The inner turmoil of Zhu Shi, Feng Xiao, and Liao need not be elaborated upon. After hastily filling their stomachs, the 3 collapsed onto the ground, quickly succumbing to slumber, their snores echoing in mere moments. Jiang Li produced the rations prepared for Cang Yao by Shuanghua, urging him, hurry and eat. Once you finish, rest a while. I will wake you all when the time comes. She had practically slept on his back the entire way, feeling no fatigue. Among the 5, she was the only one brimming with energy, while even Cang Yao displayed signs of weariness. The time for rest passed swiftly. As they prepared to depart, Cang Yao issued a solemn command: follow the route indicated by Her Majesty and act swiftly. At the slightest hint of danger, heed my and the Queen's orders. Do not hesitate to retreat and withdraw with all your strength. The group exchanged determined glances, responding in unison. Understood. Apart from Zhu Shi, the others transformed back into their beast forms. Viang, Limontet Hertiger. Following her suggested intricate detour, Cang Yao and Feng Xiao soared from a cliff, descending in altitude towards the serene yet hauntingly beautiful azure ice expanse. Finally, it was Zhu Shi's turn. He approached the cliff's edge and leapt off, his robust form plummeting straight down. At that moment, a radiant shadow adorned with black stripes, Liao, executed an exquisite spiral dive, closely trailing the cliffside to catch up with him. Zhu Shi seemed to anticipate the fall, effortlessly extending his arm mid-air to firmly grasp Liao's muscular hind leg in his beast form. Liao's wings flapped steadily, dramatically slowing their descent. Seizing this momentum, Zhu Shi swung in a pendulum motion, brought close to the relatively gentle ice slope below. Just before touching the ground, he released his grip, bending his knees upon landing. the impact causing the ice surface to tremor slightly. In an instant, the light distorted, muscles expanded. In the blink of an eye, his robust human form had vanished, replaced by a formidable black-furred Wugang bear. Upon the ice surface, vague gray-white dots began to appear, revealing the snow porpoises. These creatures, sluggish and cumbersome, were clad in thick fur laden with ice crystals, awkwardly writhing over the icy expanse. The hunt commenced in silence. Jiehun charged into the den of the snow porpoises like a wild wolf. In his wake, fallen snow porpoises littered the ground. Cang Yao and Liao erupted from either side like two bolts of lightning, their claws generating massive gusts of wind that pierced through the vital points of the snow porpoises. After a series of muffled thuds and brief struggles, they all succumbed. Feng Xiao stood guard beside Jiang Li, swatting away a startled snow porpoise that charged toward them. The three beasts forged a path ahead. Jiang Li followed closely, her hands reaching out to absorb the injured or deceased snow porpoises into the spatial realm. In mere breaths, the ice surface became stained with rapidly freezing dark red pools. The hunting persisted until exhaustion set in. The bounty was plentiful, yet the group's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, necessitating a retreat to a sheltered ice fissure for rest. The vast, frigid ice sea lay silent. At the horizon, only the jagged black peaks pierced the icy surface, standing resolute between the gray and white of sky and earth. As the group recuperated, Jiang Li sensed Xiao Ling's scanning cursor flickering urgently in her mind, locking onto the direction of the peaks. Ding. Ice Fisher Nightmare Hound Pack detected. Total count, 7. 5 adults, 2 pups. Danger assessment, high. Several high-energy signatures detected within their lair, suspected to be soul crystals, dragon tooth blades, etc. Analysis suggests these items are likely remnants of top-tier explorers who perished here, retrieved by the Nightmare Hounds to their den. Ice Fisher Nightmare Hound, an ancient subspecies, thrives in extreme cold, lives in packs, adept at ice concealment and ambush, possesses incredible speed, yet fears sustained high-frequency sound waves and pure yang attribute burns. Recommendation: utilize the weak ice layers and unfrozen seawater areas ahead to create traps or sound wave disruptions, waiting for the opportune moment to seize the treasures while avoiding combat. Jiang Li listened to Xiao Ling's continuous analysis, feeling somewhat bewildered. Did I say I wanted to go treasure hunting? Huh. Oh, those treasures are truly rare finds, especially the soul crystals. Cang Yao absorbing them would significantly aid his breakthrough. A virtual electronic avatar of a small child appeared in her mind, pointing animatedly with a flickering gaze, surrounded by a blue halo, its form indistinguishable in gender. This was the first time Jiang Li had seen Xiao Ling's transformed shape, and she momentarily found herself taken aback. Surprisingly, it appeared quite endearing and adorable. All right. In that instant, she found it difficult to voice a refusal. Although she feared trouble and danger, the prospect of enhancing Cang Yao's strength made the risk worthwhile. After resting for several hours until their stamina and spiritual energy were restored to 60 or 70%, they began to stealthily approach the yin dog den in the lunchy area. As they neared their target, the environment grew increasingly bizarre. The ice layers had lost their solidity, becoming mottled like shattered glass. In certain areas, the ice was thin enough to be transparent, revealing the dark, undulating depths of the unfathomable sea below. A chilling aura and an inexplicable pressure seeped from the depths, inducing a sense of unease. The massive rocks were left at the periphery. Even in human form, he was the most robust among the beastkin. He was unable to fly, and the fragile ice ahead might not withstand his weight. It was best for him to remain on the outskirts to provide support. They did not rashly approach the entrance to the den. With exceptional vision and silent flight capabilities, Feng Xiao conducted multiple detailed reconnaissance missions from high above. Cang Yao, Jiang Li, and Liao lay in wait behind a slightly elevated ridge 100 meters away, observing closely. The den was situated in the sheltered area behind several interlocking large stones, with a deep entrance. 5 adult Binglai yin dogs spent most of their time curled up near the cave entrance, feigning sleep. Scattered nearby were some glimmering crystals, which were their objective. The dogs took turns with brief, unusually alert patrols, their eerie green eyes scanning the ice surface, nostrils flaring. Two pups frolicked playfully a short distance away on the ice. With the guidance of Xiao Ling's arrow light, Jiang Li quickly discerned the locations of several important treasures. She spotted 3 soul crystals with strong energy responses, and a dragon-tooth knife was buried beneath a few broken bones near the cave entrance. Jiang Li whispered, sharing the marked locations with Cang Yao and the others. The risk of forcefully seizing the treasures was too great. The ice layer was weak, and if they were ensnared, a battle might trigger a collapse or attract more troublesome creatures. Cang Yao's tone was grave as he sharply analyzed their situation, noting that the yin dog seemed particularly sensitive to scent and sound. Jiang Li was quite impressed. Cang Yao had managed to understand the characteristics of a yin dog from such a brief observation. She quickly communicated with the system, Xiao Ling, analyze their traits and visual blind spots, and simulate the optimal theft route. Are there any means of diversion? Calculating path simulation complete. Success rate 67. 4. Suggestion. Use low-frequency sound waves, one-time use, consuming 500 points, to simulate continuous natural wind sounds and faint ice cracking, masking the team's movements for 15 minutes. Coupled with concealment powder, consuming 500 points, it can temporarily obscure the scent of oneself or a designated group for 20 minutes. Xiao Ling swiftly provided a plan. Without hesitation, Jiang Li agreed to exchange for it. They could attempt a diversionary tactic, and she relayed the plan to the others. Cang Yao had remained calm from the moment Jiang Li predicted the presence of treasures in the yin dog den to now, when she proposed using powder to temporarily mask their scent. After being shocked multiple times, one becomes numb to it. After all, he had never even seen a Binglai yin dog before. The others were no different. They would simply follow the orders given by the king and queen. The final plan was determined. Feng Xiao would create a controllable small ice collapse from a distance to attract some of the yin dog's attention. Cang Yao and Liao would burst forth at extreme speed along the calculated path to retrieve the soul crystals and the dragon-tooth knife. Jiang Li would remain in place, observing the overall situation. The massive stones were positioned not far from Jiang Li, ready to provide support. The operation commenced. Feng Xiao silently flew away. Moments later, a dull sound of cracking ice echoed from afar. One of the resting Binglai yin dogs deep within the den remained unmoved. The 4 dogs near the entrance immediately perked up their ears. 2 of them growled and trotted toward the source of the sound to investigate. The low-frequency sound waves were activated at that moment. The remaining 2 yin dogs were drawn by the subtle, continuous sound of ice cracking, rising and taking a few steps toward the source. However, they remained cautious, never venturing too far from the cave entrance. Now it was the moment. Cang Yao and Liao's figures seemed to merge with the distorted light on the ice surface, transforming into swift, faint shadows. They stealthily advanced toward their target, navigating through the ice cracks and shadows of the massive stones. Cang Yao was the first to seize the scattered soul crystals, their icy touch sending a shiver through him. But their powerful energy was swiftly tucked away. Meanwhile, Liao approached the cave entrance like a specter, delicately moving aside the broken bones and grasping the ancient dragon-tooth knife. Everything seemed to be going too smoothly. However, just as the two prepared to retreat, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The 2 pups that had been playing at the periphery had silently returned, baring their teeth and barking furiously at the 2 intruders encroaching on their territory. Their innocent barks betraying a chilling alertness. Not far from the entrance, the 2 yin dogs that had been drawn by the low-frequency sound waves were suddenly jolted awake, snapping their heads around. Their haunting green eyes locked onto the 2 intruders. A piercing howl erupted from one of them. The 2 yin dogs bristled with fur, advancing menacingly. This howl served as an alarm, causing the 2 yin dogs further away to rush back and awakening the last resting adult yin dog deep within the den. The theft had instantly escalated into a full confrontation. Cang Yao reacted swiftly, charging toward the rendezvous point at full speed while shouting, "We've been discovered. Prepare for battle." The speed of the 2 yin dogs was astonishing, and they were soon locked in combat with the transformed Cang Yao and Liao. Liao turned back, unleashing a golden wing that transformed into a blade, slashing through the air, but the cunning yin dog narrowly evaded, leaving a deep gash on the ice surface. Cang Yao collided with another, ice shards bursting forth in the impact. These creatures moved with remarkable speed and agility, making it difficult to vanquish them. He felt a surge of urgency, casting a glance toward Jiang Li. The massive stones and Feng Xiao were also engaged in battle with the two returning yin dogs. The awakened yin dog deep within the den was the largest of them all. Its eerie green eyes did not immediately fixate on Cang Yao and Liao. Instead, they pierced through the space, locking onto Jiang Li's position. It seemed as if something about her was drawing its attention, or perhaps igniting its excitement. In an instant, its claws dug into the ice with ferocity, transforming into a pale shadow that darted toward Jiang Li with blinding speed. Jiang Li, Cang Yao roared, wanting to withdraw. He found himself restrained by the yin dog he was battling. Everything unfolded too rapidly. By the time Jiang Li realized, the snarling doghead was already close at hand, its foul breath washing over her. A paralyzing fear caused her legs to weaken, and she collapsed onto the ice, barely able to scream. System, activate Divine Presence. Command confirmed. In 3 seconds, temporarily taking control of the host's body, activating Divine Presence status. The yin dog lunged toward her. 3. Instinctively, she raised her arm to block. 2. The claws tore through her sleeve, slicing open a wound on her forearm. Warm blood surged forth, rising in thin white vapor in the frigid air, dripping onto the ice below. 1. Activation. A piercing tiger roar erupted. Cang Yao's eyes widened, rage and panic exploding within him. No longer defending himself, he braced for a blow, allowing the impact to strike his shoulder while his other claw coalesced with a furious golden light, plunging violently into the head of the entangled yin dog, twisting fiercely. With the sound of shattering bone, he was drenched in blood, disregarding everything as he lunged toward Jiang Li. In her divine presence state, Jiang Li's white hair billowed. Her speed and strength reached their utmost limits as she deftly avoided the ferocious attacks of the yin dog. Yet, she remained unable to contend with the overwhelming spiritual power of the creature, forced to evade clumsily. In mere seconds of confrontation, she had already sustained 2 abrasions. Just as she barely dodged a ferocious lunge, the yin dog's whip-like tail struck her leg with tremendous force, tearing through muscle and sending excruciating pain coursing through her. Off balance, she stumbled like a withered leaf caught in a tempest, collapsing to the ground. Unnoticed, Jiang Li's blood seeped along the delicate patterns of the ice surface, trickling down to the fractured, thin ice below and into the dark, silent depths of the sea beneath. The moment the crimson liquid mingled with the water, it dissipated instantly, transforming into countless invisible threads that exuded a peculiar essence of life. With astonishing speed, it sank, piercing through the murky waters, descending into the unfathomable darkness. At last, help had arrived in the form of Cang Yao. Although only a few seconds had passed, Cang Yao soared to Jiang Li's side, utilizing his physical advantage to sweep away the nightmare hounds that had wounded her. Jiang Li stifled a groan while pressing down on her injury. Before she could fully regain her composure from the shock, Shaoling's voice suddenly erupted in her mind. Warning! Warning! It was unprecedentedly sharp, even tinged with a hint of anthropomorphic terror. Detected rapid revival of a colossal deep-sea life form. Jiuyuqi, a primordial, ancestor-level existence. Danger level. Catastrophic. Flee. Immediately abandon all objectives and escape the current area with all your strength. Power comparison. Absolute crush. Touching it means death. As if to validate the system's alarm. A deep, resonant hum, seemingly emanating from the ancient primal depths, suddenly reverberated from the endless sea below. The entire ice surface, no, the whole space, trembled violently in response. Beneath the ice layer they occupied, the previously dark waters abruptly illuminated with 2 enormous, cold, and merciless azure light points, resembling slowly opening eyes. Following this, an indescribable pressure of terror surged from below, akin to the tangible force of seawater, rushing upwards. Cold, ancient, indifferent, imbued with an overwhelming sense of destructive power. The ice-splintered nightmare hounds instantly froze, howling in despair as they abandoned their lairs and young, fleeing desperately into the distance. Cang Yao's complexion turned as pale as parchment. The overwhelming pressure made his very soul tremble, a disparity in level he had never imagined. "Run!" He let out a near-rending roar, grabbing Jiang Li and unleashing the brightest light from his pure white wings, dashing across the ice surface without hesitation. Liao followed closely, maximizing his speed as they fled in the direction they had come. Wu Gang concentrated his spiritual energy in his legs, executing a powerful leap. From the distant sky, he appeared like a resilient black ball bouncing upon the ice, maintaining pace with the others. Behind them, the ice surface began to emit a series of unbearable, thunderous roars. Vast fissures spread like a spider's web, as the black seawater mingled with an even deeper, colder azure glow, seeping from the cracks. Jiehun had awakened. Chapter 32, Xianhuangzhou, Awakening. Run fast! The roar resonated with the terror deep within their souls. The five transformed into four beams of light, fleeing desperately towards the edge of the ice sea. Behind them, the tremendous sound of cracking ice pursued them relentlessly. The pressure from the deep sea did not surge violently. Rather, it spread like a viscous, cold tide, slowly yet inexorably encompassing them. The air grew heavy, the flow of spiritual energy sluggish. Each flap of their wings felt like struggling within solidified amber. Even more despairing was the almost mocking will embedded within that pressure. Whenever they felt close to escaping its grasp, that will would gently press down like an invisible giant hand, causing their blood to surge and their speed to plummet, nearly sending them plummeting from the sky. It moved neither hastily nor slowly, like the most patient of hunters, relishing the futile struggles of its prey. Finally, when they could almost glimpse the silhouette of the black cliff they had come from, a booming sound resonated, an even clearer, more condensed, and directive terrifying will crash down like an iceberg. Cang Yao, Liao, Zhu Shi, and Feng Xiao simultaneously spewed blood, their eyes dimming in an instant. It was as if all their strength and consciousness had been siphoned away, their beast forms collapsing. The three in flight plummeted from the low sky, crashing onto the ice surface alongside the running Zhu Shi, their fates uncertain. Only Jiang Li remained. She was still conscious. When that overwhelming pressure, capable of shattering the souls of beastmen, touched her body, it seemed to encounter an almost imperceptible yet impenetrable barrier, becoming sluggish and unable to advance. In the moment of consciousness fading, Cang Yao, in his humanoid form, fiercely clasped her in his embrace, unhesitatingly turning his back to face the icy ground. Jiang Li, held by Cang Yao, absorbed most of the impact. In her divine state, her limbs felt weak, as if all her muscles had been strained from frenzied exertion. She was jolted from him and fell onto the ice. A metallic taste filled her throat, her vision blurred, yet miraculously she remained awake. Silence. Jiang Li suppressed the fear swelling within her, lowering her gaze to the depths of the ice. Two enormous azure halos pulsed rhythmically. Those were the eyes of Jiehun, lying in wait just beneath the ice layer. Merely locking eyes with those orbs caused her heart to lurch painfully. It did not exert any power. The piercing pain stemmed solely from the unimaginable might contained within those eyes. Jiang Li quickly averted her gaze. The waters below the ice began to stir. Soon, a grand, ancient voice resonated directly within the depths of her mind. It was not language, but a transmission of intent. The tone was cold and smooth, imbued with the indifference of countless ages and a hint of obscure amusement. Interesting. The force that shields you from the ancestral pressure is not your own power. Is it that small thing that clings to your soul? Jiang Li felt a chill envelop her, as if she had fallen into an ice cavern. Jiehun was speaking to her within her mind. It could detect the existence of a system. Forcing down her astonishment, Jiang Li compelled herself to think. It had not immediately exterminated everyone. Instead, it chose to converse with her alone. Why? What do you desire? Her voice was dry, yet she managed to respond. Jiehun's intent seemed to scan her thoroughly. Your blood awakened me, although it is merely an insignificant wisp of essence. My blood? It can awaken you? Why is it special? Your bloodline is faint, seemingly. Jiehun seemed to contemplate, trailing off. Seemingly what? Jiang Li's heart raced. If my blood awakened you, can you let us go? She seized upon this point, attempting to negotiate. Leave? A hint of faint mockery laced its thought. To awaken me, a price must be paid. What price? Jiang Li couldn't help but instinctively shrink her shoulders, swallowing nervously. Your blood is beneficial to me. I require more. Just as she suspected, it was after her blood. Jiang Li's mind raced. It was so powerful. If it intended to take it by force, she would be utterly defenseless. Yet here it was negotiating terms. With your strength, killing me to extract my blood would be a trivial matter. Why speak to me at all? She pointedly addressed the crux of the matter while frantically contacting the system in her mind. Ling. Hurry. Analyze. What restrictions does it have? What leverage do I possess? Analysis. Blood awakening is beneficial and cannot be actively demanded. Ding. The host may have a contractual connection with it. Forcefully severing the bloodline of the contract's master may provoke unpredictable backlash. Recommend the host to negotiate with Jiehun to glean details regarding the agreement and contract. Ling's voice bore an unusual tension. Clever. Jiehun's thought seemed to glance at her, responding to her previous question. To directly devour would be akin to drinking poison. I need you to willingly provide it, or at least, without triggering the contract's protection, this would be advantageous for both of us. Cunning old fox. Jiang Li cursa in warli. It spoke in riddles, unwilling to disclose crucial information. It sought benefits while avoiding the risks of forceful acquisition. This was enough to prove that forcibly taking her blood would bring about consequences it could not bear. My companion, should you inflict harm upon them, I would rather perish than willingly offer you my blood. She gazed at the unconscious Cang Yao and others. The lives of mere ants are of little consequence, yet they can serve as a bargaining chip. My refusal to harm them stands firm. The icy resolve of Jiehun persisted, providing an ultimatum. If you grant me a sufficient quantity of blood, I shall allow you to depart from this frozen sea. A fair exchange indeed. What constitutes a sufficient quantity? How shall it be delivered? Once given, will you not renege on your word? I surmise you cannot harm me and require my voluntary gift of blood. Is there perhaps a connection between us, such as a contract? You previously mentioned my bloodline is faint. Could it be that I am a descendant of one bound by a contract with you? Jiang Li bombarded with rapid-fire questions, buying time while urging Ling to analyze any potential loopholes in the contract or weaknesses in the opponent. There are indeed many questions. The frigid intent of Jiehun seemed to convey impatience, clearly struck by Jiang Li's deductions. The cunning beast did not respond directly to her inquiries, instead asserting control over the rhythm of their discourse. You need only willingly condense 3 drops of heart source essence for me. As for the contract, that is a tale long past. Perhaps you might inquire of the anxious little entity within your soul. It may have inherited some fragmented memories. It returned the question while exerting pressure. Jiang Li felt the temperature plummet once more, and the ice beneath her creaked ominously. The pallor of the unconscious Cang Yao deepened. Transactions, coercion, ancient secrets yet unknown, and a unique bloodline filled the silent icy sea. Jiang Li stood precariously on the edge of life and death, engaged in an imbalanced intellectual contest with a terrifying entity that had existed for countless ages. Analyzing. Ling's voice was intermittent. Keywords: bloodline binding, master-servant contract, heart source essence. Similar to the earth-devouring worm encountered previously, it belonged to an ancient species, a remnant of a primordial bloodline. Meanwhile, Jiehun was a primordial ancestral species, birthed at the dawn of creation, during the chaos before the heavens and earth were separated. It is one of the progenitors of myriad bloodlines, possessing a body and powers that could easily overwhelm ancient species. It could directly manipulate certain laws of nature. Jiehun excelled in controlling water and solidifying ice. Its sorcery could shake the heavens and earth, causing rivers to surge and snows to cover mountains in an instant. Wherever there was moisture, it claimed dominion. All rivers obeyed, frost bowed in submission, altering the very fabric of reality, freezing the cosmos. Such power was beyond the reach of ordinary beings, possessing even the capability to instantly strip lower-tier species of life. The mere presence of a primordial ancestral species was enough to compel ancient races across the continent to bow in submission. Beep. Correlation detected. Xiaoling's voice rose with a hint of excitement. Ancient contract of spirit blood. This contract is a master-servant binding, with the servant exhibiting absolute loyalty towards the master. The servant possesses an innate craving for the master's heart source essence. This blood provides the servant with breakthroughs in realms, restoration of their origin, and continuous benefits. The limitation is that the heart source essence must be actively and voluntarily given by the master. Should the servant forcibly demand or harm the master to obtain it, the contract would trigger a backlash, resulting in severe permanent damage to their origin, akin to chronic self-destruction. Based on the existing clues and dialogue content, Xiaoling concludes that there exists such a contractual relationship between Jiehun and the host. Its demand for essence aligns with the characteristics and desires of the servant in the spirit blood contract. According to the rules of the contract and all data verifications, the essence imprint of the spirit blood contract is inscribed upon the soul's origin, not merely the bloodline or physical body. Each reincarnation, rebirth, or continuation of the soul of the contract master automatically inherits all rights and responsibilities of the contract. Xiaoling could not help but mutter to herself. No wonder the primary system selected Jiang Li from countless dimensions. There was indeed a certain connection. Her soul's origin bore the mark of this supreme contract. Goodness! To tame a being like Jiehun, what manner of monster must its master be? Spirit blood contract? Master and servant? Jiang Li's heart leaped. Xiaoling's explanation left no room for ambiguity. An incredible thought surged into her mind. Did she have a previous life? Moreover, had she once subdued this terrifying entity? This was too absurd. She forced down her astonishment and tentatively addressed Jiehun. I wager your former master is no longer present. Yet this contract has reacted due to my emergence. Taking a breath, she resolved to take a gamble. You do not wish to be bound, especially not by one you perceive as weak. Thus, you concealed the contract from me while seeking to enhance your own strength with my blood, correct? If this were true, how could the contract be activated, and how could she wield Jiehun? She possessed no knowledge of such matters. Upon finishing her statement, the will in the depths of the ocean suddenly sank, and the ice creaked ominously. Then came a prolonged silence. The azure glow flickered uncertainly in the deep sea. After a long while, that intent returned, carrying a hint of complex sigh. The little entity within your soul possesses some utility. Indeed, the contract remains, albeit in a fragmented state. I am called Junsu, and I once established a guardianship contract with she. Yet, she has long since passed, and I was meant to be free until your blood fell. Only then did I realize the contract persists. It acknowledged the truth. However, the intent of Jiehun turned cold. She has long since fallen, and you are not her reincarnation, but rather a fragment of the essence she shed before her demise. It contains the most primal mark of her life, having undergone eons to develop a nascent spirit, ultimately refined through reincarnation, emerging as you are now. You bear a portion of her fate, a similar aura, and even a synchronous soul wave. Thus, the blood-spirit contract remains, but you are not her. You are a new, independent entity born from her remnants, woven by countless coincidences and the threads of time. You cannot wield the power of the contract. She is a manifestation of a drop of essence. Jiang Li found herself at a loss for words. Since falling into this orc world, her deeply ingrained socialist atheism had shattered into fragments, leaving not even a trace behind. Whether she was a drop of essence or even a stone come to life, she could accept it without batting an eye. Jiang Li understood with a sigh. In essence, the contract persisted, yet she could no longer command Jiehun. Why did she feel a twinge of disbelief? His feelings were complex. The individual before him bore a resemblance to she, yet within her body resided an entirely unfamiliar soul. Little one, I have slumbered for millennia. My powers are not what they once were. He yearned for complete freedom, not to be bound by an outdated contract, especially not by a frail female. Offer 3 drops of heart source essence in exchange, and I shall allow you to depart, along with some compensation. The beast realm will descend into chaos, the abyss stirs. I further promise that when you find yourself in peril, I shall respond to your call to aid your escape. At this moment, Xiao Ling's voice subtly interjected. Host. He is attempting to deceive you. Jiang Li replied, Oh, what do you mean? Xiao Ling elaborated. The power of the contract still exists. We simply do not yet know how to utilize it. We can explore that further over time. Shifting her tone, Xiao Ling continued her analysis. However, we can provide him the heart source essence. It will take considerable time for him to refine it and restore his strength. This is our opportunity. Once we ascertain how to wield the contract, he will have regained his power. At that point, with such a formidable ally, we could traverse the realms with ease. Not to mention that the chaos he spoke of in the beast realm is indeed real. Jiang Li's gaze flickered, and she sighed inwardly. This old Qi possessed a shrewd mind. For all his talk of a promise to save her was merely a ploy to temporarily rid himself of her as a nuisance in exchange for long-term freedom. Jiang Li, let's not discuss the trivialities. Can you tell me if extracting my essence blood will harm my body? Xiao Ling, to say it won't have any effect would be a lie. You will undoubtedly feel weakened for several days, but there are no other significant injuries. Jiang Li glanced at the unconscious Cang Yao and the others, gritting her teeth as she spoke to the air. Fine, I agree to give you my essence blood. Jun Su paused momentarily, a faint wave of relief flickering through his consciousness. The agreement was finally reached. Jiang Li, enduring her weakness, forced out 3 drops of her heart's essence blood under Jun Su's guidance. Once the blood left her body, it was enveloped in a layer of blue light and submerged beneath the ice. In that instant, she felt an invisible thread deep within her soul quiver gently, then fade into obscurity. Beneath the sea surface, Jun Su's spirit stirred. The bloodlines reconnected, and the pact was reinforced. The contract was unexpectedly completed due to this voluntarily offered essence blood. Was this her trump card? Is this the heir you have chosen? Very well. Let us see if this time yields a different outcome. The chaos is about to commence, and this blood is timely. Soon, Jiang Li witnessed 2 ice-cracked nightmare hounds flying down from the sky and landing before her, accompanied by a piece of translucent ice marrow and a moving azure dragon shadow. The dragon shadow, akin to a fleeting phantom, swiftly coiled around her right wrist and vanished with a mere flicker. The cubs have been marked and will be loyal to you. This piece of marrow will keep you warm, allowing you to disregard the harsh cold of the outside world and remain unscathed. This divine consciousness can shield you from any powerful strike, and will summon me for assistance when it nears destruction. Remember, this is a one-time offer. Jun Su spoke quickly. You must leave at once. The beast realm will descend into chaos. The abyss, the temple, and the ancestral grounds will all be embroiled, until you and your companions are strong enough. Do not set foot in the icy sea. The oppressive aura dissipated. A flicker of light passed, and the unconscious individuals soon began to stir. A colossal being swirled through the tides, plunging deep into the abyss. On the icy surface, only the cold wind and the anxious crowd remained. Chapter 34, Xianwang Continent. The transaction. Once they regained consciousness, Cang Yao's first sight was Jiang Li, faintly leaning against his leg, her complexion as pale as paper. Beside her, 2 ice-cracked nightmare hounds lay quietly, their round eyes warm and displaying a trusting demeanor. However, when Cang Yao shifted his gaze, they emitted a series of low growls from their throats, seemingly a warning but lacking genuine menace. He did not delve into why the 2 cubs were there, nor did he inquire why they exhibited such different behavior towards Jiang Li. It sufficed to know that these 2 posed no threat to her. Ignoring his own body's pain, Cang Yao reached out to pull her into his embrace for inspection, his concern solely for her injuries. Jiang Li's arms and calves were severely torn, and against her snowy skin, the wounds appeared particularly ghastly. "Are you all right? Can you endure it?" His voice was hoarse, tinged with a slight tremor. Jiang Li found it difficult to even shake her head. Having used her divine state, she was already exceptionally weak, and after offering 3 drops of her heart's essence blood, even breathing felt laborious. She looked up at Cang Yao, only to find he was not in much better condition. His shoulder bore a deep claw mark from an ice-cracked nightmare hound, exposing flesh and bone, blood soaking half of his robe a dark crimson. Liao and the others bore varying degrees of injuries as well, their internal energies in disarray from the pressure exerted by the Jiuyou Qi, their faces pale. Jiang Li struggled to concentrate, her consciousness sinking into the system space, retrieving 2 jars of previously prepared hemostatic powder. The powder contained a small amount of special healing ointment. Fearing that too much might cause her wounds to heal instantly and attract unnecessary suspicion and trouble, she added only a little. She also exchanged for a roll of clean gauze, signaling Cang Yao and the others to assist one another in treating their wounds. Cang Yao took 1 jar of the powder and handed it to Liao, gesturing for them to treat their injuries first. He then opened another jar and, without hesitation, poured onto Jiang Li's arm wound. The powder cascaded down, momentarily stunning Jiang Li. While exchanging for the gauze, she had casually taken 6 boxes of special healing ointment into her arms, intending to apply it all to herself discreetly. Each box contained only a pea-sized amount, and she was terrified of pain, fearing that if she exchanged too little, her wounds would not heal completely. After applying the medicine and covering it with gauze, who would know that her injuries had healed? Now, being preempted by Cang Yao in applying the medicine felt somewhat awkward. "All right, stop worrying about me," she said softly, her voice faint. "Let Liao help you bandage your wounds first." Yet, Cang Yao seemed oblivious, meticulously sprinkling the powder on her wounds. Only after covering both of her injuries and wrapping them securely with gauze did he turn to let Liao tend to his shoulder. Liao overturned the remaining powder from the jar onto Cang Yao's shoulder. Almost at the moment the gauze was tightened, the surging blood flow ceased. A refreshing coolness spread from the wound, accompanied by a distinct, gradual healing sensation. Cang Yao could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. It would likely take 3 to 5 days of rest to achieve such an effect. The others gradually finished bandaging their wounds, each feeling the remarkable effects of the hemostatic powder, astonished and grateful expressions reflected in their eyes. The queen's medicine is indeed extraordinary. That fellow Qing, after using the medicine given by the queen last time, boasted about its efficacy every day. At the time, everyone thought he was exaggerating, but it turns out he was not lying at all. As night deepened, the group returned to the cliff's edge and sought a sheltered corner to rest. Thanks to the warmth-preserving talisman, they traveled light, lacking bedding. Only Cang Yao pulled out a thick beast fur blanket from his pack, specially prepared for Jiang Li. The crackling campfire illuminated their fatigued and scarred faces. The meat of the snow pig beast was undeniably hearty. Juices oozed out, and the rich aroma of meat mingled with the charred scent of the fire, filling the air. Each bite was sweet, tender, and delicious, a stark contrast to the tough and fishy meat they typically consumed. With each mouthful, even the bones felt comforting. They silently shared the snow pig meat to replenish their strength, yet their gazes often drifted towards Jiang Li, curiosity and inquiry evident in their eyes. Before losing consciousness, they had all believed they faced a certain death, yet here they were, alive and awake. Jiang Li, at this moment, resembled a limp doll, leaning against Cang Yao. Although she had regained some strength, why not utilize the human-shaped cushion beside her? She busily accepted the snow pig meat Cang Yao offered her, completely oblivious to the thoughts of the others. Suddenly, while chewing, she paused. Why did the texture remind her somewhat of salmon? It was even better than salmon. It was exquisitely tender and rich, leaving a sweet aftertaste, simply divine. Grease splattered onto her cheek, but she had no time to care. In the next moment, Cang Yao's other hand came over, naturally wiping the grease away. Once Jiang Li had her fill, the boulder could no longer contain itself and boomed, "Your Majesty, please tell us what happened after we fainted." Someone chimed in, and Feng Xiao immediately leaned in to ask, Yes. Did you see the Jiuyou Qi? What'd it look like? How come we all emerged unscathed? Did you drive it away? Liao nodded in agreement, who was unaware of the queen's uniqueness. Though she appeared frail, her strength was deceptively formidable, and she possessed an array of rare artifacts and cunning strategies. Take the previous earth-devouring worm, for instance. That was an ancient fierce beast, so violent that even dark currents struggled to confront it head-on. Yet the queen was well-versed in its habits, concealing an unknown small object within its favorite minerals, tossing it into the giant creature's mouth. The Shurdi Ruchong writhed and howled in agony, soon falling silent. Upon hearing the impatient inquiries from several individuals, Cang Yao could not help but direct his gaze towards the person in his embrace, his eyes glowing with an evident thirst for answers. Jiang Li met those questioning gazes, pausing momentarily before softly speaking. The Jiao did not truly manifest. I did not behold its form with my own eyes, but I sensed its terrifying spiritual pressure. Jiang Li took a moment to collect herself and continued. It struck a deal with me, offering 3 drops of heart-source blood, not only allowing us to depart, but also gifting me the 2 young, ice-cracked nightmare hounds. Jiang Li did not divulge every detail, but also did not conceal the truth entirely. As her words lingered in the air, she presented 2 pieces of roasted snow dolphin meat to the 2 hounds. The little creatures immediately approached, eagerly munching away, while nuzzling her hand to express their affection. Their endearing antics caused Jiang Li's fingers to unconsciously descend, gently stroking the soft, warm fur atop the young beasts' heads, a remarkably pleasant sensation. The others were taken aback. The Jiao name was repeated in subdued tones by the Liao, his voice tinged with awe and lingering fear. It was a name mentioned only in the oldest legends of the tribe, symbolizing an unfathomable presence from the abyss. He glanced at Jiang Li's pale, yet serene profile, his expression complex. The boulder finally regained its voice, albeit in a subdued tone, yet still brimming with excitement and a delayed realization. Goodness, that is the Jiao. Your Majesty, you actually made a deal with it. Who would dare believe such a thing? The mention of heart-source blood drew forth Cang Yao's voice, deep and grave, more resonant than the night wind. His body tensed slightly, his grip around Jiang Li instinctively tightening. What could it possibly want with your blood? Blood is no ordinary substance. Could it be plotting something detrimental to you? Jiang Li sensed his unease and gently patted his arm. I believe it would not. With the Jiao-Chi's power, if it truly wished to harm us, it would not need to resort to such subterfuge. It could have simply struck us down directly. Besides, at that moment, I had no other choice. Most importantly, it kept its promise, allowing us to leave safely and even gifted us these 2 young hounds. Feng Xiao was the first to nod in agreement, stating solemnly, the queen is right. To emerge unscathed from the Jiao-Chi's domain is an unimaginable stroke of luck. And this fortune, without a doubt, is bestowed by the queen. Liao then cast a contemplative glance at the 2 young hounds. If the ice-cracked nightmare hounds could be tamed, they would serve as formidable allies. Cang Yao refrained from further inquiries, gazing deeply at Jiang Li as though attempting to pierce through her tranquil facade. He always felt that Jiang Li was withholding something. However, with others present, it was neither the time nor place to delve deeper. Noticing Jiang Li's weariness, Cang Yao swiftly transformed into his beast form, enveloping her snugly within the softest fur of his abdomen, his voice resonating through his chest. Everyone rest. We must continue our journey tomorrow. I shall keep watch during the first half of the night, and Liao will take over for the latter half. Understood. The group responded in unison. The campfire gradually dimmed, the night enveloping them like thick ink. The 2 young hounds wished to stay close to Jiang Li, but dared not approach too near. For the nearby, Bai-Zhe tiger beast would exert its unique pressure upon them. Though it retained some combat prowess, they were too intimidated to raise their tails. They could only retreat to the closest distance tolerated by the Bai-Zhe tiger beast, curling up into 2 little fur balls to rest, their round eyes still fixed longingly upon Jiang Li. As the others closed their eyes, rhythmic breaths soon filled the air. Only Cang Yao remained awake, his gaze fixed on the slumbering Jiang Li, the last flicker of embers reflected in his eyes, lingering for an eternity. Chapitre 35, Xuan Yunxu Technique. The night passed in serene tranquility. The hurried journey to this destination had been driven by the unknown ahead, constrained by the limited duration of the constant temperature talisman. With 3 days remaining until the expiration, the return journey felt significantly more leisurely. Battling through the blustering snow, with Jiang Li leading the way, the group focused solely on their path. Upon returning to the tribe, Jiang Li retrieved all the snow dolphin meat stored within her space, filling 2 large warehouses to the brim. Gazing at the mountain of beast meat before her, she let out a gentle sigh of relief. Regardless of how events unfolded, her kin could now survive the harsh winter. During the journey, she had already applied a special healing ointment, and her external injuries had healed. Yet she still felt weak and knew she would need several days of rest to fully recuperate. Calculating her points, she recalled spending 1,200 on clothing, 4,000 on the constant temperature talisman, and 1,000 on low-frequency sound waves and concealment powder exchanged at the Nightmare Hound Den, along with several boxes of healing ointment. Thus, she estimated her remaining points to be around 5,000. The reward for successfully completing this task amounted to 8,000 points. Now, her points had once again surpassed 10,000, resting at 13,000. A small smile played on Jiang Li's lips as she beheld this figure. Upon returning home, her first order of business was, of course, to indulge in a long, restful sleep. Jiang Li felt as if she had slept for ages. Upon awakening, she found Cang Yao had vanished without a trace. Seizing the remaining day of functionality from the constant temperature talisman, he had taken a few others out for some unknown purpose. Nestled in her blankets, Jiang Li began to reflect on the bounties of her venture into the frigid depths of the ice sea, feeling that this journey had proven to be quite beneficial. Once the 2 Nightmare Hound pups matured, even the average beastmen would regard them with caution. Furthermore, Yuehun had imposed restrictions upon them, effectively severing any possibility of betrayal. The thought of having 2 formidable guardians by her side in the future instilled an additional sense of security within her. From her bosom, she retrieved a marrow jade the size of a pigeon's egg, its surface warm and smooth, with an unquenchable inner glow. Carrying it with her, the pervasive chill that surrounded her gradually dissipated. Jiang Li experimented by placing it in her space, discovering it retained its efficacy. This arrangement was excellent. She could store it without fear of loss and avoid the need to explain its presence to Cang Yao. Moreover, she had received a promise of assistance from Yuehun. There was no need to elaborate on the might of the Jiao. In the future, even if she were to face insurmountable challenges, she would have its support. Xiaoling's implication was clear. As long as she mastered the method of utilizing the contract, it was not impossible to command the Jiao. However, this method seemed exceedingly elusive, as it pertained to an ancient high-level contract, and it was uncertain whether any complete records of it remained. In a flash of inspiration, Jiang Li suddenly recalled the ancient rubbings within the altar stone chamber. At that time, upon her arrival, she had shown little interest, merely glancing at them. Perhaps it would be prudent to examine them more closely. They might hold critical information. After having a bite to eat and greeting Shuanghua, she prepared to venture out. Initially, Shuanghua expressed concern over the frigid conditions outside. Only after Jiang Li assured her that she would remain within the confines of the tribe did she reluctantly acquiesce. The sky was overcast, and the silence of the path was profound, save for the sound of Jiang Li's footsteps. Even with the 2 little pups trailing behind her, she could not shake a sense of foreboding. Along the way, she occasionally encountered patrolling beastmen. Upon sighting her, they would pause and respectfully greet her, easing the tension in her nerves. Upon entering the stone chamber, Jiang Li immediately began to examine the rubbings. Most of the records detailed various techniques and spells. With scant mention of contracts, their descriptions vague at best, let alone the spirit-blood contracts she yearned to uncover. Just as disappointment began to set in and she prepared to leave, a sudden voice broke the silence behind her. "What are you looking at?" Jiang Li jumped, her heart nearly stopping. She hastily turned to find Cang Yao standing silently behind her, arms crossed, his expression calm and indifferent. Surprised and annoyed, Jiang Li leaped forward and playfully struck his chest with a fist. "You walk so quietly. You nearly scared me to death." "I made noise. You were simply too absorbed to notice," he replied. Cang Yao's smile deepened at the corners of his lips as his palm gently rested atop her head, affection radiating from his every movement. The two small creatures nearby rolled their eyes in unison. Jiang Li felt her heart skip a beat under his tender touch. A glance at his strikingly handsome face, with its deep and focused gaze, rendered her momentarily defenseless. Suddenly, the earlier fright and anger felt trivial in comparison. Tudi. Those who possess extraordinary beauty have an innate ability to soften hearts. She cleared her throat awkwardly, trying to regain composure. Never mind, I will overlook your earlier indiscretions. I merely came to see if there were any records regarding Jiang Li pointed to a pile of stone tablets, most of which contained esoteric techniques and useless ramblings. She refrained from mentioning the matter of the contract. Can you comprehend all of this? Cang Yao inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. The history of Baizhe is immensely ancient. At its zenith, its reputation resonated throughout the beast domain. During that era, all beasts bowed in submission, and tribes from all directions came to pay homage, bestowing upon it the highest status. Yet behind this prosperity lay ruthless expansion tactics. His ancestors once adopted a formidable stance, annexing and plundering numerous tribes, thereby gradually establishing their dominance. Thus, within these preserved stone tablets, one could find not only the characters of Xianhuangzhou, but also a melange of ancient tribal legacies. For instance, the archaic script of Xiao Longcheng, which even their clan-esque greatest shaman might struggle to decipher. I can understand, Jiang Li nodded, casually picking up several tablets and reading aloud. Chui Ti Ju. Ignite the ground fire to refine the body, temper the bones with cold energy, and upon completion, one can forge a resilient shell impervious to ice and fire. Kuang Hua Zhan Fa. Temporarily invigorate blood essence, tripling one's strength, yet at the risk of exhaustion. Suddenly, Jiang Li's eyes lit up. This one is excellent. This one is excellent. Tuna Gue Shi Fa. Once mastered, you can breathe freely even in the depths of the ocean, just as you do on land. Cang Yao was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. The delight Jiang Li brought him could not be encapsulated in mere words. After all, these long-lost ancient techniques were treasures that one could only hope to encounter. After a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly regained his composure. Take these tablets with you and follow me to the Great Hall. Throughout the afternoon, Jiang Li meticulously translated the ancient symbols and texts on the tablets into the common dialect of the tribe, thoughtfully annotating the prohibitions for practicing each technique. In total, she translated around 20 techniques, yet only 10 were currently feasible for cultivation. To Jiang Li's surprise, as soon as Cang Yao finished perusing the 20-plus techniques, the system promptly credited her with over 2,000 points. This unexpected windfall caught her off guard. In the days that followed, her reading points continued to accumulate sporadically. After some contemplation, Jiang Li deduced that Cang Yao had shared the techniques with his subordinates who were suitable for cultivation. As they reviewed the techniques, the system rewarded her with points. Later, Jiang Li was even more ecstatic to discover that once someone in the tribe truly mastered a technique, the system would bestow a significant reward, 1,000 points for each complete mastery of a technique. But that was a tale for another time. Jiang Li gradually realized that the tribe's strengthening was closely intertwined with her own gains. Chapter 36. Xianhuangzhou Regulations. Jiang Li had always been a rather reclusive individual. If her basic needs were met, she had no desire to venture outdoors. Outside, the world lay frozen, the wind howling with snow. Within her room, the warmth from the fireplace enveloped her. The animal skin bedding was plush and dry. Shuanghua had skillfully prepared a variety of mountain delicacies for her, which she stored in the snack cabinet. Nut pods, dried fruits, spicy beast tendons, snow pig slices, and fried twists. She had even indulgently exchanged for 2 bottles of soda, which she offered to Cang Yao and the others, only to find that none could tolerate the taste. Perfect, they were all hers. Nevertheless, she generously exchanged for some white sugar, adding a bit to her porridge so that everyone could enjoy a bowl. When it came to food, she no longer scrimped on flour and rice. After all, within her capabilities, she wanted to ensure her own comfort. This lifestyle brought her a sense of stability and contentment. However, It was Cang Yao who had truly embraced idleness. The saying of full belly breeds desire rang true, especially for the seemingly inexhaustible orc. The long winter nights and aimless days became a catalyst for his restlessness. Moreover, her unrefined companion had no concept of modesty. The ways he passed his time drove Jiang Li to the brink of madness. Jiang Li preferred to remain by the fireplace, simmering a pot of beast milk, while playing with the increasingly rotund Yanzio pups. Their furry bodies radiated warmth, their green eyes filled with trust as they burrowed into her arms, uttering soft whines. When they grew tired, she would share some beast milk with them. Yet, it seemed Cang Yao despised her interacting with anyone in his presence, particularly with females. With him around, even the typically carefree Chi Fei became cautious, fearful of any contact with her. The Yanzio pups were no exception. If she played with them for too long and shared too many laughs, Cang Yao would surely become even more possessive. He was quite petty in this regard. By nightfall, he took perverse delight in teasing her in front of the two pups, who slept in their nest beside the great hall as fireplace, separated by only a wall. Initially bewildered, the pups would perk up at the sound of Jiang Li's muffled whimpers or reprimands, their ears pricked with concern and low whines escaping them, as if they wished to rush over and check on her, yet dared not enter due to the oppressive atmosphere. In those moments, rather than restraining himself, Cang Yao only grew more exhilarated. He would nip at her earlobe, his warm breath mingling with low laughter. "Look, your little guardians are anxious, but they can't help you." His laughter was laced with unmasked pride and possessiveness. Jiang Li found him utterly childish. He was even jealous of pets. Flustered and indignant, she felt powerless to escape, burying her flushed face in his embrace, her fingers digging into his back, leaving crimson marks in her wake. It seemed he felt no pain, relishing the imprints she left upon him. Men seemed to possess an innate talent for this sort of thing. She recalled how, in the beginning, he had been clueless, relying solely on instinct. Though she too was inexperienced, she had now become adept at various techniques, and their days slipped by in a blend of pain and pleasure. Ice and fire entwined. As winter faded into spring, the accumulated snow began to melt. The region where the Baizé tribe resided was truly a treasure. Adjacent to the Snowmelt River with its abundant water supply and backed by mountains rich in various minerals, the tribe became bustling with activity once more, brimming with vitality. Surrounding the tribe, domesticated stone-armored beasts tilled the land under the guidance of the tribespeople, preparing for the upcoming planting season. Jiang Li exchanged for some wheat and soybean seeds from her space. As for the climate, she was uncertain. According to Cang Yao, it was unsuitable for rice cultivation. She also planted some local wild vegetables, talaru, and commonly used herbs. Mining operations resumed, during which Jiang Li, accompanied by Lu, discovered a new source of minerals. This time, she stumbled upon a high-purity limestone vein. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled at the sight. This was a crucial material for making cement. With cement, she could gradually dismantle the not-so-sturdy wooden and earthen houses in the tribe and rebuild them into brick and stone houses with insulated walls and earthen cangs. The thought of the tribe being able to endure the next winter in warm and sturdy homes filled her with enthusiasm. The tribal school reopened its doors, this time requiring not only the children of the tribal leaders, but all eligible young ones to attend. They would learn literacy, arithmetic, and essential survival skills. As for the teacher, it became Shuanghua. Jiang Li was far too busy to teach personally. Utilizing fragmented moments, Jiang Li first taught Shuanghua. Shuanghua was exceptionally intelligent and remarkably patient, effortlessly teaching a group of children. Fortunately, the points were still being accumulated as usual. In recent days, Jiang Li had almost been immersed in the fields every day. She exhibited no airs, rolling up her sleeves to personally demonstrate, teaching her kin how to select seeds and sow them, while patiently advising on the timing and quantity of watering, fearing that everyone might misstep. Gradually, farming began to take shape, though the extraction of limestone and the trial production of cement required time and exploration. Salt was currently the most scarce and must be resolved swiftly, yet the season was not conducive. Salt production in spring lacked sufficient temperature. It was necessary to wait for summer or a dry season to concentrate on sun-drying. Cang Yao was not idle either, being busily occupied throughout the day. After spending time with Jiang Li in the evening, he would still carve out moments to cultivate his skills, striving to reach new realms. During the day, he led hunting expeditions, occasionally finding time to seek trouble with the Yanshi tribe, having recently annihilated several clans under their control. One day, when Jiang Li found some leisure, she asked Qi Fei to accompany her on a stroll. They ventured deeper into the area where the tribe resided. Recently, she had been sketching designs for houses and needed to understand the layout and area of tribal dwellings. The sunlight slanted across the uneven earthen walls, and the surroundings were relatively peaceful. Yet as they moved further in, an acrid scent gradually wafted toward them. Turning a corner around a low wall, the stench suddenly intensified. A repugnant blend of urine and blood, constricting Jiang Li's throat. Frowning, she noticed Qi Fei had stepped forward, shielding her. "Your Majesty, the odor here is unbearable. It would be best not to proceed." However, Jiang Li had already caught sight of a half-open, dilapidated wooden door beside her. Ignoring the warning, she reached out to push the door open. Qi Fei, seeing her disregard for his caution, had no choice but to follow her inside. Inside the dimly lit wooden shed, the scene was horrifying. A naked boy, approximately 8 or 9 years old, lay atop a pile of hay, his emaciated body resembling nothing but bones, covered in alarming wounds. A rough grass rope was tightly bound around his thin neck, the other end tethered to a heavy stone. The hay beneath him was soaked in deep brown blood. Some of it dried and congealed, while other patches still glistened darkly. The foul odor hit Jiang Li like a wave, causing her stomach to churn violently, almost to the point of retching. Instinctively, she squatted down, attempting to discern whether the child still had a pulse. Qi Fei urgently whispered, "Your Majesty." "This is filthy." Before he could finish, a coarse voice interrupted from behind. "Who are you?" Jiang Li turned to see a man with unkempt hair and a filthy face standing at the door, emanating the same foul stench. The beast man squinted for a moment before grinning. "Ah, it's the queen." Jiang Li stood up, suppressing her discomfort and rage. "What has happened to this child?" The man scratched his greasy, tangled hair, dirt cascading down. He is my captive. How could he be so injured? Did you do this?" "Of course," the man replied, a hint of pride in his tone. "I captured him by my own skill. He used to be plump and well-fed. But now he is on the verge of dying and will be tossed out." He spoke as if discussing an old tool. Jiang Li felt a chill run through her, her expression darkening. "He is a human, not an item for your use." The man hesitated, as if this perspective had never crossed his mind, then mumbled, "If I don't kill the captives, aren't they just for use? If you like him, I can just catch another one." This boy, besides serving to relieve his urges, was also a food reserve for the winter, which is why he hadn't been eaten. Jiang Li spoke in a low voice, her eyes blazing with fury. "The tribe has long had rules against the wanton killing of young captives. Have you forgotten?" The man shrank back under her imposing presence, but he showed little remorse, muttering, "He is mine. Besides, he is dying anyway." Jiang Li ignored him and turned to Qi Fei, moved the stone, and untied the rope. Without hesitation, Qi Fei strode over, shifting the stone aside and carefully cutting the grass rope from the boy's neck. The child remained motionless, only the faintest rise and fall of his chest indicating he was still alive. "This child, I shall take him with me." Jiang Li's voice had calmed, yet it bore an undeniable authority. The man opened his mouth, seemingly intent on arguing over his possession, but under Qi Fei's fierce gaze. He ultimately dared not utter a sound and awkwardly retreated to the door. Jiang Li removed her outer robe and gently draped it over the boy's cold, filthy body. Qi Fei quietly suggested, "Your Majesty, let me carry him." She shook her head, wrapping the alarmingly light child securely in her arms. The boy felt as light as dry grass in her embrace, the deep marks on his neck painfully conspicuous. As they exited the shed, the glaring sunset met them. Jiang Li glanced down at the pale little face in her arms, then turned back to look at the door emanating the foul stench. Qi Fei followed closely, hearing the queen softly yet distinctly state, "Some rules need to be changed." Qi Fei silently nodded. Chapter 37. Xianhuangzhou dawn. The last time Yin Lu launched a sudden attack, the two tribes clashed. Jiang Li witnessed firsthand the severed limbs mingled with blood strewn across the ground. At that moment, she truly grasped the brutality of war. Her experience of fainting from exhaustion after using Shunlin further made her aware of her body's frailty. From then on, Jiang Li consciously began to strengthen her physique. In this perilous world of beastmen, coupled with the system occasionally issuing challenging tasks, she dared not relax her physical training. Especially during this period of daily toil in the fields, her body had grown significantly sturdier. Carrying a child for a few steps was not taxing for her at all. Moreover, the little one in her arms was exceedingly light, even less so than He Dan and Ning Yan. By the way, He Dan and Ning Yan were the two ice-cracked nightmare hound pups, one black and one gray, a male and a female. After a winter of care, the two pups had grown rapidly, plump and gaining weight swiftly. Now, carrying either of them felt somewhat strenuous. Jiang Li instructed Qi Fei to return to the main hall first, preparing warm water and easily digestible food. Qi Fei complied and quickly ran off. When Jiang Li returned to the main hall, the bathing tub was already filled with warm water. Shuanghua, having heard the news from Qi Fei, warmed a bowl of beast milk over the stove. Upon seeing Jiang Li enter with the child, Shuanghua hurried over to assist. Together, they began to wash the boy. However, when they carefully examined the small body, silence fell among them. New wounds layered over old scars, leaving scarcely a patch of intact skin, particularly between his thighs. The rot and bruising were horrifying, exuding a nauseating odor. As they gently placed him in the tub, perhaps stimulated by the warm water, the child's eyelids fluttered. Weakly opening a sliver, his gaze was vacant, but soon he drowsily closed his eyes again. A faint whimper escaped his cracked lips, reminiscent of a wounded young beast. His hair was filthy and matted, intertwined with blood clots and filth, impossible to comb out. Jiang Li softly suggested to Shuanghua, "Let us cut it." After changing the water 3 times, the tub gradually cleared. By the 4th round, Jiang Li exchanged several boxes of healing ointment from the marketplace and carefully mixed it into the water, allowing the boy to soak a while longer in the medicated water. By the time they lifted him out of the tub, most of the external injuries had healed significantly under the ointment's effect. Jiang Li gently wiped his bony frame with a soft cloth. Shuanghua brought over the warmed beast milk, cautiously offering it to his lips. Fortunately, the little one had a strong will to survive. Upon catching the scent of milk, his lips instinctively parted. Soon, the faint sound of swallowing could be heard. Jiang Li dared not let him sleep in her own bed, for if Cang Yao returned and discovered this, he would likely toss the child out. Thus, she had to temporarily settle him in Shuanghua's room. Having consumed the milk of beasts, the child succumbed to a deep slumber. When Jiang Li finished her dinner, he had yet to awaken. As she busied herself with sketches and preparations for bed, a sense of unease prompted her to check on the child once more. Upon entering, she discovered that he had, unbeknownst to her, roused from his slumber. Shuanghua followed quietly behind, holding a bowl of warm, viscous rice porridge enriched with minced meat for added nourishment. The child lay upon a clean, firm mattress, his eyes wide open, yet gazing vacantly at the ceiling. He remained silent and motionless, resembling a vessel from which the soul had been extracted. "You are awake?" Jiang Li spoke softly, settling beside him on the bed. "Have some food first." Upon hearing her voice, he slowly turned his head. As his gaze fell upon Jiang Li's face, tears suddenly welled in his hollow eyes, cascading down his gaunt cheeks and mingling with the short tufts of hair at his temples. At the moment of his rescue, he had not been entirely unconscious. He had merely been too starved to open his eyes and too pained to utter a sound. In the depths of despair, teetering on the brink of death, he distinctly remembered her clear and resolute voice. She had declared him a person, not something to be used. She had also asserted, "This child I will take away." Such a divine voice was rare. He recalled the sweet scent of the woman who had lifted him from the mire, remembered the warmth of her embrace. Both foreign, yet achingly familiar. Now he lay on the clean, soft fur, his body refreshed. The agonies that had tormented him for countless days and nights had lessened significantly. The surreal nature of it all left him breathless, as if any movement might shatter the dream. It was not until Jiang Li entered, bringing with her a sense of safety, that he felt the reality of her presence. Tears streamed down his face, yet he uttered no sound, merely gazing at her with wide eyes, as if she were the only lifeline in a tumultuous sea. In those eyes, there lay an unsettling complexity far beyond his years, fear, uncertainty, and an almost desperate longing. His voice, when it finally emerged, was hoarse and fragile, barely forming a single word before his pale lips pressed tightly together. Xuanhua placed the warm porridge at the bedside. Jiang Li accepted it, sitting on the edge of the bed, gently blowing on a spoonful before offering it to him. He hesitated, his gaze shifting from the spoon to her face, tears continuing to flow silently. Then, with the slightest inclination of his head, he accepted the porridge from her hand. As he swallowed, his throat moved slowly and laboriously, as if he were savoring the dreamlike tenderness of the moment. After finishing the first mouthful, he lifted his tear-streaked eyes to meet hers, droplets still clinging to his eyelashes. "I'm not dreaming, am I?" He finally managed to articulate, his voice as light as a feather, trembling ever so slightly. "It is not a dream," Jiang Li replied gently, offering another spoonful. He obediently consumed it, but his tears flowed even more freely. This time he turned his head slightly, hurriedly wiping his face with the back of his bony hand, as if ashamed of his uncontrolled tears. Yet when he turned back, something profound settled in his gaze. Beneath the fragile panic of childhood, a glimmer of clarity shone through. His background was complex. He had seen betrayal and cruelty far too early, had learned to read the room and to conceal his true self. Such an unexpected salvation felt too good to be true, prompting instinctual wariness. Yet another voice within him clamored desperately. "It is her, only her." Slowly he reached out, cautiously brushing his fingertips against Jiang Li's wrist where she held the bowl. The touch was fleeting, as if testing the warmth, confirming her existence. Then, his small hand grasped tightly at the hem of her garment, fingers turning white from the pressure. He did not express gratitude, nor did he recount his misfortunes. Instead, he continued to eat the porridge, his gaze unwavering from her face. His expression shifted from confusion to focus, transforming his fragility into an unusual tenacity. As he finished the last spoonful, he released his tightly clenched lips, leaving faint imprints of his teeth. Then, summoning all his strength, he declared with utmost clarity, I will be very useful." His voice, though still soft, no longer quivered. This was not the naive promise of a child, but a declaration that bore the weight of conviction, akin to a vow. He lowered his eyes to his hand, still gripping her garment, and added softly, as if to reassure himself, "I will not be a burden. Do not cast me away. Let me stay by your side." He understood that she had no obligation to shelter him. In this world, kindness was seldom given without reason, and he had long learned to barter value for survival. Yet, at this moment, within his guarded and calculating heart, a corner had softened and collapsed entirely. Regardless of what she might demand of him in the future, regardless of her identity, from the instant she had cradled him in her arms, all that he was belonged to her. A fervent, unwavering dependency took root within him. As the bowl of porridge was consumed, the child's spirit visibly brightened. "What is your name?" Jiang Li Kidatsufli. The simple word made his pupils constrict slightly. It had been a long time since anyone had asked for his name, so long that he was nearly on the verge of forgetting the title once bestowed upon him with glory, now shattered alongside his hopes. That name was intertwined with a past he wished to evade, stained with the blood of kin, and marked by the cold betrayal of the one he had trusted most. That name he no longer desired. He shook his head slowly, his lowered lashes obscuring the turmoil roiling beneath. His lips moved, yet no sound emerged. Jiang Li observed his expression, understanding flooding her heart. In this harsh world, a defenseless cub often bore a name that represented a painful history. She refrained from probing further, instead reaching out to gently stroke his head, still adorned with a fine layer of soft hair. "Then allow me to give you a name," she proposed, her tone gentle, signifying a new beginning. "How about that?" The boy abruptly lifted his head, his tear-filled eyes fixed upon her without blinking. Within those eyes was a cautious anticipation. To receive a name from her meant she was willing to let him stay, granting him a new identity belonging to this place. Jiang Li contemplata briefly, her gaze traversing his slender, yet already defined face. She recalled his assertion, "I will be very useful." This child resembled a sprout struggling to emerge from the ruins, bearing scars, yet imbued with an indomitable spirit, yearning to grasp any sliver of light. "Let us call you Pashao," she finally declared, signifying the first ray of light piercing the darkness. The long night had come to an end, and dawn awaited him. Boxiao, Jiang Li affirmed, gazing intently into his eyes. "The past is behind us. From this day forth, you shall be Pashao." Pashao. He silently repeated the name within himself. Darkness and light, brokenness and rebirth, past and future, all beautifully converged within this appellation. It was not a mere act of charity, nor a casually assigned moniker, but a name imbued with meaning, one that truly belonged to him. A surge of warmth flooded his eyes, more intense than before. He bit down on his lower lip, striving to suppress the lump in his throat, nodding vigorously. Tears still streamed down his face, yet he did not flinch, allowing them to flow freely, silently vowing that this would be his last weeping. With eyes that sparkled with clarity, he gazed intently at Jiang Li, as if to engrave her visage and this name deep within his soul. He had a name. Pashao. It was her Pashao. Chapter 38. Xian Huangzhou Jealousy. When Cang Yao returned, it was already deep into the night. The heavy scent of blood accompanied him as he entered the grand hall. In the corner, Tui and Yuehun raised their heads warily and twitched their noses even before he entered the hall. Upon recognizing their master's detestable companion, they could scarcely be bothered to open their eyes, burying their heads back into their cushions. In an effort to ensure their comfort, Shuanghua had crafted 2 mats for them from animal hides filled with hay. Cang Yao, aware that Jiang Li abhorred unpleasant odors, conscientiously washed himself clean. Only after rinsing away the blood and grime did he tiptoe into the chamber. The female on the bed lay sprawled in a careless manner. In his absence, she had let her guard down, kicking off most of the bedding, her nightgown rolled up to her ribcage, revealing a slender and delicate waist that glimmered pale in the dim light. Although it was spring, the night air remained chilly. Since returning from the frigid ice sea, this little one seemed less sensitive to the cold, no longer seeking refuge in his arms each night as she once did. Cang Yao lay down, gathering her entirely into his embrace. Perhaps still carrying the coolness of his recent bath, she frowned in her sleep, perturbed by the sudden chill. After a few futile attempts to escape, she resignedly turned her back to him, even poking him with her rear. Cang Yao chuckled softly, intending to draw her closer, but his smile froze on his face. A faint, unfamiliar scent wafted to his nostrils, though nearly masked by the freshness of his own cleanliness and the familiar sweet warmth of her. It was unmistakable to his acute sense of smell. The odor was not threatening, merely weak, yet it clung to her with a tenacity that irked him deeply. It was a scent that did not belong to his territory, and certainly not to her. An inexplicable restlessness surged within his chest. He leaned closer, his nose twitching, tracing a path from her hair to her neck, finally honing in on her delicate wrist. There, the strange scent was most pronounced. Jiang Li stirred from her slumber, awakened by a prickling and damp itch at her wrist. Blinking blearily, she was met with the sight of a large, furry tiger head intently licking her hand. The tongue was broad, rough, and barbed, scraping repeatedly. "What is wrong with you?" she exclaimed, instantly wide awake, yanking her hand back. Her wrist was left a bright red, stinging from the treatment. Why was it not sleeping at this hour, licking her like that? "You're a dog. Even dogs are more obedient than you." Haibin and Ning Yin would never be so rough with her, fearing she might get hurt. Cang Yao noticed that the foreign mark on her had been entirely obliterated by his own presence. He lifted his head, resuming his human form. His deep blue eyes fixated on her in the dim light, revealing his displeasure and curiosity without pretense. He grasped her wrist, applying pressure with his thumb on the reddened skin. "You carry the scent of another." His voice was low and steely. "Speak, who is it? Who could possibly have left their scent on her?" Jiang Li felt utterly exhausted, his inquiry robbing her of any remaining drowsiness. Her wrists still throbbed with pain, aggravating her temper. Half closing her eyes, her voice was laced with irritation for being roused from sleep. "Why don't you go find trouble elsewhere and let me sleep?" Before she could finish her retort, he silenced her with a kiss. It was a kiss steeped in evident anger and possessiveness, fierce and far from tender, akin to a forceful declaration of dominance. His arms encircled her waist tightly, drawing her closer, leaving no room for retreat. Jiang Li found herself breathless beneath his kiss, pushing against his solid chest. It was futile. She could not budge him. After what felt like an eternity, when she was nearly on the verge of fainting, the suffocating sensation prompted her to bite him. Only then did Cang Yao release her lips, pressing his forehead against hers, his blue gaze, with its golden slits, locked onto her with an intensity that was both mesmerizing and intimidating. "Don't think you can evade this. Who touched you?" His breath brushed against her lips, low and dangerous. In that moment, Jiang Li's muddled mind cleared slightly, recalling the child she had brought back earlier that day. She had carried him all the way, bathed him, and treated his wounds, inevitably picking up traces of his scent. But she had washed herself at night. She remembered checking on him before bed, feeding him porridge. Could that also have transferred his scent? She was astonished by how keen Cang Yao's nose was. She intended to explain, but upon seeing his probing gaze, tinged with barely concealed irritation, her rebellious spirit flared. It was always like this. She never had the chance to be close to the females of her clan, or even the younglings of their tribe. Whenever she had any interaction with living beings, regardless of whether they were human or beast, male or female, his anger would flare upon discovering it. Behind the scenes, Ivan had already received several unprovoked kicks from Cang Yao for this reason. Poor creature, unable to speak. It was only when Jiang Li saw its continually injured belly that she confronted him about it. Jiang Li was furious. She turned her head away, avoiding his penetrating gaze, deliberately adopting a nonchalant tone. "I found an injured little beast on the road and brought it back. Is that something I need to report to you, little beast?" Cang Yao's brows knitted together, clearly skeptical. The scent, while faint, was distinctly that of a male beast man, not a small creature. "Where is it?" "In Shuanghua's room." Jiang Li yawned, reclining back, turning her back to him, wrapping herself in the blanket. It was heavily injured and rather pitiable. "I'm tired and want to sleep." She made it clear that she wished to end the conversation. Cang Yao's gaze lingered on the delicate nape of her neck, his expression heavy. He could certainly check Shuanghua's room immediately, but what troubled him more at this moment was Jiang Li's attitude. She seemed to regard this as a trivial matter, even showing impatience towards his evident concern. A sense of irritation flared within him, feeling as though his territory had been encroached upon without reason. He lay back down, pulling her and the blanket into his embrace from behind, tightening his arms around her, resting his chin on her head, his voice muffled yet resolute. "I will see you tomorrow. Suit yourself." Jiang Li deeply profund, striving to ignore the overwhelming warmth of his presence behind her as she attempted to drift back into slumber. Deep within, she sighed, recognizing that his nature was exceedingly domineering. She wondered what would happen when he met that child tomorrow. The little one was still recovering, and she hoped he wouldn't be frightened. She resolved to ensure that Shuanghua would always keep him close. As her thoughts wandered, drowsiness washed over her once more. The night was still young, and within the chamber, only the sound of their intertwined breaths remained, one gradually calming, the other still simmering with unspent tension. Chapter 39. Xuanhuangzhou, Ji Shue. Jiang Li awoke to the morning light. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself locked in the gaze of Cang Yao, whose eyes glinted with a wild, beastly intensity, fixated upon her. This was a rare morning indeed, for he was usually busy, leaving her side cold and empty by the time she awoke. She was unsure how long he had been awake or when he had risen. "Are you busy today?" she inquired softly, averting her gaze from his penetrating stare, feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny. Cang Yao had not slept a wink. He reached out to caress her gentle cheek, his tone betraying a hint of lingering hesitation. "Just woke up. I am busy, but not in a hurry at this moment." Last night, he had refrained from disturbing her slumber, yet the pent-up frustration had become unbearable. Now that she was finally awake, He could no longer contain himself and leaned in to kiss her fervently. Wait. Jiang Li tilted her head, struggling in his embrace. Her voice still thick with sleep. I need to use the bathroom. Cang Yao sighed, resigned to the situation, wrapping her in animal hides and carrying her to the lavatory. Upon returning and setting her back on the bed, he leaned down to continue their earlier engagement, but her fingers pressed against his lips, halting him. Slow down, she said softly, her gaze drifting to the side, her voice lacking conviction. I am hungry. Cang Yao stared at her for 2 seconds before he turned away and retrieved a piece of dried fruit from her designated snack cabinet, gently placing it in her mouth as a preliminary offering. Have a bite now. I'll prepare dinner for you later. Jiang Li chawa slowly. And as he approached her again, she hurriedly attempted to speak. Wait. This time, Cang Yao's expression darkened abruptly. The remnants of his previously indulgent patience seemed to have finally worn thin. He no longer offered her any chance to delay, leaning down to silence all her unfinished excuses with a kiss. After a while, the tempest finally subsided. Jiang Li dressed, rebuffing Cang Yao's advances, and stood up, irritated while supporting her waist. Cang Yao followed closely behind, disregarding her objections, lifting her into his arms and striding out. With her physical needs met, the pent-up frustration of the previous night dissipated entirely. Cang Yao couldn't help but chastise himself for being irritable with his little female. Breakfast was warming on the stove in the kitchen when Shuang Hua noticed Wang carrying the queen out to wash up and hurriedly brought the food inside. How's Bo Xiao? Jiang Li inquired as she sat down, picking up a spoon. He has recovered quite a bit. After breakfast this morning, Chi Fei made him a cane and accompanied him to the square for a walk in the sun. Shuang Hua replied softly. Jiang Li felt somewhat reassured and turned to Cang Yao, who was quietly eating, recounting the entire process of encountering and treating Bo Xiao yesterday. From now on, you'll stay with me. You have no objections, do you? Jiang Li's tone was calm. Cang Yao lifted his gaze, dark currents flickering in his blue pupils. I do have objections. Jiang Li met his gaze, a slight smile gracing her lips. Your objections do not matter. They hold no weight. Why even ask me? The outcome is still up to you. Cang Yao couldn't resist pinching her cheek, teasing, my esteemed queen. Jiang Li's voice turned serious. I remember discussing some management strategies with you last time, but it seems you and the entire tribe have not taken them seriously. Now, I must reiterate this rule. Within our tribe, no beastman shall torment or slaughter their kin without cause, nor shall they mistreat prisoners. I hope you can ensure the strict implementation of this rule. Cang Yao struggled to comprehend. He personally would not indulge in wanton slaughter, but having grown up in a harsh world, he believed that the law of the jungle was natural. Captives were akin to spoils of war or burdens, and rescuing and sheltering enemies was an unfathomable sign of weakness. Therefore, he did not see the tribe's bloodlust as something that needed changing. Jiang Li set down her bowl after finishing her meal, observing Cang Yao as tightly pressed lips and the gloom in his eyes, and sighed deeply. She had never expected to change his mindset in a short time. The era and environment had forged his ironclad principles. The instinct for slaughter was deeply ingrained, and the survival of the fittest was the rule. Only the strong mattered. In this age, an excess of compassion was not necessarily a good thing. Many injustices, such as bullying and oppression within the tribe, occurred daily, and she tried her best not to intervene. She couldn't team manage everything. Excessive interference would only backfire. One could not impose the standards of civilized society on a tribe of beastmen who thrived on bloodshed. Yet, one could not entirely extinguish their conscience either. Rules. He mused, his voice low, you are my queen. Though I do not understand, I respect your rules and am willing to implement your suggestions. However, rules require strength to defend. Otherwise, they are mere empty talk, a farce. Then let us together defend this rule with strength. Jiang Li's gaze grew intense. Cang Yao, what I need from you is not just to dominate this corner of Xianhuangzhou. I want you to become the one and only king of the beast world continent. Hearing her words, Cang Yao felt a jolt within. The one and only king of the beast world continent? Him? He had long forgotten when he had once harbored such dreams. It was his childhood ambition. As a descendant of Bai Zhe, he understood better than any beastman the glory of his ancestors. with all beasts bowing before them and territories boundless. This was imprinted in the memories of his heritage. Yet reality was harsh, resources scarce, and formidable enemies looming. Before Jiang Li appeared, he had been troubled by the impending threat of a mental breakdown, forcing him to bury his ambitions deep within, prioritizing survival above all else. He never expected that this little female possessed an even greater ambition than he. Jiang Li placed her hand on his arm. I know what you desire. Merely guarding this piece of land is beneath you. Cang Yao's jaw tightened, and he remained silent, though his breath grew heavy. Let's keep it simple. Jiang Li spoke quickly and clearly, as if finalizing a strategy. You handle external matters and warfare, while I manage internal affairs and organization. I will help you streamline the tribe's internal structure, and as for those obstacles outside, I will accompany you and crush them one by one until they bow in submission, until every inch of this continent bears the mark of Baizé. Her words were strikingly powerful. Cang Yao suddenly realized he had underestimated her. This little one possessed such grand ambitions. As her partner, how could he lag behind? A low, almost roaring laugh escaped his throat. Good. He abruptly pulled her closer, pressing his forehead against hers, their heated breaths intertwining. It's settled then. From now on, my territory is half yours. Wherever your blade points, he spoke in a hushed tone, each word striking the ground. I shall be there. Chapter 40. Xian Huangzhou, Departure. Jiang Li had invigorated Cang Yao, and soon he vanished. He had made some progress with the Tana Gue Shi Fa and needed a place to practice in the field. With him gone, Jiang Li felt at ease. He Dan and Ning Yin quickly appeared after his departure, snuggling up to her. The creatures of this world were generally of exaggerated size. Though these two were still cubs, they were already comparable in size to adult Alaskan Malamutes, with sturdier frames. Covered in thick fur, an adult nightmare dog could easily carry her without issue. With both aerial and terrestrial transportation secured, Jiang Li shifted her focus to meticulously designing the blueprints for their homes. Days flew by in a whirlwind of busyness. To become prosperous, one must first build roads. This adage held true everywhere. As soon as the concrete mix was successfully prepared, Jiang Li mobilized a team to begin laying the main roads of the tribe. Next came the creation of molds and the strict firing of bricks according to precise ratios. For these foundational constructions, she did not allocate a large workforce, but instead organized a small team to gradually explore and advance steadily. After all, the essentials of food and clothing must always come first. Most tribespeople still needed to focus on hunting. Bo Xiao had fully recovered. After a period of careful nurturing, he had gained some weight and grown taller. Jiang Li then realized he was not the 8 or 9 years old she initially thought, but had actually turned 12. The years of homelessness and wandering had stunted his growth, but now that he had stable meals, his suppressed height was returning. He was exceptionally intelligent, even surpassing Shuanghua. Jiang Li's teaching plan was meant to be gradual, while Shuanghua was still digesting the material. Bo Xiao had swiftly transitioned from confusion to comprehension at the first mention of things. His eyes, always quietly watching her, seemed capable of absorbing all light and knowledge like a deep well. Beastmen had long lifespans, living for hundreds of years, and could extend their lives further with cultivation. Until the age of 15, they were considered cubs, and only then would their beast forms manifest. Bo Xiao never mentioned his beast form, and Jiang Li never inquired, as he was not yet of age to transform. Jiang Li gradually sensed that this child harbored much heavier thoughts than he appeared to. Fortunately, he was very obedient. There was a silent, almost ingrained submission in him. As spring ended and early summer arrived, Cang Yao still remained absent, dedicating most of his time to training. Jiang Li had never asked him where he practiced or what techniques he was honing. Her daily task, though seemingly simple, was to revel in carefree play. She led Chi Fei, Pashao, and 2 Ming Quan dogs, frolicking within a day's journey around the tribe, nearly traversing every mountain and creek. Shuanghua, however, was less fortunate with her time. She spent the mornings washing, mending, and attending to various chores, and in the afternoons, she taught lessons for 2 hours, rarely having the opportunity to join in their merriment. During their escapades, they often stumbled upon peculiar plants, some capable of repelling insects, others edible. Whenever Jiang Li deemed a plant useful, she would uproot it and cultivate it in a small patch of land cleared near their dwelling. As for their safety, Cang Yao had already made arrangements. Discreetly, he had dispatched Feng Xiao to follow them, ensuring Jiang Li's protection. On this particular day, deep into the night, Cang Yao finally bathed Jiang Li, who was utterly exhausted and devoid of energy. She was so fatigued that even her fingers felt heavy, her eyelids drooping as if they might close together. Yet, she mustered the strength to speak. "We should set off for the salt flats. I've been wanting to discuss this with you." Her voice was barely audible. The weather was neither too cold nor too warm, making it an opportune time to travel. By the time they reached the salt flats, the climate would be just right for salt production. They needed to return before the onset of the rainy season, timing their journey perfectly. With salt, their tribe would no longer need to expend vast resources to trade for that precious commodity, but could instead barter it for various necessities. "Understood. Sleep now," Cang Yao replied, noticing her overwhelming fatigue. Jiang Li finally succumbed to a deep slumber. The sleeping female's face appeared serene, her lips slightly parted, soft and rosy. Beneath her delicate nose, her round face radiated tranquility and beauty. As he gazed at her, Cang Yao felt a stir in his throat. He could not resist leaning down, gently pressing his nose against her cheek, greedily inhaling her unique, alluring scent mingled with the sweetness of her breath and slumber, which tantalized his heart. He continued to draw in her essence until the restlessness in his chest eased, reluctantly releasing her. This little female could ensnare his soul even when awake, and in her sleep, she left him disoriented. Cang Yao's palm lightly rested on her flat abdomen, his hand warm while confusion arose in his heart. He had never wavered in his efforts. Why was there still no sign of the movement he longed for? He had already chosen the individuals who would accompany them to the salt flats: Yuehun, Zhu Shi, Lai Shanming, and Lu, and the second disciple of the Grand Shaman, Jin. The following day was spent preparing their belongings. Shuanghua and Qi Fei busied themselves at the stove from early morning. Pashao assisted nearby. The journey was long, and while others could manage simple rations, Jiang Li's food needed to be meticulously prepared. They baked thick flatbreads, fried wild vegetable pockets, and carefully sliced and fried snow pig meat until golden and crisp, wrapping it all securely. On the next morning, the sky was overcast, and the group set out amidst the swirling mist. Haidwan and Ning Yin gathered at Jiang Li's feet, emitting low whines and clinging to her clothing, unwilling to let go. Uncertain of the dangers that lay ahead, Jiang Li could not take them along. After a long period of soothing them proved futile, Cang Yao ultimately used his imposing presence to make them release her. Pashao remained silent, saying nothing. After they departed, however, he stealthily followed behind, trailing them to the edge of the misty forest. Cang Yao had sensed his presence, but chose to ignore him. It would be better if he perished. Removing a distraction from Jiang Li, Pashao, feeling a fleeting sense of triumph, barely stepped into the forest before being grabbed by Feng Xiao, who pulled him back and returned him to the tribe. The misty forest was notorious for its deadly reputation. Year-round, it was shrouded in toxic miasma, and any beasts surviving there were fiercely venomous and aggressive. More disturbingly, a chaotic magnetic field existed within the forest, preventing beastmen from using their spiritual energy for extended periods, making flight a luxury. If they encountered a ferocious beast, their only option would often be to flee. Upon entering the forest, Jiang Li saw a guiding arrow created by Shaoling that only she could perceive. This arrow adjusted its direction based on the subtle changes in airflow and miasma, always indicating the path of least toxicity and relative safety. Without hesitation, Jiang Li exchanged 500 points for 7 particle filtering masks to distribute among the group. The deeper they ventured, the heavier the oppressive atmosphere of the misty forest became. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, and the further they went, the darker it became, with the ground covered in a thick layer of decaying leaves that had accumulated over countless years. The group could not remain in beast form for long, but they moved swiftly on foot, far beyond what Jiang Li's ordinary stamina could endure. Cang Yao was even more reluctant to let her traverse such treacherous terrain. He securely cradled her in his arms, proceeding as if carrying a young cub. The team maintained vigilance around him, silently and swiftly advancing deeper into the shadowy forest. Following Jiang Li's guidance, on the second day within the misty forest, Jiang Li recalled having seen videos of uninhabited tropical rainforests online. Those shaky images and the oppressive green hues had sent chills down her spine. Now, in person, it was more than mere chills. Here, the trees were colossal, their dense canopies almost consuming the sky entirely, allowing only sparse, feeble rays of light to trickle down, illuminating the air thick with what seemed to be living, damp dust. Surrounding them was an eerie silence, penetrating to the bone with a chilling coldness. Yet within that stillness, countless subtle, unsettling sounds seemed to stir. Fortunately, she was not alone. Reliable companions surrounded her, and Cang Yao held her securely, sparing her the need to step into the treacherous, rotting mire that could conceal untold dangers. She could hardly bear to imagine what would become of her if stranded here alone, overwhelmed by sheer terror. Beep. Warning. A lethal swarm of blood-sucking worms detected 500 meters ahead, their numbers incalculable, covering all paths of advance. Avoid at all costs. The cold electronic voice caused Jiang Li to tense her spine instantly. Calculating evasion route. Detected a narrow valley 800 meters to the left with lower worm density. Scanning indicates potential for a new path. However, signals of large biological activity on the opposite side remain unclear, and threat levels cannot yet be determined. Recommendation. Immediately turn left and maintain absolute silence. Something is ahead, Jiang Li exclaimed urgently, halting the group's progress. Cang Yao abruptly raised his arm, signaling for everyone to stop. And Lu, who had been scouting nearby, returned at this moment, his voice low and subdued. There are many small, unidentified objects ahead, but their numbers are frightening. They were blood-sucking worms. Jin's bone staff glimmered faintly, his expression grave. I have seen them recorded in the Grand Shaman's bone tablets. They are the devourers of the depths of the misty forest. Once disturbed, they will pursue relentlessly, leaving no trace behind. The term blood-sucking worms pierced the ears of everyone like ice picks. They were a nightmare in their own right, small and velvety, nearly transparent, with an insatiable thirst for blood. Individually, they posed little threat, but they always acted in the millions, capable of reducing a robust rock-armored beast to mere bones within seconds. More terrifying was their acute sensitivity to heat and sound. Jusher rubbed his hands anxiously. What should we do? Retreat? The way back was already sealed by the miasma. Yuehun's voice came from behind, calm yet ruthless. All eyes turned at Cang Yao. To the left, I sense a narrow valley a few hundred meters away, with lower worm density. But there are uncertain large beasts, Jiang Li advised. Cang Yao's gaze suddenly sharpened like a blade. He adjusted his hold on Jiang Li slightly, drawing her closer to his chest, and without a moment's hesitation, calmly commanded, "Take the left path, detour through the ravine." His deep voice resonated with authority as he continued issuing orders. Maintain silence, highest alert. Lai Shanmeng, lead the way. Jiang Li added, "Everyone, watch your step. Any tremor may awaken those creatures. Stay close while increasing the distance between us to avoid concentrating heat." They silently approached the ravine's entrance, which elicited a sharp intake of breath. Rather than a ravine, it resembled a dimly lit crevice flanked by two slick rock walls, barely wide enough for two to pass side by side. A faint, nearly invisible layer of white frost clung to the rocks, the ground, and even the air, glistening subtly in the mottled sunlight, revealing the stillness of the blood-dwelling insects. Lai Shanmeng swallowed hard and was the first to squeeze through. Next was the boulder, whose massive form required considerable contraction to fit. Following him was Cang Yao, holding Jiang Li, moving with an unusual lightness, even controlling his breath to a minimum. Then came in Lu and Jin, with Yuehun bringing up the rear. Jiang Li kept her eyes tightly shut until Cang Yao was entirely through the crevice before daring to open them. Enhanced by the system's visual augmentation, she clearly saw the plump, translucent insects clinging to the rock walls, resembling a layer of breathing frost. As each person passed, the white frost seemed to undulate slightly, causing hearts to race. The ravine was unnaturally cold, with movements slowed as if time had congealed. The sound of flowing water echoed in the narrow space, drowning out their footsteps and breaths. As the exit grew wider and closer, their hearts tightened, for another sound gradually became distinct. It was the heavy, dragging noise from the other end of the ravine, accompanied by a wet, snuffling sound. "Prepare yourselves," Cang Yao's voice, as cold as iron, sliced through the air. "Something is approaching." The system's red warning lights began to flash wildly. Multiple large predators detected. Marsh giant lizard variant. Encounter probability, 100 warning. Current disturbance has triggered a 57 increase in blood-dwelling insect activity. Prepare for battle. Cang Yao's voice was chilling as he placed Jiang Li safely behind Lu. They rushed out of the cave. No sooner had Cang Yao spoken than 3 colossal figures emerged from the shadows around the corner. The marsh giant lizards, each over 4 meters long, covered in thick mud armor and parasitic vines, locked their murky yellow eyes on the intruders. Roar! The first giant lizard lunged, charging directly at Lai Shanmeng. The battle erupted instantaneously. The boulder let out a roar, transforming into a hulking bear, muscles rippling as he faced one head-on. Lai Shanmeng became a golden shadow, his claws aimed at another's eye. Yuehun didn't even transform fully into beast form, thrusting his spear forward. And Lu, cradling Jiang Li, sought a comparatively dry nook among the rocks. At last, the vibrations of the fight fully roused the blood-dwelling insects on the rock walls. Like a white ocean stirred by an invisible hand, the frost came alive. Countless insects soared, forming a dense cloud of death, their buzzing filling the air. The swarm awakened. Jiang Li had anticipated this. One marsh giant lizard, unable to evade, had half its body grazed by the edge of the insect cloud, letting out a chilling wail. Its body shriveled visibly beneath the mud armor, countless red-tipped white dots writhing frantically within. The other 2 marsh giant lizards screeched and twisted, fleeing at a sprint. Cang Yao's eyes turned icy, and Lu quickly followed them. The marsh giant lizards lived nearby and surely had means of escape. The others needed no prompting and hurriedly ran for their lives. But the speed of the insect cloud was overwhelming. In the next moment, an astonishing aura erupted from Cang Yao. His form swelled instantly, white fur spreading rapidly. His blue pupils became golden lines. Without any flashy techniques, he unleashed a low, soul-shaking roar towards the oncoming insect cloud. It was not an ordinary sound. It contained a surge of bloodline power. Visible sound waves radiated from him, scorching the blood-dwelling insects like moths to a flame, turning them to ash. However, releasing this power clearly drained immense spiritual energy. After the waves dispersed, Cang Yao stumbled, his face pale, cold sweat beading at his brow. The gathering white frost clouds in the distance continued to roll in. "Move!" Cang Yao turned, unwilling to waste a moment. The team seized this brief opening, scrambling through the rock crevices' other end. Yet, they could not keep pace with the marsh giant lizard's speed. In mere moments, they lost sight of it. Before they could catch their breath, they stumbled into a bizarre glade. Dozens of dark red, slowly pulsating giant cocoons hung amid intertwining vines, the smallest towering at least 2 meters high. The ground was littered with various skeletal remains, some still quite fresh. A sickly sweet odor pervaded the air. Most unsettling was that upon their arrival, all the dark red cocoons accelerated their pulsation simultaneously, as if sensing the presence of the living, emitting a wet, gurgling sound akin to a ravenous stomach. The system's warning flooded Jiang Li's vision in unprecedented crimson. Emergency. Detecting soul-eating vine mother nest. Danger level, extremely high. All conventional paths are hazardous. Shaoling was equally helpless, no matter which direction they took. They could not escape the fate of being reduced to mere bones. Calculating only escape route. 1050. Calculation complete. Behind the 3rd giant cocoon ahead. There is a hidden crevice in the ground leading to an underground river system. Survival probability for 73. Caution. The giant cocoons are extremely sensitive to the presence of living beings. Any approach will trigger an attack. Jiang Li had already returned to Cang Yao's beast form. Trembling, she patted his neck, pointing toward a direction in the deathly glade. Her voice breaking with fear. There's an underground river, but we must pass through these cocoons. Everyone's hearts sank. Chapter 42. Xianhuangzhou, the giant cocoon. Warning. The activity of the soul-eating vine mother nest is sharply increasing. Detecting collective awakening response. Warning. The blood-dwelling insect swarm is expected to reach this location in 20 seconds. The system's dual warnings flashed frantically in Jiang Li's mind, the crimson countdown numbers pulsing like the footsteps of death. Shaoling. Quickly. Is there anything redeemable for survival? Hurry. Jiang Li shouted frantically in her mind, her fingers digging into the robust spine of the Baihu. Detecting eligible items for usage. Acceleration talisman. Intermediate. Increases user's movement speed by 200 instantly for 15 seconds. With precise route guidance, it allows safe passage through the danger zone. Exchange. 6 of them. Quickly. Jiang Li did not wait for the system to finish. Almost at the moment of completion, 6 glowing yellow talismans appeared in her hand, adorned with intricate silver patterns. Quick. Each person take one and stick it on. This is an acceleration talisman. It will allow us to rush past before those things fully awaken. Jiang Li's words were rapid fire. She pressed a talisman onto Cang Yao, the paper dissolving upon contact, a faint glow merging into his being. She distributed the rest quickly, and the others promptly followed suit, slapping the talismans onto their chests. In Jiang Li's vision, the system had projected a luminous, winding path through the terrifying cocoon forest. This path perilously weaved between several slowly cracking, pulsating cocoons. The destination was an inconspicuous fissure in the ground, partially concealed by withered leaves, leading to an underground river. Everyone followed closely. Run now. At the moment Jiang Li uttered these words, the nearest dark red cocoon emitted a chilling sound akin to leather tearing. With a crack, a seam opened at the top of the cocoon, and a viscous, fluorescent green liquid oozed from the crevice, dripping onto the bleached bones beneath, hissing with corrosive intensity. Subsequently, several damp, dark purple tentacles, covered in suckers and barbs, slowly and powerfully emerged from the crack, thrashing in the air as if savoring the taste of the atmosphere. As more cocoons began to pulse in unison, the nauseating sound coalesced into a repulsive chorus. The air suddenly thickened with an acrid stench, almost suffocating. Go! Cang Yao growled, leading the charge along the path indicated by Jiang Li. The others followed closely, the effects of the acceleration rune manifesting as their speed became so swift that they seemed to leave afterimages in their wake. Just as they plunged into the array of cocoons, the nightmare fully awakened. With a series of explosive pops, the tops of the cocoons burst open, revealing more tentacles, thorny vines, and even tooth-filled orifices that lunged from the gaping cracks. The air was instantly filled with flailing limbs in search of prey. Everyone had transformed into beastly forms, with only Jiushi, due to his massive size, maintaining a humanoid shape, thus lagging behind. A tentacle nearly brushed against Jiushi's back, its barbs tearing into his spine. The skin emitted a sizzling sound, as if corroded by acid, spreading rapidly. Behind them, the white cloud of death, teeming with bloodworms, surged like a tide into the clearing. Jiang Li crouched, low on Cang Yao's back, unable to resist glancing back. The sight sent chills down her spine. From within the cocoon, a robust tentacle fully emerged. The dark red cocoon served as both its egg sac and predator. The tentacle instinctively coiled towards a mass of bloodworms. The suckers contracted powerfully. In an instant, countless bloodworms were drawn in, the edges of the worm cloud visibly denting. However, the horror of the bloodworms revealed itself at that moment, as they did not merely succumb to being consumed, but instead followed the suckers, even actively burrowing into the tentacle. It was evident that the stout dark purple tentacle was visibly shrinking and wilting, its color shifting from purple to gray and then to black, as if all moisture and vitality had been instantaneously drained. The surface of the tentacle bulged with numerous tiny, writhing lumps. The worms feasted ravenously from within. A piercing shriek, sharp enough to transcend auditory limits and pierce the soul, emanated from the hidden core of the soul devouring vine mother beneath the cocoon. It seemed thoroughly enraged, possibly sensing an abundance of nourishment. The remaining tentacles ceased their aimless flailing and began to whip and strike at the worm cloud. Simultaneously, the tooth-filled orifice grotesquely expanded, generating a terrifying suction. Like a colossal whale gulping water, vast portions of the worm cloud were forcibly drawn into its black hole of a mouth. Having consumed an immense quantity of bloodworms, the soul-devouring vine mother began to undergo a terrifying transformation. At times it expanded several times within mere seconds, its surface swelling with irregular, writhing tumors as if on the verge of explosion. At other moments it rapidly shrank, becoming as desiccated as wind-dried bark due to the relentless consumption of the incoming bloodworms. The bloodworms infiltrated every crevice, burrowing into the freshly cracked cocoons, weaving through the flailing vines. They even attempted to converge into a mass, wrapping around a smaller soul, devouring vine mother. The ensnared entity thrashed violently, its surface swiftly covered in white frost before becoming rigid and desiccated. This was a primal battle of consumption, devoid of technique, characterized solely by the most savage plunder and counterplunder. In the air, fragments of severed, desiccated tentacles fluttered, mingling with the gray rain formed from worm corpses. Alongside the fluorescent green slime and dark red blood mist splattered from the injured soul, devouring vine mother. The stench of decay and burning was overwhelmingly pungent. The scene was both magnificent and grotesquely nauseating, embodying the most sanguinary and violent aesthetic of life. Jump! Jiang Li urja souffle. They had reached the edge of the fissure, a dark, downward-sloping opening from which distant rumblings of water could be faintly heard. The glow of the acceleration rune began to dim, its effects nearing their end. Without hesitation, Cang Yao transformed back into his human form, cradling Jiang Li as he leapt into the darkness. The sensation of weightlessness enveloped them, with the unknown abyss below. Yet, no matter what awaited them, it was preferable to remaining in the hellscape of mutual devouring. Before they were fully engulfed by the darkness, Jiang Li clung tightly to Cang Yao's neck, casting one last glance upward. She witnessed the soul-devouring vine mother, swollen to its limit, finally succumb to the chaotic conflict of the worms within and its own might. With a resounding explosion, a rain of blood, slime, worm carcasses, and shredded flesh erupted like fireworks, showering down upon the awakening cocoons and worm clouds, inciting a frenzy of even more chaotic consumption and slaughter. Darkness enveloped everything. They plummeted. The icy, damp mist assaulted them. Plop, plop. The sounds of falling water echoed in the dark. They had plunged into a turbulent underground river, the bone-chilling cold instantly soaking them to the core. As Jiang Li struggled to surface, violently coughing, the system prompt in her vision finally shifted from a vivid crimson to a soft, pale blue, exiting the lethal threat zone, detecting the underground river system, scanning for safe pathways. Yet, before she could catch her breath, Cang Yao's strong arms pulled her close again. With watchful eyes, they glanced upward toward the entrance, now a mere point of light, and beyond, into the deeper darkness of the river, reverberating with unknown sounds of water. Leaving hell did not signify their arrival in paradise. Jiang Li clung to Cang Yao's arm, trembling violently, not from the cold, but from fear. The other beastmen, devoid of jade marrow, also shivered uncontrollably. The surrounding darkness was so profound that one could not see their own hand. Jiang Li regretted her decision to heed Xiao Ling's advice to venture into the core area of the misty forest. They should have taken a longer, yet relatively open route around the Flame Lion tribe's territory. Xiao Ling timely interjected, "Stop dwelling on it. The detour is far too long, and conflicts are likely to erupt along the way. Besides, we would still have to traverse a third of the misty forest. Trust me, what I provided is the best plan." The word best elicited a cold laugh from Jiang Li. The group floated down the underground river. The bone staff in Jin's hand radiated a soft, cold light. The water was as black as ink, unfathomably deep. The current was swift, carrying them relentlessly toward the encroaching darkness. Above them loomed wet, towering rock walls, insurmountable. The air was filled with the distinct scent of rust and minerals characteristic of underground rivers. Warning: team members' health points are continuously decreasing. A resting rock platform has been detected approximately 1,000 meters ahead, deemed safe upon scanning. Jiang Li's heart tightened. It seemed someone was injured. She quickly leaned closer to Cang Yao's ear. "There's a rock platform up ahead where we can rest. Let us hurry." After drifting for a while, the river began to curve ahead. The bend was slight, revealing a relatively flat rock platform, the edges piled with smooth pebbles shaped by the water's flow. The team exerted their strength to reach it. Jiang Li rose from Cang Yao's embrace and swiftly scanned the group. The effects of the speed rune had consumed their essence, leaving everyone visibly fatigued. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed Zhu Shi's face had turned pale, his body twitching slightly. His face contrasted starkly with his bronze skin, making him appear as though he were a different person. Jiang Li hurried over. Upon a cursory examination of him, it became apparent that the wounds on his back, inflicted by the tentacles of the soul-biting vine, were festering, with ashen veins spreading incessantly. His attempts to suppress the affliction with spiritual energy proved futile, only exacerbating its progression. In a flurry of urgency, Jiang Li exchanged several jars of special restorative ointment. Following the directives of Shaoling, she declared, "It is imperative to excise every bit of the rotting flesh without exception, and then apply this ointment." She thrust the salve into Cang Yao's hands. As for the grisly task of removing the necrotic tissue, that was a burden she could not bear. It was far too cruel. Upon hearing this, Jun unsheathed his dagger without hesitation. As the blade approached the decayed flesh, the boulder remarked, "Today, you shall have your vengeance. In times past, you lacked the opportunity to wield your knife against me." "Silence and rest," Jun commanded. His hand was steady, the knife deftly carving away at the dead tissue, this time without retort. In the dim light, no one witnessed the tightly pressed line of his lips and the intense focus in his eyes, which betrayed an undeniable pang of sympathy. The boulder gritted his teeth, cold sweat cascading down, the sound of teeth grinding echoed in the air. As the putrid flesh was severed, a vivid wound was revealed. The ointment was applied. A refreshing sensation swiftly quelled the excruciating pain. The bleeding ceased, and granulation tissue began to visibly proliferate. The suffocating stench of decay finally dissipated, and a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Chapter 43. Xianhuangzhou, Shui Shi. The boulder's recovery undoubtedly served as a balm for everyone's troubled hearts. It was known that the gouged flesh had exposed bone, leaving a deep indentation across his back. Such a life-threatening injury, yet the Queen's medicine had miraculously pulled him back from the brink of death. Truly a miracle. Having experienced this firsthand, the group felt an unspoken joy. They were relieved for the boulder's reprieve and hopeful for their own potential recovery should they ever find themselves gravely wounded. The acceleration talisman had drained their stamina. They had been adrift in the water for an extended period. Their bodies were nearing their limits. Now, as they suddenly relaxed, they collapsed onto the ground, as if their bones had been drawn from their bodies. Cang Yao surveyed the weary yet resilient faces around him and decisively commanded, "Rest immediately to regain your strength." "Yuehun, Lai Shan Meng, take turns on watch tonight." "Yes," the group replied in unison. Jiang Li felt a sense of relief, having previously stored everyone's rations, clothing, and water pouches in her space. Otherwise, after their frantic escape and prolonged exposure to the water, their belongings would have either been lost or thoroughly soaked. She distributed the food among them. The boulder chewed on his provisions, only to find himself snoring midway through his meal. Yuehun sat cross-legged, resting his bone staff across his knees, eyes closed in meditation as a faint energy circulated within him, seemingly aiding his slow recovery. Yuehun leaned against the outer edge, mechanically chewing on jerky while vigilantly observing the water surface. Jiang Li had no sense of how long she had slept, only that it was an incredibly comfortable slumber. Upon reopening her eyes, she was greeted by the sound of hushed whispers, lowered to an almost conspiratorial tone. Cang Yao had awakened at some point. Seated among Yuehun and the others, engaged in discussion. Jiang Li, cradled on his lap with her head resting on his arm, noticed that his gaze had scarcely strayed from her face since he had awoken. He was attuned to her every movement, recognizing the signs of her stirring. "Awake?" she inquired, content with her human-shaped pillow. Stretching languidly in his embrace, she yawned. "Yes, I am awake. What are you all discussing?" Cang Yao cast a wary glance at the water's surface and the rocky walls on either side. As they rounded a bend, the current abruptly grew tumultuous, leaving them unable to linger in the water for too long. After their rest, the dark current transformed back into its owl-like form, probing ahead. Moreover, an unusual sound could be heard up ahead. Jiang Li concentrated, straining to listen. Lacking the formidable auditory capabilities of the beastmen, she discerned nothing. "Awaken Shaoling," she commanded. The system simulated the conditions ahead. Aside from the sound of rushing water, a deep, resonant groaning, akin to the breath of a colossal creature, emanated from the depths of darkness. Intermittently, there were faint sounds resembling the friction of countless minute-hard objects. Jiang Li's heart raced anew. Instinctively, she asked Shaoling, "What is approaching?" Detection indicates a vast cavity 3 kilometers ahead, containing unidentified objects too distant for detailed scanning. Urgent warning. Abnormalities detected in the water. A swarm of Shuei is rapidly encircling the host position. Estimated contact time, 3 minutes. The cold, electronic voice reverberated in Jiang Li's mind, accompanied by a brief dossier provided by Shaoling, Shuei, amphibious, approximately the size of a mung bean, with a mossy green exterior that excels in camouflage. Behavior. They infiltrate the bodies of prey through orifices such as ears and nostrils, feeding on soft tissues and organs to survive and reproduce. Weakness. Averse to fire and high temperatures. Something is approaching. Before Jiang Li could finish her sentence, her consciousness plunged into the system's marketplace, swiftly perusing the inventory. Found it. Without hesitation, she exchanged for several canisters of gasoline, which materialized at her feet. Almost simultaneously, Cang Yao, Yuehun, and others had keenly sensed the change in their environment. The scent of water became more pungent. In faint rustling, sounds began to seep from the shadows and currents surrounding them. "Put on the masks I provided you." Jiang Li urgently. The group quickly retrieved their masks from their waists or pockets. These particle-filtering masks were uniquely designed, lightweight, and semi-enveloping, thoroughly concealing the eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. The transparent yet sturdy material over the eyes elicited gasps of astonishment from everyone upon first contact. Jiang Li had not anticipated that these masks would not only filter toxins, but also defend against the invasion of these minuscule creatures. On one side of the rocky platform lay the icy, turbulent dark river, while the other side and overhead were slick with wet rock. At that moment, from the distant moist area of the rock face, specks of greenish-blue moss could be observed, unnaturally writhing and peeling away. "These are Shuei. They will burrow into our bodies and consume us." Jiang Li spoke rapidly, handing the gasoline canisters to the nearest boulder and Lai Shanmeng. "Use this to create a large perimeter around the platform's edge that can accommodate us all. They fear fire." With urgency in the air, there was no time for hesitation. The boulder and Lai Shanmeng let out a growl, violently tearing open the canister. Yuehun and the dark current assisted in swiftly splashing the pungent liquid along the platform's perimeter. Soon, a continuous circle of wet marks was formed. Cang Yao maintained a watchful gaze on the water's surface, which was increasingly populated, forming a greenish tide. Just as the gasoline supply was exhausted, the green moss surged to the platform's edge. Several swift Shuei even leapt into the air, attempting to pounce on the group, only to be expertly cleaved in midair by Yuehun's precise strikes of spiritual energy. "I am about to ignite it. Everyone, move toward the center." Jiang Li quickly tossed a makeshift fire starter onto the gasoline-soaked ground. Boom! Flames erupted instantaneously, a scorching wave rolling forth. The wall of fire enveloped the entire platform, forcefully repelling the advancing tide of Shuei. The firelight flickered across the group's tense expressions, casting shadows that danced ominously. Outside the fire circle, the greenish tide surged restlessly. They feared the flames, yet refused to retreat, emitting a cacophony of unsettling, rustling sounds. Cang Yao instructed Yuehun and the others to keep watch on the top of the rocks. Occasionally, a few brazen shui shi, undeterred by the flames, would attempt to burrow into the circle, only to be reduced to charred remains by the licking tongues of fire. Jiang Li retrieved the emptied gasoline canister into her system space, pointing to the remaining ones. When the flames diminish, add more. Be careful not to get any on yourselves. Yes, Your Majesty. The underground dark river cavern was exceedingly low, jagged stone spikes hanging from above. For a creature of Cang Yao's considerable size, the confines of the waterway were so cramped that he could not even spread his wings. A moment's inattention could lead to scraping against the shoulders and back, rendering flight utterly impractical. Moreover, due to the interference of the magnetic field, they were unable to utilize their spiritual energy for extended periods of flight. The risks of diving were even greater. After rounding the corner, the water flow became tumultuous, and an abundance of water moss lice was present. If these creatures were to burrow into one's body, Jiang Li would be utterly defenseless. As the flames continued to burn, the oxygen grew increasingly scarce, and Jiang Li wore an expression of despair. Xiaoling, do think of a solution quickly. Chapter 44. Xianhuangzhou, the Rift. Xiaoling, warning. Environmental oxygen levels are continuously declining and will soon fall below the safety threshold. Please take immediate action. Jiang Li, Xiaoling. Do think of a solution quickly. The alarm from Xiaoling and Jiang Li's frustrated cries were nearly synchronized. Jiang Li felt a heaviness in her chest, stemming both from the lack of oxygen and the pressure from Xiaoling. Xiaoling evidently accelerated its efforts, speaking at an unprecedented pace, scanning the environment for feasible solutions. Ding! Periodic airflow fluctuations detected. Approximately 50 meters upstream, there exists a concealed rift on the right side of the rock wall, which connects to a narrow vertical shaft leading to a cavern above with ventilation. Danger warning. The entrance to the rift is 12 meters below the water surface, requiring breath-holding to dive through. The underwater environment is completely dark with zero visibility, and there is a high probability of residual water moss lice present. Pathway marked. A clear, semi-transparent map of the pathway suddenly appeared in Jiang Li's field of vision, with a blue cursor indicating the underwater entrance upstream. Hope surged within her. Jiang Li, Ravitalisa. Exchanged for a waterproof flashlight from the marketplace. Suppressing the suffocating sensation, she swiftly conveyed the information. Swim back 50 meters. There is a large rift in the rock wall, 12 meters underwater on the right. It likely leads to the surface. We will swim there first and then dive. Be cautious of the water moss lice. Diving? They had no issue with that. The Tana Gue Shi Fa technique was solely applicable for extracting oxygen from the water. Although everyone had only mastered the first layer, staying submerged for an hour or two was still manageable. Remaining on the rapidly depleting oxygen platform would only lead to death. Make torches, Cang Yao decisively commanded, his voice low and slightly strained from the lack of oxygen, as he gathered all combustible materials and soaked them in the remaining fuel. Time was of the essence. Jiang Li quickly dismantled unnecessary dry beast skins and spare clothes from her backpack, while Yuehun and others wrapped them around several long bone sticks, and Lu and Jean poured gasoline over them. Zhu Shi kept a vigilant eye on the water moss lice lurking beyond the fire circle, constantly shooing away any that ventured too close. Soon, several makeshift torches soaked in fuel were completed. Cang Yao swiftly assigned positions, and Lu and Yuehun would lead the way, while Zhu Shi and Jean remained vigilant of the sides and above, with Zhu Shi at the rear. He continued, remember the route and stay close. Upon reaching the rift, dive quickly through, prepare to extinguish the fire circle and enter the water. And Lu swiftly transformed, using his wings to create a gust of wind, fanning out a section of the fire while dispersing the nearby clusters of water moss lice with wind blades. Yuehun raised a lit torch. The flames appeared feeble in the oxygen-deprived environment. Almost as soon as a gap in the defenses appeared, Yuehun and Lu leapt into the river. The two wielded their torches, combining their spiritual energy to fend off the rapidly encroaching swarm of water moss lice, which could not close the green encirclement. Go! Cang Yao carried Jiang Li on his back, feeling her arms tightly wrapped around his neck, and anxiously instructed, make sure to hold on tight, don't let go. He then jumped into the frigid river. The splashes of water echoed one after another. Everyone held their torches, simultaneously battling the water moss lice while swimming against the current. Jiang Li freed one hand to quickly activate the illumination tool. The powerful beam of light suddenly illuminated the dark cavern, transforming it into a stark, blinding white. Surprisingly, the water moss lice, which had been advancing relentlessly, scattered in panic as if scalded. Having lived in complete darkness for so long, their vision had deteriorated. The sudden, unfamiliar brilliance seemed to alter their surroundings, instilling a greater instinctual fear than the searing flames. However, this delightful surprise did not last long. Upon realizing they could not be harmed, the swarm regrouped. Jiang Li was swept away by the cold current, with only the muffled sounds of water in her ears. What horrified her further were the occasional tiny, slimy sensations colliding with her mask or clothing, quickly bouncing away. It seemed remnants of water moss lice remained. Help! How disgusting! Jiang Li was not particularly timid. Aside from a fear of snakes, she was not overly bothered by insects or frogs. Yet, this was limited to merely seeing them without fear. Who could endure the sensation of physical contact? Soon, following Jiang Li's guidance, the group swam to the water above the rift. Cang Yao reminded in a low voice, "We are about to dive. Li, remember to hold your breath." Upon hearing this, Jiang Li took a deep breath. In the next moment, Cang Yao adjusted his position, firmly encircling her with one arm, and suddenly plunged downwards. Jiang Li was not a proficient swimmer. The bathtub was her only familiar aquatic environment. At that moment, she relied entirely on Cang Yao's strength to guide her through the rushing waters. She could only desperately kick her legs against the resistance of the water and her inner turmoil, allowing the solid force beside her to propel her towards the unknown rock rift. Lacking experience, coupled with anxiety and an instinctual fear of water, Jiang Li reached her limit for holding her breath in mere seconds. Her ears buzzed, and her chest felt as if it would explode. Just as her consciousness began to blur and her eyelids grew heavy, Cang Yao noticed, grasped her chin with one hand, and without hesitation, leaned down to cover her lips with his own. A warm breath of oxygen flowed into her mouth. Jiang Li was not satisfied. The sensation of suffocation had only slightly abated. She instinctively cradled Cang Yao's face, drawing in a deep breath from him, but could not gather more, reluctantly releasing him. Cang Yao quickened his pace, suddenly veering towards a rock wall, and then his figure vanished as he slipped into the rift. He continued to push through the opening. The narrow rift scraped against her body as she moved, but fortunately, it was short. After struggling through, the pressure of the water lessened abruptly, and the space seemed to extend upwards. With a splash, moments later, Jiang Li was thrust above the water's surface, held tightly by Cang Yao. She coughed violently, gasping for air. Cang Yao patted her back gently, noticing the blood vessels in her eyes had burst, and could not help but kiss the corner of her eye. Yuehun and then Lu followed closely behind. They found themselves in a small but significantly drier rock crevice. Above them, faint currents brushed past, carrying the scent of earth and vegetation. The aroma of the surface. Soon, Zhu Shi, Lai Shanmeng, and Jin also emerged, although the air remained damp and chilly. It was a far cry from the suffocating despair they had just experienced. Of course, only Jiang Li felt the sensation of suffocation. The torches held by everyone had extinguished during the dive, but Jiang Li's powerful flashlight illuminated the dark space as brightly as day, revealing their disheveled appearances. One side of the rock crevice featured naturally formed rough stone steps and climbing points. Cang Yao waited for Jiang Li to stabilize her breathing. Assessing the source of the airflow, as he stated, climb upwards in the direction of the airflow. Jiang Li saw that Cang Yao's judgment aligned with Xiaoling's, so she refrained from speaking. The subsequent climb was equally arduous. Jiang Li clung tightly to Cang Yao like a koala, while everyone's hands and feet seemed to possess suction. enabling them to jump and climb continuously as long as they had a foothold. The ascent grew steeper, yet there were no obstacles in their path. Jiang Li closed her eyes, too fearful to look. Time passed, though she could not tell how long. When the formidable Cang Yao forcefully pushed aside a loose rock slab, the long-lost, albeit still dim, light of the forest mingled with the fresh air and surged in, prompting a collective sigh of relief from everyone. They had finally returned to the surface of the Miwu Senlin. This was a gentle slope in the mountainous terrain. Jiang Li slumped onto the damp stone moss, suddenly finding even the foul-smelling air of the forest much more pleasant. Chapter 45, Xuanhuangzhou, Emerging. 12 days of desperate trekking. Upon seeing the distant sky light gray rather than obscured by dense foliage, everyone understood that they had reached the end. The white giant tiger in the lead let out a low growl that pierced the thin air, declaring their survival against all odds. Curled up on the tiger's back, Jiang Li lay sideways, her complexion as pale as parchment, her cracked lips seeping blood. Days of dehydration and tension had nearly drained her of all strength. Above, an owl, transformed from the dark currents, circled silently, its keen gaze like lightning. Behind the white tiger, several crimson gold tigers and a black bear followed slowly, their steps heavy with the burden of prolonged battle. This troop had undergone a dramatic transformation. Once sleek and resplendent fur was now matted with blood, mud, and grass, forming grimy hard shells. The once imposing aura had shattered, leaving only the raw ferocity and fatigue of those who had crawled out from the battlefield. Fortunately, these were merely external wounds. For this group of beastmen, forged through combat, as long as they were alive, injuries were merely badges of honor. Upon emerging from the underground river, Jiang Li and Cang Yao, guided by Shaoling scans and path predictions, navigated the edge of death, avoiding over 90% of lethal traps. The remaining 10% of unavoidable bloodshed was fraught with peril, yet they carved out a path to survival through their claws, tacit understanding, and fierce determination. At this moment, standing at the forest's edge, feeling the rough yet liberating wind of the wilderness, the nearly maddening sense of oppression finally began to ebb away. Cang Yao halted, glancing back at the dark green abyss that had claimed too many lives. The murderous glint in his golden tiger eyes had not faded, but had ignited anew. They had finally broken through. The cost was grave. Throughout this journey, Jiang Li had nearly exhausted all her system points. Emergency medical supplies, various special function talismans or tools, which occupied the bulk, and the clean water necessary for survival. Had it not been for the meager daily points provided by the tribe, they would have gone without water in those final 2 days. The physical exhaustion was bearable, but the consumption of nearly 20,000 points was a heavy blow to Jiang Li's heart. How many delectable treats could that have bought? Now, even hair dye and colored contact lenses were beyond her reach. Thus, her disguise had failed. Her jet-black hair cascaded like an ink waterfall, accentuating her pallid complexion. Her eyes, devoid of impurities, were as dark as the deepest night sky, possessing a clarity that pierced the heart when gazing at others. Fortunately, she was surrounded by Cang Yao's loyal confidants, comrades bound by life and death. Except for Yuehun, who remained unfazed by the revelation, the others, including even the most composed Liashan, were struck dumb with shock upon seeing Jiang Li's true appearance, their eyes glued to her face as if struck by lightning. Xiao Li's initial 10-day journey had turned into a grueling 16 days before they finally escaped this cursed place. Ding! Congratulations, host. Proceed approximately 50 kilometers further to reach your destination. The Salt Lake area. Jiang Li no longer had the energy to roll her eyes, merely letting out a frustrated huff in her heart. In front of her, the glowing orb formed by Xiao Li circled around her, speaking cautiously. Host, salt is crucial for the tribe's survival. Successfully obtaining it will be key to altering the fate of our clan. Jiang Li reflected on each life-and-death challenge faced over these 16 days, growing increasingly uneasy. Had she been misled by the false promises of this wretched system? Wasn't he every moment spent risking their lives? Take a chance. A bicycle can become a motorcycle. Xiao Li's electronic voice piped up with a hint of feigned grievance. Jiang Li coolly retorted in her mind, "Oh, now you don't mention that the risks are manageable and the path optimal." My motorcycle nearly turned into a hearse, and a collective one at that. Go away. Don't bother me while I rest. As darkness fell, the group sought a sheltered spot at the edge of the forest for their campsite. The terrain here was slightly elevated, surrounded on three sides by massive natural rocks. The ground was relatively dry, hard earth. Years of fallen branches and leaves were swept aside. A central area was cleared to provide enough space for a fire and lying down. Jiang Li took out the food for the night, coal, and soon a campfire blazed, with a few setting up a rack to roast their food. The 200 points freshly acquired from the system were entirely exchanged for clean drinking water. In this moment, she felt immense gratitude toward Shuanghua. Before departure, Shuanghua had insisted on preparing more than enough fine provisions for her. At the time, she had thought it excessive, but now it had become her lifeline. Thinking of Shuanghua and Qi Fei on the 16th day, Jiang Li silently mused while enjoying the warm roasted flatbread. The rations for the others had also diminished rapidly, but fortunately, they could hunt some edible wild beasts along the way to supplement their food supply. Therefore, they had enough food and need not worry. After finishing her meal, Jiang Li cleared her throat and raised her voice. "Let us eat and drink to our fill tonight and rest well, as we still have the final 50 kilometers tomorrow." The giant rock let out an excited cheer. Were they really about to reach the salt flats? My goodness, in all my life, I have never seen what the salt flats look like. The others also displayed their relief and joy. As the night enveloped them, the campfire crackled. After eating their fill and assigning night watch duties, everyone began to rest. The temperature difference between day and night was extreme. Jiang Li had grown unafraid of the cold, a fact Cang Yao had long noticed. Yet, every night when it was time to sleep, he would unhesitatingly wrap her in his embrace, especially when spending the night outdoors. Just like now, with Jiang Li leaning against a rock, the patch of land beneath her was covered with a thick fur blanket. Cang Yao enclosed her in his arms, gently trapping her legs between his. He enveloped her completely, his broad back shielding her from the biting cold winds. The little person in his arms quickly succumbed to sleep, her breathing shallow and rhythmic, resting against his neck, bringing him an unusual sense of satisfaction. Cang Yao tilted his head, bringing his nose close to her lips, lightly brushing against them. He deliberately slowed his breathing. When she inhaled, he held his breath. When she exhaled, he dared to follow the gentle breeze and softly inhale. The faint fragrance intertwined with his breath, tantalizing his heart. It was a sweet yet unknown fruit scent that was both alluring and delicious. Jiang Li, its strawberry mouthwash. In this safe environment, Cang Yao's mood relaxed, yet he found himself unable to sleep. The body in his arms felt soft and pliable, as if devoid of bones. He knew best just how soft it truly was. Bathed in the residual glow of the campfire, he could see her beautiful and tranquil brows and eyes. The more he gazed at Jiang Li's unguarded demeanor, the stronger the impulse to hold her tighter, to bind her completely, surged within him, as if he wished to meld her into his very being and never be apart again. Each time this thought surged, and he could no longer resist tightening his embrace slightly, Jiang Li would murmur or subtly struggle in her sleep, like a bucket of cold water, jolting him awake and forcing him to loosen his grip. He actually preferred the times when Jiang Li was afraid of the cold. Back then, she would unconsciously burrow into his embrace, pressing against his chest, seeking closeness, needing every inch of skin to touch, only settling down when finding the warmest spot. That complete reliance and intimacy brought him immense contentment. Now, he could only suppress the overwhelming desire for possession. He lowered his head and gently kissed the top of her hair, letting out a silent sigh. For reasons unknown, memories of his childhood surfaced. When he was just a tiny cub, his mother would envelop him entirely in her warm embrace, using her body heat to lull him into a peaceful slumber. That sense of complete protection and warmth was his initial understanding of the world. However, everything changed with the arrival of his younger brother. The comfort of his mother's arms and warmth gradually ceased to belong to him. Later, even the warm memories faded into the depths of his mind with the passage of time and the upheavals of life. To this day, he remained uncertain whether his mother still walked the earth. If she were alive, where might she be at this moment? Why did she leave him and Yuehun all those years ago, and why had she never returned? The night was silent, offering no answers. Only the soft, warm breaths of Jiang Li in his embrace felt real and fervent. Chapter 46. Zuan Huangju, Salt Production. The beast raced at full speed. 50 kilometers felt like a mere whisper of wind. Yet, as they neared their destination, Jiang Li could not help but feel her heart race slightly faster. During the final stretch, without needing to be reminded, everyone instinctively slowed their steps. The air grew thick with a unique and intense briny scent, dry and stinging in their nostrils. When they finally climbed to a low cliff and halted, the group was taken aback. Before them lay a hollowed-out expanse. The earth cracked like a spider's web. It appeared as if a colossal hand had scooped it out, dried it, and crushed it, spreading it before their eyes. As far as the eye could see, there was no soil, only a thick layer of hard salt crust, woven with shades of gray and light brown, glinting with a coarse, cold sheen under the sunlight. At the horizon, the grayish surface blurred into the leaden sky. It was vast, desolate, and imbued with a sense of savage oppression. The wind swept across the salt crust, emitting a low, muffled sound. Everyone fell silent for a moment, their breaths momentarily caught. It was not fear, but rather an instinctive stillness in the face of nature's overwhelming grandeur. Ding! You have arrived at a large natural salt mine, Desiccated Salt Lake. Initial scans indicate the surface salt crust has a high purity, with impurities primarily consisting of silt. We have arrived. Jiang Li inhaled the briny air, her eyes shining with intensity. Her voice echoed across the vast salt flats. This is it. From now on, this place will be our territory, our salt field. She did not rush to have anyone descend to scrape the salt. Instead, her gaze swept around first. Under the guidance of Cang Yao, the team quickly retreated to a slightly elevated area at the edge of the salt lake, sheltered from the wind, where the ground was firm and close to a few salt-tolerant shrubs. We will set up camp here, Jiang Li declared firmly. Once we have established our base, we will discuss salt production. In the direction they had come from, there were tall trees not far away. These trees resembled camphor trees, but were sturdier with denser leaves. They could be called camphor trees. Cang Yao led 5 strong laborers into action, using bone and stone axes in tandem with their spiritual powers. The dull sounds of chopping echoed across the vast salt lake. Jiang Li was not idle either. She roamed around them, scavenging all usable dry grass, dead branches, and flexible vines. Dozens of camphor logs of varying sizes were dragged back to the campsite. With the materials in place, Jiang Li combined her meager outdoor knowledge with the 3-dimensional structural diagram provided by Shaoling and rolled up her sleeves to begin her work. First, the foundation. The ground was cleared, shallow ditches dug, and deep round pits excavated at each corner. The 4 thickest posts were driven into the pits, packed in with soil, their tops pre-carved with deep mortises. For more logs were selected as crossbeams, their tenons aligned with the mortises, and with heavy stones, they were hammered securely. With a satisfying click, the framework began to take shape. Next, the roof. It needed to be peaked so that rainwater could run off and not accumulate, risking the collapse of the rafters. A long, straight log served as the ridge beam, positioned centrally over the front and rear crossbeams. Then came the diagonal beams, each joint pre-carved with tenons, aligned precisely and secured tightly. Together, they used soaked, resilient vines to bind every connection tightly, tying complex, sturdy knots. Next was the covering. Thick branches were densely arranged on the diagonal beams, secured tightly, and fastened snugly, forming the lower layer of the roof. A thick layer of dry grass was laid on top, followed by a mixture of clay from the lakeside, smoothed into a cohesive paste. Finally, the spare hides brought along were spread over the top, securing the edges to protect against rain, sun, and sandstorms, completing the task. The walls were constructed from logs the width of a palm, closely arranged, with mud filling the gaps inside and out. It was rough, but sufficient to block the wind. 3 days. It took just 3 days. In the sweltering heat of the salt lake, where one could fry an egg, this group, relying solely on primitive tools and raw strength, erected 2 wooden houses. In the evening, The final hide was placed atop the roof. The larger and smaller wooden houses stood side by side, simple and crude, yet solidly anchored in this barren land. The larger house would accommodate the 5 members of the moon spirit, while the smaller one provided Jiang Li and Cang Yao with enough privacy, keeping her under his watchful eye. Cang Yao stood before the house, watching the faint smoke rising in the twilight from the cooking fire. He wrapped his arm around Jiang Li's shoulders. "Home," he uttered, his voice deep and resolute. "We have it." Leaning against him, Jiang Li gazed at the 2 unassuming wooden houses. The briny wind caressed her face, yet she felt inexplicably joyful. Yes. With their dwelling secured and the weather cooling, Cang Yao immediately took Jiang Li into the sky. With wings unfurled, their vision expanded dramatically. Below them lay an endless expanse of grayish-white salt crust, desolate and lifeless, with sporadic salt-tolerant shrubs as the only embellishment. He soared high, his keen, beastly eyes scanning every inch of land. The phrase "no bird would defecate here" echoed in Jiang Li's mind. Aside from the possible lurking insects beneath the salt crust and the occasional shadow of distant Rocky Mountains, there were no signs of beastmen activity. The misty forest loomed like a verdant giant wall to the southeast, both a barrier and a prison. He turned northwest and continued flying. After more than 100 kilometers, the grayish white faded away, revealing vast, moist mudflats that gradually emerged, glistening with a murky light under the setting sun. Good. At least there are no threats in this direction. As he turned back, he lowered his altitude. About 6 kilometers from the campsite, Cang Yao's nostrils flared suddenly. His wings flapped, diving towards an inconspicuous low-lying area in the southeast. At that moment, Jiang Li also heard Xiao Ling's telepathic reminder, realizing Cang Yao had sensed something unusual, and she dismissed the idea of warning him. As they drew closer, the presence of moisture became palpable. Fresh, invigorating water vapor. Parting a dense thicket of reeds, a shallow pond came into view. The water source was small but crystal clear, with springs bubbling at the bottom. A water source. Cang Yao landed, his voice carrying a hint of relief. In this desolate place, water was essential. Jiang Li also quietly exhaled in relief. She had previously relied too heavily on Xiao Ling's abilities, not preparing enough water. However, before setting out, she had almost emptied the tribe's pottery warehouse, gathering thousands of jars of various sizes. They took out several hundred empty jars, with Cang Yao filling each one with fresh spring water while she stored them away in her spatial pouch. From then on, every few days when the water ran low, Cang Yao would carry her back to the water source. This water would quench their thirst, cook food, and later be used for salt production. With their dwelling and water source resolved, food was plentiful along the edge of the misty forest. It was time for this barren land to yield its riches. Salt production was about to commence. First, the surface scraping. All members descended to the lake bed, wielding stone and bone knives, specifically targeting the upper layer of hard, grayish-white salt crust and large crystalline blocks. The scraped salt chunks were collected in bags made from animal hides, which were then transported back to the campsite, forming small mountains. This task was monotonous, but as the salt piles visibly grew taller, no one complained of fatigue. Next came the filtering. At the edge of the camp, several shallow pits were dug and lined with clean, supple animal hides to serve as containers. Salt blocks were crushed and poured in, followed by water which was stirred, quickly yielding a pool of murky gray-black brine. Jiang Li produced a piece of plain cotton cloth, layering it twice on a wooden frame to create a filter. The turbid brine was poured slowly over it, immediately trapping a layer of mud and impurities. After several repetitions, the brine that flowed into the ceramic pot finally became clearer, and upon closer inspection, one could detect a strong, pure saline scent. Next came the sun-drying. Under the scorching summer sun by the salt lake, a dozen ceramic pots were lined up, filled with the clear brine, left exposed to the relentless rays. After a full day's sunbathing, when evening winds arose, they would cover the pots with stone slabs or wooden boards to protect against sand and rain. Days later, a white frost ring began to form around the edges of the pots, growing thicker with time. Once the moisture evaporated completely, a coarse, grayish layer of salt would solidify at the bottom. Carefully scraped with a bone shard, This marked the first batch of raw salt. Want it whiter and finer? It was simple. The raw salt could be dissolved again, filtered, and dried once more, resulting in even purer, whiter crystals. The sun was so fierce that it could crack stones. In the initial days of labor, the group suffered from sunburns, their skin mottled red and black. A sight that was painful to behold. Yet they endured in silence, their capacity for pain seemingly beyond human limits. The day they harvested salt was akin to a festival. Except for Jiang Li, who was shielded by Cang Yao and slightly sunburnt. The others appeared as if they had emerged from a coal pit. Upon seeing the gray-white, translucent crystals at the bottom of the ceramic dish and inhaling the pure, overpowering scent of salt, everyone went wild. The cheers nearly overturned the salt lake. This was not merely salt. It was life, the future of the tribe. Dull? Tiring? The moment they beheld the salt, it all became worthwhile. Having completed the first round of processing, Jiang Li no longer needed to supervise during the second round. The weather was too hot, and Cang Yao allowed her to rest in the wooden cabin. From the outside, the cabin appeared simple, yet inside it was cozy, arranged with care by Cang Yao. The most prominent feature was a sturdy wooden bed, meticulously crafted with interlocking joints, its corners rounded smooth, layered with several soft animal hides. A string of colorful bird feathers and smooth little bones hung on the wall as a wind chime, producing gentle sounds with the breeze, adding life to the space. The windows and doors were adorned with finely woven straw curtains, keeping insects out while allowing airflow. In a corner by the door, he had even fashioned a rudimentary vase from a hollow wooden log, holding a few resilient wildflowers that were rare in the saline soil, wilting and replaced as needed. However, summer was merciless. The nights at the salt lake felt stifling, like a steamer, and Jiang Li tossed and turned, cursing little Zero countless times in her mind. She longed for air conditioning, chilled watermelon, and sweet drinks. A glance towards Cang Yao was laden with daggers. He felt a chill at his back and began fanning himself with a palm leaf, resembling a human wind machine. "Still hot?" he asked quietly, his hands never pausing. Jiang Li weakly replied, craving something cold to drink. Cang Yao fell silent for a moment before rising to leave. Upon his return, he bore a damp ceramic jar, its inner walls emanating coolness. He had dug a shallow pit, buried the jar in the moist salt mud, utilizing evaporation to create a bit of cool water. "Here," he offered, his gaze earnest. Jiang Li cradled the jar of slightly cool, life-saving water, observing the sweat-soaked hair on Cang Yao's forehead and the incessant fan. And her resentment dissipated in an instant. Under the starry sky of the salt lake, within the humble wooden cabin, the sound of the fan and the cool vapor from the ceramic jar became the most tangible presence on that sweltering summer night. Chapter 47, Xiaolong City, Fengshi. An underground dark palace. The lofty dome of the massive cavern extended beyond sight. The entire palace was built on a foundation of black stone, with dragon-scale stones as tiles. Standing majestically in such an expansive underground, it appeared grand and imposing. Lanterns fueled by shark oil hung from the corridors, casting a ghostly white flame. At this moment, deep within the palace, in a luxurious chamber, silence reigned. On the soft, large bed lay a petite female figure. Wrapped in a sheer silk robe, the fabric slipped slightly at her shoulders, revealing her fair skin. Her long black hair lay tousled across the pillow. Eyes closed, her eyelashes fluttered slightly. Her complexion was pale to the point of translucency. A heavy iron chain was fastened around her slender ankle. The chain was long enough to allow her to move between the chamber and the adjoining ear room. With every slight movement, the faint sound of metal rubbing echoed clearly in the quiet room. The cold metal weighed heavily, causing pain at her ankle. Even though the shackles were carefully wrapped in plain cotton, a bruise encircled her ankle, stark against her delicate skin. On the stone table in the room, the food delivered at noon remained untouched, long since cooled. Jiang Li was resisting by starving herself, having not eaten for 2 or 3 days, and even opening her eyes felt laborious. Footsteps approached from outside, steady and oppressive. A man with sharp features, strikingly handsome, yet emanating a strong aura of violence, entered. His gaze swept over the untouched meal, and his expression darkened, silent fury igniting within him. Approaching the bed, he grasped Jiang Li's chin, forcing her to look up. Not eating? His voice was low, devoid of emotion. Jiang Li weakly turned her face away, only to be pulled back with greater force. In the next moment, he stood and picked up the cool meat broth, bringing it to her lips. Drink! Jiang Li tightly pressed her lips together, her eyes filled with resistance. Feng Shi's gaze darkened, and he forcibly pried her mouth open, pouring the broth in. The liquid surged in her mouth, both fishy and bitter. Jiang Li choked violently, her eyes watering uncontrollably. Gasping for breath, she struggled to push his hand away, yet she was unable to budge him. How dare you imprison me? Let me go. Feng Shi slammed the bowl down heavily, leaning closer to her, his fingertips brushing against her wet lips. Let you go? He chuckled darkly. You were brought back by me. You belong to me. I do not. Jiang Li lifted her head, meeting his gaze, her eyes aflame with defiance. I have a partner. What, your partner? Feng Shi leaned closer, his scorching breath enveloping her. I have claimed you. You are mine. Before his words could finish, he pressed his lips against hers. Jiang Li abruptly turned her head, and the kiss landed heavily on her neck. The warm sensation against her skin sent a wave of intense shivers through her. The vast difference in their sizes rendered her resistance futile, her hands easily pinned beside her head. With the kiss averted, Feng Shi's patience already thinning, evaporated entirely upon seeing her unabashed disgust. Trying to evade? His low voice was laced with dangerous anger, his teeth suddenly clenching hard, biting into the tender flesh of her neck. Ah! The sharp pain exploded. Viank, li konwusit, head, vision, darkening. Let go of me, release me, beast. With her hands restrained, her futile kicks were powerless against the weight of his body, barely causing a ripple. She was virtually immobile. The biting at her neck felt like the most brutal branding punishment inflicted upon her. Pain, such intense pain. The agony and humiliation twisted into a bitter rush of tears. Desperate, she called out in her mind once more, Little Zero, respond to me. Little Zero. System. Silence enveloped her. Without the system, in this world where the weak were devoured by the strong, she lacked even the strength to protect herself. Warm liquid trickled down her neck. The moment the metallic scent of blood filled the air, Feng Shi, who was pressing down on her, froze abruptly. This blood carried a certain fiery energy, and the moment it entered him, it transformed into a surging warmth, wildly coursing through his limbs. The long stagnant spiritual power shackles trembled violently, his mental energy flourishing like a long-awaited rain. His eyes changed suddenly. The frenzied anger was replaced by a deeper, more insatiable astonishment. He released his bite and instinctively covered the wound with his lips and tongue, sucking fervently. This surpasses the soothing effects of the divine elixir by 100-fold, truly befitting a celestial female. An intense shudder coursed through Jiang Li's entire being, not a mere thrill of passion, but a chilling dread akin to being consumed by a vampire. Seizing the moment while he was entranced by the blood, Jiang Li extricated one hand to reach toward the pillow. Meanwhile, Feng Shi's other hand stealthily advanced to her waist, grasping the delicate tie that secured her robe. Just as he was about to tug it free, Jiang Li's voice resonated with an eerie calmness, akin to jade tempered with ice. If you dare to undo it, I shall immediately perish before you. Feng Shi halted his action, slowly lifting his gaze. Blood still stained his lips, his eyes swirling with insatiable desire and interrupted gloom. He scrutinized her, as if assessing the veracity of her threat. Jiang Li met his gaze, devoid of tears or fear, her expression a tranquil resolve. In her hand, unbeknownst to her, she clutched a sharp bone hairpin, its tip poised steadily against the pulsing vein at her neck. This very pin had been placed upon her head by him just the previous day. Feng Shi could not suppress a mirthful scoff. Such threats bear no weight with me. His voice, low yet piercing like a shard of ice, delivered a chilling promise. Should you harm a single strand of your hair, I shall journey to Yuehun and slay each of your kin one by one, especially that leader of yours. Jiang Li trembled with fury. You dare? Let us see you try. His gaze darkened ominously, devoid of warmth. In the fleeting moment, Jiang Li was momentarily stunned by her anger. Feng Shi struck. One hand clamped around her wrist like a vice, while the other swiftly seized a bone hairpin from her grasp, snapping it with a decisive crack before discarding it carelessly onto the ground. Pain surged through Jiang Li as she gasped sharply, feeling as though her wrist might shatter. "Let go," she cried, her voice trembling. Feng Shi not only refused to relent, but his grip tightened, pressing deeper into her flesh. Jiang Li, overwhelmed by the agony, felt the world blur before her eyes, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. He demonstrated no hesitation, treating her with the same ferocity as when he had bitten her. It dawned on Jiang Li that this man was genuinely formidable. "I ought to bind your hands as well," he stated calmly, as though merely stating a fact. Jiang Li was thoroughly terrified, the pain in her wrist overshadowing the discomfort in her neck. "Please release me. I won't resist anymore, I promise." Her voice quavered with a hint of desperation. "I will behave. I will listen." Throughout her life, she had believed that Cang Yao was the most formidable and assertive individual she had encountered. Yet in comparison to the man before her, Cang Yao seemed almost benevolent. She could only wonder how he was faring now. He must be frantic with worry over her absence. Chapter 48. Shaochan, Xiaolong City. Feng Shi grasped Jiang Li by the back of her collar, as if she were merely an object, dragging her to the stone table. The chains around her ankles scraped harshly against the ground, producing a jarring sound. "Eat," he commanded tersely. The food on the table had long since grown cold, the meat exuding a dark hue and a foul odor. A mere glance made Jiang Li's stomach churn. Under Feng Shi's icy scrutiny, she dared not defy him. The pain radiating from her right wrist was excruciating, each movement sending sharp pangs through her, and she feared her bone might indeed be fractured. Tears streamed down her cheeks unexpectedly as she wiped her face with her hand. "Feng Shi, is it?" She mentally spat the name, bitterly swallowing her rage. Just you wait. She would not allow him the opportunity to connect with Shaoling, for that would signal his demise. Oh, how she wished for this man's end. Jiang Li seized a piece of cold meat from the plate with her left hand, mechanically chewing it, the icy grease and rancid taste flooding her mouth. Her face reddened as she forced herself to swallow. The next moment, she retched violently, the food and bile erupting uncontrollably until her stomach was emptied. Feng Shi, who harbored an obsessive disdain for filth, could hardly contain his revulsion at the sight before him. Veins pulsated at his temples as he ground out each word through clenched teeth. Was this deliberate? Jiang Li shook her head desperately, her voice small and filled with grievance. "It's just that it's too unpalatable." With a derisive huff, Feng Shi could no longer tolerate the stench of the mess. He turned on his heel and departed swiftly. No sooner had Feng Shi left than a brown-haired female entered, carrying 2 buckets of hot water. It was Shaochan. She was an exceptionally tall woman, slender and upright, seemingly even taller than Qi Fei. Her lustrous brown hair was loosely gathered at the back of her head, with a few stray strands framing her face. Her features exuded a gentle beauty, her brows and eyes relaxed, her nose elegantly straight, and her lips a soft hue. She carried an aura of gentleness and harmlessness. For the past few days, she had been the one managing Jiang Li's meals, the fragrant garments, bathing water, and even the chamber pot. Thus, Jiang Li had naturally come to regard her as Feng Shi's maid. Yet, the more she pondered, the more she sensed something amiss. Having been in this world for so long, she had yet to encounter even 2 high-ranking females with rare blonde hair. A sacred female like Shaochan, with her brown locks, was even more unheard of, let alone being assigned as a servant. This left her utterly perplexed. However, Jiang Li was not one to dwell on the incongruities of life. Shaochan's identity held little significance for her. Shaochan offered her a silent smile, quietly carrying the 2 buckets of hot water toward the adjacent ear room. Jiang Li could not help but return her a broad smile. The sound of water splashing echoed as Shaochan filled the bathing tub. After 2 trips, the tub was full. Then she gestured toward the ear room and mimed the action of washing. Ah, such a beautiful girl, yet she is mute. Jiang Li understood that she was indicating for her to bathe. Nodding, she dragged the chains toward the ear room. The warm water enveloped her body, providing a slight relief to her frayed nerves. Tentatively, she touched the wound on her neck. A sharp pain shot through her, making her wince and tears nearly spill. Without a mirror, she could not see the extent of her injuries. Yet, she was certain that the places where Feng Shi had bitten her were raw and festering. The flesh grotesquely distorted. It was a cruelty bordering on torture. Not only had he bitten and refused to relent, but he also ground his teeth into her flesh. Would such deep wounds leave scars? This thought weighed heavily upon her heart, igniting a desire for retribution against Feng Shi. Once Jiang Li had cleaned herself up and emerged, she found the chaos around the stone table had been meticulously cleared. Xiao Chan stood quietly by the table, her hands at her sides. Her mere presence exuded a calming aura, compelling one to draw near. Upon seeing Jiang Li, Xiao Chan lifted her gaze, their eyes meeting. Her light brown eyes reflected the disheveled image of Jiang Li without a hint of pity or curiosity, only a profound, almost vacant tranquility. She pointed to Jiang Li's neck and formed the simple shape of words, "Apply medicine." Then she indicated a tray on the table, which held a small ceramic pot and 2 rolls of clean cloth. Jiang Li approached the table and sat down, leaning forward slightly. Xiao Chan bent down, her gaze falling upon the side of Jiang Li's neck, where the bite marks were jagged and dark red, the flesh pitiably swollen. She furrowed her brow slightly, not in disgust, but as if lamenting the damage to an object she cherished. Opening the ceramic pot, a faintly bitter and cool scent wafted into the air. She scooped out a small amount of translucent green ointment with her fingertip, lifting Jiang Li's chin with her other hand, gently signaling her to turn her head. Her movements were meticulous and considerate. Jiang Li stiffened her neck, allowing the cool fingertips to touch her wound. The moment the ointment was applied, she trembled slightly at the sensation. Xiao Chan immediately halted, raising her gaze to look at her, then leaned closer, gently blowing warm breath on the wounded area. The warmth alleviated the sharp pain. Her method of applying the ointment was remarkably deft and precise, skillfully ensuring that the salve was evenly spread over every crease and scar, while avoiding any points that might induce excruciating pain. Jiang Li could even feel the faint callus on the inner pads of her fingers, exuding a coarse warmth as they grazed her skin. After tending to the wound on her neck, Xiao Chan's gaze shifted to Jiang Li's right wrist, which she had been unconsciously cradling. She extended her hands, palms up, pausing beside Jiang Li's hand in an inquiring gesture. Jiang Li hesitated for a moment before offering her swollen wrist. Xiao Chan cradled her hand, her fingertips delicately probing along the contours of the wrist bone. Her expression was even more focused than before, her brow slightly furrowed as she held her breath. Sensing the subtle conditions beneath the flesh, Jiang Li winced in pain. Xiao Chan instinctively revealed an apologetic expression, prompting Jiang Li to quickly reassure her. "It's all right, it's all right. Continue, I can endure." After a moment, Xiao Chan released her hand, shaking her head at Jiang Li and gesturing for her to remain still. Finally pointing at the medicine jar, indicating that she needed to apply the ointment and refrain from moving her arm. Jiang Li nudda. Xiao Chan then applied the salve to her wrist again, loosely wrapping it with a soft cloth for support. Once everything was done, Xiao Chan returned the items to the wooden tray, but did not leave immediately. She looked back at Jiang Li, this time revealing a hint of delicate, awkward shyness on her face. She brought her hands together near her lips, mimicking the action of eating, and then tilted her head, expressing a look of inquiry. "Are you asking if I want to eat something?" Jiang Li asked in a hushed tone. Xiao Chan nodded. She then gently tapped her temple with her finger, making a circular motion, her gaze expectantly fixed on Jiang Li. Jiang Li understood. She was asking what I would like to eat. A small, genuine smile curled at the corners of Xiao Chan's lips, and her light brown eyes sparkled with fragmented light. In that moment, she revealed a hint of liveliness that belonged to her age, breaking through her previously gentle and quiet demeanor. Jiang Li gazed at her smile, and the tension in her heart inexplicably eased slightly. She licked her cracked lips, harboring a flicker of hope, and whispered, "Is there Tataru?" Xiao Chan's eyes brightened, and she nodded without hesitation. Jiang Li was momentarily stunned. Could it really be true? I want a pancake made with tataru. She slowed her speech, gesturing simply with her hands, describing the process of cooking tataru, smashing it, mixing it with water, spreading it thinly with grease on a stone slab, and baking it until golden on both sides. Observing Xiao Chan's serious listening, she paused and added a few of her favorite fruits and meats along with their simple preparations. Xiao Chan remained focused, nodding continuously as if memorizing every word. Finally, she picked up the wooden tray, nodded slightly to Jiang Li, and quietly turned to leave. Her steps so light they made no sound. Chapter 49, Xiaolong City, Fengchan. In the kitchen, servants were preparing food according to Jiang Li's instructions, steam rising with the unique sweet aroma of tataru. In another, more spacious chamber, with its stone walls carved with strange patterns, the atmosphere was entirely different. Feng Shi just finished bathing, droplets of water gliding down his well-defined back. He casually threw on a black robe, not yet fastening it, when an invisible yet familiar force suddenly wrapped around his body, yanking him towards the door. Feng Chan stood there, her brown hair slightly tousled. She still possessed that slender frame. The gentle demeanor she had shown Jiang Li moments ago was completely gone, replaced by a thin layer of icy resolve in her light brown eyes. He was a head shorter than Feng Shi, yet at that moment he exuded an oppressive aura. He raised his hand and accurately grasped the front of Feng Shi's robe, pulling down sharply. Caught off guard, Feng Shi had no choice but to bend his head in compliance, his nose nearly brushing against Feng Chan's forehead. You dare to harm her again, try it. Feng Shi spoke slowly, each word striking like ice beads against stone, cold and clear. His voice was not the sweet tone Jiang Li had imagined, but rather a deeper, slightly hoarse timbre that lay between youth and adulthood. A flicker of surprise crossed Feng Shi's eyes, quickly morphing into a mocking amusement as he leaned into this constrained position and chuckled. What? Our seemingly stone-hearted Feng Chan is actually concerned for a picked-up little female? He emphasized the words picked up. Feng Chan tightened his grip on Feng Shi's robe, his knuckles turning white as the fabric made a subtle rustling sound. He lifted his gaze, a flicker of hidden fire beneath that thin layer of ice, without my psychic field continuously suppressing that thing in her mind. Do you think you can keep her here so easily? He released his hand as if he had touched something unclean, lightly flicking his fingertips, his tone returning to a calm, yet more menacing level. You clearly know her uniqueness. You know how fragile her body is, yet you still act impulsively against her. Feng Chan paused, a serious expression crossing his face. How long have we been waiting for this one? You know how important she is. The mockery on Feng Shi's face gradually faded, his gaze darkening. The two stood in silent confrontation for a moment, until Feng Shi finally scoffed, averting his eyes. Fine, just don't touch her. Until her external wounds healed and her spirit stabilized. Feng Chan turned, leaving Feng Shi with a cold back. You are not allowed to appear before her. Feng Chan, don't go too far. She is mine. Feng Shi's voice carried genuine anger. Shut up. Feng Chan did not even turn back, merely uttering two words softly. The air suddenly thickened, an invisible pressure spreading. Feng Shi's chest rose and fell a few times as he stared at Feng Chan's retreating figure, ultimately swallowing the words that remained unspoken, his expression dark and sullen. When Feng Chan returned to the stone chamber with steaming tataru pancakes and some fruits, he transformed back into the silent, gentle, and soft-eyed Xiao Chan. Jiang Li was famished. Fearing to provoke that person again, risking another outburst, she truly could not bear it. She took the initiative to grab the food and began to eat in small bites. The edges of the pancake were crispy and fragrant, while the interior was soft and glutinous, carrying a familiar grainy aroma that nearly brought tears to her eyes. As she ate, she could not help but vent her frustrations to the seemingly harmless person in front of her. That Feng, she was simply an unreasonable brute, a madman, a beast. She puffed her cheeks, mumbling angrily, "What is your relationship with him? Are you his maid? How do you endure serving such a capricious master every day?" Feng Chan lowered her head, carefully wiping the oil stains from Jiang Li's mouth with a soft cloth, followed by her greasy fingers. Jiang Li had been so pampered by Qi Fei and Shuang Hua that she had developed a spoiled temperament. during their absence. Even Cang Yao had treated her like a precious gem, taking care of every little thing for her. At this moment, she felt no aversion to Xiao Chan's touch. She only sensed the gentle pressure of her hands, her actions considerate, and compared to the pain in her wrist and neck. It made her nose tingle and her eyes moisten. Feng Chan wiped away the corners of her eyes with her fingers. Regarding Jiang Li's questions, she neither nodded nor shook her head, merely continuing her actions as if she had neither heard nor understood, yet somehow acquiescing. After Jiang Li had satisfied her hunger, the fleeting sense of panic and uncertainty surged back to her mind. She urgently grasped Xiao Chan's wrist, which felt more robust than it appeared. Where exactly is this place? I disappeared from the edge of a dried-up lake. Do you know where that is? Do you know Xianhuangzhou? Besides Feng Shi and you, are there others here? Can you let me go? She fired off her questions in rapid succession, her eyes betraying her uncontainable anxiety and hope. Feng Chan slowly withdrew his hand, quietly gazing at her. His eyes remained gentle, calm, and clearly reflected her anxiety, yet he offered no answers. He gently shook his head, uncertain whether this signified ignorance or refusal. Then, he gestured for a break, tidied the tray, and silently retreated once more. The room fell into silence, returning to Jiang Li. A week prior, today marked the 42nd day since their arrival at Yuehun. In Jiang Li's space, salt had accumulated into small mounds. The days followed a routine. At dawn, taking advantage of the coolness, everyone descended to the lake bed to scrape the salt, resting for a while during the hottest hours. The wooden house was no longer in its initial desolate state. A sturdy fence made of hardwood encircled the boundary of their home. Beneath the fence, a circle of cabbage sprouts thrived, soon to extend their tendrils to climb the fence trees. By the stove, a tall stack of firewood and coal awaited use. Next to the house, a small plot of freshly tilled vegetable garden had been cultivated, with soil finely broken. The wild vegetable seeds sown by Jiang Li had just begun to sprout soft green shoots, forming a delicate patch. None of this had required assistance from Cang Yao. It was all meticulously tended to by Jiang Li in her spare moments. This morning was no different from the previous ones. Yesterday, she had joyfully returned from the eastern woods with some crisp berries, and Cang Yao had wished to seek more. The salt flats were in close proximity to the wooden house, and the area had remained peaceful. When he left, Jiang Li was still curled up in bed, breathing steadily. He tugged over a corner of the disheveled blanket, gently covering her exposed abdomen, and after a moment, turned to leave. A ceramic jar by the window held fresh wildflowers glistening with morning dew, and on the table sat a half bowl of water she had not finished the night before. It had only been a short half hour when Cang Yao returned, cradling fresh fruits wrapped in broad leaves, and pushed open the wooden door. The bed was empty. A corner of the blanket still maintained the curve covering her abdomen, but the indentation had already grown cold. He paused for a moment, placing down the leaves, and searched the bathroom. Nothing. The salt flats stretched wide. He stood at the cliff's edge, surveying the area, and found nothing. The fence gate was intact, and the newly sprouted vegetable garden showed no signs of disturbance from wild animals. Cang Yao began calling Jiang Li's name, his voice steady at first, then rising, echoing hollowly across the vast salt lake. Only the wind whistled softly through the gaps in the fence. Aside from that, there was no response. He stood still, surveying the place they had gradually shaped into their lives. The wooden house, the fence, the tender sprouts, the tilled land, and the distant piles of jars, all remained unchanged from moments before. The only absence was Jiang Li. 7 days passed. The salt flats remained untouched, and salt production had completely ceased. Cang Yao stood inside the wooden house, his jaw clenched, stubble unkempt, dark circles under his eyes. The face, usually calm and even somewhat languid, now bore the weary remnants of anxiety's relentless burn. Inside, the wildflowers in the wooden vase by the window had not been replaced, completely dried into brittle brown stalks. On the bed lay the clothes Jiang Li had changed out of the day before her disappearance. The half bowl of water on the table remained, now coated in a layer of dust. Outside, the small patch of sprouting wild vegetables had begun to wilt at the edges from lack of water. Over the past 7 days, he had scoured every inch of land. with a few others from Yuehun, combing the area like a meticulous rake. Unable to find her, he expanded his search, sifting through once more. He explored the crevices of the Rocky Mountains, probing every possible hiding place. There were no footprints, no signs of struggle, no unfamiliar scents. She seemed to have evaporated from the air above the salt lake, vanishing completely from the small world they had meticulously cultivated. Jiang Li would not have walked away on her own. She lacked the ability, and there was no reason for her to do so. The day before her disappearance, she had eagerly planned to clear another section of the garden to plant her beloved yellow flowers and tomatoes, along with some things he had never even heard of. Cang Yao could only think of two possibilities. Either she had been taken by someone powerful enough to erase all traces, or she had returned to her original world without warning, just as she had arrived. Cang Yao hoped for the first. Even if she had been abducted or had vanished with intent, as long as she remained beneath this sky, he would find her, no matter the extent of the search across this land. Chapter 50, Shaolong City, Disappearance. Jiang Li esa perspectiva. The day before her disappearance. In the afternoon, the sun hung low in the west, gilding the salt lake with a golden edge. Yet the heat lingered, still scorching. Jiang Li lay in her room all day, her bones feeling weak. As the sun began to relent, she stepped outside. Nibbling on the last fruit, she squatted by the garden, admiring the small green sprouts breaking through the soil. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught a shadow moving at the base of the fence. She turned her head and met a pair of eyes. Akat. No, not quite. It was remarkably small, much smaller than the ordinary house cats she had seen in her original world. Yet its posture was elegant, clearly not a kitten. Its fluffy, pure white fur glowed warmly in the sunset, and its ears were sharper than those of a cat, tipped with playful tufts of red fur. The shape of its face was delicately wedge-like, making its round eyes appear astonishingly large, resembling two obsidian beads, clear enough to reflect Jiang Li's astonished face. It tilted its head, and its long tail gently curled, the tip also adorned with a fluffy tuft of fiery red fur. The little creature showed no signs of shyness. Its round eyes darted around, confirming that only this gentle presence was near before it took a step forward. With a lightness akin to floating, it silently approached Jiang Li's feet. Then, it looked up, using its cool nose to tentatively and affectionately nuzzle Jiang Li's exposed ankle. The meow was soft and delicate, imbued with a cotton candy-like quality that tugged at the heartstrings. Jiang Li's heart melted instantly. "Oh my, how adorable you are," she whispered in awe, careful not to frighten it, frantically searching her surroundings. "Are you hungry? Wait, I have something delicious." She pulled out a piece of jerky, tearing it into fine shreds, and presented it in her palm to the little creature. The small white fluff drew close, its nostrils flaring slightly, and a glimmer of human-like curiosity flashed in its obsidian eyes. It extended its tiny pink tongue and quickly licked a piece of meat, as if finding the flavor delightful. It wasted no time and began nibbling at Jiang Li's hand, making soft, satisfied, purring sounds. Jiang Li stood frozen, feeling the tiny touches and tickles in her palm. Her heart completely softened and melted by this furry little life before her. Once it finished eating, Jiang Li slowly embraced the soft creature, noticing it did not resist, and carried it back to the wooden house, placing it on the bed. Her fingers sank into its fluffy fur as she gently brushed along its spine. The little creature closed its eyes in bliss, its obsidian eyes becoming narrow slits, and the purring grew louder. "Shaoling," Jiang Li exclaimed joyfully. "Quick, look! What kind of beast is this? It's too cute. Can I keep it? I wonder if it has a home or a mother." Scanning in progress, Shaoling's feedback appeared promptly. No data found for this beast in the database. Target biological characteristics match. Suspected variant of a certain subspecies of the lemur. Size significantly smaller than common lemurs, for color is rare. Lemurs are typically sensitive and timid. This individual displays an unusually affectionate nature. Preliminary assessment. No apparent aggression. No common parasites or pathogens detected on the surface. Vitality, signal stable. Recommendation. Can be temporarily sheltered for observation, but vigilance is advised to monitor for any abnormal behaviors. This meant that the little creature was harmless. Jiang Li only heard the words, temporarily sheltered for observation, her eyes sparkling with joy. She remained unaware that her every gentle caress, her expressions of relaxation and delight, and her murmured words were being meticulously recorded by those damp, ebony eyes. Following the hidden currents of the small beast spirit, the information resonated back to the dim underground palace hundreds of kilometers away. The graceful silhouette of the dark-haired female, the internal structure of her abode, her tender touches, and her breath were all laid bare to its master. Jiang Li's joy persisted until the sound of Cang Yao's footsteps echoed in the distance. The small creature beneath her palm seemed to sense something, its ears twitching softly. It lifted its head and nudged Jiang Li's wrist with its cold, damp nose before deftly leaping off the bed, glancing back at her with a soft meow. As if bidding farewell. "Are you leaving?" Jiang Li felt a pang of reluctance and reached out as if to hold it back. Yet, the little white ball of fluff had already nimbly darted to the door, its form flickering before vanishing into the deepening twilight. As if it had never been there at all, Jiang Li rushed to the door, only to see the desolate dusk of the salt lake and the tranquil fence trees. Before she could fully process the emptiness in her heart, she spotted Cang Yao and the others returning, a handful of berries in his hand. "You're back." The following morning, as Jiang Li lay in a deep slumber, she vaguely felt a tickling sensation on her cheek. Slowly opening her eyes to the hazy morning light, she found herself gazing into a pair of round, glossy black eyes mere inches away. It was the kitten from yesterday. She did not know when it had slipped into the room, but was now perched quietly beside her pillow, watching her intently. Upon noticing her awakening, it emitted a soft squeak and gently nudged her nose with its cool, moist snout. Still drowsy, her mind clouded, Jiang Li found it adorable and smiled, extending her hand to pet it. Just as her fingertips were about to brush against its soft fur, a faint glow of runes suddenly illuminated beneath the kitten's snowy coat. A gentle, moonlit radiance enveloped Jiang Li in an instant. She barely had time to be astonished before an overwhelming warmth and weightlessness washed over her. Her eyelids felt as if they bore 1,000 pounds. Just before succumbing to unconsciousness, the last clear image in Jiang Li's vision was the kitten's round eyes, which, devoid of any innocence, now held an eerie calmness. In the next moment, the light, along with her enveloped form and the small creature by her pillow, collapsed and vanished. On the bed, only a disheveled quilt remained, and a faint glimmer of light gradually dissipated from the air. Hundreds of kilometers below, in the core stone chamber of the subterranean labyrinth, a soft glow spread across the stone platform like a blossoming flower. As the light faded, Jiang Li lay peacefully on it, as if merely having changed her sleeping location, the unconscious smile from dreaming of the adorable creature still lingering on her lips. The little kitten nimbly settled beside her hand, affectionately rubbing against her fingers, before jumping down from the stone platform and trotting over to Feng Shi's feet. It deftly climbed onto his shoulder, curling up quietly, transforming back into a harmless ball of fluff. Feng Shi extended a finger to scratch its chin, eliciting a soothing purr. His gaze fell upon Jiang Li, calm and unruffled, yet his breath came heavily. It was as if he were addressing the small beast on his shoulder, or perhaps speaking to himself. "Now, she belongs to me." Beyond the stone chamber lay a vast and silent palace. Inside, a powerful and ruthless hunter. The dark-haired female ensnared his prey, and a small fluff ball that had completed its task and was now licking its paws. Jiang Li. The sensation beneath her feeling all wrong. She was not lying on the familiar wooden bed. Instead, she was covered by delicately smooth, cool fabric. She opened her eyes wide. Above her was a lofty dome, made of thick stone, intricately carved with unfamiliar patterns. A dim white light flickered in the lanterns, illuminating the eerily empty chamber. Silence reigned all around. "Cang Yao?" She propped herself up, her voice tinged with confusion and uncertainty. No response came. "Cang Yao," she called louder, her heart racing. Only the faint echo of her own voice replied, coldly bouncing off the stone walls before fading away. "Xiaoling, what is happening? Where am I? Where are Cang Yao and the others?" She immediately summoned in her mind. Scanning initiated. Environmental analysis underway. Xiaoling's feedback carried a rare delay. Warning: host coordinates have undergone a significant shift. Current location: deep underground in an artificial structure. Depth unknown. Complex layout. The linear distance from the preset anchor point Cang Yao exceeds conventional sensing range. Unable to establish a return path model. Recommendation: maintain vigilance. Prioritize acquiring current location data and threat assessment. Underground? Significant shift? Out of range? Jiang Li's mind buzzed, snapping her to full consciousness. A chill racing up from her feet. Suddenly, she recalled the kitten she had seen in her dream. It turned out it was not a dream at all. Jiang Li shed the unfamiliar fabric covering her, discovering she still wore the thin nightgown from when she had gone to sleep, her bare feet touching the cold ground. She had to leave this place. She sprinted towards the heavy stone door, adorned with dark metallic patterns, pushing it with all her strength to create a gap and squeeze through. Beyond the door lay a shadowy stone corridor, dimly lit. As she determined her direction to flee, a figure appeared like a specter, silently blocking her path. It was a man, exceedingly tall, draped in a dark robe, his long hair unbound, with skin so pale it seemed untouched by sunlight. His features were strikingly handsome, even sharp, particularly his eyes, which were a pale hue. When they fixed on her, they bore a frosty chill, devoid of warmth. "Who are you?" Jiang Li retreated a half step, her back pressed against the cold stone wall, her voice taut. The man tilted his head slightly, his gaze appraising her as if evaluating an object. After a pause, he spoke, his voice low yet resonant, echoing clearly in the corridor. "I am the master of this place. You may call me Feng Shi. Did you bring me here?" Jiang Li suppressed her fear, attempting to reason with him. "I don't know you, nor have I wronged you. Please, return me at once. My companions will notice I am missing." "Return?" Feng Shi interrupted her, a humorless smirk gracing his lips. "From the moment you stepped into the territory of the Salt Lake and were marked by my spirit pet, there is no going back." "Spirit pet?" Jiang Li's pupils constricted as she recalled the unusually affectionate small beast from yesterday. "You belong to me now." Feng Shi stepped closer, shadows enveloping her, his tone as flat, as if he were merely stating the weather was fine. This possessive demeanor ignited Jiang Li's anger and panic. "On what grounds?" "I want to leave." She attempted to rush past him. Feng Shi barely moved, merely raising his hand, an invisible force acting like a wall before her, gently pushing her back to her original spot. "Xiaoling, quickly, is there any way out?" Jiang Li cried urgently in her mind. Warning: target species characteristics match the sacred dragon clan, extremely dangerous, with high mental and spiritual energy. The host's conventional resistance success rate is below 0.01. Emergency options: you can consume points to exchange for a spirit energy disruption talisman, miniature, which can interfere with its energy operation for 3 seconds, single target attack. Or a howling pearl, weak effect, which can instill primal fear and temporary disorientation in a designated area, lasting for 10 seconds, area attack, creating an escape window. Points required for exchange: spirit energy disruption talisman, miniature, 1,000 points, howling pearl, weak effect, 2,500 points. Proceed with exchange? Sacred Dragon Clan? ISNT that the tribe from Xiaolong City? The high mental energy and the terrifyingly low success rate made it clear that a direct confrontation was futile. Without hesitation, Jiang Li decided, exchange, immediately, deplete my points, and activate the Divine Presence state. Ding. Exchange successful, Spirit Energy Disruption Talisman X2, Howling Pearl X1. Items issued to space. Usage method, triggered by thought. After deducting 4,500 points, Jiang Li found herself left with only a few remnants of the points she had accumulated over the past month. She couldn't afford to feel regret. Command confirmed. 3 seconds later, the temporary takeover of the host's body commenced, activating the divine state. Feng Shi seemed to perceive her fleeting emotional shift and subtle energy fluctuations, a glimmer of intrigue passing through her eyes as she reached out once more. Now is the moment. The Xiaoming Pearl activated, followed by the initiation of the Lingning Blockade Talisman. A dull thud echoed, reminiscent of air being explosively compressed. From the center of Feng Shi, a chaotic, Visibly pale, gray ripple erupted violently. An intangible yet soul-piercing wail reverberated, striking directly at her mind. The vast energy field surrounding Fengxi faltered abruptly, and a searing pain surged through her head, her once shallow pupils now reflecting a clear shock for the first time. It worked. Jiang Li felt an overwhelming joy surge within her, seizing this rare opportunity to dash towards the opposite end of the corridor with all her might. The speed in the divine state surpassed any limits she could achieve on her own. However, she had barely covered half the distance when an oppressive force, far deeper and more irresistible than Fengxi's, descended without warning, akin to the weight of the entire subterranean world. This was not directed at her body, but struck straight at the depths of her consciousness. Ugh! Jiang Li cried out in agony, feeling as if an invisible giant hand had seized her head tightly, squeezing it. Darkness enveloped her vision instantaneously, all strength drained from her, and her forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. In the final moment before losing consciousness, she seemed to see another indistinct figure emerging slowly from the shadows of the corridor, accompanied by a barely audible sigh. Following that, a sharp alarm from Xiaoling pierced the silence, leading to complete stillness. Time passed without her awareness. Jiang Li awakened once more in that stone chamber. A throbbing pain lingered at the back of her head and deep within her consciousness. Struggling to open her eyes, her first instinct was to call for the system. Xiaoling? No response. Xiaoling. She intensified her mental call. Her mind was met with an eerie silence. The electronic voice had vanished. She attempted to sense the system's space, but it too felt like a frozen void, completely unresponsive. Jiang Li clutched her aching head, trembling uncontrollably. This was disastrous. Why had it come to this? Though she often found the system irritating, constantly setting impossible tasks without providing real support, it had been her greatest reliance and trump card in this world. Now, separated from Cang Yao and stripped of the system, she remained a divine-level female. The thought of the hellish trials she would face sent a chill down her spine. Chapter 51. Xiaolong City, Empathy. Time returned to the present. Fengshan finished tidying up and departed. Jiang Li, sated, collapsed onto the soft bedding, using her left hand to rub her stomach. After 2 or 3 days of hunger, her stomach was filled to the brim, leaving her feeling somewhat uncomfortable. It was as if she had overindulged. Even though she was full, her body felt weak. The stone hall grew increasingly silent. Despite the sweltering weather outside, an eerie chill pervaded. It was impossible to distinguish between day and night in this place. The chamber lacked windows, only possessing thick stone walls and a tightly shut stone door. Light emanated from several oil lamps placed in wall recesses, their flames an unusual pure white. They burned steadily, illuminating the room in such a way that every speck of dust was visible, resembling daylight. Strangely, she had never seen Xiao Chan refill the lamps with oil, despite having been there for quite some time. Jiang Li curled up on the stone bed, tightly wrapping herself in the cool quilt, utterly unable to feel drowsy. At that moment, the stone door stirred, and faint rustling sounds filtered through the crack as a small, furry figure squeezed in. It was the little cat. Jiang Li immediately turned her head away, back to it, feeling displeased. It was this little creature that had tricked her into this cursed place. The small creature gracefully leaped onto the stone couch, circling around Jiang Li's curled-up form before finally stopping beside her face. It lowered its fluffy little head and gently nudged Jiang Li's tightly closed eyelid with its cold, moist nose. Seeing no reaction, it extended its soft, barbed pink tongue and affectionately licked her exposed fingers peeking from beneath the quilt. The sensation was ticklish and warm. Jiang Li held her breath, refusing to move. Undeterred, the little creature pressed its entire soft body against her, gently nuzzling her neck and emitting soft, almost whimpering purrs. One after another, the sounds conveyed complete dependence and affection. Ultimately, Jiang Li's heart softened. She sighed, opened her eyes, and met those round, clear, obsidian-like eyes, filled with innocence and a hint of grievance for being neglected. Fine. Jiang Li extended her finger and poked its little head, begrudgingly forgiving it. She sat up, scooping into her hands for a closer examination. You truly caused me great trouble did you know? The little cat meowed in response. This tiny creature must understand her words. For Jiang Li could discern a flicker of guilt in its eyes. The cat's long tail curled around her right wrist, encircling it just once, its fuzzy tip brushing against her wrist bone. Jiang Li soon felt a warm current seeping through her skin and into her bones. The dull pain in her wrist lessened significantly. Jiang Li felt elated. This little creature possessed such abilities. Sigh, considering you help heal my wounds, I suppose I can overlook it. You're merely following orders, after all. Jiang Li sighed once more. She placed it beside her pillow and gently stroked its back. Little cat, what is your name? Meow. Not speaking. Then I shall name you. The mute little cat. Meow. Jiang Li gazed at its snowy fur, pondering, and decided to call it Naikir. Upon hearing this name, the little cat evidently paused in surprise. I am a male. Naikir. Little Naikir. Jiang Li affectionately called out. As someone who struggles with naming, she felt the name was growing on her. It seemed quite fitting. Then, as if struck by a thought, Jiang Li paused, her expression turning slightly dazed. I also have 2 dogs, whom I haven't seen in nearly 2 months. I wonder how big they have grown now. Jiang Li thought of Haidin and Ningyan. Her 2 eyes cracked nightmare hounds had features that had not developed where they should have, bulging eyes, a flattened nose crammed into a short snout, and perpetually wet snouts that never seemed to dry. Their ears were also uneven. When she left the tribe, one of Haidin's ears had been half-pricked, resembling a small flag bent by the wind, while the other lay flat against his head, with the fur at the tips growing in disarray. They bore little resemblance to their fearsome ancestors. Yet, she missed them dearly. Jiang Li never found them ugly. As long as Cang Yao was not around, they would burrow into her embrace, seeking affection and attention. She missed Qi Fei and Shuanghua even more. Qi Fei was restless, always taking her on wild adventures. The vast expanse surrounding the tribe held endless possibilities. In the woods or by the stream, wherever there was something new, she would scurry over. When Jiang Li could no longer walk, Qi Fei would laugh heartily, teasing her for being weak. At times, she would either effortlessly toss her on her back or hoist her on her shoulder, sometimes even tucking her under her arm. The method varied based on Qi Fei's mood that day. She acted with abandon, yet never truly let her fall. As for Shuanghua, there was no comparison. Her attention to detail was exceptional. Every piece of clothing and footwear Jiang Li owned was crafted by her hands, from cutting patterns to sewing each stitch. She constantly devised new ways to prepare meals. Today, she might chop the meat finer, while tomorrow, she would try wrapping wild vegetables in dough and frying them. She always wanted Jiang Li to have another bite, to eat well. Her kindness was unspoken, but felt in every moment. I wonder if that kid Pashao has healed from his injuries by now. Uncertain whether she would obediently heed the words of Shuanghua and her companions, and unsure if she had eaten enough to grow stronger, her thoughts inevitably wandered to Cang Yao, evoking an overwhelming desire to shed tears, especially during moments when Fengxi would tease and bully her. If only Cang Yao were present, she would not have to endure such indignities. While they spent their days together, she and T realized how empty her heart felt in his absence. In the stillness, thoughts of him consumed her, leaving her restless even in sleep. Alone in the vast and silent room, she felt both anxious and bored. Initially, she was not tired, but with Naikir by her side, she soon began to feel her eyelids grow heavy. My dog, it's a bit special, and I hope one day you will meet and become good friends. Jiang Li's voice dwindled to a whisper. Naikir lay quietly, gazing at her with its round eyes, unblinking. That night, Jiang Li's slumber was unexpectedly deep. She stretched languidly, experiencing a long-lost sense of relaxation in her bones. Just then, the door to the stone chamber creaked open. Jiang Li froze, an inexplicable tightness gripping her heart. As her drowsiness dissipated, she looked up to see Xiao Chan, not Fengxi. Xiao Chan entered with a food box, her brown hair neatly arranged, her gaze lowered. The tension in Jiang Li eased slightly, and she was about to greet her when Meow, Naikir, deeply asleep in her arms, suddenly emitted a piercing scream. Startling her, its small body sprang up, fur bristling, resembling a puffed-up white ball. It arched its back, clinging tightly to Jiang Li's arm, its claws inadvertently tearing her sleeve. And it let out a low, threatening growl. "Naikir?" Jiang Li was taken aback, hastily reaching out to soothe it. "What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Naikir did not respond, its normally glistening black eyes now wide with pure terror. In the next moment, as if scalded, it released its grip and tumbled from her arms, darting away like a blur of white, pressing against the cold wall before vanishing into the shadows of the corridor. Everything transpired too swiftly. Jiang Li stared blankly at her empty arms and the small tears in her sleeve, filled with confusion and concern. "What has gotten into you?" She looked towards the doorway at Xiao Chan, seeking an explanation. Why did it suddenly act so wildly? Xiao Chan entered, placing 2 trays on the stone table. She raised her eyes, her gaze calmly observing the torn sleeve, then the spot where Naikir had vanished. Her light brown eyes held no surprise or confusion, only an unfathomable tranquility. She slightly shook her head at Jiang Li, indicating her own ignorance. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Jiang Li. After all, Naikir belonged to Fengxi. It had lingered here all night, and now it fled in such a panic. What other reason could there be other than Fengxi's displeasure at its late return? She could almost envision Fengxi's furious expression. Unable to suppress her indignation for Naikir, she muttered, "It must be that bastard Fengxi, employing some wicked trick, even scaring away such a sweet little cat." How violent! Fengchan remained non-committal, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. On one of the trays lay food, while the other held neatly folded clothes for Jiang Li to wear that day. Once he arranged the bowls and dishes, he waited quietly by the side. Jiang Li got up to address her physiological needs in the ear room, hastily washing up with cold water. Since arriving in this world, she had become accustomed to the absence of privacy. In the presence of another woman, Xiao Chan, she felt no discomfort. Upon returning, without waiting for Xiao Chan to gesture, she simply removed the sheer garment she had used as sleepwear. The garment, made of soft, semi-transparent fabric, possessed an alluring quality but was exceedingly comfortable against the skin. The new outfit brought by Xiao Chan was far more modest. A simple light gray cotton linen robe embroidered with subtle patterns at the collar and cuffs. The fabric felt cool to the touch, yet far more practical than the sheer garment. Tying the sash, she seated herself at the table and turned her gaze to Xiao Chan, who had remained quietly standing nearby. Upon seeing her, Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Chan's cheeks were tinted with an unnatural flush. Even her ears appeared pink, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Lowering her gaze, her long lashes fluttered rapidly. Her lips pressed together in nervousness. "Xiao Chan?" Jiang Li inquired, rising to her feet. She instinctively tiptoed, reaching out to touch Xiao Chan's forehead. "What's wrong? Your face is so red. Do you have fever?" The skin beneath her fingers was warm, but not feverishly so. Fengchan, noticing her hands approach, momentarily stiffened, and when her soft fingertip brushed his forehead, an inexplicable warmth coursed through him, akin to a delicate electric current racing down his spine. He quickly stepped back, shaking his head minutely, averting his gaze to the ground, signaling that he was fine. Jiang Li retracted her hand, still puzzled but respecting his clear dismissal. Perhaps it was simply the stuffiness of the underground? She returned to her seat at the table, her attention soon captured by the food. Breakfast consisted of 2 large eggs, fried to a crisp edge with a tender center, accompanied by a cup of warm, thick, honey-like red fruit puree, the aroma enticing. Indeed, she was quite hungry. She quickly devoured the fried egg and fruit paste, her stomach filled with warm and hearty food, and she contentedly patted her belly. Dragging the heavy chain, she strolled back to the bed. Fengchan quietly tidied up the empty dishes behind her. The unnatural flush on her face gradually faded away at a snail's pace. He stepped out only to return swiftly, bringing a medicine jar. After applying the ointment to the wound on Jiang Li's neck, Fengchan turned to leave. But Jiang Li grasped his wrist firmly. "Wait." She did not release her grip, gently guiding him closer to the edge of the stone bed. "Xiao Chan, please sit." Fengchan halted, his light brown eyes lowered, resting on her fingers clutching his wrist. Her fingers were excessively slender, the temperature of her skin slightly cooler than his, and the touch was incredibly soft. Silently yielding to her pull, he sat at the edge of the bed. Only then did Jiang Li release her hold, and, without beating around the bush, looked directly at her. This place is both cold and stuffy. Aside from you, there is no one else I can converse with. Feng Chan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, but he remained silent. She discerned that although Xiao Chan was attending to her care, she did not behave like a typical maid. Though her robe was of a plain color, the fabric was exquisite, and her demeanor appeared gentle, yet her gaze carried a certain depth. She was far from resembling a mere servant. Jiang Li softened her tone, laced with a hint of helplessness. I wish to chat with you, but you do not speak. She leaned in closer and found Xiao Chan's face quite pleasing, becoming more beautiful the longer she looked at her. There was even a transcendent quality to her appearance, making her seem equally fitting as either gender. Chapter 53. The City of Xiaolong, Unraveled. The little milk ball escaped from the sleeping quarters, only slowing its pace at the corner of the corridor. It turned back, baring its tiny, sharp teeth at the closed stone door, and emitted a low growl from its throat, a feeble show of defiance. Yet, despite its efforts, the furry little face could not muster a shred of genuine ferocity, resembling more a blustering little kitten. It sauntered back to its owner's stone room. With a graceful leap, it landed on Feng Shi's lap, rubbing its small head against his palm, then lifting its face, releasing a series of soft whimpers filled with grievance. Feng Chan is bullying me. He is using his mental power against me. How terrifying. Feng Shi lowered his gaze and flicked its forehead lightly with his finger. Serves you right, he retorted, annoyed. This creature could comfortably sleep in the embrace of that little female, while Feng Chan could also approach and care for her. Yet he was expressly forbidden from appearing before her. Reluctantly, he acknowledged the irritation in his chest, a heavy discontent tinged with bitterness. Meow. The little creature felt even more wronged, burying its head in his sleeve. The secret art of synesthesia connected it to its master's senses, allowing them to share warmth, touch, and breath, but not the reality of pain. It was truly unfair. It raised its head, tentatively meowing again, clearly indicating, then I want to go to her tonight. Feng Shi's expression darkened as he stared at it. The little creature felt the weight of his gaze and immediately rescinded its previous thought. The threat in Feng Shi's demeanor required no words to achieve its purpose. It shook its ears, the tip of its tail curling slightly, a glimmer of understanding flashing in its obsidian eyes. Meow, master, you are quite the actor. In the sleeping quarters, Jiang Li kicked her ankle, the chain clanking loudly. She tugged at Xiao Chan's sleeve, tentatively speaking. Can you unlock this for me? She endeavored to sound sincere and harmless. I promise I won't run away, truly. At least not for now. Once she figured out the situation and found an opportunity, she would reconsider. Feng Chan scrutinized her, weighing his options, and surprisingly produced an old-fashioned key from his sleeve. He crouched down. With a soft click, the lock sprang open, and the heavy chain fell to the ground with a dull thud. Jiang Li was momentarily stunned. Her ankle felt suddenly light, leaving behind a faint ring of bruises on her skin. She could hardly believe it, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Xiao Chan truly had the key, and she had actually unlocked it. Xiao Chan's identity perhaps held more weight than she had anticipated, making her more approachable. Jiang Li stood up, the long-forgotten lightness in her ankle prompting her to take a few joyful steps. She turned, grasped Xiao Chan's arm, and with sparkling eyes, beamed at her, her brows curving into a crescent moon. Xiao Chan, you are truly wonderful. Her tone carried an unabashed charm. She resolved to cultivate a good relationship with her. Perhaps this would become her chance for escape. After all, she could not possibly appease the unpredictable and ruthless Feng Shi. Could she? Just the thought of it sent a shiver down her spine, where his bite still throbbed. In the following 2 days, Jiang Li consciously clung to Xiao Chan. Sometimes she would rest her chin in her hands and sigh. Xiao Chan, it's so dull here. Will you keep me company? Xiao Chan would pause to listen to her recount trivial matters. At times, she would wrap herself in the blanket, looking pitiful. Xiao Chan, I'm cold. The bedding on the stone bed was replaced with thicker, softer covers. Even at bedtime, Jiang Li would tug at her sleeve, her voice trembling. Xiao Chan, I'm scared. It seems there are sounds outside. Xiao Chan would then sit at the edge of the bed until her breathing grew steady. Jiang Li observed Xiao Chan's reactions closely, noting that she never displayed impatience, even when Jiang Li rambled on about trivialities. This encouragement bolstered Jiang Li's confidence. After a few anxious days, Feng Shi inexplicably did not appear again. Jiang Li's heart, which had been in turmoil, began to settle. During these days, she nearly adhered to Xiao Chan's side. Initially, it was deliberate, but soon it blossomed into a sincere dependency. Xiao Chan was so quiet and accommodating that it almost made one forget they were in a cage. Bored, Jiang Li initiated a conversation about Go. She did not expect much of a response. However, the next day, Xiao Chan entered with a square wooden board. Clearly newly crafted, its fine grain was smooth to the touch. On it sat two small wicker baskets, one filled with smooth wooden pieces, the grain light and the texture airy. The other contained black stones, each uniform in size, chilling to the touch. Jiang Li was astounded. She had not expected her casual remark to materialize into reality. She immediately pulled Xiao Chan down to teach her the rules. Xiao Chan learned quickly, transitioning from placing pieces passively to subtly blocking Jiang Li's moves. At the table, one chirped away while the other quietly placed pieces, unknowingly passing half a day. When Jiang Li won, she would shake her head in triumph, and when she lost, she would whine about wanting to take back her move. Xiao Chan never minded. During her protests, she would only lift her tranquil gaze to meet Jiang Li's, a faint smile flickering in her eyes, allowing her to reclaim her pieces. Xiao Chan, your hands are truly skillful, Jiang Li sincerely complimented, twirling a wooden piece in her fingers. Xiao Chan merely shook her head, pointing at the board to indicate it was her turn. Intimacy began to blossom in these moments of silent companionship and small responses. Jiang Li grew accustomed to tugging at Xiao Chan's sleeve while speaking, leaning against her back during tidying, chattering about the day's meals or the silly antics of the little milk ball. Jiang Li's nails tended to crack if they grew even slightly long. After dinner one evening, freshly bathed, she sat on the edge of the stone bed in her thin garment. Feng Chan stood beside her, patiently drying her damp hair with a piece of cloth. The warm steam mingled with the faint scent of soap, wafting through the stone chamber. As he continued, Feng Chan suddenly paused. His gaze fell on Jiang Li, who had unknowingly lowered her head slightly, focused on nibbling the edge of her right index finger's nail. There was a slight crack, gnawed at by her until it turned pale and began to fray. She was engrossed in her task, completely oblivious to the gaze of the person behind her. Just as she prepared to switch fingers, a hand reached out from the side, gently grasping her wrist. The fingertips were cool, yet the grip was steady. Jiang Li was taken aback, lifting her head to meet the gaze of Feng Chan, who looked down at her disheveled nails with a hint of disapproval. After giving her a warning glance, Feng Chan released her wrist and turned to leave. Yet, he soon returned, holding a small bone file. Feng Chan cradled Jiang Li's fingers in his palm and began to meticulously file the uneven edges of her nails. His movements were steady and gentle, producing fine white dust with each stroke. Initially, Jiang Li felt a bit embarrassed and attempted to withdraw her hand, stating that she could manage on her own. Feng Chan glanced at her with a calmness that brooked no refusal. Thus, Jiang Li remained still, allowing him to tend to her nails, which he polished to a smooth and even finish. Feng Chan then crouched down to grasp her feet. Jiang Li's toes instinctively curled up, sensitive to his touch. He held her ankle, his warm palm, against her skin, causing an irresistible tickling sensation. She wished to pull her foot back, but Feng Chan maintained his firm grip, applying just the right amount of pressure, enough to prevent her escape without causing her discomfort. Her rounded, plump toes, flushed with a hint of pink from shyness and ticklishness, radiated a silent, innocent allure under the bright light. Feng Chan paused momentarily before lowering his head, his hands quickening their pace. The sound of the file against her toenails became a rapid, rhythmic whisper, swiftly rendering her 10 toenails neat and tidy. He then wiped away the residual dust with a soft cloth and gently set her foot back on the bed, his movements markedly more decisive than usual. After completing his task, Feng Chan stood up, extinguishing most of the lights in the room, leaving only the dimmest lamp farthest from the stone bed. In the dim light, His profile appeared somewhat rigid. Unlike his usual demeanor, he did not linger or spare Jiang Li a glance as he briskly walked towards the door. Xiao Chan? Jiang Li, bewildered by his sudden departure, instinctively called out. Feng Chan did not look back and soon vanished. What was going on? Jiang Li was confused. Just then, a small cat slipped through the crack of the door. Jiang Li's attention shifted instantly as she patted the bed, calling Nichio, come here. The kitten leapt up effortlessly, and she cuddled it, rubbing it affectionately as it purred contentedly, lulling her into a drowsy state. Jiang Li yawned and mumbled, Nichio, come in. The little cat nimbly nestled into her embrace, just as Jiang Li was on the brink of slipping into darkness. The door to the stone chamber creaked open, not in the gentle manner typical of Xiao Chan. A sudden realization jolted her awake, scattering her lingering drowsiness. She widened her eyes and turned towards the sound. A tall, imposing figure stepped into the room, framed against the dim light of the corridor. Clad in a dark robe, with pale skin and cold, light eyes that stood out even in the gloom, it was Feng Shi. In that moment, Jiang Li felt as if her blood had frozen. She practically shot up, startling the kitten, which leapt away with a mule. She scrambled back, her back hitting the cold stone wall with a thud, leaving her no escape. Curling herself into a tight ball, she could do nothing but stare wide-eyed at the figure approaching slowly. Feng Shi halted in the center of the stone chamber, his gaze sweeping over the half-finished chessboard on the table, then gliding past the little cat that had begun to stealthily retreat, finally landing on the figure huddled on the stone bed, desperate to shrink into the wall. The remnants of sleep and relaxation on her face vanished the moment she saw him, leaving only raw fear. Her eyes regarded him as if he were a predatory monster, a stark contrast to the relaxed familiarity she had shown towards Feng Chan. Feng Shi's expression darkened, an inexplicable displeasure rising within him like a silent, surging tide. Is your wound healed? His voice broke the silence, his gaze falling on the scar on her neck, already scabbed over. Jiang Li felt a shiver run down her spine, her voice tightening as she instinctively replied, and no, it still hurts. Feng Shi narrowed his eyes, gesturing dismissively at the wound. How could that be? It appears to be healed. Jiang Li forced a dry smile, hesitant to speak further. Feng Shi approached the bed at a leisurely pace, his boots echoing against the stone floor with each step, resonating with her nerves. Upon reaching the edge of the stone bed, he paused. Jiang Li pressed herself tightly against the cold wall, her gaze lowered, only daring to steal glances at him. In the next moment, Feng Shi suddenly leaned down, gripping her ankle with a force akin to iron, effortlessly dragging her from her corner. Jiang Li let out a sharp scream, her legs instinctively kicking out in a futile attempt to escape. But he swiftly pinned her down onto the stone bed. The disparity in their strength was terrifying. She felt as if she were pinned down, unable to move a muscle. Being this close, Feng Shi immediately caught her scent, a faint yet unmistakable trace of Feng Chan, from her hair to her skin. After all, he was her brother, having grown up together. That familiar scent, a blend of bitterness and possessiveness, pierced through his senses like a needle. This little female trembled violently, her fear palpable, merely from the pressure of his hold on her ankle. Be quiet, Feng Shi commanded in a low voice, carrying an undeniable authority. Jiang Li's crías se abruptly. She bit down on her lip, her breaths rapid and stifled, her eyes brimming with tears and terror. What do you want? Her voice trembled uncontrollably. Feng Shi leaned closer, his nose nearly brushing her neck. He did not answer immediately, instead inhaling deeply. The unique, pure scent that belonged solely to her, mingling with the warmth of her skin, wafted into his nostrils. Merely being this close, the turbulent, restless energy within him seemed to calm for a rare moment, akin to receiving a soothing balm. The effect rivaled that of the sacred medicine from their clan. Feng Shi's breath hitched slightly, a tumult of emotions swirling in his gaze. The muscles in his arm braced against her ear, tensed subtly. Of course, it's you I desire, he finally spoke, his voice low and laced with a dangerous heat. You must know what your greatest purpose is as a female, do you not? The mere act of being close and inhaling her scent had such an effect. He could scarcely imagine the overwhelming tranquility and nourishment that would ensue from complete possession and union. This thought ignited a wildfire within his reason. Gazing down at her pale and terrified yet strangely translucent face, a long-suppressed instinct of a predator roared to break free from its constraints. In the next instant, the sound of tearing fabric sliced through the air. Jiang Li's outer garment was brutally ripped open with a single hand, the fabric shredding apart. She was left in only a plain white undergarment and thin lantern-style silk pants. The cold air immediately brushed against her skin, provoking a wave of shivers. Tears streamed down Jiang Li's face, the overwhelming fear and humiliation causing her to completely break down as she screamed, "Help! Cang Yao! Cang Yao, save me!" Shaoling. In the depths of her utmost despair, she spoke without discretion, continuing to plead for help from the only person who had ever shown her kindness within this cage. Xiao Chan, save me. I cannot bear this any longer." With a thunderous crash, the heavy stone door of the chamber was violently flung open, its panels striking the stone wall with a resounding thud. Feng Chan stood at the threshold, his expression darker than Jiang Li had ever witnessed. His typically gentle brow was now etched with a chilling frost, and his light brown pupils seemed to be frozen, his gaze piercing directly at Feng Shi on the stone couch. Feng Shi paused, his movements halting. Through her tear-filled eyes, Jiang Li caught sight of Feng Chan, clinging to the last vestige of hope. Feng Shi slowly straightened up, annoyance flickering across his face at the interruption. He turned to Feng Chan, his tone laced with mockery. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" He smirked, his gaze surveying the disheveled state of Jiang Li and the stormy countenance of Feng Chan, before leisurely continuing with malicious amusement. "Do not give me that look. I can let you go first if you wish. After all," he paused dramatically, enunciating each word, "she belongs to both of us." Jiang Li's cries choked in her throat. Momentarily stunned, the weight of his words overwhelming her mind, Feng Chan disregarded Feng Shi's outrageous statement. He strode forward with urgency, each step imbued with a palpable coldness, his gaze not lingering on Jiang Li's exposed skin for even a moment. He positioned himself in the center of the stone chamber, locking eyes with Feng Shi as he spoke. His voice was not the gentle tone Jiang Li had envisioned, but rather a clear, slightly cold male timbre, straddling the line between youth and adulthood. "My Tao Owl has detected the scent of the golden devourer from 100 miles away in the Yuehun Valley." The quality of his voice was crisp, like water flowing beneath a frozen surface. Yet the implication of his words fell like cold water into boiling oil. "What?" The flirtation and desire that had adorned Feng Shi's face evaporated instantaneously as he leapt from the stone couch, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Are you certain? The traces are fresh. It cannot be mistaken." Feng Chan's voice remained steady, yet there was an unspoken urgency threading through his words. The tension between them shifted dramatically. Feng Shi barely spared Jiang Li another glance, exchanging a quick, meaningful look with Feng Chan. "Go," Feng Chan whispered, stepping out first, his footsteps echoing rapidly into the distance. "It would be disastrous if Xiao Yi discovered our whereabouts." Feng Shi followed closely behind, his frigid words lingering in the air. As the heavy stone door closed behind them, propelled by a gust of air, it emitted a muffled thud. Silence enveloped the chamber. Only Jiang Li remained, her attire tattered, curled up in a cold embrace on the stone couch. The tear stains on her face had yet to dry, but her eyes were filled with a profound confusion, soon overtaken by an encroaching chill. Had Xiao Chan just spoken? That voice was unmistakably male. The gentle companionship, silent care, tender touches, and nightly vigils over these past days. Were they all a facade? A ruse? A cruelist? A chilling sense of being toyed with, combined with the aftermath of survival and immense humiliation, gripped her heart tightly. Jiang Li slowly sat up, readying her crooked bodice and finding fresh garments to don. Her fingers whitened from the effort, and her teeth bit deeply in her lower lip, tasting the metallic tang of blood. Very well. In her heart, she silently etched those two words against the closed stone door in this entire cold, eerie underground palace. Truly splendid. Chapter 55, Xiaolong City, Delay. Time crept slowly in the oppressive silence. Jiang Li felt as though hours had slipped by, at least 5 or 6, her stomach gnawing with emptiness. And neither of the two had returned. Naturally, no one had brought her food. After enduring another 4 or 5 hours, even the water jug on the table was empty. She attempted to push the door, but the heavy stone barrier did not budge, as though it were forged into the stone wall. No breeze could seep through the cracks, nor could any sound penetrate. She pounded, screamed, and threw herself against it with all her might. The only response was the cold, unyielding touch of the stone door and the hollow echo of her own voice. Judging by the tension when they had departed, something significant must have transpired. Surely, they could not have forgotten her, leaving her to starve in this place. Just as Jiang Li curled up on the couch, her consciousness blurring from hunger, the stone door was pushed open. Feng Chan entered, carrying a large food container. He began to lay out the food item by item on the stone table, arranging everything neatly. Apologies for the delay. He spoke first, his voice clear. Are you hungry? Come, eat. Jiang Li turned her back to him, lying on the stone couch, completely treating him like air. Yet, the aroma of the food wafted through the air, causing her stomach to involuntarily contract. After a moment's thought, she realized she would not deny herself sustenance. After a brief standoff, she silently rose. Approaching the stone table, she sat down, picked up a wooden spoon, and plunged into her meal. Throughout, she did not glance at him even once, chewing with a simmering resentment. A helpless smile crept onto Feng Chan's lips, his eyes glimmering with an affection he was unaware of. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Feng Chan. Jiang Li tightened her grip on the spoon, continuing to eat, deaf to his words. Are you angry? Feng Chan inquired, his tone soft, devoid of any discernible emotion. He had not intended to deceive her indefinitely. Initially, it was her preconceived notions and fear of the unfamiliar environment that led him to go along with it. She had taken him for a mute female, and he had not corrected her, merely seeking to ease her care. As he watched her gradually lower her guard and even grow dependent on him, the wariness in her eyes would soften and brighten when directed at him. He found himself reluctant to shatter that illusion. That was all. It was my fault. Please do not be angry, all right? Feng Chan's voice dropped slightly, his apology resonating clearly in the stone chamber, imbued with the unique coolness of his tone, yet remarkably sincere. Jiang Li paused mid-scoop, finally lifting her gaze from her meal to meet Feng Chan's steady presence at the table. Upon looking closely, something felt amiss. His usually pristine, light-colored robe bore rare wrinkles and faint scorch marks, as if subjected to high temperatures or energy. Though his face remained calm, an unmistakable weariness lingered in his brow, and faint shadows darkened beneath his eyes. You, Jiang Li blurted out, her voice dry from disuse. What is wrong with you? The moment the words escaped her lips, she regretted sounding so concerned. Jiang Li quickly adopted a stern expression, yet the surprise in her eyes was undeniable. I encountered a bit of trouble. Feng Chan replied succinctly, offering no further details. Xiao, he is indeed troublesome. He could not stray too far from Jiang Li. Otherwise, he would be unable to maintain control over the unstable entity within her consciousness. He could only establish layers of barriers nearby. Hoping Feng, she would take the initiative to draw Xiao Yi away. He was stretched thin and absolutely could not allow others to discover Jiang Li's presence. Nor could they approach this chamber. That was why he had been delayed in bringing her food. Feng Chan also unpacked the extra food and a large jug of water from the container. He contemplated the possibility of Xiao Yi finding traces nearby in a direct confrontation. He would likely struggle to maintain his grip on Jiang Li's consciousness. And this little female had never been one to behave herself. He regarded her, his tone unusually serious. From now on, regardless of what transpires outside, or any sounds you may hear, he emphasized each word to ensure she grasped their significance. Remain here obediently. Do not venture out. Do not run around, understand? Jiang Li gripped the spoon tightly, observing his weariness yet solemn demeanor. The rebellious thought of why should I listen to you swirled in her throat, but ultimately was left unspoken. Feng Chan arrived swiftly and departed just as hastily. After conveying those few words, his gaze lingered on Jiang Li's face for a fleeting moment, before he suddenly extended his hand and swiftly ruffled her hair at the crown. The gesture was somewhat awkward, even tinged with a hint of stiffness, yet strangely gentle. Before Jiang Li could react, he had already withdrawn his hand and turned away, departing with quick strides. The heavy stone door closed behind him, sealing away the tall, elegant figure until it vanished completely from the narrow crack. The stone chamber returned to silence. Jiang Li remained seated, as if the unfamiliar warmth of that fleeting touch still lingered atop her head. She stood dazed for a few seconds, shook her head, and stuffed the last morsel of food into her mouth. The sensation of fullness brought a weighty drowsiness that washed over her like a tide. Her eyelids began to flutter, no longer resisting. She dragged her feet back to the stone couch, curling up beneath the bedding. Her consciousness blurred and sank as soon as her head touched the pillow. Before long, her breathing became even and prolonged. She was momentarily oblivious to everything unfolding outside the door, having just slipped into a deep slumber. Suddenly, a muffled thud, as if emanating from a distant realm, reverberated through the stone walls. Tiny particles of dust cascaded from the ceiling. Jiang Li jolted avake, her senses heften it. Following that thud, boom, the sounds grew more frequent, closer, and clearer. They were not ordinary noises. Rather, they resonated with an emptiness, a grandeur, accompanied by destructive force that trembled, akin to the footsteps of a colossal beast shattering the rock layers, or a formidable energy clashing violently in the depths. The entire stone chamber trembled in response. The flame of the everlasting lamp flickering wildly, casting ghostly shadows that danced around. Was it a battle, or something even more terrifying? Jiang Li's heart raced, her anxiety coiling within her as she huddled in the corner of the bed, unable to block out the increasingly ominous sounds even with her hands over her ears. The extreme fatigue and tension ultimately overwhelmed her. At some point, she drifted back into a hazy sleep amidst the relentless rumbling. In a realm of chaotic darkness, a familiar voice that made her heart skip a beat gently echoed in the depths of her consciousness. Host, Jiang Li, wake up, hurry and wake up. Jiang Li mumbled in confusion, her heavy drowsiness gluing her eyelids shut. Host. The voice rose slightly, imbued with a joyful electronic resonance, clearly more animated than before. Chapter 56, Xiaolong City, Reconnection. Jiang Li's eyes widened suddenly, the weight of her drowsiness instantly shattered by overwhelming joy. Xiaoling, is that you? It's me, host. As the words fell, a gentle, fist-sized light appeared before her eyes, swiftly taking shape as a hazy, doll-like figure with a round silhouette and sparkling big eyes. Jiang Li was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly on the verge of tears, reaching out to touch it, only for her fingertips to pass through the light. Where have you been? Why did you suddenly disappear? I almost choked on the rest of my words, leaving only a tremor of fear. The glowing doll floated closer, gently brushing against her forehead, sending forth a soothing wave of comfort. Host, do not be afraid. We must leave this place first. Once we are safe, I will slowly explain everything to you. Its tone conveyed a depth of emotion previously absent from its simple electronic voice, akin to a true companion who genuinely cared for her. Yes, let us leave here first. Jiang Li became instantly alert, struggling to rise. Basic protective night travel suit has been exchanged for the host. As Xiaoling's voice sounded, Jiang Li's clothing was instantaneously replaced. A snug, dark ensemble enveloped her body, crafted from flexible, breathable material, with an intricately patterned short outer robe that did not hinder her movements. On her feet were a pair of lightweight, sturdy ankle boots, making no sound as they met the ground. She instinctively touched her hair, realizing it had been neatly tied into a high ponytail. All of this transpired in an instant, requiring neither her input nor any point exchange. Jiang Li stood momentarily stunned, gazing at her attire before turning to the floating light figure. Xiaoling, you seem a bit different? You've grown. Correct, host. The light figure seemed to puff up slightly, its tone infused with an unprecedented hint of pride. The system core has undergone preliminary upgrades. Now, Xiaoling can maintain a basic mimetic form and actively provide suggestions and assistance in exchanges when the host faces imminent danger or expresses strong needs. Of course, I must still adhere to basic rules and point constraints. It paused, the light flickering slightly. Additionally, passive protection and information scanning levels have also been enhanced. As for the catalyst for the upgrade, its voice lowered, seemingly laden with complex calculations. To some extent, we owe gratitude to Feng Chan's imposition of mental pressure upon you. Xiaoling inadvertently accelerated the system's deep-level stress release process during the confrontation. Jiang Li comprenda. It did not fully grasp it. However, the notions of upgrades, active assistance, and enhanced capabilities were enough to illuminate a glimmer of hope within her. Splendid. Jiang Li inhaled deeply, clenched her fists, her gaze sharpening. How do we get out? The door is sealed shut. Xiaoling's light figure drifted toward the stone door, scanning the door's energy lockdown, which is connected to a core spiritual energy node deep within the crypt. Conventional methods cannot dismantle it. However, it turned to Jiang Li, its light eyes seemingly shining. The crypt structure has experienced significant energy shocks from the outside, causing multiple instabilities and chaotic spiritual energy flow. The energy node of the door lock is intermittently weakening, with a cycle of 15 seconds. Recommendation: within the next wave of weakening, deliver an instantaneous impact of at least 110 kilograms to the marked point on the stone door. Attack? There are no weapons in this stone chamber. What can she use to attack? Her fists? Jiang Li glanced at her wrists, frowning. How can I muster 110 pounds of punching power? A quick check of her remaining points revealed that after exchanging for clothes and shoes, she had only 65 left. Insufficient to procure anything useful. Based on the host's current physical data and environment, the optimal solution is to utilize the skill Shunlin. Xiaoling's interface refreshed rapidly. Beside it, a countdown indicated 12 seconds remaining until the energy decay wave. Use Shunlin. Jiang Li did not hesitate. Command confirmed. In 3 seconds, I will temporarily take control of the host body and activate Shunlin mode, with a maximum duration of 5 minutes. 3, 2, 1, activation. As Shunlin engaged, Jiang Li immediately entered a peculiar state of detachment. Her senses heightened to an unimaginable level, yet she lost control over her own body. She moved. Her steps quickened and steadied, approaching the stone door. At that moment, the energy decay wave indicated only 1 second remained. Clenching her fist, she swung out, a gust of force erupting just as the timer hit 0. 15 seconds granted. Her small, delicate fist came crashing down. Bang! The sound resonated like some energy structure being torn apart from within. The seam of the struck stone slab erupted in a flurry of chaotic energy, and a visible crack appeared on the invisible seal of the stone door, quickly spreading and disintegrating. It opened. Jiang Li exclaimed in delight, her body instinctively attempting to push the door. This time, the heavy stone door emitted a strained creak as she slowly pushed it open just enough to create a gap. Beyond lay a dimly lit, twisted corridor in disarray. The once orderly stone walls were riddled with cracks, and faint vibrations and rumblings echoed from afar, though they seemed to have subsided somewhat compared to before. Host, the crypt's structural map has been generated, and the optimal evacuation route is being planned. We must leave amidst the chaos. As her vision blurred momentarily, the underground palace was instantly rendered into a vivid three-dimensional schematic, revealing damaged support points, chaotic energy flows, and even the minutest disturbances of dust suspended in the air, all laid bare under the scrutiny of the system's analysis and divine intervention. Countless transparent arrows pointed the way. Data leaped forth, and clusters of human-shaped thermal images enveloped the real scenery. "Let's go!" exclaimed Xiaoling with a cheer. Jiang Li lightly tapped her toes on the ground, and her form shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Each movement was executed with utmost precision, twisting, leaping, halting, and changing direction, all streamlined to perfection. Ahead, at the fork in the path, several formidable orc thermal signatures shifted positions, effectively blocking her route, leaving no room for evasion. "Pathway replay," announced Xiaoling as the blue arrow of light abruptly turned upward, indicating a dark ventilation shaft more than 3 meters high. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Li accelerated forward. As she approached the wall, she pushed off forcefully, her body soaring upward, her toes expertly tapping twice on the rough rock face to gain additional lift. Just as her strength began to wane and she felt herself descending, her right arm lashed out like a whip, fingers splayed, and with a soft snap, she managed to grasp the edge of the ventilation shaft. Her core tightened, and the muscles in her back synchronized in a powerful thrust. With a clean and agile pull-up, she leaned forward, gliding into the narrow passage like a nimble cat, soundless. Jiang Li felt as though she were seated in the cockpit of a high-performance sports car, steering effortlessly as the vehicle's advanced AI took over the controls. Her only responsibility was to enjoy the exhilarating rush of speed. Just as her silhouette vanished into the darkness, a hulking orc emerged from around the corner below. He scanned the surroundings with vigilance but detected nothing amiss. The interior of the duct was pitch black, yet the system's night vision mode rendered everything into sharp blue-green outlines. 5 minutes. Every second was meticulously dissected and extracted. Divine state remaining. 0358. A chilling countdown loomed at the edge of her vision. The ventilation shaft was a labyrinthine maze. The system's computational power was pushed to its limits, not only charting the optimal course, but also predicting subtle deformations in the palace structure under continuous stress, as well as the instantaneous changes in air pressure and flow within the duct. Warning: structural stress has significantly increased 30 meters ahead. Suspected external impact point. The duct is about to twist. Her crawling speed surged, transforming her into a shadow, skimming the ground, narrowly escaping danger just before the sound of crumbling collapse echoed behind her. Time slipped away, second by second. Divine state remaining. 0115. The sensation of physical exhaustion began to seep through the system's barriers, faintly reaching the depths of Jiang Li's consciousness. It was a warning stemming from the essence of life itself. Host's basal metabolic rate is plummeting. Adrenaline compensation is about to reach its limit. The system calmly reported physiological data. Remaining path, 178 meters. Estimated arrival time at exit, 1 minute 5 seconds. Chapter 57. The Howling Dragon City. Escape. Above ground, the battle raged fiercely. A colossal beast, resembling a mountain, stood proudly, its dark scales shimmering with a cold, hard glint under the sunlight. Each step it took shook the earth. Engaged with it was a snow-white creature, a massive version of a snowball, known as Lisei. Though its size was dwarfed by the beast, it exhibited extraordinary agility and ferocity, its claws and fangs sparking against the black scales, sending shards of armor flying. Yet, it was clearly at a disadvantage, its once pristine white fur now stained with blood, and several deep gashes marred its body, exposing bone. An enormous owl circled overhead, poised to dive, unleashing a searing breath of energy. Together with Lisei, they struggled to withstand the ferocity of the beast's onslaught. However, the power and defense of the beast were truly terrifying. Every tail whip or charge forced them into precarious situations. Not far away, Feng Chan knelt on one knee, a trickle of glaring red seeping from his lips, his face as pale as parchment. The spiritual energy swirling around him flickered uncertainly, clearly indicating he had sustained significant injuries. Yet he still fiercely maintained an input of energy to an invisible barrier at the edge of the battlefield, which weakly enveloped a portion of the area below. Feng Shi stood before Feng Chan, his chest rising and falling violently. His arms hung limply, dark red blood dripping from his fingertips, indicating he too was nearing his limit. Suspended in midair, Xiao Yi floated, his azure robe fluttering in the turbulent currents of energy. Surrounding him were profound, dark golden runes, pulsating with his breath, emanating a tremendous, frigid pressure. Observing the two struggling below, he remarked, quite tenacious. His gaze scanned over the disheveled duo, landing finally on Feng Chan. However, I have no interest in killing you. The wind stirred, rustling his flowing garments. Hand over the reverse scale spear, and I will depart at once. Xiao Yi's voice cut through the chaos of the battlefield with clarity. The reverse scale spear. a symbol of royal authority and a powerful artifact passed down through the Shenglong clan for generations, could only be wielded by an heir of the purest royal blood. It possessed an innate ability to suppress and command all dragon-blooded descendants and those sworn to the Shenglong. Feng Kong, the former beast king of the Shenglong clan, father of Feng Shi and Feng Chan, had entrusted this spear to a confidant during a bloody coup between brothers, aiding his son's escape from the Howling Dragon City. The new Beast King had reigned for years, but had never truly grasped this spear. Its legitimacy remained unrecognized, like a thorn in his throat. Xiao Yi had always been a solitary figure, refraining from involvement in clan disputes and affairs. Yet this time, he took it upon himself to pursue the retrieval of the spear. Over the years, he had pinpointed the brothers' whereabouts, but had repeatedly failed, leading to this prolonged pursuit. He felt compelled by the debt of gratitude owed to Feng Kong for his past kindness and life-saving intervention. However, the time for delay was running out. The clan had issued a final ultimatum. If he did not act soon, Bloodwing would be dispatched to take over. That was a madman who knew only slaughter and had no moral compass. The brothers stood no chance against him. He had no choice but to intervene. Securing the spear might afford the exiled beasts a glimmer of hope, rather than the fate of imprisonment or execution. Such delusions. Feng Shi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with a resolute determination to fight. You shall not obtain the reverse scale spear. Xiao Yi's brow furrowed slightly, about to speak again, when suddenly, an extremely faint yet remarkably familiar energy fluctuation rippled through his vast field of perception, like a small stone cast into still water, quickly dispersing into his awareness. This fluctuation was pure, fragile, and carried a scent that resonated deeply within him. His eyes narrowed suddenly, disregarding the battlefield below as he raised his hand to summon a warm, white jade disc. The disc floated in his palm, its surface shimmering with light, revealing a small yet clear image. In the image, several hundred meters away, a hidden rocky hollow lay, where a figure slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, disheveled black hair scattered about, and a face as pale as paper, clearly exhausted to the extreme. Xiao Yi's pupils constricted, his heart racing. It was the very female who had slain the earthworm that had lured him out. She was here, and indeed, her hair and eyes, how revealing. The initially white hair and distinct eyes had been a disguise. In that instant, all thoughts of the reverse scale spear and royal mandates were shattered by this unexpected revelation. A clearer, more urgent thought seized his mind. Oof! He let out a cold snort, unhesitatingly retracting the oppressive aura of runes surrounding him, and shouted towards the figure below. Come back. The colossal beast, entangled in a fierce struggle with Lisha and Cang Yao, emitted a reluctant low growl in response to the command. Yet it summoned its strength, forcefully breaking free from its adversary, and swiftly diminished in size, returning to its normal stature beside Xiao Yi, without casting even a glance at the perplexed Feng Shi brothers below. The azure figure flickered and surged like a tempest toward the mountain hollow indicated by the jade plate. The battlefield abruptly fell silent. Only the wounded beasts, gasping for breath, the straining Feng Shi, and the visibly distressed Finchen, who stared in the direction Xiao Yi had vanished, remained. They all understood that the worst had transpired. The moment the divine state concluded, Jiang Li's body resembled a marionette severed from its strings, toppling backward and crashing heavily onto the jagged ground. Overwhelmed by an exquisite fatigue, she felt as though she had toiled ceaselessly over 10 acres of barren land, leaving only a pervasive ache and a nearly fainting softness. Even the mere act of moving her eyes felt laborious, forcing her to stare blankly at the gray sky, her chest heaving violently, each breath straining her sore muscles. In the distance, the earth-shattering roars and howls abruptly ceased not long after her fall. A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through Jiang Li's heart. Why had the fighting stopped? Prioritize restoring hosts' fundamental physical strength. Xiaoling did not conduct a terrain scan. The little figure of light rested on her forehead, emanating a gentle glow, as a soothing energy flowed into her exhausted body, albeit with minimal effect. Nonetheless, better than nothing. Just as she attempted to muster the strength to move even a finger. A corner of azure fabric silently intruded upon her vision of the gray sky. Soon after, a face reflected in her unfocused gaze. The countenance of the newcomer rendered Jiang Li momentarily speechless. He was a man whose features were difficult to articulate precisely. His brow and eyes were as clear as a painting, possessing an overly handsome and pristine visage. An air of peculiar detachment and transparency surrounded him, as though he existed independently from the clamor of the world, exuding an ethereal quality untouched by mortal affairs. Yet, the depths of his downcast eyes harbored a profound tranquility, steeped in the weight of time and strength. He was devastatingly handsome, yet his beauty incited a disquieting flutter within her heart, making it difficult to behold him directly. At this moment, Jiang Li could not summon even the faintest ripple of emotion upon seeing such a striking face. All she could do was sigh. Chapter 58, Xiaolong City, Xiaoi. This world is truly merciless to females, rendering one utterly despairing. In the tribe of Baizhe, a low-ranking female accompanying 5 or 6 males is considered quite leisurely, let alone those intermediate females who are coveted and viewed as resources or spoils of war. The terrifying imbalance of the male-to-female ratio and the vast chasm in status have led these beastmen to adopt a frenzied attitude toward females. Otherwise, how could she have caught the attention of the Fengxi brothers, being inexplicably abducted to this wretched place? When she first arrived in this world, she found Cang Yao's claim of her being a divine-level female quite absurd. She was not a native. She believed herself no different from an ordinary female here, merely possessing an exotic appeal. However, as time passed and her understanding deepened, she gradually realized the truth. Her body, her spirit, even her blood, to these powerful yet often frenzied or exhausted beastmen, likely served as a walking balm, a potent elixir. It was a truth that brought her no joy. Thus, when encountering males, especially those of formidable strength, it was best to keep a distance. Jiang Li desperately attempted to rally her strength to sit up, but ultimately, she remained sprawled like a puddle of mud, her pupils constricting in fear. The faint glow of Shaolin flickered, and a calm electronic voice resonated within her consciousness. Host. There is no need for futile efforts. Scanning reveals that this individual's energy level and threat coefficient represent the peak among the currently detected beastmen. He is the source of the chaos above, suppressing the Fengxi brothers. Should he harbor malice, our chances of survival with any means at our disposal are virtually non-existent. Shaolin's voice was devoid of panic. It understood that even if the host's points had reached 0, no amount of points exchanged for offensive skills would suffice against such a being. The distinction would merely amount to a futile struggle. However, there was still a glimmer of hope. The host retained a trace of divine consciousness left by the Jiuyou Qi, sufficient to withstand a fatal attack and forcibly summon the Jiuyou Qi once in a critical moment. Yet, after analyzing all data, it preliminarily assessed this individual would most likely not harm the host. The gaze directed at her was more inquisitive, imbued with an enigmatic interest than intent to kill, resembling that of someone who had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Jiang Li felt on the verge of tears within her mind. What does he mean? Why has he come to find me instead of continuing to fight? Deep down, she harbored a vague suspicion, yet she refused to acknowledge it. The man in azure crouched beside her, the hem of his robe brushing against the gravel, immaculate and untainted. Observing her disheveled and exhausted state, his clear voice carried a hint of perfectly timed curiosity. Why are you here? What happened? A smile graced his lips, his tone so familiar as if he were observing an old friend in a moment of embarrassment. Jiang Li was taken aback by his ease and promptly abandoned any pretense of being a frightened flower. Exhausted to the point where her eyelids felt heavy, she decided to abandon all restraint. What is wrong with me? Her voice was hoarse, lacking in warmth. I was comfortably asleep in my own bed when 2 shameless beastmen abducted me to this dreadful place. And I can't even escape. Pausing for a moment, she shot him a glance, deliberately infusing her words with flattery and a semblance of heartfelt gratitude. I suppose I should thank you for creating such a commotion that diverted their attention from me. Allowing me a chance to escape, though I'm rather worn out from it. Jiang Li endeavored to muster a pleasing smile, but paired with her current disheveled and breathless state, it only served to accentuate her plight. So, if you wouldn't mind continuing with your business, you needn't worry about me. I'll catch my breath and manage to leave on my own. Upon hearing this, the interest in Xiaoye's eyes deepened, and his smile became more genuine. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. This fragile being, easily blown away by a breath, appeared terrified, yet insisted on projecting an image of understanding, as if to say, please carry on. The facade of composure and awkward attempts at placation were entirely transparent in her exceptionally clear black eyes. Busy? He chuckled softly, not in the least. His gaze swept over her immobile limbs. I see you in this state, let alone walking. I doubt you could even turn over. He crouched closer. His eyes locked onto her, scrutinizing her. Though the Fengshi brothers may be inept, they understand that abducting you necessitates concealment, preventing others from discovering it. Jiang Li's heart sank, realizing she could not deceive him any longer. They seized me, likely believing I held some value. She averted her gaze, her voice dropping to a weary resignation. A person as powerful as you, I imagine you wouldn't find much use in my minor capabilities. Use? Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow, neither affirming nor denying, perhaps. However, I'm far more intrigued by you as an individual. He extended his hand, not to touch her, but to swiftly brush aside a few strands of her damp black hair clinging to her forehead, as casually as one would sweep away a fallen leaf. A small female with black hair and eyes. Do you think I should leave you here to await their return to retrieve you? Jiang Li was rendered speechless. Or Xiaoyi stood, looking down upon her, his tone returning to that of detached amusement. Do you believe that with your fragile state, you could escape their pursuit and survive until dawn in this desolate wilderness? Jiang Li clenched her fingers, which could barely move, her nails digging into her palm. She knew she lacked the power to choose. It seems you understand. Xiaoyi appeared quite pleased with her silence. Bending down, he effortlessly wrapped his arms around her knees and back, lifting her horizontally with a steady motion that, while not gentle, skillfully avoided her visible bruises and points of fatigue. Suddenly suspended in the air, Jiang Li found herself in an unfamiliar embrace, filled with a crisp, invigorating aura. Having adopted a mindset of surrender, she felt the presence of the Shijinzu crouching nearby, as Xiao Yi gracefully leapt onto its broad back. The colossal beast rose, expanding its form, and with its 4 legs off the ground, quickly distanced itself. The wind rushed in violently, preventing Jiang Li from opening her eyes. The taut string of willpower, which had been strained for far too long in the face of escape, finally snapped at that moment. This was maddening, having just escaped a den of wolves. She now found herself in a tiger's lair. The world felt like an infinite web, with her as the most powerless insect ensnared within it. In the fleeting haze of consciousness, Jiang Li thought, even as an insect, she would strive to be the most vigorous one. Chapter 59, Xiaolong City. Tremor of the Earth. Heikong Valley, a vast cave carved into the cliffside. Outside the cave's mouth, the wind howled and mist swirled, with a depth that was unfathomable. The Shijinzu lay quietly at the entrance, almost merging with the rocks. Inside the cave, a crackling campfire dispelled the cold, damp air of the stone walls. Jiang Li awoke on a bed of soft, dry grass, covered by a blue outer robe. Beside her lay a water pouch filled with fresh water and a few plump vivant fruits. As she attempted to sit up, her sore and aching muscles protested immediately, particularly in her back and limbs, which felt utterly powerless. Fortunately, food was within reach. She awkwardly turned to the side, took small sips from the water pouch, and retrieved a vegetable bun from her spatial storage, followed by a slow nibble on a fruit. Only after filling her empty stomach did she feel a slight return of her lost strength. Once satiated, she began to survey her surroundings. The cave was spacious, simply furnished. Aside from the pile of grass, the campfire, and some scattered stones, there was little else. The man was nowhere to be found, leaving only a guardian at the entrance. The pain in her body grew clearer as her consciousness sharpened. Her hands, knees, and elbows, every area that had endured intense friction in the ventilation ducts, throbbed with a fiery ache. Many areas had skin rolled back, seeping with blood. That she had managed to crawl out was already miraculous. These injuries seemed trivial in comparison. Thankfully, her system points had updated on time. Her delightful contributions from the tribe had yielded 480 points, plus the remaining 65 from before, totaling 545 points. Little Zero sprang into action. Detected multiple epidermal and soft tissue injuries on the host. Special healing ointment exchanged for 50 points. The little silhouette promptly completed the exchange. A small jar of ointment appeared beside her. Jiang Li eagerly applied it to the most severe wounds. A cooling sensation seeped in, alleviating much of the pain. Next, she addressed her major concern, her conspicuous black hair. Exchanged white mimetic dye, 30 days for 400 points. Her points dwindled to 95. Though she could not afford colored contact lenses, at least her black hair could temporarily conceal her appearance. Back to square one. She sighed as fatigue swept over her once more. Curling into the grass bedding, she placed the unfamiliar, crisp outer robe beneath her and drifted into a deep slumber. She slept soundly until the following afternoon. Upon waking, her body remained sore, yet she could move with some difficulty. Her legs were too stiff to bend, and it took immense effort to prop herself against the cave wall and stand, resembling a clumsy duck as she slowly made her way to the entrance. The sight outside was dizzying. Below her lay an abyss, with clouds swirling nearby, and a fierce mountain wind howled in. Jiang Li drew in a sharp breath, instinctively taking a step back. The Shijinzu, which had been quietly watching over her since she awoke, fixated its enormous golden brown eyes on her, brimming with pure curiosity and an indescribable concern. Jiang Li felt somewhat unnerved under its gaze and mustered her courage to speak. "I'm not running away. Why do you keep staring at me?" After a pause, she inquired, "Where's your master?" A deep, resonant growl echoed, and to Jiang Li's astonishment, she understood it. The meaning clearly formed in her mind. "The master has gone to attend to matters. I am here to keep you company." System language module has been fully upgraded and integrated. Little Zero explained in due course. No additional translation needed. The host can directly comprehend the universal language of beasts and the spiritual communication of most magical creatures. "How splendid, my Zero!" Jiang Li gave the little figure a thumbs up. Filled with curiosity, she continued to converse with the Shijinzu. "So that is how it is. What is your master's name?" "Roar. Shaoyi." "And what about you? Do you have a name?" "Roar. Handi." Host. Little Zero's voice carried a hint of analytical subtlety. Detected significant increases in heart rate and spiritual energy fluctuations in the magical beast during your dialogue. Data model analysis indicates a 92 probability that it holds a strong fondness and willingness to be close to you. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled. She tentatively extended her hand, gently stroking one of the Shijinzu's forepaws. The hard, dark-scale claw felt cool and rough to the touch. In the next moment, something miraculous occurred. The immense Shijinzu shimmered with light, its size dramatically shrinking, scales vanishing, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a sleek, jet-black creature the size of an adult husky. Its head bore no resemblance to a typical canine, with a short snout and a gourd-shaped head reminiscent of a black bear. Jiang Li could not quite describe it. It was simply a breed she had never encountered before. Its round, golden-brown eyes lost their intimidating presence, replaced by a naive focus. From a majestic beast, it had morphed into a harmless-looking creature. "Wow, so cute!" Jiang Li exclaimed with feigned surprise, unable to resist squatting down, though she grimaced in doing so and enveloping it in her embrace. Its fur was soft and smooth, radiating warmth. Noticing that the Shijinzu showed no signs of resistance, Jiang Li recognized this as an excellent opportunity to engage in conversation. She pulled out cherished jerky from her spatial storage, tearing it into small pieces. As she fed it, she began in the most innocuous tone. "Where did your master come from?" "Roar. Shaolong City." Handi showed little interest in the jerky, but clearly relished the gentle caresses and soothing inquiries. "Where's this place?" "Roar. Heikong Valley. Do you know about salt? Is there a dried-up lake nearby?" "Roar, roar. Yes. I passed by there with my master on our way here." Jiang Li struggled to to contain her excitement. She proceeded to ask several detailed questions about the salt flats, about Xiao Yi, and about Xiaolong City. With each answer, Jiang Li smiled and fed it another piece of jerky, patting its head. Good boy, so obedient. The ancient Shijinzu, Handi, contentedly closed its eyes, purring softly, almost answering every question with simple beast language and emotional signals, revealing all it knew about itself and its master. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi, who was feeding Feng Chan and Feng Shi, sensed the overwhelming joy and affection emanating from Handi. While listening to the little female's gentle praises, the corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. This glutton was easily won over by a few pieces of jerky. However, he did not use his spiritual awareness to intervene, allowing Handi to divulge its secrets. Perhaps, familiarizing this little creature with her was not a bad idea. After all, he had yet to determine how to manage this unexpectedly acquired trouble, which seemed even more intriguing than the reverse scale spear. Chapter 60, Xiaolong City, Understanding. With Xiao Yi's strength, he could have decisively ended the battle with a thunderous force. He seemed to have found some amusement, alternating between swift and slow movements, always teetering on the edge of exhaustion for Feng Shi and Feng Chan, coaxing out their latent potential while deftly suppressing it. Ultimately, the underground palace collapsed under the turbulent clash of energies, reduced to a desolate ruin of smoking rubble. Li Shi and Cang Yao lay battered and bloodied, barely clinging to life in a pool of crimson. The remaining subordinates of the two brothers were left in disarray, most of the survivors stripped of their fighting spirit. Feng Shi knelt on the ground, propped up by a broken sword, blood gushing from a deep wound that exposed bone. Feng Chan had also succumbed to the ground, his pupils dilating, a feeble breath escaping him, unable to maintain any semblance of continuity. Xiao Yi hovered above the ruins, his pristine azure robe starkly contrasting with the grim scene below. In his hand, he held an ancient-looking halberd, the dark gold body adorned with swirling patterns reminiscent of dragon scales. This was the reverse scale halberd. The halberd felt heavy, resonating with a low hum akin to a blood bond, yet it also bore a hint of resistance. He cast his gaze downward, observing the brother's disheveled state, a faint, inscrutable smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a clear tone, each word striking like ice. How valiant Feng Xiong is! Yet the bloodline left behind possesses only this meager prowess. With a flick of his wrist, the halberd's tip angled toward the ground, its cold light reflecting in his devoid of warmth eyes. For so many years, guarding this lifeless artifact, hiding from all, not even a proper counterattack was made. If your father were still alive, he would surely be infuriated once again. Feng Shi abruptly lifted his head, bloodshot eyes filled with rage, a hoarse cry of indignation rising in his throat, only to be choked back by the blood surging up, leaving him with nothing but angry gasps. Feng Chan, equally distressed, harbored a fierce flame of hatred in his eyes. After struggling for breath, he finally coughed up a mouthful of clotted blood, staining his front. Summoning the last of his strength, he sat up, fixated on Xiao Yi. Beneath his calm exterior lay an unyielding determination. He growled, "If you wish to kill, then do so. Do not speak of my father." Xiao Yi met his gaze for a moment before letting out an almost inaudible click of his tongue, then averted his eyes, as if weary of the mundane spectacle. Stepping into the void, his figure melded with the flowing clouds above, leaving behind a cold echo. Cherish the life you have reclaimed. Next time, you may not be fortunate enough to encounter someone as merciful as I. With the reverse scale halberd in hand, he vanished beyond the clouds. When Xiao Yi returned, he was greeted by a scene where the once mighty Shijin beast, which had instilled terror in countless ferocious creatures, was now curled into a fluffy black ball, comfortably resting on the lap of a small female figure, its head resting on her knee, rumbling with contentment as she absent-mindedly scratched its chin. He could hardly recall the last time he had seen it assume its primal form. Xiao Yi paused momentarily, raising a hand to his forehead, his tone laced with jest and a hint of exasperation. If I had returned a moment later, will my spirit companion have changed hands? Jiang Li jumped in surprise, hurriedly pushing the Shijin away, adjusting her posture with a hint of awkwardness. How could that be? I was just playing with it. It's very well-behaved and adorable. The Shijin grumbled discontentedly, nudging Jiang Li's hand before reluctantly settling back down. Xiao Yi approached, his gaze falling upon her head, and he paused slightly. Your hair. He reached out, naturally twirling a strand of hair that had fallen at her temple, rubbing it between his fingers, which turned back to white. He examined the strand closely, sensing it with his spiritual energy, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Is this your divine ability, or some secret technique? It disguises itself so seamlessly. At least, I see no flaws. Jiang Li's heart tightened as she mumbled, not really, just a little trick. Xiao Yi did not press further, releasing the strand and sitting down by the campfire across from her. Your spirit companion mentioned you were out running errands. What were you up to? Jiang Li inquired curiously. Xiao Yi lowered his gaze to the soft swirl of hair atop her head, his tone relaxed. To avenge you, I nearly beat Fengshan and Fengxi to a pulp. Pausing for a moment, he half-jokingly asked, Are you pleased? Jiang Li knew Xiao Yi was teasing her, deliberately saying this to elicit a reaction. Yet, she suddenly lifted her head, her eyes wide with surprise. There's no need for that. She feigned politeness, but a fleeting glimmer of dark delight passed through her bright eyes. This hint of satisfaction did not escape Xiao Yi's notice, especially upon hearing Fengxi's name. Her lips curled up for a brief moment before she quickly suppressed it, much like a kitten that had stolen a fish. The amusement in Xiao Yi's eyes deepened, but then he seemed to ponder something, raising an eyebrow. I am quite curious. Can you understand my spirit companion's speech? Jiang Li nodded, still oblivious to the implications, confirming. I can understand. Xiao Yi leaned in closer. Can you only understand the Shijin, or do you comprehend what all spirit companions say? Jiang Li felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze and answered honestly, I understand all of them. This time, it was Xiao Yi who fell silent. He stared at her for 2 seconds, then suddenly chuckled softly, his laughter tinged with astonishment and intrigue. You are truly an unexpectedly remarkable little female. With this revelation, I'm even more inclined to take you back with me. What shall we do? The alarm bells rang in Jiang Li's mind, and she quickly shrank back, waving her hands in front of her. No, I'm only a little special. It's nothing significant. Really. She tried to make her words sound convincing, but her gaze flickered. Xiao Yi observed her slight panic with keen eyes, not pressing closer, but instead leaning back against the rock wall, resuming his usual languid posture. Though a smile lingered on his lips, the light in his eyes calmed, as if weighing the weight of this newfound discovery. Understanding the language of all beasts is no trivial matter. In the beast realm, it is a talent that exists only in ancient legends, akin to a divine blessing. This little trouble I have picked up is becoming increasingly intriguing. In the following days, Xiao Yi began to take Jiang Li on excursions nearby. Naturally, he provided her with the Shijin as a mount. He would share some perfectly roasted, unidentified beast meat, personally lead her to pick sweeter wild fruits, and hand her a smoothly carved branch as a walking stick when she attempted to move her stiff limbs. As the night winds howled, he would quietly stoke the campfire to make it burn brighter. He would even mention trivial observations, such as the glaciers in the far northern snowfields that never melt, or a wondrous luminescent beast from the eastern sea, speaking with a casual tone as if discussing the weather, yet imbued with the spirit of sharing. Initially, Jiang Li was heavily guarded against him, but gradually she discovered that this person possessed unfathomable strength, yet exhibited a peculiar sense of propriety. He was interested but not impatient. He had power, but did not abuse it. He seemed to be observing her with a kind of egalitarian demeanor she had never felt from Fengxi or any other formidable beastman. This sense of equality was something even Cang Yao could not achieve. Despite being filled with curiosity and interest in Jiang Li, Xiao Yi recognized the resilience within this little female and understood that conventional coercion and temptation would be ineffective on her. He was not inherently the type to completely disregard another's will and forcibly claim them. This sense of pride, or perhaps principle, led him to choose a different approach. After a few days, Jiang Li's body had mostly recovered. Her limbs were nimble again, and the color had returned to her face. Xiao Yi noticed that the little female often gazed longingly at the clouds outside the cave entrance, a look of wistfulness in her eyes. One evening, after Jiang Li sighed softly once more, Xiao Yi handed her a peeled fruit, seemingly casually saying, "Are you missing your companion?" Jiang Li was taken aback, instinctively denying it to avoid displeasing him. "I am not." As the words left her lips, she felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness under the gaze of his eyes, which seemed to perceive everything. Lowering her head, she added, "How do you know?" Xiao Yi chuckled lightly, placing a fruit delicately at her fingertips. "I not only know that you long for him, but I'm also aware that your partner is the Beast King of the Baizhe tribe, whose true form is a rare Qianbaihu." Jiang Li abruptly raised her head, astonished. "You, how do you know?" She was certain she had never encountered him before. How could he know so much? Xiao Yi offered no explanation, suddenly extending a slender finger to swiftly tap the center of her brow. His fingertip was cool, carrying a strange wave of spiritual energy. Here, he retracted his hand, his gaze lingering for a moment on the faint Qilan flower imprinted on her forehead. It was both a brand and a mark. Jiang Li instinctively raised her hand to touch her forehead, feeling smooth skin, devoid of any sensation. A mark? What mark? My face is clean. Ordinary people could not see it, but under the perception of sufficiently powerful divine awareness, this mark shimmered like a firefly in the dark night. Xiao Yi refrained from explaining, abruptly posing a question that made Jiang Li's heart skip a beat. "You know, in this land, a female can have multiple partners, correct?" His voice was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Jiang Li knew helplessly. "Do you know why I would ask such an obvious question?" A sense of dread enveloped her. She felt that Xiao Yi knew something more. Did she perceive that she was not from this world? Xiao Yi straightened, his tone unusually earnest, even carrying a hint of candidness. "Then, Jiang Li, would you consider allowing me to become one of your partners?" Host quickly agreed to him. The little shadow of Xiao Ling leaped onto her shoulder, its electronic voice nearly altering pitch with excitement. Data analysis shows that this individual's overall combat power rating is within the same threshold as the Jiu Qi. With him, the host's basic safety coefficient in this world will rise to 908. A guaranteed profit. Agree to him. Agree to him. Xiao Ling was so animated, twisting his little body in front of her, jumping incessantly. Jiang Li's temples throbbed as she silently shouted in her mind, "Shut up." Xiao Ling let out a small whimper, curling into a tiny ball of light and sitting on her other shoulder, pointing its fingers. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Xiao Yi, resolutely rejecting him. "Sorry, I cannot consider it." Xiao Yi's expression did not betray any humiliation or anger at her refusal. The faint light in his eyes dimmed slightly, transforming into a sense of regret. He even smiled gently. "What a pity. However, it matters not. If you change your mind in the future, you may inform me at any time. My offer remains valid." His nonchalance unexpectedly stirred a strange emotion within Jiang Li. "Also, I do not mind being small." His voice, imbued with magnetic resonance, lingered in her ears. Jiang Li's face flushed instantly. She gazed at Xiao Yi's handsome profile, illuminated by the warm glow of the campfire, reflecting on how, despite his enigmatic nature, he had never truly harmed or coerced her, not even once uttering a harsh word. A thought, almost as if guided by fate, surfaced with a subtle hope that she herself was unaware of. "Then can you take me back to my partner?" Upon uttering the question, she felt somewhat naive and ridiculous. Why would he take her back? Xiao Yi's gaze fell upon her slightly pursed lips, lingering for a moment before slowly rising to lock on her eyes. Jiang Li sensed an indescribable yet immensely powerful aura emanating from him. A condition? What condition? Her heart raced, and she held her breath. Xiao Yi aprodochiter, his fingertip gently brushing against a strand of her white hair at her forehead, not truly touching it, yet sending a shiver through her. "I want you to promise me one thing." His voice lowered, carrying a tone of coaxing, almost tender persuasion. "If you agree, not only will I safely escort you back to your partner, but I will also bestow upon you a treasure, a lost ancestral secret of the Baizhe tribe that has been missing for 1,000 years. Something felt amiss. What was it? Jiang Li's mind raced with alarm as she heard her own dry voice. "What is it? Don't be nervous. is not a difficult request. In the city of Xiaolong, after nearly half a month of relentless searching, a disheartening consensus weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Their queen had truly vanished without a trace. Days passed like salted brine, bitter and heavy. Yuehun led the giant stones, while Lai Shan and others resumed the labor of salt production, using grueling, repetitive physical work to suppress the anxiety and unease within. The salt that had been dried over the past month was stored in the queen's containers. With her disappearance, everything began anew. Salt had to be produced. The tribe awaited it. This was the queen's and everyone's shared concern. It could not cease. Only Cang Yao remained unconvinced. With reddened eyes, he refused to believe, even less to stop. Like a madman, he centered his search around the salt lake, tirelessly radiating outward in circles. Even after numerous searches, he continued to fly, racing on without rest. Exhausted, he would take a brief respite before setting out again. The fire within him, from a burning intensity to a quiet ash, never extinguished. On this day, he returned once more empty-handed. Days of high-intensity searching had nearly drained his energy. His beastly form was covered in dust, devoid of luster, with heavy wings nearly dragging on the ground. The sun blazed mercilessly, scorching the earth and conjuring distorted heat waves. He stumbled to the ground, regaining his human form as he pushed open the gate of the fence. After ceasing his search for Jiang Li, he tended to the wilting vegetables in the garden and by the fence, watering them daily. The greenery thrived once more, no longer resembling their previous wilted state. Cang Yao walked step by step toward the small wooden house. The closer he got, the slower his steps became. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt halt. His nostrils flared uncontrollably as that familiar, soul-engraved, faintly sweet scent unique to Jiang Li wafted through the air, weaving its way into his nostrils with remarkable clarity. Cang Yao stood frozen in place, as if his blood had instantaneously congealed, only to surge wildly to his head the next moment. Was it an illusion? Was it a mirage born from excessive longing and fatigue? He dared not breathe, fearing to disperse this fragile essence. A suppressed gasp escaped his throat, and the crimson in his ice-blue pupils shrank to a pinpoint, fixating intently on the closed wooden door. Hope and fear intertwined like ice and fire, pinning him in place. He yearned to burst inside to confirm his suspicions, yet dreaded that opening the door would reveal nothing but despairing emptiness. Time passed, perhaps only a fleeting moment, before he finally moved. Slowly, he reached out, his fingertips grazing the rough wooden door, trembling slightly. He steadied his breath. Then, with all his strength, he gently yet astonishingly pushed open the door. The creaking sound of the door hinge resonated sharply in the silent afternoon. Dim light filtered through the window, softly illuminating the interior. Everything remained as it was when he left, imbued with an air of chill. Aside from the wooden couch draped with animal skins, a petite figure lay, curled up, facing away from the entrance in her usual position. Silvery locks cascaded like moonlight, spread across a humble pillow. A thin corner of animal hide covered her, rising and falling gently with her breath. The room was suffused with her unique, vibrant essence. Cang Yao's eyes reddened. He clenched his jaw tightly, suppressing the roar lodged in his chest. He feared this might truly be a dream. Too loud a sound would awaken him. After a long pause, he moved cautiously, step by step, toward the wooden couch, his footsteps silent. He halted at the edge, his gaze greedily tracing the delicate outline of her back, as though wishing to etch this reclaimed vision into the depths of his soul. Then, with utmost slowness and care, he lay down in the empty space beside her. There were no embraces, no touches, not even a daring inch closer. He merely lay on his side behind her, maintaining a slight distance, close enough to hear her steady, tranquil breathing and inhale the soothing fragrance of her hair. The taut nerves, overwhelmed by fear and despair in recent days, were gradually smoothed by the warmth of her real, gentle breaths. He had returned. She had returned as well. After a considerable time, Jiang Li, still in a daze, stretched her body and slowly opened her eyes. She was met with a pair of ice-blue eyes, perilously close. Those eyes, unblinking, seemed to have gazed at her for an eternity, filled with spiderweb-like red veins and heavy dark circles beneath, emanating a profound weariness and incredulous fragility that nearly consumed her. Jiang Li jolted in fright, nearly crying out, her sleepiness vanishing in an instant. Yet the next moment, overwhelming joy and grievance surged within her. Tears streamed down Jiang Li's face as she recklessly threw herself at him, sobbing, "I finally see you." She clung tightly to his waist, burying her face in his chest, refusing to let go. Strangely, in the face of captivity and Fengshi's coercion, she could endure, could feel wronged, could cry, yet never considered surrender or compromise. But upon seeing Cang Yao again, her emotions shattered. She broke down completely, crying until she struggled to breathe. Cang Yao remained rigid, allowing her to hold him without movement. After what felt like an eternity, long enough for Jiang Li's sobs to nearly cease, he abruptly tightened his arms, embracing her fiercely with a strength that nearly crushed her bones, pulling her deeper into his embrace. On the other side of the small courtyard, a more spacious and sturdy wooden house had already been erected. Inside, all the salt produced over the past half-month was neatly stacked. To prevent moisture, thick hay lay beneath the animal skins. The grayish-white crystals glimmered faintly in the dim light, forming little mountains. The Yuehun group returned under the heavy cloak of night, their footsteps exceedingly light. The courtyard was silent, save for the mournful whispers of the night wind from the salt lake. No one spoke. Even their breaths were intentionally restrained. They all sensed the presence of the king within the room. Since the queen's disappearance, the king's mood had been like a volcano ready to erupt, brooding and violent. A mere spark could ignite his fury. No one dared to provoke him at this moment. Jun silently tended to the fire, while Lu helped process the prey they had brought back, preparing a simple meal. The flames danced, illuminating faces that were equally weary yet burdened with thoughts. Lai Shan grumbled, rubbing his large hands together, leaning closer to Yuehun and speaking in a hushed tone. "Yuehun, we have accumulated quite a bit of salt, but in less than half a month, the rainy season will arrive. With so much salt, how do we return?" His words struck a painful chord with everyone. The queen was missing, without her guidance. Attempting to navigate the perilous misty forest back to their original path was akin to chasing shadows. Taking a longer detour through the Liao Yuan territory would be tantamount to delivering the salt right to the doorstep of the Yanshi clan. Yuehun frowned, shaking his head, equally at a loss. He knew better than anyone that neither route was viable. Ju, brooding in silence, interjected, "Why think so much? The salt must still be processed. Where there's a will, there's a way. Perhaps the queen will return by then." Lai Shan, irritated, punched Ju on his bear-like waist. "Get out of the way. We're discussing serious matters. How can you be more fanciful than the king?" Just then, the tightly shut door of the wooden house belonging to the king and queen was pushed open from within. A tall, imposing figure stepped out first, exuding an unsettling aura that lingered. Following closely behind was a petite figure, also crossing the threshold. The moonlight, though not bright, was sufficient for everyone in the courtyard to see her delicate white face clearly. It was all too real, not an illusion. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Lai Shan's mouth fell open, the words stuck in his throat. Ju's eyes widened, as if witnessing a fish leap from the salt lake. The firewood in Jun's hands fell into the flames with a crack, sparking a flurry of embers. Lu's action of cleaning the bone knife froze midair. The small bag of fine salt Yuehun had been sorting slipped through his fingers, scattering fine white grains across the ground. A profound silence enveloped them. Then, a louder exclamation erupted from their mouths. "The queen! It is the queen! The queen has returned!" Shouts of disbelief and joy broke the long-standing oppressive atmosphere in the courtyard. Jiang Li was immediately surrounded by everyone, a cacophony of concern and questions spilling forth. "Your Majesty, you have finally returned. What happened? Where did you go? Are you hurt? How could you suddenly disappear?" Familiar faces were etched with astonishment, fear, and unabashed concern. Wrapped in those sincere gazes, Jiang Li felt warmth spread through her heart. She sniffed, her eyes growing warm, and nodded vigorously, "Yes, I have returned. Thank you all for your hard work during this time." Jun was the first to react, quickly rushing into the makeshift kitchen nearby, deftly rummaging through. He retrieved a small cloth bag, carefully wrapped in animal skin from a sealed jar in the corner, containing half a bag of rice that Jiang Li had left uneaten before her abduction. He scooped some out, rinsed it quickly, then finally chopped the fresh meat they had brought back, placing it together in a ceramic pot with water to cook. As the porridge neared completion, he added the washed and chopped tender wild vegetables. Soon, a steaming pot of fragrant, simple meat and vegetable porridge was prepared and carefully brought to Jiang Li. "Your Majesty, please eat something first." Jiang Li thanked him gratefully as she received it. She had already informed Cang Yao of everything that had transpired since her abduction that afternoon. Now, holding the warm bowl of porridge, she briefly recounted the events once more under the expectant gazes of everyone. She omitted some unpleasant details, but the main points were clear. She had been forcibly abducted by Fengshi's brothers through secret means and imprisoned underground. As she narrated, the atmosphere in the courtyard shifted from joyful reunion to a heavy gravity, eventually igniting with anger. Ju, the most hot-tempered, stood up abruptly upon hearing that the queen had been shackled, his muscles bulging from intense rage, veins protruding beneath his bronze skin. An enraged bear was on the verge of revealing its true form. How dare they treat the queen this way? I will crush them. Calm down, Ju. Yuehun interjected. A hand, like a vice, gripped Ju's wrist, preventing him from transforming. Let the queen finish. Losing your temper now will only disturb her. His fingers pressed gently, yet firmly on a specific acupoint of the giant stone's wrist, and in an instant, a surge of spiritual energy flowed in, causing the giant's wildly thrumming muscles to stiffen abruptly, halting the momentum of his fist. Observing the giant regain his composure, Yuehun released her grip and took a step back. The giant, recognizing his earlier brutishness, obediently retreated to his original position. The gazes of the onlookers towards Jiang Li were charged with unrest, imbued not only with anger, but also a palpable sense of vengeful determination. Cang Yao stood silently behind Jiang Li, his thoughts inscrutable. Only his reddened eyes betrayed the tempest of rage within. After Jiang Li finished speaking and consumed the last morsel of porridge, she set down the ceramic bowl and wiped her mouth. As she surveyed the faces filled with righteous indignation, a mischievous glint sparked in her eyes. And with a slight curve of her lips, she declared, "Do not rush. Tomorrow, we shall not work." The crowd fell into momentary silence. Jiang Li's smile deepened as she continued, "We shall strike back." Meeting the suddenly brightened eyes of the crowd, she spoke deliberately. "Capture Feng Shi and Feng Chan. Those two brothers." The duo had recently suffered a significant setback under Xiao Yi's command. With their underground palace destroyed, their spiritual pets severely injured, their subordinates dead or wounded, and their own vitality greatly diminished. They were, indeed, at their most vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity to take their lives while they were ill was a matter of course. Of course, she was not someone who relished violence. However, two readily available, formidable labors and bodyguards were too good to pass up. After having lost her for so many days, they ought to compensate her for the lost time and emotional distress, right? It was only just to settle the debt with labor. As for how to subdue those two, even in their injured state, Jiang Li had her own methods. Chapter 64. Shaolong City, Cultivation Techniques. Once everyone had filled their bellies, they retreated to rest. Back in the wooden cabin, Jiang Li retrieved an object from her spatial realm. It was a book made from some dark metallic substance, about the size of 2 palms, heavy in hand with smooth, polished edges. The metallic sheets were not thick, yet for some reason, they were tightly bound together. The cover bore no words or patterns, exuding an ancient, reserved luster. Jiang Li gently placed it into Cang Yao's palm and said, "It contains a powerful spiritual imprint and energy circuit, representing a significant inheritance." Of course, this was information deciphered by Shaolin. Cang Yao accepted the book, the cold metallic texture causing his brow to furrow slightly. As his fingertips unconsciously brushed over the cover, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A circle of intricate silver light patterns suddenly illuminated the dark cover. The patterns seemed alive, swiftly outlining a simple yet majestic image of a white tiger, head held high in a roar, standing upon clouds, emanating a sacred and ancient aura. The image flickered and vanished, yet a profound resonance, subtly vibrating with his bloodline, spread clearly throughout his body. In that moment, the dormant Qilin bloodline within Cang Yao began to stir, awakening an unprecedented desire and thrill. This essence made Cang Yao's pupils constrict, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Where did you obtain this?" Xiaoling had already forcefully deciphered the surface imprint information. Jiang Li could hardly contain her excitement as she began to relay Xiaoling's findings. "This is likely one of the highest inheritances of your Baizhe tribe. Lost for countless generations. Shenglin Zhenyuju. Shenglin Zhenyuju." Cang Yao repeated the name softly, as if thunder had struck in his mind. He seemed to recall fragments of its mention in the oldest stone inscriptions of his tribe, revered as a supreme secret manual accessible only to those possessing the purest bloodline, recognized for their potential by their ancestors. However, such sacred texts had long been obliterated from history. According to Xiaoling's deciphering, Jiang Li pointed to the metallic plate, explaining that this technique could profoundly excavate and elevate one's inherent bloodline power. It was divided into 3 realms. The first realm, Ninggang, could condense the previously diffused pressure of the Beast King into a tangible force, transforming it into the dual offensive and defensive Zhenyu battle energy. The second realm, Xian Sheng, further stimulated the holy power of the Qilin deep within the bloodline, allowing the White Tiger's form to manifest as a clear Qilin image, resulting in qualitative changes in strength, speed, and recovery, while naturally restraining most malevolent and chaotic energies. Regarding the third realm, the information was incomplete, only indicating it involved a complete return to the essence of life and the merging of bloodlines with immeasurable power. Jiang Li observed the sudden blaze of fervor igniting in Cang Yao's eyes and continued, "This technique is practically tailor-made for you. In my analysis, not only can it induce a rapid surge in your strength, but more importantly, it can solidify your foundation, systematically guiding you to master your bloodline power. In other words, this technique allows you to unleash your potential to the fullest extent, akin to my divine skills, though the difference lies in that I can only temporarily enhance my strength. While this technique can enable you to grow stronger from the very roots, it may even rectify some subtle dangers you incurred in your early years due to unforeseen circumstances. Ultimately, cultivating this will elevate your strength to a terrifying height that no other technique can compare to." He gazed at Jiang Li, a torrent of emotions caught in his throat. Not only had she returned safely, but she also brought back such a crucial source inheritance. Jiang Li understood the sentiment in his eyes and smiled gently. "Do not rush to be moved. This plate has powerful seals and mental restrictions. I have merely deciphered the surface introduction. The specifics of how to safely unlock, read, and subsequently cultivate it will likely require your own gradual exploration." Cang Yao nodded solemnly, carefully storing the metallic plate. He then fixed his gaze upon Jiang Li, his eyes heavy as though they sought to draw her in, remaining silent for an extended moment. Jiang Li felt her cheeks warm, her heart fluttering. "Why do you keep looking at me like that?" she asked, somewhat uncomfortable, diverting her gaze. Cang Yao raised his hand and gently brushed his fingertips against her cheek. The touch was warm and real, yet could not dispel the deep-seated unease within him. "I feel like I am dreaming. This all seems too surreal. You won't suddenly disappear again, will you?" Jiang Li's heart ached, and she nodded fervently, grasping his lingering hand against her cheek, assuring him, "No, I promise it won't happen again." Taking a deep breath, she resolved to reveal deeper secrets, believing that trust between them required transparency. Feng Chan's mental suppression techniques were exceedingly rare and esoteric. She could suppress my consciousness. Jiang Li likened Xiaoling to her consciousness. Of course, the system and exchange shop were her bottom line. She could never disclose that to anyone. However, now that my consciousness had grown stronger, such methods were no longer fearsome. Moreover, Xiao Yi had provided me with a method to completely restrain the 2 brothers, Feng Shi and Feng Chan. It was not lethal, but resembled a general contractual shackle, ensuring they would not turn against us. Cang Yao's gaze sharpened. "Why would he assist you to this extent? What is the cost?" Jiang Li replied candidly, "This is the agreement between us. He granted me my freedom, returned me to your side, and bestowed upon me this Xingling and Yuju. In return, I must locate and bring back Feng Shi and Feng Chan, restrain them, and protect them in the name of the Baizai tribe until Xiao Yi concludes his matters and returns to take over these two. The timeline is uncertain. Noticing Cang Yao's furrowed brow, she quickly added, I understand the risks involved. Protecting two former royal beasts wanted by the Sacred Dragon clan may invite unforeseen troubles. However, I assess that it is safe in the short term. Xiao Yi has also made arrangements to obscure their traces. Furthermore, presenting the Xingling Yuju as one of the rewards is not just compensation for us, but also his hope for the Baizai tribe to grow stronger. Jiang Li grasped Cang Yao's hand tightly and said, Zhou Yuqi has foretold that chaos will arise. This seemed to be no secret among the strong. As Xiao Yi was also aware, with an increase in power, we gain an additional measure of survival. This technique can help you master your bloodline completely, granting the tribe true elite combat strength. He believed that investing in us was worthwhile. The wooden cabin fell into a brief silence, and finally, Cang Yao tightened his grip on Jiang Li's hand, drawing her into his embrace, resting his chin atop her head. I will practice this technique. The determination to grow stronger had become incredibly real the moment Jiang Li vanished. As long as those two were your promise, there would also be the opportunity for the tribe to become stronger. Thus, they must be brought back. Cang Yao's gaze darkened, momentarily sparing their lives. He slightly tightened his arms, his tone resolute. I hope that from now on, no matter what transactions or promises are made, you must not keep secrets from me. Furthermore, I am sorry. Cang Yao clenched his fist, his nails nearly piercing his palm. He felt utterly useless and weak for allowing Jiang Li to fall into danger. Her brief description of the ordeal seemed simple and casual, but he understood the myriad dangers it posed to her. Chapter 65, Shaolong City, Midnight. Never had a night felt so reassuring to Cang Yao from the depths of his being as this one. Jiang Li felt the same. She recognized that the path ahead would only grow more perilous. Yet, as long as this person was by her side, he would always be the one to protect her steadfastly, placing her at the pinnacle of his heart. The night remained sultry, with the heat of the salt lake seemingly settled at the bottom, wrapping the wooden cabin in an unyielding embrace. However, tonight, there was no gentle breeze from the lotus leaves. Cang Yao himself had become the source of the heat, his searing body temperature radiating through their closely pressed skin. Far more intense than the surrounding air. A broad, heated palm, with a fierce grip, firmly held her slender waist, his fingertips sinking into her soft flesh, leaving distinct imprints. Pinning her within his grasp, with no means of escape, Jiang Li bit her lower lip, burying her face in the damp nook of his neck, desperately suppressing the whimpers and moans that threatened to escape her throat. Fine beads of sweat emerged from her forehead and the tip of her nose, trailing down her flushed cheeks. Cang Yao sensed her tension and restraint, letting out a low chuckle, the vibrations from his chest mingling with his heated breath as he whispered into her sensitive ear, "What are you holding back?" His laughter was tinged with satisfaction and a hint of mischievous teasing. Jiang Li raised her tear-filled eyes to glare at him, but that gaze, fogged by desire, lacked any intimidation. Instead, it resembled a delicate hook. "What do you think? With such poor soundproofing, the neighbors will hear us." Her fragmented accusations were cut short as he suddenly increased his pressure, causing her to gasp in surprise, her unfinished words transforming into a brief, startled breath. They had already departed. Cang Yao lowered his head, taking her flushed earlobe into his mouth, nibbling gently before leisurely adding, "The moment you presented that rubbing, I had them go to the salt lake to rest and keep watch." "You," Jiang Li, incensed, bit his shoulder, but her strength was feeble, and she cursed him for not saying so sooner. It made her endure for so long, her body on the verge of breaking. It was not too late to say it now. Cang Yao's voice sank into a husky whisper, laced with a fierce tenderness. He lowered his head, once more capturing her already swollen and sensitive earlobe, this time with a firmer grip, the sharp tips of his canines grazing her tender skin. A blend of slight pain and electric shock surged from her earlobe, enveloping her entire being. Jiang Li could not contain her startled cry, her body jolting upright, only to be firmly pressed back into his embrace. The sensation was overwhelming, akin to walking on the edge of a cliff, with a dizzying abyss of pleasure beneath her feet, while the slight, primal sting on her earlobe acted as the wind urging her forward. There was no escape from life, nor could she succumb to death. Cang Yao, stop. She finally began to plead, her voice tinged with a sob, her fingers weakly clawing at his back. Please slow down. I cannot endure any longer. Yet to Cang Yao's ears, her pleas sounded like sparks igniting a raging fire. The previous month of excruciating separation, the relentless torment of fear, and the lingering unease after their reunion, all pent-up emotions found their sole outlet at this moment. He needed to affirm her existence in the most primal and intimate way. Even if she could not endure, she must submit. He pressed against her lips, each word deliberate, their breaths mingling, yet his tone bore an unyielding force. You owe me for this past month. His actions did not slow. Rather, they intensified, as if he aimed to expel the time of separation, along with any remnants of her memories of other places, from her body, completely enveloping her with his essence. Under the torrential sweep of his passion, Jiang Li's consciousness dissolved entirely, leaving only instinctual responses and intermittent whimpers. Their sweat melded them together. The cramped space of the wooden cabin reached its boiling point, filled with sounds that flushed their faces and the overwhelming essence of each other. Outside, the salt lake remained eerily silent. Chapter 66, Shaolong City, Labor. Early the next morning, the team assembled. Zhu Shi and Jiang Li remained at the salt flats, continuing their salt production and guarding the base. Yuehun, Lai Shunming, and Lu joined Cang Yao and Jiang Li as they set off. After a day of travel, they departed from the desolate Gray Salt Lake region and began to enter the vast, boundless mudflats. The terrain here was low-lying, with murky puddles scattered about, reflecting the leaden sky. Sparse, salt-tolerant plants grew low to the ground, and the air was thick with the scent of water and the stifling aroma of mud. The surface was covered in sludge that could easily swallow one whole. The group traversed the mudflats by flight, which was why they had not brought Zhu Shi with them. The view was entirely desolate. Following the coordinates provided by Xiao, Yi, and Jiang Li's senses, they traversed the mudflats, drawing closer to the half-destroyed underground palace of Fengxi. A week later, as the mudflats were gradually replaced by rugged, wind-eroded Rocky Mountains, they finally approached their destination. Before them lay a scene of devastating ruin from battle. Massive rock layers had collapsed, the ground marred by charred scars and deep pits. In the silence, only the wind could be heard wailing through the crevices of the stone. Jiang Li retrieved the items Xiao had entrusted to her. 2 dark golden scales, each the size of a palm and as thin as a cicada's wing. They felt slightly warm to the touch, etched with delicate, flowing silver runes. According to Xiao Yi, these were dragon scales he had temporarily imbued with his power to mark Feng Shi and Feng Chan's bloodline essence. Within a certain distance, they could clearly sense their location and life status, while also containing an exceedingly domineering contractual restraint used for the ancient bloodline subjugation of the Holy Dragon clan. She cradled the scales in her palm and infused them with a faint intention. The silver light on the scales suddenly brightened, pointing like a compass toward a direction deep within the ruins. Below, Jiang Li stowed the scales and pointed to a dark crevice, partially obscured by rocks, leading downwards. Zhu Shi moved aside the obstruction, revealing a narrow entrance barely wide enough for one person, a chilling draft wafting out. Cang Yao entered first, followed closely by Jiang Li, and the others filed in behind. The interior of the underground palace was more severely damaged than they had imagined. The passage had collapsed significantly, strewn with debris and congealed blood. Occasionally, they glimpsed the remains of orc corpses, creating an atmosphere that was stiflingly oppressive. Following the guidance of the scales, they found their target in the innermost chamber of the palace, which had not yet fully collapsed. Feng Shi and Feng Chan lay on a stone bed, both ashen and on the brink of death. The fabric wrapped around Feng Shi's chest had long been soaked in blood, turning dark. One of his arms was unnaturally bent, and his face was completely devoid of color, save for a pair of eyes that defiantly lifted when the crowd burst in, glimmering with a fierce yet weakened light. Feng Chan displayed no visible injuries. He simply seemed unable to move for reasons unknown. A small creature with long ear feathers and a round, brown face trembled on his chest, likely Feng Chan's spirit beast, the Cang Yao. Li Se huddled at Feng Shi's feet, his once beautiful white fur now filthy and patchy, with numerous bald spots and a belly marred by blood and flesh. Upon hearing the commotion, he could only weakly twitch his ears, lacking even the strength to raise his head in warning. Seeing Jiang Li appear unscathed, accompanied by her Beast King partner and a group of formidable subordinates, Feng Shi initially froze, then forced out a grin that was almost a snarl. "Well, look who it is. Come back to take revenge with your backing?" Jiang Li stepped closer, with Cang Yao vigilantly at her side. She ignored Feng Shi's provocation and directly addressed Feng Chan. "I am here to take you away." Feng Chan slightly tugged at the corner of his mouth, a meager response. Jiang Li produced 2 dark golden scales. "Xiao, he asked me to inform you that he is temporarily unable to assist you. If you wish to survive, you must obey me from now on." Upon hearing Xiao Yi's name, a surge of hatred and humiliation erupted in Feng Shi's eyes, and he struggled to rise, only to aggravate his wounds and cough up a mouthful of dark red blood. Feng Chan, however, closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, they were filled with acceptance. He understood better than Feng Shi that Xiao Yi's willingness to let Jiang Li go and provide the means to suppress them meant they had no other choice. Resistance would lead to death, while compliance might offer a glimmer of hope. "Listen to you? Dream on," Feng Shi growled. Jiang Li ceased her banter and activated the scales in her hand. The 2 scales radiated a brilliant silver light, and 2 invisible waves shot forth, penetrating the hearts of Feng Shi and Feng Chan. Both trembled violently, letting out a muffled groan, their faces draining of color as an overwhelming sense of binding, originating from the depths of their bloodlines, firmly locked them in place, extinguishing any thoughts of harming Jiang Li or disobeying her direct orders. This was a restriction set by Xiao Yi, using the scales of shedding combined with their blood. "Now, you are under my command," Jiang Li stated bluntly, directing Yuehun and the others to gather everything usable from the chamber and the adjoining storerooms, including rare minerals, energy crystals, intact bone or stone weapons, well-preserved beast skin scrolls, and several unknown boxes exuding medicinal scents, all of which were stored in her system space. Feng Shi watched in fury, unable to move due to the restrictions and his injuries, only able to gasp for breath. Jiang Li put away the scales, her tone calm. "Consider your possessions a form of compensation and damages owed to me." Finally, her gaze fell upon the injured little cat, and after a moment's hesitation, she signaled Yuehun to carefully take it along. "Let's go," she declared, turning to nod at Cang Yao. Cang Yao stood beside her, his icy gaze sweeping over Feng Shi and Feng Chan, unmasked warning evident in his demeanor. Yuehun and Lai Shan each carried one of them, and the group swiftly retreated from the desolate ruins. The journey back to the Salt Lake was slowed by the presence of 2 severely injured individuals. However, as the familiar and monotonous gray-white horizon gradually appeared in the distance, Jiang Li felt an unusual sense of reassurance. Laborers at last, although they were 2 battered individuals, their thoughts inscrutable and potentially troublesome. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Their strength was what counted. During the ensuing days, Jiang Li utilized her points to exchange for medicine, assisted by Xiao Ling's scanning, managing to treat the injuries of both men and their spirit beasts to a significant extent. While they had not fully healed, at least their fractured bones were realigned and internal injuries stabilized. Upon reaching the Salt Lake, their external wounds had scabbed over, allowing them to move freely. Though their complexions remained pale, a sign of their depleted vitality, requiring time to recuperate, Jiang Li had no intention of granting them such time. The wooden house constructed after Jiang Li's disappearance, meant for storing salt, had been emptied. Jiang Li collected all the packaged salt within and then placed Feng Shi and Feng Chan inside. The following day, she sent them to the Salt Lake. The scorching sun bore down mercilessly on the gray-white lake bed, the air warped with heat, and the salty vapor rose. Shi initially wanted to resist, but the bloodline restriction, coupled with his genuine weakness, made even standing a struggle, let alone fighting back. Chan remained more silent, having accepted reality and able to endure, though his grip on the crude bone shovel turned pale from exertion. Jiang Li saw nothing amiss. After all, they wouldn't be working for many days. The clouds thickened in the sky, and the humid air grew increasingly oppressive, signaling the imminent arrival of the rainy season. The salt production methods were adjusted accordingly. No longer relying on sun-drying to crystallize, everyone was mobilized to directly and forcefully scrape and collect all visible surface salt shells and salt-rich mudstones from the lakebed. These coarse materials were continuously stored in Jiang Li's system space. Once they returned to the tribe, with suitable conditions and weather, these salt muds could still yield salt. Finally, the rainy season arrived. Initially, it was a light drizzle that cooled the scorching salt lake. A few days later, the rain intensified, and puddles began to form on the gray-white lakebed. After several more days, the rainwater finally submerged the parched lake bottom, gradually drowning the cracked surfaces. It was only at this point that the others ceased their labor. Watching the continuous rain outside and the deepening puddles beneath her feet, Jiang Li knew it was time to leave. Her space held a vast quantity of refined salt products, a small amount of fine salt, and an immense stockpile of raw salt shells and mud. This supply of salt would suffice for the Bai Zhe tribe for several years. Yet, salt was a coveted currency, the cornerstone of the tribe's expansion. Who would complain about having too much? The long rainy season, along with the autumn that followed, would no longer be suitable for large-scale salt production. The next opportunity would not arise until the following year. The group began to pack their belongings in preparation for the return journey. Regarding the route, Shaoling's holographic projection floated before Jiang Li, presenting a concise map and data streams that rapidly performed simulations. Battle power reassessment complete. Cang Yao, Shenglin Zhen Yuju has initially formed, threat rating significantly raised. Host, support, and basic self-defense capabilities met. Yuehun and other core members in good condition, newly added battle units Shi, Chan, exceptionally strong. The most formidable in the group, currently in a controllable state, can be utilized. The data paused for a moment, and the conclusion clearly emerged. Comprehensive assessment, circumventing Liao Yuan Jing, encountering the Yin Shi tribe's obstruction. The probability of a successful direct confrontation or intimidation is over 90%. Conversely, re-entering the Misty Forest presents too many variables and higher risks. Recommendation, detour. Then we shall take the detour, Jiang Li decisively concluded. During this time, Cang Yao's progress in training Shenglin Zhen Yuju had been remarkable. Jiang Li's unique calming ability served as the optimal catalyst and stabilizer for his cultivation of this supreme legacy, allowing him to better guide his bloodline power and avoid the risk of power surges. The aura of the Beast King emanating from Cang Yao grew increasingly solid and reserved, occasionally releasing an aura that sent shivers through Yuehun and the others. And with Shi and Chan in tow, Jiang Li Skufa. Perhaps there was a time to be wary, but now she hardly regarded them as a threat. Should they cross paths on the return journey, it would be a perfect opportunity for Cang Yao to hone his skills. Nonetheless, her preparations would not be neglected. Without mentioning Cang Yao upon arriving here, Jiang Li has not dared to relax even for a moment. Each day, she diligently follows the physical training regimen tailored for her by Shaoling, repeatedly honing her speed in running as well as her practical skills in evasion, rolling, and balance. She is acutely aware that in this world, pure brute force will never allow her to rival the exceptionally gifted orcs. No matter how hard she trains, her progress remains insufficient, and in life-or-death combat, she will not be the primary source of offense. However, her role is not that of a vanguard. To be a competent support, one must possess a sturdy physique capable of enduring hardship. A support is not a burden. What matters is the ability to hold steadfast, not falter, and even, at critical moments, to be that unwavering presence who can provide a modicum of assistance. Compared to the delicate figure she was upon first entering this world, now, after much toil and sweat, she has undeniably become much stronger and more reliable. As they prepared for their journey, She had learned from experience that water was of utmost importance. She gathered ample, fresh water from a source several dozen miles away, boiling it in batches to ensure they had enough to last the entire group for months. Next came the essential task of preparing durable cooked food. With the incessant rain making it difficult to start a fire, provisions had to be prepared in advance. In the kitchen, a campfire was carefully tended to, with the largest stone pot and flat stone slab placed above it. And Li and Jean were busily engaged in the culinary endeavor. The large chunks of beast meat were swiftly dissected, alternating between fat and lean, seasoned with simple salt and skewered on sharpened wooden sticks. Under the careful supervision of Lai Shanmeng and Jean, the skewers were rotated slowly over the fire, the dripping fat sizzling, releasing an enticing aroma of roasted meat. After preparing a substantial amount of roasted meat, they also made a hearty meat soup. After 3 days of incessant labor, the group's food supplies were finally ready. Next, it was time to prepare the refined delicacies the queen was accustomed to. Jiang Li exchanged 10 jin of rice and 10 jin of flour from her space. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to take matters into her own hands. Just as Jean was about to shoo her out of the kitchen, Feng Chan quickly approached, naturally extending his hand to take the pottery basin from her, speaking in a calm tone. "You rest. Just tell us what to do." His adaptation to the group was far quicker than Jiang Li had anticipated. Many trivial tasks did not require direction. He simply observed and executed. Unlike Feng Shi, who always wore an expression that invited reprimand, Jiang Li, grateful for the assistance in cooking, happily retreated to the house to listen to the rain and take a nap. As for the cooking methods, Jean had long since learned the usual practices that Jiang Li employed. Flour was mixed with a pinch of salt and water, kneaded into a smooth dough, then divided and rolled out to be filled with chopped wild vegetables and greasy minced meat, forming dumplings that were steamed. After the first 2 batches of dumplings were done, she also prepared some hearty vegetable pies. Lean meat was shredded and marinated with the spicy seasoning Jiang Li had created, then mixed with various wild vegetables and dried mushrooms brought from the tribe, chopped finely. In a hot pan with plenty of oil, they were stir-fried together, resulting in a delicious spicy stir-fry of mushrooms and meat. Additionally, some vegetable dishes were prepared. A bag of rice was cooked into 3 jars of hot porridge, while the remainder was steamed into white rice. Every time they went hunting, everyone loved to bring back some beast eggs for the queen. These beast eggs were quite large, each bigger than Jiang Li's fist. She consumed 1 daily, and now there were still over 10 left. Jean also prepared a fragrant fried rice with eggs and fried the remaining 10 into crispy fried eggs. By now, Jiang Li's provisions were well prepared. Throughout the entire process, Feng Chan assisted Jean while learning various cooking methods by heart. The first time he saw rice and flour, he was genuinely astonished. These foods were innovative in their preparation, and although he did not know the exact taste, their aroma was undeniably captivating. No wonder the little female had complained about the food being unpalatable during her time in his lair. Finally, the group conducted a last inspection of the fenced courtyard and wooden houses, collecting all useful items. Jiang Li even stored the wooden bed made by Cang Yao into her space. Not a single green vegetable was left in the garden. Amidst the rain, Cang Yao transformed into a majestic white tiger, and Jiang Li skillfully climbed onto his back. Yuehun, Zhu Shi, and the others also shifted into their beast forms. Feng Shi and Feng Chan were carried by their respective spirit pets, one accompanying the grounded Zhu Shi and the other soaring with the airborne contingent. The team surged forward like an arrow, breaking through the gathering waters of the Salt Lake region, plunging into the vast curtain of rain and the unfamiliar path homeward, heading toward the tribe's homeland. Chapter 68, The Howling Dragon City, Night Rain. Despite the torrential downpour, the pace of the team did not falter in the slightest. The white tiger led the way, breaking through the rain curtain and advancing at high speed. Yuehun, Lai Shanmeng, and Jean, 3 golden red tigers, unfurled their broad wings, following closely behind. And Lu, transformed into a gray owl, maintained vigilance, providing aerial reconnaissance. Shortly thereafter, Feng Chan sat steadily upon his impressively large owl, the giant bird flying smoothly, nearly blending into the rain curtain. On the ground below, the commotion was even more remarkable. Jusher fully revealed the form of the Wu Gang giant bear, resembling a moving black mountain, with every footfall sending mud and water splattering, resonating with a deep, throbbing vibration. Beside him, Fengshi sat gracefully atop the entirely white Li Shi. The Li Shi moved with agility and swiftness, like a flash of white lightning, contrasting sharply with the heavy steps of the giant bear, yet curiously keeping pace. Jiang Li, bandol dinatik rainkot, lay steadily on the broad back of the white tiger. The warm jade, gifted by Jiao Yuqi, continuously radiated warmth, thoroughly insulating her from the damp chill of the outside world, making her the most comfortable one in the entire group braving the storm. Under the persistent guidance of Xiao Ling's optimal path, they skillfully navigated along the misty forest's edge. Apart from the sounds of rain, wind, and running, there were almost no discernible signs of orc activity, only the endless horizon stretching out in the rain. On the 8th day of the journey, as nightfall brought a deeper chill, the fatigue from a full day of trudging through rain nearly depleted their strength. Fortunately, they stumbled upon a massive rock shelter on a gentle slope ahead, jutting forward several meters like a natural wide eave, beneath which lay a dry clearing, finally allowing them to completely escape the downpour. Yuehun was the first to revert to human form, swiftly scanning the surroundings, nodding to Cang Yao. "My king, it's safe." The group quickly gathered together. Fengshi and Feng Chan dismounted from their spirit pets and headed for a corner on the other side. The Li Shi let out a low whimper, curling up into a snow-white ball, shaking off its damp fur, and lying close to Fengshi, its eyes warily watching Cang Yao. The owl was even smaller than the Li Shi, quietly perched on Feng Chan's shoulder after transforming back. After a long day of riding on Cang Yao's back, Jiang Li's feet barely touched the ground before her legs felt weak and she nearly stumbled. Before she could take another step, Cang Yao swiftly bent down, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and lifting her horizontally. Jiang Li squirmed in his embrace, whispering, "Let me grab some things for everyone first." Cang Yao loosened his hold but kept her encircled. Jiang Li took the opportunity to point her fingers in the air, summoning bundles of dry firewood, a pile of black coal, fire starters, several large earthenware jars filled with clean water, and packages of roasted meat wrapped in reed leaves, which appeared on the ground. Without pausing, she waved her hand to produce several thick animal skin blankets. The group swiftly retrieved the items, starting a fire and setting up their resting spots. The group had merely split into two factions, with the Fengshan brothers forming a small clique of their own. Jiang Li retrieved the wooden bed crafted by Cang Yao from the spatial realm and placed it on a relatively flat patch of ground. Everyone was utterly exhausted, and silence enveloped them. Even the normally energetic Jusher leaned against the rock wall, closing his eyes to catch his breath. The sound of chewing broke the stillness. After they had eaten their fill, the cave was filled only with the faint crackling of the firewood, the relentless patter of rain outside, and a chorus of breaths varying in depth and fatigue. Just as Jiang Li finished a simple cleanup, Cang Yao lifted her back to the bed. "Cang Yao," Jiang Li softly called, eager to assert her capability, claiming her legs were no longer weak. "Do not move," Cang Yao firmly replied, denying her the chance to refuse. He lay down beside her, covering her with a blanket, enveloping her securely in his embrace, using his back to shield her from the cold wind that blew in from outside. His arm rested possessively around her waist, signaling an absolute claim. The damp chill was dispelled by his warmth. Jiang Li's back pressed closely against Cang Yao, and she could even feel the slight tension of his muscles beneath his clothing. As she glanced up, her peripheral vision caught Feng Shi and Feng Chan in the corner. They sat quietly by their own campfire, yet to rest, their faces taut and their eyes fixed on Jiang Li. It was not anger or hostility that they displayed, but rather a sort of unspoken resentment stemming from feeling treated differently. Even the curled-up Shui Qiu at Feng Shi's feet lifted its head, its round, obsidian eyes gazing at her with a hint of forlornness, as if it too felt neglected. The same sentiment was echoed by the gluttonous owl, which, lacking any bond with her, widened its eyes to scrutinize her. Jiang Li felt a wave of frustration wash over her. With a huff, she decisively turned away, burying her face in Cang Yao's chest, positioning her back, or rather her posterior, towards those two men and the two beasts. Out of sight, out of mind. Observing her reaction, Feng Chan sighed silently and averted his gaze. She let out a faint snort from his nose, whether in mockery of Jiang Li or self-deprecation, and then closed his eyes. Cang Yao took in all the commotion with a watchful eye. A persistent thought churned within him, vowing that one day he would eliminate any beastmen who dared covet his little female. Yet, upon witnessing Jiang Li's response towards the two, the simmering displeasure and aggression stemming from his possessive instincts were significantly soothed. He felt a sense of satisfaction regarding Jiang Li's behavior, which allowed him to relax his body considerably. Moments ago, as he observed with cold indifference, he contemplated how to remind her who she ought to be gazing at and clinging to. Should he firmly pin her to his lap and give her a few spanks to ensure she learned her lesson? Or would it be more effective to grasp her chin and kiss her until she was breathless and clinging to him for mercy? He had yet to decide which form of discipline would suit his fancy. However, she had intuitively and willingly nestled back into his domain, pressing tightly against him. Excellent. Cang Yao tightened his arm around her waist, embedding her further into his embrace. He lowered his head, his nose brushing against her soft hair, inhaling her unique scent deeply. His palm rested on Jiang Li's warm back, caressing her gently, as if both soothing and proclaiming ownership. As the night wore on, during the shift change for the night watch, the rain outside intensified, drumming relentlessly against the rocky ceiling and muddy ground, completely drowning out the sound of the smoldering charcoal. At that moment, Yuehun returned from his patrol, his drenched face marked with gravity. His warning coincided precisely with the shrill cry of Shaoling in Jiang Li's mind. Everyone wake up! Something is approaching. Many are not ordinary beasts. Shaoling interjected, urgent warning. A large-scale life cluster is approaching. Main composition, the Lingqiu gnome tribe. Energy signal weak, small in stature. Associated driving unit, the Dikue beasts. Energy signal extremely strong, massive in size, with physiological structures exhibiting exceptional defensive capabilities, endurance, and vitality. Threat level high. The cluster was composed of approximately 120 Lingqiu gnomes and over 800 Dikue beasts. Their behavioral patterns indicated an orderly migratory formation, with emotional signals displaying agitation and anger. The reason for their encounter, overlapping paths. Instantly, everyone in the cave was jolted awake. Cang Yao, almost immediately upon opening his eyes, swiftly grabbed his outer robe and poncho, efficiently wrapping Jiang Li's slender form securely. As the others hastily packed their belongings, he knelt before Jiang Li, grasping her ankle and slipping on her boots. Jiang Li, awakening from her daze, found herself fully dressed. She quickly stored the fur blankets, water vessels, and other items into her spatial realm. Almost simultaneously as Cang Yao shielded Jiang Li behind him, the torrential downpour outside was shattered by the heavy footfalls of approaching creatures. They were positioned on a gentle slope, and the first sight that met their eyes was a group of diminutive figures, no taller than Jiang Li's shoulders, clad in rudimentary leather garments. Their skin bore a hue akin to earth, gray-brown, and their eyes appeared exceptionally large and bright in the darkness. Yet their faces were etched with fatigue. Each held a bone flute inscribed with peculiar runes. These were the Lingqiu gnomes. However, what truly sent shivers down everyone's spines were the mounts of these diminutive figures, the terrifyingly swift Dikue beasts. They measured over 3 meters in length, with short, stout limbs resembling thick columns, their bodies clad not in fur, but in layers of dark, rock-like scales, interspersed with slimy moss-like plants at the seams. Their heads resembled those of giant lizards, albeit with a more blunt snout, and their small eyes glimmered with a dull, yet ferocious light. Most terrifying of all was their scent, a blend of bloodlust and aggression. Gasps of shock resonated as Jusher's eyes widened in disbelief. What manner of creatures are these? Why are those beastmen so diminutive? And were these moss-covered stone-like monsters? I have never encountered such beasts. The Lingqiu gnomes evidently recognized the presence of the rock shade and the people inside, causing a stir among them. Several gnomes, seemingly leaders, hurriedly blew their bone flutes, emitting sharp yet not piercing sound waves. With the sound of the flute, the foremost 10 or so Di-Kue beasts let out a deep roar, as if responding to a command, suddenly accelerating, lowering their heads, and charging towards the cave entrance with their heavily armored heads and shoulders as battering rams. Their intent was simple: to drive away or crush any obstacles in their path, clearing a route for their kin. "Get out of the way!" Cang Yao shouted sharply, pulling Jiang Li's waist to dodge to the side. The impact of the Di-Kue beast sent tremors through the massive rock shade. Debris tumbled down as the rocks at the cave's edge were splintered with spiderweb-like cracks. These creatures indeed possessed extraordinarily tough hides. The recoil seemed to have no effect on them. Shaking their heads, they prepared for a second charge. Yuehun transformed into a golden tiger, attempting to pounce. Yet his claws merely scraped across the eyelids of the Di-Kue beast, sparking a shower of sparks, as even its eyelids bore fine scales. The ferocious assaults of Lai Shan and Jin were similarly ineffectual. The giant stone form of Wu Gang let out a roar as he swept through a cluster of Di-Kue beasts. They were hurled back with a roar, but regrouped instantly as they landed. The giant stone was forced to retreat step by step, and it attempted to find a gap in the scales, but the Di-Kue beasts, despite their seemingly clumsy appearance, wielded immense strength in their thrashing bodies and tails, generating such fierce winds that made it difficult for him to approach. Feng Shi coalesced a sharp golden beam, targeting the relatively vulnerable abdomen of a Diki beast. Although it successfully carved a wound, the creature merely let out a pained roar. The injury oozed a viscous, mud-like fluid, with blood flowing at an exceedingly slow pace. Moss growing at the seams of its shell began to exude a dark green sap, swiftly covering the wound and forming a scab before the naked eye. Despite its injury, the beast's movements did not falter. If anything, it became more frenzied. These Diki beasts possessed thick skin and robust defenses, making them formidable in both offense and defense. Their overwhelming numbers rendered any single lethal blow highly improbable. Engaging them head-on would yield disastrous consequences. The Lingxiu dwarves observed from the rear, continuously playing bone flutes to adjust the attack rhythm and direction of the earth dragons. Their eyes reflected not bloodthirsty excitement, but rather a sense of irritation and fatigue. Jiang Li was firmly protected by Cang Yao, while the data stream from Shaoling flashed frantically before her. Diki beast. The shell is a composite of biological, mineralized keratin and symbiotic moss, exhibiting extremely high physical defense. Suspected weaknesses: 1. Sensitivity to specific high or low-frequency sound waves to be verified. 2. Complex coordination reliant on the Lingxiu dwarf's flute commands. 3. Relatively weak defense in the abdomen, yet possesses strong self-healing abilities. Lingxiu dwarf. Notable mental prowess, with a deep spiritual connection or symbiotic relationship with Diki beasts. Jiang Li swiftly relayed the crucial information analyzed by Shaoling to everyone. They're the Lingxiu dwarves, adult forms shorter than I am. However, they can command the Diki beasts, which are immensely powerful and highly defensive, making them exceedingly difficult to kill. They are migrating in large numbers. Jiang Li's gaze fixed on the bone flutes held by the dwarves. This is a diminutive yet intelligent race that relies on special methods to control powerful creatures. Do not engage directly. Attack those dwarf beastmen playing the flutes, or disrupt their melodies. Jiang Li urgently. Yuehun's expression sharpened, instantly comprehending her intent. He let out a long howl, his form darting forward like lightning. The gust generated by his claws tore through the downpour. Feng Shi also disengaged from the Diki beasts, launching directly toward the flank of the dwarven formation. Several dwarves were swept off their feet, spitting blood as they fell atop the backs of the Diki beasts. This stirred a hornet's nest. The entire herd of Diki beasts sensed the disturbance and went into a frenzy. Several dwarf leaders were startled, and the flute melodies became disordered. As the melodies shifted, the attacking Diki beasts in the front line indeed exhibited signs of disarray and confusion, their assault rhythm disrupted. Yet this was insufficient. The sheer number of Diki beasts was overwhelming, and the dwarves were astute. Others quickly resumed the flute playing and commanded more earth dragons to defend their kin. The Diki herd, in a state of frenzy, launched a more ferocious assault toward Jiang Li and her companions. Feng Chan's fingertips danced with swift gestures, leaving only afterimages. As he formed his final seal, the dozen or so Diki beasts charging at the forefront suddenly stiffened, as though struck by an invisible hammer. They crashed into the muddy rain, sending up large splashes of murky water. They emitted painful, wheezing sounds akin to a bellows. Their massive bodies struggled futilely twice before succumbing to silence. However, this terrifying lethality required a preparatory phase, akin to a stone thrown into a lake. It only took a momentary pause. The rear ranks of Diki beasts, indifferent to the deaths of their comrades, trampled over the fallen bodies, advancing toward the cave entrance with an oppressive sense of despair. Chapter 70, Xiaolong City, Lingxiu. The rain had unknowingly diminished, gradually thinning out. The sky brightened incrementally. After the initial clash, the Lingxiu dwarves evidently learned their lesson. They quickly retreated beside or beneath the Diki beasts, using them as cover, becoming nearly invisible. Cang Yao and the others focused on honing their own strength, having briefly vacated the ground battlefield, flying in midair. The number of Diki beasts dead or injured on the ground was close to 100. Jiang transformed into a golden tiger, carrying the now restored but still impressively large Shur on his back. He flicked his tail in dissatisfaction, saying, Shur, you should eat less. You're far too heavy. Shur chuckled, patting Jin's neck fur with a fan-like hand, proudly declaring, Heavy? I call it sturdy. It exudes masculinity. Don't you understand? Amber loves my muscular build. With me around, she feels secure. He flexed his bulging muscles, exuding an air of reliability. Jiang rolled his eyes, emitting a snort laden with nasal tones. Don't get cocky. Amber said last time that my fur is softer than yours, making it more comfortable to lie on. He dismissed the childish question of who Amber preferred. Shur was momentarily stifled, turning his gaze downward, pretending to study the Diki beasts intently. Yet, he suddenly understood. No wonder Amber never let him transform into beast form to cuddle. She must find his fur prickly. On another side, atop Tao Yin's back, Feng Chan sat cross-legged while Feng Shi leaned back lazily. The number of Diki beasts felled by the two was the highest, unintentionally radiating a subtle aura of power that deterred the surging beasts below. The Diki herd ceased their charge. In a brief moment of tense silence, an exceptionally robust Diki beast stepped forward. A diminutive figure suddenly appeared. The figure boasted disheveled gray hair, resembling dry grass. Standing before the towering beast, the individual was not even as wide as a piece of the Diki's carapace, yet emanated an imposing aura. With one hand on his hip and the other pointing skyward, he babbled a rapid, peculiar-sounding language. Cang Yao, Yuehun, and the others furrowed their brows, completely unable to comprehend. Only Jiang Li blinked, a strange smile creeping across her face. The language upgrade system bestowed by the system enabled her to understand. The dwarf beastman shouted, You winged ones, riding large birds. If you have the guts, don't show off in the sky. Come down. Let us settle this properly. Are you bullying us because we can't fly? What kind of masculinity is that? Jiang Li cleared her throat, mimicking the tone of the opponent's language, and cheerily called down. Hey, you there with the tousled hair? The dwarf leader froze, instinctively touching his unruly hair, then jumped in anger. Who are you calling tousled hair? I have a name. I am Tequila, the steadfast Tequila. Fine, Tequila. Jiang Li stifled a laugh. Now that you're flying up there, you want us to come down? How embarrassing would that be? Jiang Li Baoja. Imitating the structure of the dwarf's previous sentence, deliberately elongating her tone. Why don't you come up? Pooh, Feng Shi couldn't hold back, bursting into laughter. Even the usually stoic Feng Chan's lips twitched slightly. It was evident that the two brothers could understand the language of the Lingxiu dwarves. Tequila's eyes widened in exasperation, spinning around in place, pointing at Jiang Li. You think you're so impressive just because you have wings? That is simply cheating. Our warriors of the Lingxiu tribe have always been grounded. Jiang Li tilted her head, her tone even more innocent. Cheating? Who started the fight first? Who did we provoke while resting here? Wasn't it you who let your mounts charge at us right away? In the end, we were unharmed, while a large number of your mounts perished. Don't worry, once we VE rested enough, we will descend and deal with you. You, Tequila pointed at Jiang Li, stammering for a moment before finally managing to utter. Cunning female, more detestable than those damned feathered ones from the Yuehun tribe. Thank you for the compliment. Jiang Li replied with a smile, and then shifted the conversation. To be honest, we bear no grudge against you. The altercation earlier was initiated by you. Our reluctance to engage in a prolonged conflict does not imply fear. You appear to be in some trouble as well. What do you say? Shall we continue this fight? Or can we pause and have a proper conversation? For instance, what has stirred your anger to the point of colliding with us? Jiang Li, glancing at the menacing presence of Cang Yao and others in the sky, then looking back at the numerous fallen DQA beasts and the injured members of his clan. A wave of sorrow washed over him, realizing that they had gained no advantage in the previous skirmish. The weary and fearful expressions on his clan members' faces made it clear that they could not afford to continue the battle. He stamped his foot in frustration and shouted at Jiang Li, "Let us speak, but you must come down first. How can we converse when you're flying so high? Our Ling Qiu clan does not negotiate while looking up. That's our rule." Jiang Li translated and exchanged a glance with Cang Yao, who nodded slightly. "Very well." Jiang Li replied loudly, "We will descend, but let it be clear. Your mounts must not charge at us again, or we shall not show mercy." Tu Kula involuntarily glanced at the two brothers on the back of the Tao Owl, instinctively shrinking his neck, yet he refused to yield verbally. "Humph. Come down first." Chapter 71. The City of Xiaolong. Integration. Under the shade of the rocks, after a heated discussion, the atmosphere became tense. Jiang Li, Cang Yao, Yuehun, and the silent brothers Feng Shi and Feng Chan stood opposite the trio of Ling Qiu gnomes, led by Tu Kula. The cave entrance was guarded by the remaining members, while outside stood over 100 gnome beastmen and a densely packed group of DQA beasts, their heavy breaths merging into a low rumble amidst the rain. Jiang Li and her companions could have transformed into beasts and fled at the onset of the conflict. Though the DQA beasts were formidable in defense, they were not adept at pursuit. However, she chose to remain, even involving herself in this seemingly unnecessary confrontation. The reason was simple. As the DQA beasts appeared before Jiang Li, the system issued an urgent mission. Ding. Emergency expansion mission triggered. Mission content: subdue the endangered intelligent race Ling Qiu gnomes and their symbiotic battle beasts, the DQA beasts, incorporating them into the host's sphere of influence for personal use. Success: 100,000 points. Failure: -200,000 points. Jiang Li could not help but gasp at the sight of those zeros. 100,000. Good heavens! Upon successful completion of the mission, she would indulge herself extravagantly. It had been nearly a year since she had tasted such delights as egg tarts, cupcakes, fried chicken, hamburgers, and milk tea, regardless of whether they were considered junk food. Who could resist such deep-rooted cravings? Suppressing her salivation, Jiang Li noted that the penalty for failure was still a significant point deduction. Yet her eyes brightened as she scanned the details of the failure clause, realizing at least that the lethal electric shock punishment had been removed. Finally, this broken system had shown some sense. Mission analysis. Ling Qiu gnomes possess an innate talent for defense construction and weapon forging, with heightened perception and aptitude, making them potentially excellent builders and craftsmen. However, their clan generally exhibits a combative and irritable nature. Their long-standing insular social structure has led to straightforward thinking, making them susceptible to manipulation. If guided appropriately, they can become invaluable craftsmen for tribal development. If mismanaged, their impulsivity may lead to trouble. Detection revealed that the DQA beasts possess symbiotic moss on their bodies, rich in special active components and life essence spores, which significantly enhance bone healing, muscle regeneration, and energy restoration, and also provide some nurturing effects on chronic injuries. After extraction and processing, they can be made into highly effective external ointments or internal medicines. After reading the analysis from Xiao Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was fantastic. This was not merely encountering trouble. It was as if a walking talent had delivered an automatic defensive fortress and renewable medicinal materials right to her doorstep. Her mind raced with calculations, and a grin crept onto her lips. Subduing them would be an immense profit. Once Xiao continued with the analysis of the Ling Qiu clan's unique habits, Jiang Li felt completely reassured. If she failed to seize this opportunity, she would have no reason to struggle in this world any longer. She could simply find a crooked tree to hang herself from. In the current world, the vast majority of orc races have poor alcohol metabolism, leading them to become easily intoxicated. However, the Ling Qiu gnomes are different. Xiao Ling explained that the Ling Qiu gnome clan generally possesses highly efficient alcohol metabolizing enzymes, granting them extraordinary tolerance and physiological dependence on alcoholic beverages, viewing drinking as an important habit and source of solace, with excessive drinking being their most prominent and widespread indulgence. Returning to the negotiation table, Jiang Li was tired of beating around the bush with Tu Kula. With a flick of her wrist, she conjured a crystal-clear glass bottle from her spatial inventory, containing a liquid as clear as water. It was high-proof distilled liquor. This liquor, with its dense and spicy flavor, was on an entirely different level compared to the muddied, sweet, and strange-tasting fruit wines generally fermented from wild fruits in this world. With a soft pop, she twisted off the cap. A powerful, pure aroma of intoxicating liquor burst forth, filling the damp cave. The three gnomes, who had been tense and wary, suddenly froze, their nostrils flaring like three startled groundhogs that had just discovered a prime prey, fixated on the bottle in Jiang Li's hand. The one on Tu Kula's left, Pan Budong, was the first to falter, leaping in excitement and trembling as he exclaimed, "Alcohol! It's alcohol! The scent is overwhelming. I have never smelled such an enchanting aroma in my entire life." His description fell short of words, yet his desire was palpable. On the right, Wan Yi could not help but swallow, yet he managed to maintain his composure, slapping Pan Budong on the back of the head and growling, "Shut up. Do you think your nose is the only sensitive one? Can't we smell it too?" But his gaze also remained glued to the bottle. As the leader, Tu Kula displayed slightly more restraint, though his breathing was noticeably heavier. Reason told him not to reveal his desire, yet his instinct screamed for indulgence. This was precisely the effect Jiang Li sought. She wasted no time, retrieving 3 small wooden cups and pouring the clear liquor into them, the enticing aroma growing stronger. She slid the cups towards the 3. "Care for a taste?" she asked casually, yet with an enticing undertone. Pan Budong practically snatched his cup. Wan Yi was slightly slower but equally eager, while Tu Kula hesitated for half a second before ultimately succumbing to the temptation of the intoxicating scent, grabbing his cup. With a gasp, they each took a sip. Their reactions varied. Pan Budong grimaced at the spiciness, but quickly widened his eyes in shock at the divine flavor. Wan Yi squinted, savoring the warmth that rolled down his throat and the complex aromas that exploded in his mouth. Tu Kula drank the most vigorously, choking slightly, coughing a few times before a flush of excitement crept onto his face, his eyes glazing over. "How is it?" Jiang Li crossed her arms, asking leisurely. "Excellent liquor," Tu Kula replied hoarsely, managing to squeeze out 2 words through gritted teeth. He could not deny that this surpassed every fruit wine he had ever tasted combined. It was simply exquisite. "This is just a sample," Jiang Li dangled the bait, enticingly coaxing. "Follow me, join my tribe. You labor for us, and we, the Bai Zhe tribe, shall provide you with a secure territory, abundant sustenance, and," she paused, articulating each word, "this exquisite quality of wine. If you work diligently, you may indulge in it frequently, and there will even be a variety of flavors to enjoy. Ample supply?" Pan Budong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Observe your performance." Jiang Li did not conclude her statement, yet the allure was palpable. Exceptional conduct would certainly be rewarded. Tu Kula had yet to fully recover from the intoxicating effects of the wine and the overwhelming temptation. But his residual rationality compelled him to bargain. "Words alone are untrustworthy. How can we be certain you are not deceiving us?" How could such wine possibly be abundant? Moreover, is your tribe truly as formidable as you claim? Can it withstand the Yuling tribe? As Jiang Li recalled the 100 acres of wheat and soybeans sown during the spring planting, she smiled enigmatically, stating, "We have a stable source of raw materials and brewing techniques. Regarding our tribe's strength, can it protect you?" Jiang Li turned slightly, ceding authority to Cang Yao. "Our king is present. His promise is the tribe's promise." Cang Yao merely lifted his gaze, his voice low yet imbued with authority and confidence. "The Yuling tribe is not to be feared." Jiang Li continuously acted as an interpreter, anxious that these individuals might not fully grasp their capabilities, and continued, "Our king speaks the truth, and moreover, what we, the Baizhe tribe, possess in abundance is salt." She emphasized the word salt, which does not require a long journey to Yuehun Island to exchange for, depending on the whims of the Yuling tribe. Salt, in this world, it equates to hard currency and is a necessity for survival. Tu Kala was taken aback once more. This Baizhe tribe seemed even more unfathomable than he had anticipated. Not only did they possess that marvelous wine, but they also controlled such a vital resource. Tu Kala, along with the two elders, began to engage in a rapid, hushed debate. Pan Budong, clearly conquered by the wine, strongly advocated for acceptance. Wan Yu was more cautious, repeatedly questioning the reliability. Tu Kala wavered between immense temptation and grave responsibility. Ultimately, he raised his head and looked at Jiang Li, presenting their conditions. "Merely words are insufficient. First, provide us with more of this wine. I wish to take some back for my people to taste. This is a gesture of goodwill. Second, take us to see your tribe's vicinity. If it truly possesses the potential you claim, and if the land is suitable, we may consider residing there as allies and explore collaboration. If all holds true, and you uphold your promises, we can discuss a deeper alliance. Third, before any of this transpires, should danger arise, you must stand alongside us." This marked a significant softening of their stance, shifting from outright hostility to conditional exploration and preliminary cooperation. Jiang Li quietly rejoiced, knowing that the matter was largely settled. With wine as an incentive, she was confident that this group would work diligently. She readily nodded, "Very well. I shall provide you with 2 additional bottles to take with you. Once you have deliberated, we shall set forth. As for facing danger together, since we intend to travel in company, mutual support is only natural." She waved her hand and produced 2 bottles of white liquor, pushing them forward along with the previously unopened bottle. "These shall serve as a welcoming gift from the Baizhe tribe to our friends of the Lingqiu tribe." Tu Kala accepted the bottles, his hands trembling slightly, and stored them carefully. He looked at Jiang Li, then at Cang Yao, this time with a demeanor reflecting tentative approval as he slightly bowed. "The Lingqiu tribe has recorded this friendship. After I inform my people, we shall discuss the next steps in detail." Chapter 72. The Exchange at Shaolong City. The time had reached the 14th day. The continuous rain finally ceased today, and the long-awaited sunlight pierced through the clouds, scorching the drenched earth and causing humid steam to rise. Yet, the path remained muddy underfoot. A formidable small team forged ahead. Cang Yao, Yuehun, and the others had already folded their wings, ceasing to expend spiritual energy in low-altitude flight. Instead, they moved at a slow pace in their beast forms. The sight that followed was enough to send chills down the spine of any passerby. Hundreds of robust decoy beasts, moving like a moving armored fortress, caused the ground to tremble slightly with each step, leaving behind a series of deep impressions in the mud. The low bushes and newly sprouted saplings of the forest's edge were easily flattened and crushed into the earth as they passed. Dark currents swirled in the air, coordinating with Jiang Li, requiring constant scouting and route adjustment to avoid overly soft, treacherous ground or narrow valleys impassable. The entire journey, compounded by the inclement weather and the sheer number of beasts, necessitated maintaining formation and inevitably slowed their pace considerably. After traveling for so long, they had only covered half the distance. The terrain began to shift gradually. In the distance, low, dark red rocky hills appeared, resembling veins bulging beneath the earth's skin. As night fell, Jiang Li and her companions camped in a relatively open, dry area against a rock wall. A campfire blazed, dispelling the darkness of the wilderness. Just as the bustle subsided, a squat figure approached their fire. It was Pan Budong, holding two well-prepared, plump beast legs, but his gaze darted nervously. Frequently glancing towards Jiang Li, coughing, he said, "This is what I hunted today. The meat is tender." He placed the beast meat beside Jiang Li, his movements somewhat stiff. Each day during their camp, Pan Budong would bring some food. Yet this time, after speaking, he did not leave immediately but lingered, his toes nervously scraping the small stones on the ground, hesitating to speak. Jiang Li, extracting cooking utensils from her space, raised an eyebrow at his demeanor but remained silent. Pan Budong, after a moment of internal struggle, finally could not hold back any longer, stepping closer with a hint of eagerness. Your Majesty, today's journey was arduous. Look, this meat would pair wonderfully with that divine water, wouldn't it? Jiang Li found his earnestness amusing but feigned confusion. Divine water? What divine water? That's right. The transparent wine from that day. Pan Budong exclaimed, frantically gesturing the shape of the bottle with his hands. His nose twitching as if he could still smell the lingering aroma of the wine in the air, spicy and fragrant, warming him thoroughly when consumed. "Oh, you mean the wine?" Jiang Li elongated her tone, leisurely handling the ceramic jar in her hands. "That is quite precious." I know. Pan Budong nodded vigorously, his eyes shining brightly. "We bring meat every day. Good meat. Fresh." He pointed to the two beast legs. Meanwhile, Wang Yi appeared to be inspecting the DQA beast scales. But he was actually eavesdropping, his gaze unable to resist drifting towards them. Even Tu Kala, sitting slightly farther away and whispering with Feng Chan, paused his conversation and discreetly glanced over. Jiang Li cast a glance at the meat. It indeed looked excellent, with a playful glint in her eye. She decided to tease him. "Very well, considering this meat, I shall grant you a small favor." She flipped her wrist, revealing a small, ceramic bottle no larger than the palm of her hand, containing merely a couple of taels of wine. Pan Budong's expression immediately soured upon seeing the size of the bottle. "Just this little?" That day, aside from having a small cup on the spot, we divided 3 bottles among the tribe, and everyone received only a tiny sip, barely tasting anything. "Is it too little?" Jiang Li feigned emotion to reclaim it, asserting that it was exquisite wine, costly to produce, worth more than a whole jug of ordinary wine. Perhaps it was not necessary. I want it." Pan Budong quickly snatched it up, clutching it tightly, fearing Jiang Li would change her mind. He turned away, beaming, only to meet Luan Ye's disapproving gaze, which seemed to convey that he was being foolish. Pan Budong, undeterred, cradled the small ceramic bottle like a fragile treasure, wiping his mouth as he mumbled, "Tiska, this bottle is really small." Upon returning to the fire with the Ling Chiu tribe, he was immediately surrounded by several familiar tribesmen. Carefully uncorking the bottle, the powerful aroma spilled forth once more, eliciting a chorus of awed gasps and the sound of swallowing. The steadfast Pan Budong reluctantly divided a meager morsel among several leaders, including to Kala and Luan Ye, swiftly hiding the remainder and declaring, "This is mine. No one else shall touch it." Meanwhile, Cang Yao handed a piece of roasted meat to Jiang Li, casting a glance at the commotion among the dwarves and remarked nonchalantly, "You certainly know how to handle them." Jiang Li took a bite of the meat, seasoned with a special blend of spices, squinting with delight. "This is called catering to their tastes." She leaned closer to Cang Yao, lowering her voice with a hint of mischief. "As for alcohol, if given in excess, it loses its value. We must dangle it before them. Only then will they willingly follow us and work tirelessly." Cang Yao observed her sparkling eyes and the sheen on her lips, raising a hand to wipe it away. "You little imp." Jiang Li shook her head. "So, we are now within the territory of the Yanshi tribe? Do you think they have already discovered us?" Yuehun circled back just in time to take a seat, responding, "With such a commotion, it would be hard not to notice. The tracks and essence of the Earth's sovereign beast are too conspicuous. However, they have not appeared immediately. They are either observing or gathering their strength." Cang Yao's voice remained calm and steady. "The Yanshi tribe is greedy yet cautious. They must already be aware that we are not to be trifled with, but they may not be willing to let such a large group pass unchallenged. You sure? Gnawing on meat nearby, mumbled, what is there to fear? Let them come, we'll fight. It's about time we stretch our muscles after days of travel. Lia Shaming added, we need to strengthen our night watch. Tomorrow, we should hasten our pace to cross this area as early as possible. Jiang Li discreetly poked Cang Yao's arm. I want to return home quickly. I miss Shuanghua and the others. Cang Yao felt a surge of joy at her mention of home, feeding her the last piece of meat. We will be there soon. As the night sky bore sparse stars, Jiang Li chewed on the meat, hoping the Yanshi tribe would recognize their position and refrain from instigating conflict, thus conserving their time and facilitating their return journey. If they indeed sought trouble, Jiang Li glanced at Pan Budong, who was foolishly laughing while clutching an empty wine bottle, along with his kin. Her gaze then shifted to the Feng brothers. Feng Chan sat quietly, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. As soon as he sensed Jiang Li's gaze, he turned to her, naturally curving his lips into a gentle smile in response. Jiang Li pondered. These were all formidable fighters. Suddenly a warm, rough palm gently cupped her cheek, turning her back with a hint of possessiveness. Cang Yao's silhouette was illuminated by the flickering flames, his ice-blue eyes reflecting her small form and unmistakable displeasure. Do not look at other males. Jiang Li blinked, not shying away but rather nuzzling against his hand like a kitten retracting its claws. Her voice was low and teasing. I am merely counting our fighters, not gazing at them. Cang Yao's brow relaxed slightly, though he still pressed his lips together, lowering his head to rest his forehead against hers. You've been eyeing that Feng for too long. He seemed to recall something, pausing. I've always wondered after they captured you. Did you engage with them? Their faces were nearly touching, breaths mingling. Jiang Li blinked, momentarily stunned, before comprehending the implication of his words. Chapter 73. Xiao Long Cheng Trust. The night wind brushed by, carrying the resounding songs of the Ling Qiu tribe from a distance. The crackling fire snapped. Simultaneously, a suppressed roar erupted. Cang Yao, Jiang Li's voice, sharp and cutting through the night, drew the surrounding chatter to a sudden halt. The gaze of the entire team converged on the queen, typically radiant with smiles. Now heaving with emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, fixed intently on their king. Noticing the collective attention, Jiang Li shot an annoyed glance, prompting each to avert their eyes in guilt. She angrily pushed Cang Yao's head, which had leaned toward her, away, after returning. Did I not recount every single event to you? Her voice trembled, filled with both fury and grievance. Do you not trust me? The final 4 words were pronounced with emphasis, striking Cang Yao's heart sharply. The earlier assertiveness born from possessiveness shattered before her reddened eyes. Jiang Li tried to avoid his touch. Do not touch me. It has been so long, and now you come question me? Do you believe that my glance at another implies something more, or that my words to you were mere flattery? Her tone was unprecedentedly fierce, the sweet facade stripping away to reveal her stubborn core. I did not. Cang Yao responded quickly and urgently, his usual composure evaporating. He attempted to draw closer, his towering frame appearing somewhat at a loss. I merely what? Jiang Li turned her head, tears shimmering in her eyes, yet stubbornly refusing to fall. Cang Yao, I regard you as my partner, my only partner. After all this time together, if you cannot grasp this or trust me, then perhaps it is better if we do not. Cang Yao swiftly interrupted her, a note of panic evident in his voice. He disregarded much, firmly grasping her wrist with a controlled yet gentle force. Do not continue. You are being unreasonable. Jiang Li attempted to break free, but was unable, glaring fiercely at him. Yes, I am unreasonable, he admitted plainly. I acknowledge my fault. Jiang Li, it is not that I do not trust you, but rather that I do not trust myself. I fear I may not protect you adequately. Cang Yao lowered his head, pressing his forehead against hers, revealing a rare vulnerability and honesty amidst his dominant stance. Seeing you glance at another brings me discomfort. I cannot control myself. Even if nothing happened, and even if it did, I know it was not your intention, and I would not hold it against you. I would only resent my own weakness. I am sorry. I should not have angered you. The air around them seemed to freeze. Jiang Li sensed the slight tremor in his palm, the tension within her dissipating significantly, leaving behind a blend of bittersweet softness. She ceased her struggle, allowing him to hold her hand. There will be no next time. Cang Yao remained silent for a moment, gently swaying their foreheads together. I will do my best. Realizing that this statement might provoke Jiang Li further, he added, if you look at others, I will still feel upset, but I will strive to control my thoughts. Cang Yao quickly lowered his head, planting a soft kiss on her lips, silencing any potential dissatisfaction. Fengxi observed the little female chastising her partner, nearly unable to restrain his applause. It was worth the effort during this time. He had intentionally and unintentionally provided Cang Yao with subtle hints. He would often mention Jiang Li's sweet fragrance in her absence, followed by remarks about her soft touch. Although he had received his fair share of beatings, this white tiger, though seemingly unassuming, fought with great ferocity. He was perplexed by the rapid improvement in combat prowess. Initially, they could contend evenly, but soon he found himself on the receiving end of the punishment. After enduring numerous beatings, Fengxi finally settled down, refraining from bringing up Jiang Li. At this moment, he secretly hoped for a more heated argument between the two, wishing that the little female would forever disregard that white tiger. Jiang Li held a rather unfavorable impression of him, wishing for the male to meet a similar fate. He was quite pleased at the thought. Little did he expect that in mere moments, the two would reconcile and ultimately share a kiss. Fengxi begrudgingly withdrew his gaze. Pouting quietly, "Tisich, how dull, truly dull." He turned away, noticing Feng Chan wore a similarly dejected expression. The two exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of each other's thoughts. However, Feng Chan was even more self-punishing, able to endure watching her being affectionate with another. As dawn broke the following day, they finished a simple breakfast and set out once again. The air, though humid, was surprisingly free of rain today. As they delved deeper, the wind carried a faint, almost imperceptible scent of beastly blood. They had clearly entered the territory of the Yuehun clan, yet as dusk approached, the anticipated ambush failed to materialize. Not a single shadow of the Yuehun clan members was sighted. Had these fiery-haired lions somehow changed their nature? Lai Shan, gnawing on a piece of meat that was 6/10 cooked, spoke with a tone rife with mockery. Over the past couple of days, there had been furtive figures lurking about, whispering through the shadows. He had often caught glimpses of these Orcish silhouettes while surveying the skies, but they always vanished before he could give chase. The king had issued orders from the outset, forbidding him from pursuing too deeply or concerning himself with these orcs. Nearby, Zhu Shi was restlessly pounding his fists against a rock, the dull thuds echoing like the heads of the Yuehun clan orcs. "It's been 2 days without a fight. Even my bones itch," he growled, his neck muscles taut, a fleeting surge of spiritual energy visible beneath his skin. Since the queen deciphered those ancient techniques a few months ago, the king had entrusted the frenzied combat technique to him for cultivation, with effects that were almost excessively pronounced. His defenses and strength visibly increased, yet the tempestuous spiritual energy within him continued to accumulate, akin to molten lava under pressure. At times, it burned so intensely that he could hardly sit still, desperately needing a target to unleash his pent-up energy until he felt utterly spent. That smoldering heat and suffocation would morph into an indescribable sense of relief. Each recovery saw a solid increment in his strength. This technique seemed custom-tailored for him, amplifying his combative instincts tenfold. But I must endure this itch. A slender hand brushed aside his raised fist. Jean had somehow appeared at his side. They certainly will not allow us to traverse their territory unchallenged. The silence now suggests either a lack of preparation or that they are waiting for us to reach a more advantageous position. He lifted his gaze to the horizon, where the red wasteland shimmered in the heat. Wait, I can hardly contain myself. Zhu Shi flared his nostrils, the heat radiating from his breath palpable. I'll charge into their outpost. I refuse to believe those fiery-haired lions will cower. Jean frowned, and then what? Fall into their carefully laid traps and risk the king and the entire team for your momentary impatience? He paused, his expression weary. Let's not forget about Hupa. Last time, This reckless fool lost control of his spiritual energy and sustained severe injuries to his shoulder. Hoopa has secretly shed countless tears over that. The mere mention of Hoopa dampened Jushi's fervor, his imposing demeanor faltering. A mix of embarrassment and tenderness flickered across his rugged face. He had not forgotten about that awkward female back home. Every time he returned injured, she would put on a stern face while tending to his wounds, all the while discreetly wiping away her tears when he wasn't looking. Enough! Jushi turned his face away. I'm just saying, I know you're itching to fight. Save that energy for when the real battle begins. When the time comes, charge as you please. I won't hold you back. Jean genuinely did not understand what Hoopa saw in him. At home, she cared for him, and outside, he had to worry about her. Jushi noticed the disdain in his eyes and could not resist shaking his fists. What kind of expression is that? When a real fight starts, we'll see who takes down more fiery-haired lions. Jean retorted, how childish. Chapter 74, Xiaolong City Hive. The following 2 days were marked by incessant rain. The pace of their journey quickened. When the rain finally relented one day, the midday sky darkened ominously, heavy clouds pressing down upon them. The air was thick with the earthy scent of damp soil mingled with the freshness of vegetation, unmistakably signaling that rain was imminent once again. A distant rumble echoed, announcing the arrival of a rogue Kui beast that had strayed from the group, sprinting towards them with unbridled enthusiasm, bearing on its back the exuberant Pan Budong. His mouth wide open, his round eyes gleamed with joy, presenting an almost harmless appearance. However, one could not overlook the swollen, shiny half of his face and the several lumps adorning his forehead. Most striking was his hair, styled into a single long braid, with the top of his head twisted into a chaotic mass, a few strands defiantly standing upright as if struck by countless tiny bolts of lightning. He carefully balanced a large, yellow, black-skinned object in front of him. As he bounced, the viscous honey dripped continuously down the Kui beast's spine, leaving a glistening, sweet trail behind him. The Kui beast skidded to a halt in front of Jiang Li, a member of the Baihu clan, and Pan Budong slid down, eagerly pointing to the enormous, damaged honeycomb on the beast's back. Queen, sweet, delicious. Jiang Li could hardly contain her laughter at his comically battered yet excited demeanor. Did you steal the beehive, or did the beehive steal from you? Pan Budong bashfully touched his swollen face, unable to resist glancing at the ring on Jiang Li's finger, a costly storage ring containing all the alcohol he longed to drink. The bees are fierce, but the honey is sweeter. I cleaned out the pollen and larvae. This large piece is pure honey. How about trading it for a few bottles of divine water? Pan Budong extended his hand, his 5 short fingers pointing directly in front of Jiang Li. 5 bottles? Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, shaking her head decisively. That's too much. While the honey is delightful, it's not a necessity for me. She unconsciously turned the diamond ring on her right hand, which she had exchanged from the System S shop as a disguise. Only 1 bottle. 1 bottle. Pan Budong's voice shot up, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle. Too little. Not enough. For bottles. He withdrew one hand, stubbornly holding up 4 fingers. 1 bottle. Jiang Li stood firm. 3 bottles. Pan Budong gritted his teeth, curling back a finger, his eyes filled with pained struggle. Jiang Li terminated the negotiation. Enough. Just 1 bottle. She even feigned turning away. If not, you can keep the honey for yourself. I'm not that desperate. Although it was a fine delicacy, the system points required to exchange for alcohol made her wince. The brewing endeavors of her tribe were still far from realization, and every point had to be meticulously accounted for. Only by successfully bringing the Ling Qiu tribe back to set up camp would she earn a substantial point reward. With only a few hundred points remaining, any loss made her anxious. Pan Budong's expression fell, his swollen features appearing even more comical yet sorrowful. His eyes darted between Jiang Li's impassive face and the lingering sweetness in the air, ultimately succumbing to his thirst for alcohol. 1 bottle it is. Yuehun stepped forward, deftly lifting the large, dripping honeycomb from the Kui beast's back. Jiang Li produced several ceramic jars, and Yuehun broke the honeycomb into manageable pieces, storing them inside. The intense, almost overpowering sweetness burst into the air. The honey, imbued with floral undertones, was delightful. It surpassed all fragrances she had ever encountered. Carrying the essence of the flowers themselves, Jiang Li twisted the inconspicuous ring on her finger, causing the jar containing the honeycomb to vanish in an instant. She handed a small, palm-sized bottle to Pan Budong. "Don't leave yet," Jiang Li called out to him as he clutched the bottle of alcohol as if it were a treasure, ready to flee. "This is the last bottle in my storage ring." She paused, observing the sudden panic on his face, and continued, "But rest assured, I am capable of brewing alcohol. Once we safely return to my tribe, I will personally gift you 2 large bottles. So, until then, refrain from undertaking reckless actions like today. Should we encounter the Yanshi tribe, it would undoubtedly spell great trouble. No matter how exquisite the wine may be, one must possess the vitality to partake in it. Would one not?" The figure of Pan Budong momentarily tensed, and I discerned the truth, "My beautiful queen." He did not turn back, but instead burrowed beside his formidable earth beast. Seizing this opportunity, the team took a brief respite. In the distance, the first of the fawn drawn by the rich aroma of honey, quivered its sensitive antennae and altered its course. A few kilometers away, a sound, sharp and unnerving, akin to a multitude of frictions, approached with alarming swiftness. A rolling tide of dark crimson surged along the scattered trails of honey. Each creature was roughly the size of an infant's fist. Their shells bore a striking black and red pattern, and their multifaceted eyes glimmered with a greedy crimson light, while corrosive saliva dripped from their mandibles, causing wisps of smoke to rise from the sand and stones in their wake. Almost simultaneously, a violent buzzing filled the air. A cloud of gold and crimson rushed forth. It was a swarm of bees, each as large as a sparrow, their golden stingers dazzling, and the sound of their wings produced an electrifying crackle. The target of this swarm was unmistakable, the lingering, exquisite aroma of honey in the air.